I am Chinhao, and I hold the key to unraveling the chaos that has consumed the blue planet. When the world collapsed, it wasn't just an apocalypse, it was a declaration of war. The great battle of the heavens had begun, and our planet became its bloody arena. Millions of portals tore through the skies, unleashing torrents of natural disasters and hordes of monsters that defied imagination. The undead rose, shadow hunters lurked in the darkness, and creatures more terrifying than nightmares stalked the land. I was just another survivor, drowning in despair, until I awakened my one and only special talent, the mysterious capsule. 10 draws a day. That's all it takes. 10 chances to unlock the secrets of the heavens and the earth, to pull treasures, abilities, and even allies from the void. At first, it seemed like a cruel joke, mineral water, really? But then came the bionic intelligent robots, the ancient talents, the weapons that hummed with the power of gods. From that moment, I stopped surviving. I started conquering. The undead army thought they were unstoppable until I summoned a legion of shadow hunters to cut them down. The Blood Clan, with their primal ferocity, trembled when I unleashed a succubus queen to turn their own lust against them. And the stitched monsters, those abominations of flesh and malice, met their end at the hands of a pink Lolita undead wielding a scythe twice her size. But this isn't just about fighting monsters. The great battle of the heavens is a game, and I'm playing to win. Random events? Bring them on. Death fight secret realms, fate mazes, endless buildings, I've conquered them all. Each victory brings me closer to the truth, closer to the mastermind behind this chaos. The mysterious capsule is my greatest weapon, but it's also my greatest mystery. Every draw is a gamble, every reward a piece of the puzzle. A goblin army one day, a celestial artifact the next. A green-skinned devil might bow to me, or a death cave might try to swallow me whole. But I don't fear the unknown. I thrive in it. I am Chinhao, the gambler of fate, the architect of victory. The blue planet may be a battlefield, but I am its champion. And step by step, draw by draw, I will uncover the truth behind the great battle of the heavens. The portals may have brought the end of the world, but they also brought its rebirth. And I'll be the one to shape it. Let the draws begin. Fuck. I told you not to call me Qin Ritian, my name is Chinhao. With a roar, I suddenly sat up from the ground, my heart pounding. Ha? Where am I? Wasn't I just arguing with Yang Laojiu? I looked around, confused by the unfamiliar surroundings. It hurts so much, my head is killing me. Just as I tried to make sense of things, a searing pain shot through my head, and a flood of memories rushed in. Red moon? Geomagnetic storm? Doomsday invasion? Global evolution? The great battle of the heavens? What the hell is all this? By the time the pain subsided, I was drenched in sweat. My mind finally cleared, and I realized what had happened. I had traveled through time. I was now in a parallel world, in the body of an 18-year-old boy who shared my name. This Chinhao was an orphan, but his parents had left him a 3-bedroom apartment in the city center and over $3 million in cash. Both parents are gone, but I've got money and a house. Isn't this the ultimate comeback? I muttered to myself. Before this, I was just a regular office worker living the 996 grind, dreaming of owning a 3-bedroom apartment someday. Now, I had it all handed to me. But just as I was fantasizing about my new life, another wave of memories hit me like a bucket of cold water. Damn it! The world's ending? One day ago, a massive geomagnetic storm had swept the globe. In an instant, most electronic devices failed, communication, networks, precision equipment, all gone. Only basic power equipment slowly came back online after a day. The moon in the sky had turned a terrifying blood red. Then, giant words appeared in the sky, visible to everyone: congratulations. You are about to evolve. The message was in every language, understood by all. Before anyone could react, the words changed. Unfortunately, I must inform you that Blue Star has been requisitioned. It will soon become a battleground for the heavens and worlds. Countless races will fight an evolutionary battle here, and the final winner will earn a chance to ascend. To ensure fairness, I will unlock the genetic shackles of humanity, allowing you to awaken your talents. If you wish to survive, fight hard in this great battle of the heavens. In 1 hour, 1 million heavenly portals will appear across Blue Star. The first wave of participating races will enter through these portals. During this battle, natural disasters, monsters, and supply crates will appear randomly to increase the challenge. Good luck! The words vanished, replaced by a countdown. Panic spread, but soon, people discovered they had awakened various talents. My predecessor had awakened a sea-level talent, defensive stance, which could temporarily boost defense. As for how he died? He'd been mentally unstable since his parents died in a car accident. The Doomsday announcement pushed him over the edge, and he overdosed on sleeping pills. That's when I, Shinhao from Earth, took over. But why did I end up here? I wondered, though I had no answers. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. Suddenly, I felt a strange sensation. More information flooded my mind. Gene shackles unlocked. Talent awakening in progress. Congratulations! Talent awakening successful. You have obtained a special talent, Mysterious Capsule. Mysterious Capsule, unique special talent. Effect, receive 10 mysterious capsules daily. Each capsule can randomly grant a prop, talent, superpower, or creature from the universe. Note, it can truly open anything in the universe. So, I'm the chosen one from those online novels? I muttered, stunned. But then, excitement took over. Without hesitation, I activated my talent. A flash of colorful light, and a small silver box appeared in my hand. Inside were 10 thumb-sized silver capsules. Is this the mysterious capsule? I picked one up, examining it closely. It's like a blind box. I hope I get something useful, talents, weapons, anything to help me survive. With a deep breath, I opened the first capsule. It vanished instantly, and a line of text appeared before me. Congratulations! You have obtained an infinitely large capsule space, capable of storing all your rewards. Capsule space? I blinked, slightly disappointed. Shouldn't this be a freebie? Why did it use up one of my capsules? I sighed but quickly reassured myself. It's fine. I get 10 capsules a day. No big deal. I picked up the second capsule and opened it. Congratulations! You have acquired the innate ability, Violent Heart. Violent Heart, sea-level superpower. Effect, temporarily increases combat power by 1 to 5 times and blocks all pain. Note, after the effect ends, you will enter a weakened state. Not bad. At least it boosts combat power, I said, glancing down at my thin, frail body. My predecessor was nearly 1.8 meters tall but as skinny as a twig. No muscles, no fat, just skin and bones. Curious, I stripped off my pajamas, even my underwear, and looked down. At least the family jewels are intact, I muttered, relieved. Alright, time to see what else I can get. I reached for the third capsule, eager to see what fortune or misfortune awaited me next. The heavens system has been loaded. My heart was racing, my hands trembling with excitement. I could feel my pulse pounding like a drum, and I had to take a moment to calm myself down. I didn't want to die from sheer excitement before I even got started. After putting my pajamas back on, I stretched and took another look around the room. I was in a spacious bedroom with an attached bathroom, probably the master bedroom. The layout was cozy, with furniture arranged in a way that felt comfortable and inviting. After using the bathroom, I stood in front of the mirror, examining my new face. This face could make me a gigolo. Rich women would probably fall for me in no time, I muttered, running a hand over my smooth skin. Satisfied, I walked out of the bathroom and began searching the room. The computer wouldn't turn on, likely fried by the geomagnetic storm. The same went for the phone. In the bedside drawer, I found a wallet. Inside were an ID card, a student ID, a meal card, a few bank cards, and some cash. I tossed the wallet back into the drawer and glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:36 p.m. The window was dark, confirming it was nighttime. According to my memories, Blue Star had 24 hours before it became the battleground of the heavens. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out from outside. What's going on? I rushed to the window and looked down. From the 18th floor, even with the streetlights, I could only make out vague, swaying figures. Bang! Bang bang bang! More gunshots. This time, I spotted the source, a figure shooting at several swaying shapes near a building diagonally across from mine. The shooter retreated into the building, disappearing from view. It's too far to see what those things are, I muttered, frowning. In the small garden below, an oval blue portal about 3 meters tall stood, and more figures were emerging from it. After watching for a few more seconds, I lost interest. The mysterious capsules were far more intriguing than whatever was happening outside. I sat back down on the bed, my excitement barely contained. Please, goddess of luck, bless me with some food supplies or weapons, I whispered, opening the next capsule. Congratulations! You have won 1 million cans of beef. Canned beef, 500 grams of fresh beef. The reward has been stored in the capsule space and can be claimed at will. Nice! 1 million cans of beef. I'll be eating beef until I'm 100. I exclaimed, pumping my fist in the air. A virtual screen appeared in front of me, resembling a game inventory. It had 100 slots, with the first one displaying the canned beef icon and a count of 1 million. Schwang schwang schwang, I laughed, feeling like I'd hit the jackpot. I reached for the fourth capsule, but before I could open it, lines of text appeared in front of me, visible to everyone on Blue Star. The system of the grand battle of all heavens has been loaded. Blue Star optimization has been completed. All hidden areas have been fully opened. Natural disasters, monsters, and airdrop supplies will be randomly refreshed. The first batch of participating races has been deployed. Multi-language real-time translation system loaded. Personal panel loaded. Chat channel loaded. Honor system loaded. Honor mall loaded. Note, only by killing units of other camps can you earn honor points. No rewards or penalties for killing units of the same camp. Explore other hidden rules on your own. This system is visible only to the user and can be summoned with consciousness. Optimization complete. The preliminary stage of the Battle of Evolution has officially begun. The system's arrival sent waves of excitement through everyone. The chat channel exploded with activity almost instantly. I quickly checked the nearby channel to see what others were saying. Big Orange, heads up. The first race to appear is the Undead Clan. Most are low-level zombies. Radish is not ginseng, I'm on the 3rd floor. Those things wandering downstairs are zombies. They look terrifying. Invincible God, what talents did you guys get? I awakened an A-level superpower, Invincible Stance. Any beauties need protection? The messages were coming in too fast to keep up. I closed the nearby channel and focused on the system. The interface was divided into 4 sections: Personal Panel, Chat Channel, Honor System, and Honor Mall. The Honor Mall and Honor System were locked, likely requiring certain conditions to unlock. The Chat Channel had 5 subchannels. World Channel, all races on Blue Star could speak, but required a certain honor value. Faction Channel, same as World Channel. Regional Channel, divided by country, allowing people in the same region to chat. Friend Channel, for private communication. Nearby Channel, for people in the same faction within a certain range. Next, I opened the Personal Panel. Name, Chinhao, age, 18, faction, Blue Star human race, honor level, no level, honor value, 0, is this it? No stats? Not even my talent is listed? I muttered, a bit disappointed. But I quickly shook it off. Better than nothing. I sat on the bed, thinking. The honor system and honor mall probably required killing alien units or monsters to unlock. If I stay hidden at home, I'll fall behind. This is like a new game, you've got to stay in the first echelon, or you'll get crushed. In an instant, I knew what I had to do next. Use your talent to make 10 consecutive draws every day to get rewards, and then kill aliens and monsters to get honor points. I am a hardcore gamer. Xin Hao, with a high-spirited face, directly opened the fourth mysterious capsule. Dreams of congratulations. You have obtained an E-level item, Colt Revolver, Evaluation. This is an ordinary revolver, which can load 6 rounds of ammunition and is equipped with 50 rounds of ammunition. The pistol turned out to be a revolver. Looking at the information in front of him, Xin Hao's eyes flickered with light. Firearms are a man's romance. After calling out the capsule space item bar impatiently. In the second compartment is a very beautiful silver-white revolver. In the third grid is a bullet icon, and the number is 50 rounds. Following Xin Hao's thought, the revolver came out directly from his hand. Handsome. It's so cool. After carefully playing with it in his hand, he took out a box again. With a handsome wave of his hand, the revolving magazine loaded with bullets was thrown out. After inserting 6 bullets in sequence, Xin Hao once again waved his hand handsomely and returned the bullet nest directly to its position. This thing is not a pistol, it is just an extra life. After putting the revolver and bullets in his hand into the capsule space, he simply took out all the remaining 6 mysterious capsules and opened them all at once. Congratulations! You get 1 million tons of pure water. Evaluation, Source of Life, individually packaged in 1 liter, convenient and fast. Congratulations! You have obtained an E-level prop, a sharp machete. Evaluation, a half-meter-long machete is no longer considered contraband. Please feel free to use it. Congratulations! You obtained an E-level prop, a cold-proof jacket. Evaluation, a well-fitting black jacket, cold-proof and warm. You deserve it. Congratulations! You got a ripe apple. Evaluation, a mediocre red apple. Let's try how it tastes. Congratulations! You got a piece of barbecue bibimbap. Evaluation, with it, at least you don't need to go hungry. Congratulations! You have obtained an E-level prop, high imitation doll. Evaluation, a certain world superstar compares it to the same style, with front/back curve, temperature, and voice capabilities. It has all the functions you want. Awesome! 1 million tons of pure water. Do you want me to drink it until I'm cremated? Looking at the pure water mark in the storage grid, Xin Hao felt that he was simply not too lucky. At this moment, he even had an idea in his mind. That is to find a place to lie down. Relying on purified water and canned beef, I smoked 10 times a day until I was invincible. But after thinking about it again, I felt that this idea was a bit unreliable. Everything outside is changing rapidly now. If you stay coy, you may miss out on a lot of things, and in the end the gains outweigh the losses. As for the half-meter-long machete, there is nothing to say. It is an essential weapon for self-defense. The black jacket is also something that is currently used. After all, from memory, it's already December. The weather outside can freeze a dog to death. As for apples and barbecue bibimbap, consider it dinner. Nothing to say. Xin Hao directly took out the apples and barbecue rice and placed them on the study table. Then, he looked curiously at the 1.7-meter-tall simulation doll in the storage compartment, with a hot figure, protruding front and back, and wearing only a black lace gauze skirt. Beautiful, sexy, seductive. The cost of 36E is enough to kill most women instantly. Xin Hao suddenly raised his hand, slapped himself on the face, and then wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Shameful, so shameful that you reacted to a realistic doll. It's the end of the world, how can we be without women? Second brother, if you bear with me a little longer, I'll give you the whole thing one day. We won't use this silicone one for now. After lowering his head and glancing at his second brother who had already begun to salute, Xin Hao began to launch a fierce attack on the barbecue and bibimbap in front of him. After eating and drinking enough, Xin Hao, who was a little tired, lay down on the bed and rested. This night is destined to be a night full of killing. Countless natural disasters have descended on various parts of Blue Star. Extreme cold, scorching heat, storms, earthquakes, acid rain, fog, etc., take turns. Not only that. Various cannon fodder-level monsters emerged from millions of time and space portals and appeared all over the world. Goblins, zombies, green dwarves, imps, slugs. The undead clan that was the first to enter the battlefield of the great battle in the heavens has begun to pass through millions of portals one after another and step into the land of Blue Star to carry out wanton killings. Just one night. Of the 6 billion humans on Blue Star, nearly a quarter have been killed or injured, but most of the dead are the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Similarly, there are countless humans who have gained glory points by killing monsters and alien races, and have opened the glory system and glory mall. At this moment, the evolutionary battle for all mankind begins. Click. A deafening thunder woke Qin Hao from his sleep, and he suddenly sat up from the bed. Is it raining? After turning on the light, I glanced at the clock on the wall. I found it was just 5:30 in the morning. Got out of bed and walked to the window. Qin Hao found that it was pouring rain outside, and lightning kept lighting up in the sky, followed closely by deafening thunder. Strange. Shouldn't it snow in winter? It was raining so hard that I couldn't see the outside clearly. After standing by the window for a while, Qin Hao returned to the bed and sat down. At this time, he was no longer sleepy. Although all the electronic equipment on the entire Blue Star was scrapped. But the electricity, water, and gas were still magically not cut off. It's time. I have to find a way to activate the honor system and honor mall as soon as possible. After raising his hand and rubbing his face, Qin Hao took out a black jacket and put it on. Then he put the revolver and machete in a convenient position. After preparing everything, he walked out of the bedroom directly, but he didn't rush out. Instead, he checked the house inside and out first. After confirming that there was no problem, he walked towards the door. After leaving the house, Qin Hao hesitated for a moment, then took the elevator down to the first floor. Ding! The moment the elevator door opened, Qin Hao directly raised the revolver with both hands and aimed at the outside of the elevator. No one. After a sigh of relief, he walked out of the elevator directly. Thump thump thump, a sound of footsteps came. Qin Hao, who had been relaxed, became nervous again. Almost in an instant, a staggering figure ran out towards the side. The hideous and terrifying face, gray-white skin, and tattered clothes all proved that this thing was not a human. It was a zombie. Bang bang bang! Without any hesitation, Qin Hao raised his pistol and pulled the trigger at the zombie's head. Very lucky. Only one shot missed. The other 2 shots all shot into the zombie's forehead. At the moment the zombie fell down, Qin Hao's face showed a smile. Successfully killed the E-level zombie. Gain 1 honor point. At this moment, a hurried sound of footsteps came from the distance again. Listening to the sound, it seems that there is more than one. 3 ferocious-looking zombies rushed into the elevator, waving their rotten arms and roaring. Fuck! Go to hell! The moment the first zombie rushed into the elevator, Qin Hao raised the revolver with both hands and pointed it at the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet directly hit the zombie's forehead, and the huge impact caused the fast-charging zombie to fall backwards and fall out. At this time, the second and third zombies were only 2 or 3 meters away from Qin Hao. With a strong desire to survive, Qin Hao, who was knocked back 2 or 3 steps by the recoil, gritted his teeth, suppressed the fear in his heart, quickly pointed the muzzle of the gun at the head of the second zombie, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle of the revolver was almost pointed at the zombie's head and fired. The zombie, who had already stretched out a hand to Qin Hao's shoulder, flew backwards. Qin Hao was also shaken back several steps by the recoil. At this time, the third zombie had already rushed over, grabbed his clothes with both hands, and stretched out its rotting head, trying to gnaw at his flesh and blood. Fuck! Furious heart! With a roar, Qin Hao directly released his superpower. Bang bang bang! Almost instantly, he felt as if the blood all over his body was on fire, and his heart was beating as fast as a drum. It was as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline, and a violent force was running wildly through his body. Power surges. Endurance soars. Physical strength soared. Fuck you, uncle, go to hell! With a roar, Qin Hao directly used his shoulder to knock the zombie in front of him away. The moment the zombies landed, He directly took out a half-meter-long machete from the storage space, rushed to the zombie, slashed it on its head. After cutting off the zombie's head, Shinhao, with red eyes, suddenly turned his head and looked at the slowly opening elevator door with a ferocious expression. I am a resident here. Wang Danian lives in room 1602. A middle-aged man in a suit who had just walked out of the elevator was frightened when he saw Shinhao's fierce look. What do you want to do? Shinhao stood up from the ground with the blood-stained machete in his hand, and slowly walked towards Wang Danian, asking questions as he walked. It's early in the morning and it's still raining outside. What are you doing here? Do you want to go out? I just heard gunshots. I came down to see what was going on. Wang Danian raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and kept pressing the door button of the elevator door with his other hand. Dang Shinhao suddenly waved his right hand, slashed the machete on the wall next to Wang Danian, and questioned, Do you think I will believe it? Really? I'm not lying. Wang Danian explained with a panic look on his face, some of the owners of our unit in Building 26 contacted each other yesterday to form a Doomsday Mutual Aid Association. I was sent down to inquire about the news. Shinhao turned his head and glanced at the zombies that had begun to slowly disappear on the ground, and then looked at Wang Danian in front of him again. Doomsday Mutual Aid Society? How did you contact me yesterday? Why didn't you contact me? Wang Danian turned his head and glanced at the sharp machete next to his head, and then said tremblingly, The initiator is Mr. Lee from the 15th floor. He awakened the B-level attack talent, and then knocked on the door one by one. Contact everyone. He said he would protect everyone, as long as you listen to him in the future. Not everyone is willing to join. Only people who have awakened their garbage talents and have no ability to protect themselves will join this mutual aid association. After the system appeared last night, Mr. Lee knocked on the door one by one and asked us to add friends and set up a private chat group. He also said that he would continue to contact other residents who have not joined in the past few days to join the mutual aid group. Wang Danian sighed. There's nothing I can do about it. The talent I awakened is an E-level talent called, Cooking Must Be Delicious, but it's of no use in the apocalypse. As if he had accepted his fate, Wang Danian closed his eyes after speaking and put on an expression of love. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I wish you good luck. Shinhao raised his hand and patted Wang Danian's face, then took out his machete and walked into the open elevator. He felt that his violent state was about to disappear, and he had to hurry up and return home before entering a weak state. Through Wang Danian's words, he understood that there was no peace in this unit, and Mr. Lee was probably not the only one who was ambitious. The end is coming, and the constraints of law and morality have disappeared. Anyone who has awakened a powerful talent will probably be ready to take action. They may not dare to attack monsters or aliens, but they must dare to extend their claws to their own kind. A few minutes later, Shinhao returned to his home. At this time, the violent state of his body disappeared and he fell into a weak state. After Shinhao entered the elevator, Wang Danian breathed a sigh of relief, then took another elevator to the 16th floor and returned to his home. After washing my face, he communicated with Mr. Lee through the chat channel. Mr. Lee, the one who shot on the first floor, was the orphan Shinhao who lives on the 18th floor. He seemed to have changed and became more powerful. He even killed several zombies. I know, you have a good rest. Mr. Lee, who lives on the 15th floor, glanced at the information in the chat channel and stopped paying attention. The fair-skinned woman hummed softly and asked softly, Mr. Lee, you must protect me, you must. Don't worry, you can eat whatever I have to eat. Mr. Lee said perfunctorily while holding the fair-skinned woman in his arms. A few minutes later, Mr. Lee climbed off the fair-skinned woman and walked towards the bathroom. Mr. Lee's full name is Lee Toyota. He is 35 years old. He has opened a small decoration company in Jizhou City. He owns a car and a house, and is worth about 5 to 6 million. When the end came, he happened to take his secretary home to play poker. His awakened talent is the B-level superpower Heart of Steel, which can turn the skin of his body into steel, making him not afraid of damage from swords and guns. It is precisely because of this that his ambition continues to expand. He began to contact other residents and established a Doomsday Mutual Aid Club through coercion and inducement to achieve his own selfish desires. He had seen the orphan Shinhao on the 18th floor that Wang Danian mentioned before. But I am not familiar with him, I only know him as a cowardly, timid, and lonely person. He actually had a gun in his hand. Gotta find a way to get it. After taking a shower, Lee Toyota began to think about it in his mind. Sign the contract, please collect, recommend, invest, and continue reading. Thank you. A good person. It took Shinhao more than an hour to recover from his weak state after lying on the sofa. After his mental state recovered, he got up and walked towards the kitchen. After checking, he found that there were only 5 packs of instant noodles, 3 chicken hams, and 4 eggs left at home. Apart from that, there was nothing else to eat. The refrigerator was even empty. After recalling, Shinhao remembered that his predecessor usually lived in the school and had just returned from school the day before yesterday, so there was no food at home. The only food was bought at the convenience store at the entrance of the community. My predecessor was really a coward. Through some past memories, Shinhao found that his predecessor was simply a cowardly, timid, and very lonely soft egg. With such a cowardly character, it is normal for him to have a mental breakdown and commit suicide by taking pills. Brother, just go to heaven to find your parents. I will make this body live vigorously. After muttering to himself, Shinhao happily cooked 2 packs of instant noodles and added ham and eggs. In order to reward himself, he also took out a box of canned beef as a snack. The 4 zombies killed before provided him with 4 points of honor, but the honor system was still not activated, probably because the honor was not enough. And he also found that the dead monsters would disappear. In his wild thoughts, Shinhao ate all the food in front of him. After eating and drinking, he took out the revolver, then took out 5 bullets and stuffed them into the cylinder one by one, and then took out the machete and wiped it carefully. After doing all this, he went into the bathroom and took a hot bath. After taking a bath, the sky outside the window was already bright. But the rain outside was still heavy, with no sign of stopping. Faintly, some figures can be seen swaying back and forth in the rain in the courtyard of the community downstairs. The blue portal in the center still did not disappear. Looking at the surrounding buildings, Shinhao found that he was not the only one standing by the window, and many people were standing by the window looking downstairs. In fact, everyone knew it very well. Now we have just entered the doomsday, and everyone has more or less food in their homes, so there is no need to worry about food. Of course, most people have already started to prepare for a rainy day. In each unit building, a large and small Doomsday Mutual Aid Association has been established, and the president is a person who has awakened a powerful talent. However, there are also many people who did not join various mutual aid associations, but hid at home to watch the development of the situation outside. This part of people basically has enough food, and has awakened some talents that are enough to protect themselves. After Shinhao stood by the window and observed for a while, he returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down, and summoned the silver box containing the mysterious capsule. After opening it, 10 mysterious capsules appeared again in the originally empty silver box. Without any hesitation, Shinhao started to draw 10 times in a row. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 million explosive grenades, ordinary military standard grenades, 5-meter explosion range, 20-meter radius killing range, evaluation. With it, you can blow up whoever you want. Throw one at anyone you don't like. Congratulations! You have obtained sea-level superpower, firepower, allows you to skillfully control part of the power of fire. This superpower can be upgraded. Evaluation. It may not be very powerful now, but at least it can make you immune to most of the damage of fire. Congratulations! You have obtained 357 magnum bullets. Evaluation. You can load it into your Colt revolver. Congratulations! You have obtained a bunch of ripe bananas. Evaluation. It can supplement nutrition. Congratulations! You have obtained a sexy black lace dress. Evaluation. This doesn't seem to be suitable for you, but it's okay if you really want to wear it. Congratulations! You got an ion cutter, low-end version. Evaluation. It can cut most metal materials. Congratulations! You got a delicious Kung Pao chicken rice bowl, evaluation, this is a delicious rice bowl, worth having, congratulations. You got the Otherworld magazine, Monster Girl Handbook, evaluation, this is a popular Monster Girl encyclopedia in the Otherworld, congratulations. You got a gold bar, evaluation, a 500-gram gold bar, congratulations. You got a box of small umbrellas, evaluation, you won't have to worry about it when playing poker, I actually got 1,000,000 grenades. I'm rich, Hada. Seeing the first reward he got, Shinhao jumped up from the sofa excitedly. With 1,000,000 explosive grenades, who would fight in close combat in the future? Just stand at a distance and throw grenades. Awesome. Awesome crass. Looking at the fist-sized black explosive grenade in his hand, Shinhao was shaking with excitement. Resisting the urge to throw a bullet from the window to test its power, he closed his eyes and felt the new sea-level talent he had just acquired. The power of fire. A ball of constantly jumping flames was suspended in his sea of consciousness. His mind moved. Bang! A fist-sized flame ignited in Shinhao's palm. This is so cool. Looking at the flame that kept jumping in his palm, he was as excited as a child who had just got a new toy. The flame did not cause any damage to his palm, but he could clearly feel that the temperature of the flame was very high, at least several hundred degrees. This can be considered a magic attack. Shinhao clenched his fist hard, and the flame disappeared. What exactly is the Monster Girl manual from another world? Just as he was about to take out the Monster Girl manual from another world to appreciate it, there was a sudden knock at the door. Dong dong dong, who could it be? Could it be that Mr. Lee came to the door? Shinhao frowned slightly, stood up from the sofa, and walked towards the door softly. Observe through the cat's eye on the security door. He found a man standing outside the door, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing black casual clothes, with a short haircut, and a bad face. Knock, 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 excuse me, is anyone home? The person outside the door was Lee Toyota, who lived on the 15th floor. After thinking about it at home, he planned to come and have a friendly exchange with the cowardly Shinhao. He didn't think that a cowardly person would suddenly change his temper and become extremely powerful. This was nonsense. How could such a softy be worthy of owning a gun? Only heroes like him were worthy of owning a gun. Hello, I am Lee Toyota, who lives on the 15th floor. We have met before. Now everyone in our unit is helping each other. I hope you can join in. We can provide you with the necessary food and protection. You can't deal with those monsters outside by yourself. It's the end of the world. We need to keep each other warm to survive. Please believe me, I am a good person. I am thinking about everyone's safety. Signed, please collect, recommend, invest, and read, thank you madman. Hee good guy? Go and fool the devil. Looking at Lee Toyota, who looked sincere outside the door through the cat's eye, Shinhao muttered in his heart, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. The man outside the door who looked like a bad guy might be Mr. Lee, the initiator of the Doomsday Mutual Aid Association mentioned by Wang Danian. He said a lot of lies outside the door, just to trick himself into opening the door, and his purpose was probably the revolver in his hand. I just don't know what his awakened B-level talent is. I remember your name is Shinhao, right? I know you are hiding at home, open the door quickly. Lee Toyota, who was standing outside the door, seemed to have lost his patience, with a hint of ferocity on his face, and raised his hand and slapped the security door hard. Bang 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 bang, open the door quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lee Toyota felt that it was impossible for an 18 or 19-year-old college student to make any waves in his hands. Besides, he was still a soft egg. Even if he dared to go downstairs to kill the zombies now, he was still a softy at heart. Is this his true form? He is too naive. Looking at Lee Toyota, who was standing outside the door and slapping the security door with his hands, Shinhao showed a sneer on his face, took out his revolver and pointed it at Lee Toyota's chest through the door. Just now, he suddenly remembered a sentence he had heard before. When you encounter a threat, please eliminate the source of the threat to you as soon as possible. This method may be a little difficult in a society with a sound rule of law. After all, killing is against the law. But now, the end of the world is coming, and all shackles will gradually disappear. As long as you are brave enough and cruel enough, it will be fine. Bang 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 bang. When you see the king of hell, remember to say hello for me. If it was before the time travel, Shinhao might hesitate and be afraid, but now he just wants to eliminate all threats in the bud. At the moment of pulling the trigger, he was extremely nervous, and he couldn't tell whether he was afraid, panicked, or excited. 4 bullets were fired one after another, piercing the security door and shooting at Lee Toyota's chest. However, Lee Toyota reacted quickly. Before Shinhao pulled the trigger, the hair on his body stood up, and he felt extremely uneasy and scared. Without any hesitation, he directly released his innate ability. The skin on his body instantly turned into steel. Clang clang clang. After the 4 bullets penetrated the security door, they all hit Lee Toyota's chest, which had turned into steel, and then fell to the ground. Except for making Lee Toyota, who was angry, take a few steps back, it did not cause any substantial damage to him. After all, the security door also reduced the power of a large part of the bullets. However, this also successfully angered Lee Toyota. He didn't expect that Shinhao, who thought he was a soft egg, would hide behind the door and shoot directly at his chest, or even shoot 4 times in a row. This was simply trying to kill himself. However, he did not expect that his awakened innate ability would be so powerful that it could resist bullets. If he had known this, why would he come to steal a gun? Fuck you. You dare to shoot me? I'm going to kill you. Lee Toyota, who was furious, accelerated and slammed into the security door with his completely metal body. Bang! The huge force directly dented the security door. Open it for me. After failing to open the security door, Lee Toyota took 2 steps back and slammed into the security door again, smashing it with his metal fist. Bang 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 bang. Fuck. This grandson's ability is to make his body metal, and bullets can't penetrate it. I miscalculated. The moment Lee Toyota's body turned into steel to block the bullet, Shinhao's head was stunned. He knew he had miscalculated. However, he did not fall into panic. After forcing himself to calm down, he took out the plasma cutter he had obtained from the storage space. This is a 20 cm long black handle with an on-off switch. After turning it on, a half-meter long blue plasma beam emerged from the handle. Puff! At the moment the security door was knocked down. Shinhao gritted his teeth, held the plasma cutter with both hands and slashed at Lee Toyota. However, Lee Toyota reacted quickly. He dodged sideways. Zzzz! The blue flame formed by plasma directly brushed his shoulder, leaving a deep scar on it. This also made Lee Toyota, who had just rushed in, show a trace of panic on his face. However, in a flash, the metal on his shoulder turned into liquid, slowly repairing the injury caused by the plasma cutter. Haha, my innate ability is B-level. Do you understand? After taking a look at the injury on his shoulder, Lee Toyota's face showed arrogance again. Shinhao, right? As long as you hand over all the weapons and guns in your hands, I will be merciful and spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Do you believe what you said? Looking at the arrogant and fearless Lee Toyota, Shinhao's face turned very ugly, holding the plasma cutter in both hands and retreating towards the bedroom behind him. This plasma cutter is not as indestructible as he imagined. Why don't I believe it? But do you have a choice? Lee Toyota looked at Shinhao, who was retreating into the bedroom, with a playful expression of cat playing with mouse on his face. He didn't believe that this kid dared to jump from the 18th floor through the window, unless he could grow a pair of wings, but this was obviously impossible. The current situation is like catching a turtle in a jar. Shinhao hiding in the bedroom is naturally a turtle in a jar. However, he didn't have the consciousness of being a turtle in a jar. In the continuous retreat, he was frantically thinking about how to solve the current dilemma. Although Lee Toyota, who has become a steel body, is not invulnerable, ordinary weapons can hardly cause substantial damage to him. Pistols can't hurt him, nor can plasma cutters. I'm afraid that the power of fire can hardly pose any threat to him. Should I use explosive grenades? After weighing it in his mind, Xinhao gritted his teeth, took out a blast grenade, pulled out the safety pin, and threw it at Li Fengtian, who was standing in the living room. "I'll give you a big treasure." Almost at the moment the blast grenade was thrown, he directly released the violent heart ability, quickly closed the door, and then hid in the corner and huddled up to minimize the damage to himself. Boom! Li Fengtian, with an arrogant face, looked at the blast grenade flying towards him, a trace of horror appeared on his face, and turned and ran. However, he had just turned around, and the blast grenade fell at his feet and exploded directly. The moment of the explosion. Countless shrapnel shot into his steel body, and the huge shockwave directly shook him out and smashed him into the corridor. Li Dongtian was not killed by the explosion. The steel body turned into liquid, constantly repairing the injured body. However, the huge shock wave caused serious internal injuries to his internal organs. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. Damn! Madman! This is a madman! Seeing Xinhao standing at the door of the bedroom with blood oozing from his features and a miserable look on his face, but still holding an explosive grenade in his hand, Li Toyota immediately became scared, got up from the ground, and staggered towards the stairwell. He didn't dare to take the elevator. Who knows if this madman will throw a grenade into the elevator? Please read later. Boom boom boom. Under the threat of grenades, the injured Li Toyota fled in embarrassment. Xinhao was still leaning against the cracked doorframe with a nervous look on his face, holding an explosive grenade tightly in his hand. It's not that he doesn't want to kill Li Toyota right away, but in his current situation, he is not sure of killing him with one hit. Who knows how many grenades Li Toyota can withstand? Anyway, his small body cannot withstand 2. Ahem! After spitting out a large mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, his legs gave way and he collapsed on the ground. Since the violent heart state was turned on to improve his defense and block most of the shock waves and physical damage, Xinhao's injuries were not too serious. Although it looked like blood was oozing from his facial features and he looked miserable, he actually only suffered some minor internal injuries and some external injuries to his skin. And because the violent heart can block all pain. So even though he was vomiting blood, he didn't feel any pain or discomfort. It seems that we can no longer live here, and we need to find a new shelter immediately. After feeling that he was about to enter a weak state, Xinhao thought quickly in his mind. At the same time, he quickly put the black backpack he had prepared last night on his back and ran towards the door quickly. The entire building has a total of 26 floors. After leaving the room, he ran directly into the stairwell and ran upstairs. The moment just now. He suddenly remembered something. Although my predecessor was withdrawn and had few friends, my parents died in a car accident 2 years ago. He also lost contact with most of his other relatives. But he also has an aunt who is very good to him. And live on the 21st floor. It only took a minute. Xinhao ran to the door of room 2101, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong, auntie, are you at home? I'm Xiaohao, please open the door quickly. Auntie, open the door quickly. The extremely weak Xinhao sat down directly against the security door. He even began to suspect that his aunt was not at home. Click! The security door was suddenly opened from the inside. The moment the security door was opened, Xinhao, who was sitting on the ground, struggled to sit up from the ground with all his strength, staggered into the room, and locked the door with his backhand. You, what's wrong with you? A tall, petite, straight, black girl wearing a white turtleneck and blue jeans looked at Xinhao warily and asked. This cute girl named Zhao Zifeng is a college student who has just graduated from Jizhou University. A week ago, she had just found a job that she liked very much. Before she could report to the company, she encountered the end of the world. Her family just bought this house for her 2 months ago. I just heard someone knocking on the door. Zhao Zifeng walked to the door and checked the situation outside the door through the peephole. Then he discovered that standing outside the door was the very lonely nephew of the former landlord. He was also injured and his face was covered in blood. After much hesitation, she finally opened the door because she felt that this withdrawn and honest young man did not seem like a bad person. I'm a little injured. Who are you? Where is my aunt? Xinhao looked at the strange girl in front of him with a weak look and asked. This woman was not his aunt. After entering a weak state, he only felt a tearing pain throughout his body. My name is Zhao Zifeng. Your aunt sold the house to our family 2 months ago. Zhao Zifeng explained. As for your aunt? I heard that after she sold her house, she went abroad with her husband for her honeymoon. She and her husband went abroad for their honeymoon? Qin Hao was slightly startled. According to the memory of his predecessor, he knew that his cheap aunt had never been married. I don't know the specifics. Zhao Zifeng spread his hands towards Qin Hao. If you have a chance, you'd better ask your aunt in person. After saying that, she ran towards the living room. 1 minute later. She came back holding a medicine box. Let me bandage it for you first. You look very serious on your face. As she spoke, she squatted down next to Qin Hao, reached out and took out cotton swabs, gauze, iodine, and disinfectant from the medicine box, and helped he clean the blood and wounds on his face. I just heard an explosion from downstairs. Were you injured by the explosion? Right. Qin Hao nodded and let Zhao Zifeng help him clean the blood and wounds on his face. Although my aunt is no longer here, I can only make do here for the time being. After Zhao Zifeng wiped the blood off Qin Hao's face, he used band-aids to cover the small wounds on his face that were scratched by cement blocks. Okay, although it looks a bit unsightly like this, at least the wound will not be infected. Looking at the 4 or 5 band-aids stuck on Qin Hao's face, she nodded with satisfaction. Thanks. Qin Hao felt that the look on his face must be funny, because the smile on Zhao Zifeng's cute face could no longer be suppressed. Ahem. Zhao Zifeng may also feel a little embarrassed, and said with an embarrassed look, I think you are a little tired, why don't you go to the room and take a rest first? Thank you. Qin Hao nodded with a tired look. He was indeed a little drowsy now. Come on. Zhao Zifeng turned and walked towards the living room, bringing Qin Hao to the door of a second bedroom. Go in and rest. Thank you. Qin Hao nodded weakly at Zhao Zifeng, then opened the room and walked in. At the moment of closing the door, he looked at Zhao Zifeng standing outside the door and said seriously, remember. Don't open the door for anyone who knocks. He needed to rest now, and could only trust this cute girl. After locking the door, Qin Hao threw his backpack on the bedside, then lay down on the bed, and held the revolver in his hand just in case. Zhao Zifeng outside the door returned to her room. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Qin Hao's appearance. At least there was someone by her side, which was much better than being scared alone. Besides, this person was the nephew of the former owner, an honest and lonely teenager, and he was also injured, so he shouldn't pose any danger to herself. If he really had the ability, he wouldn't have made himself look so miserable. You know, I have also awakened my innate ability. Zhao Zifeng stood by the window, thinking in her heart, while looking at the situation outside the window. At this time, the heavy rain outside had begun to subside. She actually knew in her heart that the building had begun to be uneasy. In this doomsday, it is difficult for one person to survive. You must find some teammates to help each other. But this teammate cannot be too strong or too powerful, otherwise it will definitely be herself who suffers. And she didn't have much food left. Even if she saved some food, it would only be enough for one person to eat for 10 days. He seems not as lonely as the rumors say. Zhao Zifeng looked at the little bit of ice power emerging from her fingertips, and a thoughtful look appeared on her cute face. She always felt that this Qin Hao didn't seem to be as lonely and cowardly as the rumors said. Qin Hao, who was half asleep and half unconscious, did not know that the explosion on the 18th floor had attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. These people were arguing fiercely in the nearby People's Channel. I want to live, I live on the 22nd floor of Building 26. The explosion occurred on the 18th floor. According to my guess, the explosion was caused by 2 people fighting. Ace, aren't you talking nonsense upstairs? Everyone can guess that the explosion was caused by a fight. The key is the reason for the fight and the cause of the explosion. Mr. Lin, don't even guess what caused the explosion. Let's take a look at the small square downstairs. After the rain became lighter just now, I saw a man about 2 meters tall walking out of the blue portal. Mito, the big guy wearing armor and holding a spear, looks quite scary, but he doesn't look like a living person anyway. Sundara apple pie, I saw it too. He's dressed like an ancient military general, but he's not alive at all. He's 100% from the undead clan. Sundara apple pie, it seemed to be heading towards building 26, and the zombies wandering around the community also followed it. What? Are you coming to building 26? Almost instantly. The residents living in building 26 were all panicked and hurried to the window to look downstairs. I saw that the zombies that were wandering around in the community were all gathering towards building 26. Oops, the situation seems to be bad. Zhao Zifeng also stood by the window and looked at the zombies gathering downstairs. At this time, the leading undead general had entered building 26. This is a strong man with a height of 2.4 meters, a burly build, gray skin, and body covered with patches of corpses. It was not wearing a helmet, its long wet hair was hanging loosely, and its emotionless eyes were full of deathly silence and coldness. His naked body was only covered with a piece of rusty chainmail, and his hand the size of a cattail fan held a blood-stained spear. After walking into the lobby on the first floor, it looked around, then walked with heavy steps towards room 1001 at the corner. Boom boom boom. After walking to the door of room 1001, the military commander undead directly raised one foot and kicked the security door violently. Bang! The huge force directly kicked the security door out and hit the coffee table in the living room hard. A middle-aged woman in her 40s screamed with horror, turned around and ran towards the bedroom next to her. While running, an unknown liquid flowed down her trouser legs and formed a small stream on the ground. It was obvious that she had been frightened by the terrifying appearance of the undead general. The moment she burst into the bedroom door. Whoosh sound. The undead general threw the spear in his hand at her. Almost instantly, the huge force drove the 2-meter-long spear, directly stabbing the frightened middle-aged woman to the core. Finally, freed. Looking at the blood-stained spear emerging from her chest, the middle-aged woman suddenly showed a hint of relief on her face. After the middle-aged woman fell, the undead military commander slowly walked over, stepped on her back with one foot, stretched out his hand, and pulled out the spear. Death. It is the final destination of everyone, you should feel honored. It spoke in a very hoarse voice, as if it had not spoken for a long time. After killing the middle-aged woman, it walked into the bedroom. After looking at it for a while, it slowly walked to the front of the closet, raised its hand and plunged the spear into it. Amidst the pop sound, a childish scream sounded, and then a 7 or 8-year-old boy fell out of the closet. Click! The undead general raised his foot and stepped hard on the little boy's head. The huge force directly crushed the little boy's head, and the white brains splashed everywhere. Cruel. Ruthless. Like an emotionless killing machine. After the undead general killed 2 people in a row, his gray-white face with corpse spots never showed the slightest change in expression. When it walked out of room 1001, the entire first-floor hall was already crowded with all kinds of zombies. Kill. Kill everyone, the undead military commander said coldly. Immediately afterwards, it walked straight to the door of room 1002, raised its foot and kicked the security door into the room. This time it didn't go in. Instead, he stood at the door and watched the zombies swarming in behind him. A few minutes later, there were bursts of screams in the room. Pain is only temporary, death is eternal. There was a trace of madness on the stiff face of the undead general, and he walked towards the other 2 households step by step. Kill. Merciless killing. The undead general led a group of zombies to break into the house, and then there was a brutal killing. You know, although all humans have unlocked their genetic shackles and awakened their innate abilities, 90% of people have awakened useless talents that are useless. Therefore, when facing the brutal and powerful undead generals and a large group of zombies, these people have no ability to resist. Even if some people have awakened their combat-type innate abilities, just because they have awakened does not mean they will be able to become familiar with using their innate abilities. Psychological quality is also very important. When the undead warrior led the zombies to slaughter on the 2nd floor, all the residents around had already known about it through the nearby channel. Those who lived in building 26 were already in endless panic. especially those who lived on the third and fourth floors. In this situation, for them, it was no different from waiting to die. The most tormented was the only family on the second floor that had not been broken into. The three of them had begun to hesitate whether to jump out of the window and escape. After all, the awakened talents of their family really had no self-protection ability. What should we do now? Zhao Zifeng, who lived on the 21st floor, was also a little panicked. After hesitating for a while, she knocked on Qin Hao's door directly. Dong dong dong, hey! Are you awake? A monster has entered our unit and is killing every household. Hey! Wake up quickly, if you don't wake up, we will die. Zhao Zifeng's cute face was full of anxiety. She called out loudly and kept knocking on the door with her hands, trying to wake up Qin Hao in the room. Did he faint? After knocking for 3 or 4 minutes, Zhao Zifeng saw that Qin Hao still didn't wake up, and she couldn't help but wonder. After frowning, she turned around and ran back to her bedroom, took out the spare key, and opened Qin Hao's door. The moment the door was opened, Qin Hao, who was half asleep and half unconscious, suddenly woke up, sat up from the bed, and pointed the revolver in his hand towards the door. Who? No in the hole. Looking at Qin Hao's cold eyes and the silver revolver in his hand, Zhao Zifeng was obviously stunned and waved nervously. It's me. It's me. Don't shoot. She couldn't help but be nervous. If Qin Hao in front of her hadn't woken up or pulled the trigger when she was nervous, wouldn't she have died unjustly? At this time, Qin Hao also woke up completely, put down the revolver in his hand, raised his hand and rubbed his cheek, looked at Zhao Zifeng standing at the door and said, Sorry, I fell asleep just now. Humph, bastard. Then you can't point your gun at me. This is my home. It's not your home. Seeing Qin Hao's confused look, Zhao Zifeng was also a little angry and complained crazily in his heart. However, she still explained in a soft voice, I just knocked on the door for a long time. Maybe you didn't hear me because you were injured. My body was indeed injured before. After listening to Zhao Zifeng's words, Qin Hao nodded thoughtfully, and I should have been in a nightmare just now. By the way, how long have I been asleep? About 3 or 4 hours. Zhao Zifeng glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist, it's almost noon now. It's only been 3 or 4 hours. It feels like I've slept for a long time. Qin Hao stood on the ground and moved his aching body. He felt that his injuries should have recovered somewhat. At least it doesn't affect the action. However, it may take a few days for complete recovery. This means that the defense has improved a lot after entering the violent heart state, otherwise he would have to be seriously injured at least now. By the way, do you have anything to do with me? Qin Hao picked up his backpack and rummaged around for something, then looked at Zhao Zifeng and asked. At this time, Zhao Zifeng also remembered the reason why he came to Qin Hao, and told everything he knew with an anxious look. In the morning, an undead who looked like a military general came out of the blue portal in the small square. He was very powerful and could control the zombies in the community. Then what? Qin Hao took out 2 boxes of canned beef from his backpack and threw one of them to Zhao Zifeng, who was standing at the door. Please give me something to eat. Thank you. Zhao Zifeng smiled at Qin Hao, reached out to catch the thrown beef can, and continued, then the terrifying undead general entered our unit with a large group of zombies. From the first floor started breaking into every house and killing them. What? After hearing Zhao Zifeng's words, Qin Hao was stunned for a moment, and asked quickly, how many floors have you reached now? Let me see what the nearby people's channel says. As he spoke, Zhao Zifeng had already called out the system and entered the nearby people's channel to check. 3rd floor. We have reached the 3rd floor now. People on the 4th floor have already begun to escape upstairs. Those who have awakened the combat-type talents have begun to contact each other and are preparing to surround and kill the undead generals. There seem to be 5 or 6 people in our unit who have awakened their combat-type talents. After closing the system page, Zhao Zifeng looked at Qin Hao and asked, do we want to help? Us? Qin Hao raised his finger and pointed at his handsome face covered with band-aids, and said with a speechless expression, am I the only one who can give the undead an appetizer in the past? It seemed like he had thought of something. He suddenly looked at Zhao Zifeng and asked, "You also awakened the combat type innate ability?" Zhao Zifeng nodded and raised her right hand. Almost instantly, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and a ball of constantly rotating ice condensed in her palm. At this time, suddenly there was a loud dong sound outside the window. "What's wrong?" The two quickly ran to the window and looked downstairs, finding that someone had committed suicide by jumping off the building. It looked like he jumped from the 4th or 5th floor. Although the ground was covered with blood, the person did not fall to death directly. But it was obvious that he would not survive. Before he was completely dead, several zombies pounced on him and started biting him. Tisk life is worse than death, it's so miserable. Looking at the jumper who was being bitten by zombies, Jinhao felt that he must be regretting the decision he made at this time. At this moment, a deafening roar came from downstairs, and the sound sounded full of anger. "I guess there's already a fight downstairs." After Zhao Zifeng said something to Jinhao, he walked to the bed and sat down, then opened the can of beef and ate it. She still didn't know what the next situation would be like, so she had to seize the time to replenish her strength and get herself back to her best condition. After all, using innate abilities requires consuming physical and mental energy. Beef, which is rich in protein, is definitely the best food to replenish physical strength. Jinhao also sat down on the bed, opened the can of beef and ate it, seizing the time to regain his strength. While Jinhao were eating canned beef to replenish their physical strength, the battle on the 5th floor had already entered a fever pitch. A total of 6 people with awakened combat talents came out to kill the undead generals. All 6 of these people are men. 1 grade B, 2 grade C, and 3 grade D. Just a round of confrontation. 2 of the 3D class ones died. The only B-level psychic is a man in his 30s named Lu Jia. His awakened talent is the growth-type rage. After entering the rage state, his combat power will continue to soar. The more serious the injury, the stronger the strength and defense will become. He held a steel pipe in his hand and kept stabbing at the back of the undead warrior. 2 C-level psychics. They are Luo Jun, 29 years old, who awakened the C-level rock fist, which can make his fists as hard as rocks. Yang Jijun, 40 years old, awakened the C-level air cannon fist, which can be accompanied by an air wave on the fist to cause infrasonic damage. The talents of these 2 people are all melee attacks, and they can't reach the undead warriors at all, so it's difficult to cause any substantial damage. The 2 of them can only keep killing the zombies around them. As for the remaining D-level psychic, when the other 2 D-level psychics died, he turned around and fled downstairs. Unfortunately, 4 or 5 zombies chased him closely. "I can't beat them. Let's retreat." Lu Jia's fist hitting the undead warrior was no different from tickling him, and it didn't cause any effective damage at all. He had no choice but to run downstairs. The other 2 also fought and retreated, following Lu Jia to the stairwell. For those hiding at home, they could only say sorry. At this time, it must be important to save their own lives first. The undead warrior did not chase the 3 people who escaped, but continued to walk towards the last tightly closed security door, starting a new killing. At this time, Jinhao had finished the canned beef in his hand, drank some water, turned his head and looked at Zhao Zifeng, who was wiping his mouth beside him, and said, "I'll go out and see the situation now." "Ah?" Zhao Zifeng was slightly stunned, then stood up and said, "I'll go with you, and we can take care of each other." "No need, I can go by myself, just don't lock the door." Jinhao stopped Zhao Zifeng, who wanted to go out with him, then left the bedroom and walked towards the door. After leaving the house, he walked directly into the stairwell. Then he looked downstairs through the gap in the middle of the stairs. Some figures could be vaguely seen swaying a dozen floors below. After observing for a while, Jinhao's mouth curled up a smile, reached out and took out a blast grenade, pulled out the safety pin, and threw it directly down the gap in the stairwell. "I'll give you a big treasure." A few seconds later, a loud boom sound came from downstairs. Dust flew, and a heat wave flew up. Successfully killed an E-level zombie and gained 1 honor point. Successfully killed an E-level zombie and gained 1 honor point. Successfully killed an E-level zombie and gained 1 honor point. 3 messages appeared in front of Qin Hao. It seemed that he felt unsatisfied. He took out 2 blast grenades again, pulled out the safety pins, and threw them down the gap between the stairs. And he shouted happily to the downstairs. Fire in the hole, ear boom boom after 2 loud noises. Half of the stairs below the 10th floor were blown down. There were about 7 or 8 zombies located in the center of the explosion, which were directly blown into a pile of minced meat on the spot. The remaining zombies were also blown up by the strong shock wave, missing arms and legs, and were lying on the ground twitching continuously. The undead general who was massacring the survivors in the room was also attracted by the explosion, walked into the stairwell, raised his head and looked upward. It's not just the undead generals. The panicked survivors who were hiding at home, as well as the 7 or 8 survivors who ran to the top floor, were also attracted by the explosion. Especially the survivors hiding on the top floor ran into the stairwell with curiosity and looked downstairs to observe. Who is this person? He looks so fierce. Could his awakened natural ability be able to summon grenades? Are we saved then? With him at the bottom, at least we are safe for the time being. Ha! He looks familiar to me. He looks like Qin Hao who lives on the 18th floor, but his face is covered by a band-aid, so I can't see clearly. It's him. I heard that he has become very lonely since his parents died in a car accident. Shoo! Stop talking. One of them saw Qin Hao raising his head and looking over, and quickly reached out to stop the people who were talking around him. Qin Hao just glanced at the people hiding on the top floor, but did not speak. The continuous explosions just now caused his ears to buzz briefly, and he rubbed them with his hands for a full minute or 2 before he recovered. This also made him afraid to continue throwing explosive grenades down. After all, in this narrow stairwell, sound waves and air waves are directed towards the upper floors. Qin Hao didn't know whether he could carry the zombies, but his ears were almost unable to bear them anyway. Besides, part of the stairs below had been blown off. Zombies shouldn't be able to climb up either. So it is temporarily safe. The last 2 explosions killed 8 zombies, providing him with 8 honor points and activating the honor system. It's quite fun to blast zombies with grenades, but it's a bit hard on your ears. Maybe you should get an ear hat to wear. After muttering, Qin Hao rubbed his ears with his hands and walked out of the stairwell, heading towards Zhao Zifeng's home. Go! Did you throw the grenade just now? Zhao Zifeng, who was standing at the door, asked curiously after seeing Qin Hao coming out of the stairwell. What did you just say? My ears are ringing and I can't hear you clearly. Qin Hao pointed to his ears to indicate that he couldn't hear clearly now. Did you make the explosion just now? Zhao Zifeng looked at Qin Hao walking by and asked loudly, and made an explosion gesture with his hands. What? I can't hear what you said clearly. Qin Hao was too lazy to answer her question and waved directly to her, then walked to the sofa and sat down. Then you should rest for a while. Seeing that Qin Hao was unwilling to pay attention to him, Zhao Zifeng naturally stopped asking for trouble and turned around and walked towards his bedroom. In fact, even without asking, she knew that the explosion just now was caused by Qin Hao, and she just wanted to get a positive answer. Why are you like a curious baby who wants to ask questions clearly? Seeing Zhao Zifeng walk into the bedroom and slam the door shut, Qin Hao muttered in his heart with a speechless expression. Then, he leaned on the sofa and opened the honor system interface he had just unlocked. As always, the style is simple. Honor system, honor value, 15 points, honor level, none. After the honor value reaches 100 points, the honor level can be upgraded to black iron level. Black iron level? How come this glory level is the same as the qualifying level in a certain game in the previous life? After muttering something, Qin Hao turned off the system interface. At this moment, a strange idea suddenly came to his mind. There won't be lottery or collection of fragments in the unlocked honor mall, right? If that's the case, that's really outrageous. No. It shouldn't be. After shivering violently, Qin Hao stood up from the sofa and walked towards the balcony. The rain outside has stopped. A white sun appeared in the sky, which looked a little distorted, as if it was a fake sun. Qin Hao lowered his head and looked into the courtyard of the community, and found that the zombies had walked out of his unit. Under the leadership of the terrifying undead general, a large group of zombies moved towards the unit next door.
Run! Shinhao was not the only one to see this situation.
In the surrounding buildings, many people stood at the windows and saw it.
The people in the second unit had already begun to panic.
They stood by the window and kept shouting outside, asking for help.
Help! I am willing to give my life to anyone who comes to rescue me.
A beautiful-looking long-haired woman who lived on the second floor of the second unit stood by the window and kept shouting. Her voice became hoarse, beautiful, his face was full of despair.
In the silence of everyone, Shinhao heard a man's voice from a layer below him. Beauty, run to the top floor.
You can survive at least a little longer if you run to the top floor.
If there is a powerful person with superpowers in your unit, you will be saved.
This sentence instantly caused a chain reaction, and several people followed suit.
Yes, Beauty, just now a powerful boss came out of our unit. He threw 3 grenades and broke the stairs, so that the zombies couldn't get up. Damn! That hero is so powerful? He even has grenades. Is it a natural ability? Boss who throws grenades, are you there?
I want to be your little brother, please accept me, boss. Don't accept him, accept me, I can warm the bed and cry. Then you are not as good as me, I eat less, but I can still do it, boss, choose me.
I'm not gay.
Listening to the increasingly outrageous words outside the window, Shinhao shouted out of the window with a black face.
That's a pity. Just when everyone fell into silence,
a woman suddenly shouted loudly.
Boss, choose me. I'm a woman. I just turned 18 this year. I have big breasts, a thin waist, and a nice butt. I'm 36D. Is that okay?
Hearing this, countless men sighed in their hearts.
Why am I not a 36D who just turned 18, with big breasts and a nice butt? What do you think of an 18-year-old 36D? Are you tempted?
Zhao Zifeng, who had just walked out of the bedroom, came to Shinhao and asked with a smile.
Too big, I can't handle it.
Shinhao spread his hands to her with a smirk, and subconsciously glanced at her pair of perky peaks hidden under a high-neck tight sweater.
I don't have 36D here. Zhao Zifeng winked at Shinhao mischievously, then pointed to the zombies downstairs and asked. What should we do next? New book, please support, collect, recommend, invest, read. Thank you. Reading new books is very important. It is related to the recommendation later. Daughter at home? What should I do? Let's drink it cold.
Shinhao glanced at Zhao Zifeng next to him calmly, then turned and returned to the living room. He still has no means of self-protection. And the injuries on his body have not fully recovered. I can only stay at home and recuperate while waiting for tomorrow's 10 consecutive draws to see if I can draw out any powerful talents or props.
In this case now.
You must be careful, plan before you act, and don't act recklessly.
Are we just hiding at home and doing nothing?
Zhao Zifeng sat down on the sofa next to Shinhao with a puzzled look.
With a worried look on his face, he said, what if that military commander comes and kills the undead? Don't worry, I blew up the stairs.
Shinhao took out a bunch of bananas from the capsule space and placed it on the coffee table. Then he reached out and picked off 2 bananas, and stuffed one of them into Zhao Zifeng's white hands.
Hey, eat a banana. You won't have any worries after eating it. Ah. Zhao Zifeng was stunned when he looked at the banana in his hand. No, where did he get this big bunch of bananas from? Is this guy a Doraemon? After looking at Shinhao up and down, she felt that the tattered black jacket Shinhao was wearing was not enough to hold a large bunch of ripe bananas. Finally, she looked at Shinhao, who was peeling bananas in confusion, and asked curiously. Where did you get this banana from? Are you a curious baby? Where do you come from? So many questions. Shinhao raised his head, glanced at Zhao Zifeng, who looked curious, and then took a hard bite of the banana in his hand. I'm just curious. Zhao Zifeng stuck out his tongue at Shinhao, then lowered his head and started peeling the banana in his hand. Eat yours. It wasn't taken out of your pants anyway. After throwing the banana peel in his hand into the trash can, he reached out again and pulled a banana off the coffee table and ate it. Hi, if you don't say it, don't say it. Why is it so bad?
After muttering in his heart, Zhao Zifeng bit down hard on the banana in his hand.
Mad.
I'm very angry right now, help me get rid of my anger quickly. After Li Toyota stood on the balcony and observed for a while, he pulled the beautiful female secretary next to him in front of him.
I got it, Mr. Li.
The female secretary nodded obediently, then squatted down and started to help Li Toyota remove the fire manually.
Yes, that's it. Following every move of the female secretary, Li Toyota showed a look of enjoyment on his face.
Although he had recovered to some extent from the internal injuries caused by the grenade, he was still very angry. Especially after Qin Hao threw 3 grenades in a row and blew up the stairs, the anger in his heart started to rise. Until he just heard that a group of people around him were flattering Qin Hao, and there was a 36D top who wanted to cheat on him, he immediately became angry and jealous. He also wants a 36D big cow that is just over 18 years old, with lordosis and back.
This is simply the best of the best. Mad. Sooner or later I will kill you.
Li Toyota gritted his teeth and pressed the female secretary's head hard, and then trembled violently. He is now afraid and hateful of Qin Hao.
I want to take revenge but I dare not.
After all, he didn't know how many grenades Qin Hao had in his hand. He is not yet familiar enough with controlling his own natural abilities. Even if he becomes a man of steel, he can at most withstand the explosive power of a grenade.
If it were any more, I'm afraid all the internal organs would be shattered by the huge shock wave.
He had just awakened his innate abilities and hadn't had time to enjoy life yet.
How could he die with an orphan?
Anyway, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. After pushing the female secretary in front of him aside, Li Toyota suddenly remembered that Wang Danian upstairs seemed to have an innocent-looking daughter who had just turned 18 this year. Immediately, he sent a message to Wang Danian through his private channel.
New Year's Eve, is your daughter at home? I still have some extra food here. Please ask her to come down and get it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Li. Wang Danian was very happy to see the message from Li Toyota. He happened to be running out of food at home, so this was a timely help.
He opened the door to his daughter's room with excitement, looked at her daughter in pajamas, and said happily, Xiaoqin, Mr. Li downstairs said he has extra food for you to pick up.
You can change into something new. Go get the clothes quickly. Oh, got it, Dad. Wang Qin, who was lying on the bed in a daze, nodded obediently after hearing Wang Danian's words.
Be good, be obedient, and be polite when you meet Mr. Li. Wang Danian, who had no idea that his daughter was about to fall into the clutches of the devil, told Wang Qin and closed the door.
A few minutes later, Wang Qin walked out of the room wearing a white down jacket.
After she entered the living room, she looked at Wang Danian on the sofa with an uneasy look, and whispered in a slightly trembling voice, Dad, I'm a little scared, why don't you go with me?
I'm a little worried about you being alone.
Dad, please go with you. After hearing Wang Qin's words, Wang Danian also felt that it was inappropriate to let her go alone, so he stood up from the sofa and walked towards the door. After the father and daughter left the house, they went down the stairs to the 15th floor and knocked on Li Toyota's door.
Come in.
After opening the door, Li Toyota's eyes flashed with lust as he looked at Wang Qin, who looked innocent and tender standing at the door. After Wang Qin came in, he directly blocked Wang Danian who wanted to follow him in.
He said coldly, Danian, just wait at the door.
Ah. Oh, okay. Wang Danian suddenly felt a little uneasy, but nodded. Snapped. The security door was slammed shut by Li Toyota.
A few minutes later,
Wang Danian suddenly heard his daughter's cry in the room, and he instantly understood what was going on. After a struggle, he finally lost his temper and sat on the ground with a decadent face against the security door. Tears kept sliding down his face. He kept muttering to himself.
Qin, Daddy is sorry for you. It's Daddy who is sorry for you.
I shouldn't have brought you here and shouldn't have believed in Li Toyota, the bastard. At this moment, he hated it in his heart. Very much. He hated why he only awakened a rubbish talent. Otherwise, his daughter wouldn't be in such a situation now. After the Doomsday there are many people who have suffered the same fate as Wang Danian. When the social order collapses, it will become a world where the strong prey on the weak. The weak can only endure the constant oppression and humiliation of the strong. In the doomsday, survival will be the only motivation. No, I'm just saying, where did you get this kung pao chicken rice? Zhao Zifeng looked at Qin Hao with a shocked face as he finished eating a bunch of bananas and then took out a plate of kung pao chicken rice from nowhere and started eating it. She thought this was simply too outrageous. This large plate of steaming, colorful, fragrant and delicious kung pao chicken rice was obviously just out of the pot. She was sure it took no more than 2 minutes at most. How about you eat some too? It's delicious. Qin Hao, who was eating kung pao chicken rice to replenish his energy, raised his head and handed the spoon in his hand to Zhao Zifeng, who looked dazed. Forget it, you eat it. Zhao Zifeng waved her hand at Qin Hao with a look of rejection. She really couldn't accept sharing a set of tableware with others and eating a bowl of rice. In fact, the reason why Qin Hao kept eating was because he found that eating could speed up the repair of his injuries. He planned to recover from his injuries as soon as possible, and then go downstairs to hunt zombies, earn honor points, and increase his honor level. The head after Qin Hao finished a large plate of rice with gongbao chicken, he took out another can of beef and started eating. While eating, he looked at Zhao Zifeng and asked, "Do you want some?" "Yes." Zhao Zifeng nodded, got up and ran into the kitchen to get an empty bowl and put it on the coffee table in front of Qin Hao. "I don't have the habit of sharing a bowl of rice with others." Qin Hao lowered his head and glanced at the empty bowl on the coffee table, then took out another can of beef and threw it to Zhao Zifeng. "Thank you." Looking at the can of beef in her hand, Zhao Zifeng's cute face showed a happy smile, and she suddenly felt that Qin Hao was a pretty good person. By the way. After Qin Hao swallowed the beef in his mouth, he looked at her and said, "I suggest you kill zombies as soon as possible to earn honor points. After reaching 10 points, you can open the honor system. You have the natural ability of the ice system, killing zombies should not be difficult for you. If you want to survive, you must become stronger." Qin Hao said to Zhao Zifeng with a serious face. After that, he lowered his head and continued to eat canned beef. As for whether Zhao Zifeng would follow his advice to hunt zombies, that was not something he needed to worry about. After all, the two had just met for half a day and were not familiar with each other. After eating the canned beef in his hand, Qin Hao stopped eating. At this time, his injuries had recovered 80% of his body. The skin wounds on his body had also scabbed. After drinking some water, he looked at Zhao Zifeng, who was eating canned beef, and asked, "I want to go back to the 18th floor to check the situation. Do you want to go with me?" "I'll go with you." Zhao Zifeng looked up at Qin Hao. "Wait for me for a few minutes, I'll be done soon." "Okay." Qin Hao nodded, then took out his revolver and checked it. Now it's the end of the world, everyone has acquired innate abilities, so there's no need to avoid Zhao Zifeng when he accesses things. Zhao Zifeng speeded up his eating speed, almost wolfing it down. It took only 3 or 4 minutes to finish the remaining half box of canned beef. Then he drank half a glass of water. He burped with satisfaction. "Okay, I'm full, I'm going to change clothes now, I'll be done soon." As she said that, she rushed to the bedroom. A few minutes later, the bedroom door was opened. Zhao Zifeng came out in a black sportswear, with her long hair tied into a bun, like a cute girl next door. "Let's go then." After looking at the petite and cute Zhao Zifeng, Qin Hao stood up and walked towards the door. After he walked out of the house, Zhao Zifeng followed him out and locked the door with his backhand. She looked up at Qin Hao, who was a head taller than her, and asked, "Shall we take the stairs? Or the elevator?" "The elevator is not safe, take the stairs." Qin Hao took a look at the elevator, and then stuffed a half-meter-long machete into Zhao Zifeng's hand. "You can use this knife for self-defense. When you see a zombie, just chop it towards the head." "Okay." After lowering her head and looking at the half-meter-long machete in her hand, Zhao Zifeng nodded to Qin Hao. At this time, she was no longer surprised that Qin Hao could take out some things at will. She felt that Qin Hao's awakened innate ability should be similar to the ability of the dimensional pocket. Just after taking 2 steps out, she suddenly asked with a puzzled look.
You gave me the knife, what do you use?
Use it. Chin Hao turned around and swung his hand very handsomely, turning the revolver on his index finger, and then walked into the stairwell very casually.
Okay, Zhao Zifeng glanced at the revolver in Chin Hao's hand, lowered his head to look at the machete in his hand, then stuck out his tongue and followed into the stairwell. After entering the stairwell,
Chin Hao looked up at the upstairs with a smile on his face. He found that several heads were sneaking out, as if they were peeping at him. He raised the revolver in his hand and made a shooting gesture at the heads above.
Bang! After watching those heads shrink back in fear, Chin Hao laughed happily.
Everyone stay up there, I'll go downstairs to kill zombies first. Zhao Zifeng followed his gaze and glanced upstairs. After seeing those heads sticking out again, he muttered with disdain.
Humph, cowards. Don't blame them for being scared.
After all, not everyone has the courage to take the first step. Chin Hao turned around, glanced at Zhao Zifeng who was following him, and then continued to walk downstairs.
After going down to the 18th floor,
the two walked out of the stairwell directly.
Led by Chin Hao, they walked towards his home. This home is completely ruined.
Standing at the door of his house, looking at the mess inside the house, Chin Hao sighed helplessly.
But even if it wasn't blown up, it would be useless. After all, it's the end of the world. The house must be worthless.
And he can't just stay at home and be a quail.
Why are you throwing grenades for fun at home when you have nothing to do?
Looking at the furniture in the living room that was blown to pieces and the concrete blocks all over the floor, Zhao Zifeng looked at Chin Hao beside him with an expression of confusion.
Is there something wrong with this person's brain? Who would throw grenades in his own home for fun?
He even blew himself up and disfigured himself.
This is really like a little cow taking a plane, awesome. I'm not sick in the brain, how could I throw grenades in my own home for fun?
Chin Hao looked back at Zhao Zifeng, then squatted down and picked up a broken photo frame from a pile of rotten wood.
This is a family photo. A family of 3 that looks very happy.
Standing in the middle is the former body, that is, this body of his, but it should have been taken 4 or 5 years ago. On the left is a middle-aged man with a refined and handsome appearance, wearing a straight black suit, giving people the feeling of a successful person. On the right is a very beautiful long-haired woman, wearing a beautiful black dress, giving people a very elegant feeling. Now your family should be reunited, I hope your family will live happily in heaven. After wiping off the dust on the photo, Chin Hao placed the photo on a clean wooden board.
Huh? You're not taking the family portrait with you? Zhao Zifeng asked curiously after seeing his actions. I think it belongs here, so let's leave it here.
Chin Hao explained with a smile, and then pointed in the direction of the kitchen.
There should be some ham and instant noodles in the kitchen, you can take them.
Really?
I'll go and see.
Hearing Chin Hao's words, Zhao Zifeng ran into the kitchen excitedly.
She didn't want to miss any food now. Chin Hao walked to the balcony and looked at the situation downstairs. Some new monsters seemed to have been refreshed in the community. They looked like some green-skinned little demons.
They were thin and small, probably less than 1 meter tall. Big ears, big eyes, and flat nose. They looked extremely ugly. In the claws that looked like dead branches, there was a rusty broken knife, and a dirty animal skin apron was on his body. A dozen green-skinned little demons were forming a circle in the small square, dancing and screaming. The end of the world. It's a pity that it's a bit far away, otherwise I could give you a few grenades to try. After taking stock of the distance between himself and the little green-skinned devil, Chin Hao's handsome face showed a trace of regret. He had long since torn off the band-aids on his face. Although, the current appearance still affects the appearance somewhat. But a few scars can at least enhance your manliness. Putting those band-aids on your face is simply a big joke, let alone improving your masculinity. From the unit next door, there would be a burst of shrill screams from time to time. The spirit of the undead general is still killing survivors in every house. Is the so-called war of evolution meant to kill all alien races? Chin Hao couldn't help but frown when he heard a scream coming from outside the window, and punched the window frame hard with his fist. Now he had no choice but to be angry.
Don't say that he doesn't have the ability to save people now. Even if he had the ability to save people, he would not save them. He is not a Madonna, nor does he want to be one. Especially in this kind of apocalypse. Being a Madonna never ends well. The human heart is the scariest thing. It's possible that the person you just rescued will turn around and plunge the knife into your back with a fierce expression because of a little food. At least, you can't just be a bad guy. Ha! Look, look! It seems like another undead has come out of the portal. Zhao Zifeng, who had just walked to Qin Hao, suddenly raised his hand in surprise and pointed at the blue portal in the small square. Look in the direction of her finger. Qin Hao found some figures coming out of the blue portal one after another. The figures looked like some ancient soldiers. He was wearing rotten, mud-stained armor, the lining inside had been rotted into a ball, and he was holding a rusty spear in his hand. The exposed skin was covered with rotten and pus-filled corpse spots, and the flesh on his face was almost sunken. A pair of eyes has completely turned gray-white, and the pupils can no longer be seen. A full 10 minutes. 50 ancient soldiers came out one after another from the blue portal. This is clearly an army of the undead. What should I do? These undead soldiers seem to be more powerful than those zombies. Looking at the undead soldiers who were divided into 10 teams and then walked towards the surrounding unit buildings, Zhao Zifeng's face became very ugly. This Doomsday seems to be 100 times more cruel than she imagined. What should I do? Qin Hao turned his head and glanced at Zhao Zifeng, and said coldly, kill. Overcome your inner fears, become stronger, and kill all your enemies. In this evolutionary battle, either kill the enemy, or be killed by the enemy. There will never be a third outcome. I understand. Looking at Qin Hao, who suddenly became serious, Zhao Zifeng nodded thoughtfully. In fact, she knew in her heart that she was at least much better than others. Because I have awakened my natural ability in the combat system, I have the strength to fight when faced with danger. I don't have to close my eyes and wait for death. However, she was still a little unwilling. He raised his head, looked at Qin Hao and asked with an angry look on his face, but why did we choose our blue star to be the battlefield for the great battle in the world? We didn't even ask if we were willing or not. This is not fair at all. Fair? Hearing Zhao Zifeng's extremely innocent words, Qin Hao suddenly laughed. How can there be any fairness in this cruel world? If you fall behind, you will be beaten. If you don't have the ability, even if someone slaps you and makes you spin like a spinning top, you still have to grit your teeth and endure it. Smile, smile. Qin Hao's expression suddenly changed. With an angry look on his face, he took out an explosive grenade, pulled out the safety pin, threw it out the window, and shouted loudly outside the window. I don't want to be slapped in the face and spin like a spinning top. I would rather live my whole life in 996 than fight against monsters here. Fuck you. If you can, strike me to death with a thunderbolt. After venting for a while, Qin Hao's somewhat depressed heart finally felt better. However, it is a pity that the explosive grenade he just threw casually did not kill any monsters and undead. Take a few deep breaths. After adjusting your mood. A smile appeared on his handsome face, and he looked at Zhao Zifeng, who was looking at him with a horrified expression, and said softly, I'm sorry, I lost my temper just now. No, it's okay, this is normal. Zhao Zifeng showed him an awkward smile, and then glanced out the window again. Very lucky. The 10 squads of undead soldiers did not select her unit. See this result. She breathed a sigh of relief and released her right hand from the window frame. Fortunately, they didn't enter our unit. We are safe for the time being. Sooner or later. Qin Hao glanced at her, then took out his revolver and pointed it at an undead soldier downstairs. Bang, it is a pity. Due to distance issues, the bullet missed. It seems that the range and power of the pistol are still too poor. After sighing, he refilled the revolver with bullets and put it into the capsule space. Turned and walked out the door. As he walked, he said, I plan to go to the lower floors to see the situation. Do you want to go with me? Go! Without any hesitation, Zhao Zifeng nodded to Qin Hao and quickly followed him. She decided to follow Qin Hao's footsteps from now on, hug her thighs tightly, and survive in this cruel doomsday. After Qin Hao walked out of the house, the security door next door suddenly opened. A young woman wearing a sexy vest, denim shorts, and a big brown wave leaned out from behind the door. She asked cautiously, "Qin Hao, can you take me away? As long as you guarantee my safety, I can do anything." After that, she looked at Qin Hao with a nervous face and straightened her chest. She was still very confident about her figure. Before the end of the world, Qin Hao would sneak a few glances at her chest every time he saw her. Now she's here. I think he has no reason to refuse. I can do anything? Hearing the woman's words, Qin Hao stopped and a playful smile appeared on his handsome face. Almost instantly, the memory of this woman emerged in his mind. Li Xiaoyan, 26 years old this year, seems to work in a nightclub. She wears fancy clothes every day and wears as much as she can. The most exaggerated time, she went out wearing a pair of hip-length shorts and a palm-wide tube top. This woman's boudoir comrades can probably form a reinforced battalion. Really? As long as you let me follow you, I can do anything. Li Xiaoyan licked her lips and threw a coquettish look at Qin Hao. If Zhao Zifeng hadn't been next to her, she would probably have reached out and pulled off her sexy vest to show off her assets. You're a piece of shit. Seeing Li Xiaoyan's coquettish appearance, Zhao Zifeng muttered with disgust. She thought Qin Hao should look down on this frivolous woman. Sure enough, it was as she wished. Qin Hao smiled at Li Xiaoyan sincerely. "I'm going downstairs to kill zombies, you go home and wait obediently, dear, but, no buts, go back." Li Xiaoyan wanted to say something unwillingly, but Qin Hao directly pushed the security door into the room with his hand, and then closed the security door intimately. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zifeng happily gave him a thumbs up. "Well done." "Nonsense, I'm not stupid, I'm stupid to find a bus to go home." Qin Hao glared at her speechlessly, and then walked towards the stairwell. "Please recommend, collect, invest, and read, thank you Puff no, you are too mean." Zhao Zifeng was amused when he heard Qin Hao's words. "I am telling the truth." Qin Hao curled his lips, then opened the fire door and walked into the stairwell. Then, the two walked slowly downstairs. When passing the 16th floor, he met the dejected Wang Danian again, and a disheveled, crying girl. When Wang Danian saw Qin Hao, he pulled his daughter beside him with a look of fear, quickly opened the fire door and ran out. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zifeng asked with a puzzled look, "What's wrong with this person? Do we look like bad guys?" Qin Hao sneered and said, "It's not that we look like bad guys, it's that he was blind and mistook the bad guys for good guys, and even took his daughter into it." Just one look, he understood what Wang Danian had experienced. No need to think, just look at his dejected and decadent appearance, plus the disheveled, crying girl next to him. This must be because his daughter was abused by Mr. Li on the 15th floor, and then he had no ability to resist, so he could only take his daughter home with a sad face. "So that's it," Zhao Zifeng said, "but that girl is so pitiful. There are so many pitiful people, we just need to not be pitiful ourselves." Qin Hao glanced at her and continued to walk downstairs. He didn't plan to go to the 15th floor to seek revenge on Li Toyota, but this revenge would be taken sooner or later. A few minutes later, the two stopped between the 6th and 7th floors. A part of the stairs in front of them had been completely collapsed by the grenade, and even several cracks appeared on the wall. A large part of the stairs between the 5th and 6th floors was also blown up. The whole corridor was in a mess. Broken bricks and tiles were everywhere. "The stairs are broken, what should we do now?" Zhao Zifeng squatted on the edge of the collapsed stairs and looked at Qin Hao beside him. "It's only a little over 1 meter broken, it's no problem, just jump down." After looking at the stairs in front of him, Qin Hao made a decision directly. Without waiting for Zhao Zifeng to speak, he walked directly to her side and jumped down with both feet. After landing, he waved to Zhao Zifeng above, "Jump, it's very simple." Here it comes. Zhao Zifeng is not a hesitant character. After visually estimating the distance,
She took 2 steps back directly, then took a run up and jumped down, landing steadily beside Qinhao.
This is a good move.
Qinhao gave her a thumbs up, and then continued to jump to the next floor.
Of course, I exercise regularly.
Zhao Zifeng raised her eyebrows at him, and then jumped to the next floor. After the two jumped over several collapsed stairs in succession, they continued to walk towards the first floor.
When walking to the second floor,
Zhao Zifeng suddenly pointed at the shaking fire door.
It seems that someone ran out just now.
It is probably the survivors who hid, don't worry about them. Qinhao glanced at the fire door, and then continued to walk towards the first floor.
After entering the first floor,
he found that there were no monsters in the lobby on the first floor, so he walked towards the door of the unit.
Standing at the door and looking outside,
there were several zombies wandering aimlessly not far away. These zombies were probably just refreshed not long ago, so they did not follow the generals to the building to slaughter. The dozen or so green-skinned little demons were still dancing in circles in the small square. In another corner, there were a few small monsters like green jelly.
In addition,
he also found several figures at the door of the second unit of Building 22 diagonally opposite, and those people seemed to be cooperating with each other to hunt zombies.
Did you see that zombie?
Qinhao pointed to a zombie more than 10 meters away.
I saw it, what's wrong? Zhao Zifeng looked in the direction of his finger and found a naked female zombie there. Go kill it.
Me?
Yes. This is a step you must take.
Got it. Looking at Qinhao's serious face, Zhao Zifeng nodded. She knew that she had to kill the zombie in front of her, otherwise Qinhao would definitely abandon her. After all, no one would be willing to bring a useless burden. If you want to gain recognition from others, you must show your value.
After taking a few deep breaths,
she clenched the machete in her hand and slowly walked towards the zombie. Fortunately, there was only this zombie nearby, and the other zombies were dozens of meters away. When the two sides were 4 or 5 meters away, Roar the female zombie in a suspender skirt suddenly turned around, waving her rotten hands, and let out a piercing scream, running towards this side like crazy. As the severely decayed face got closer and closer to her, a very unpleasant stench entered Zhao Zifeng's nose. Resisting the fear in her heart and the urge to vomit, she waved her right hand at the zombie that was already in front of her and used her own supernatural power. Frost Fury, in an instant, countless frosts condensed in the surrounding air and shot towards the zombie's body at a high speed.
In the blink of an eye, the zombie that was running was frozen into an ice sculpture.
At this time, the zombie was less than 1 meter away from Zhao Zifeng, and one hand was about to touch her face.
Ah! Die for me!
Zhao Zifeng was extremely nervous, and her whole body was shaking constantly, but she still gritted her teeth and chopped the machete in her hand on the zombie's head.
Crack! One knife went down.
The zombie's head that was frozen into an ice sculpture was directly chopped into pieces. The brain exploded all over the sky.
I did it! I did it!
Looking at the zombie that fell in front of her, Zhao Zifeng shouted excitedly. She raised her hand and grabbed Qinhao, who had just come to her side, and said excitedly, I did it, I really did it, I killed it.
I got a little honor. Am I very brave?
You are very brave.
Great!
Qinhao gave her a thumbs up with admiration.
I have to say,
this girl who looks like a girl next door is quite courageous, at least much stronger than most girls.
Moreover, her superpowers seem to be very powerful.
Of course.
I am very brave. I will never be a burden.
Hearing Qinhao's praise, Zhao Zifeng raised her head with pride.
Believe in you.
Qinhao smiled at her and expressed his approval. In this doomsday, it is difficult to meet a reliable teammate.
If you meet one, you must seize the opportunity to join your team. We seem to have been discovered by them.
Looking at the zombies and greenskin demons gradually surrounding him, Qinhao took out a blast grenade, pulled out the safety pin and threw it out. The movement just now was not small, and several zombies wandering nearby and those dancing greenskin demons were attracted. General appears.
Boom! In a violent explosion, An unlucky zombie had its legs blown off and flew in front of Qin Hao. Even if I lose my legs.
This strong zombie still crawled towards Qin Hao with both hands.
Looking at the zombies that kept roaring,
Qin Hao felt that he had an obligation to help it escape from suffering. Bang! After taking out the revolver and shooting the zombie's head open with one shot, he turned the revolver in a circle on his index finger and put it into the capsule space.
You should feel honored to be killed by me.
At this time, the other 3 zombies were already waving their hands, screaming, and rushing over with crazy looks on their faces.
Go to hell.
Qin Hao waved his right hand at one of the zombies, using his natural ability, Power of Fire, and a fist-sized fireball condensed out of thin air.
Shoot quickly towards the zombies. Bang! The fireball hit the zombie's chest and exploded instantly. Blast a bloody hole the size of a football on the zombie's chest.
But the zombies were not killed.
It seems the power is still too low.
After muttering, Qin Hao took out his revolver, pointed it at the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. The damage caused by the power of fire was worse than he expected.
Somewhat unsatisfactory.
After making some predictions in my mind, he guessed that Zhao Zifeng's frost ability was at least B level or above. After all, she completely froze a zombie into a lump of ice in an instant.
This is absolutely terrifying.
Just when Qin Hao shot the zombie in front of him in the head, Zhao Zifeng on the side also faced another zombie. This time she no longer panicked, and stood beside Qin Hao calmly. She raised her right hand and waved it gently at the zombie 3 or 4 meters away.
A 30-centimeter long ice spike condensed out instantly and shot into the zombie's head quickly. This is another of her powers, ice spike, whoosh sound in a blink.
The ice spike shot through the zombie's head.
Awesome!
Qin Hao praised Zhao Zifeng beside him, and then pointed his gun at the last zombie.
Bang bang bang, 3 shots in a row. Gunshot to the head.
After all, at a distance of 2 or 3 meters, anyone who is not blind can hit the head accurately.
The huge impact directly sent the zombies flying backwards. This body is still a bit too weak.
After taking 2 steps back to relieve the recoil, Qin Hao shook his numb wrist with a wry smile.
At this time,
the dozen or so ugly little green-skinned demons also ran over, waving the broken knives in their hands and howling.
Kill! Kill! Eat! Eat!
Since everyone was loaded with the Zhutian real-time translation system, Qin Hao understood what these little green-skinned devils were howling.
Eat your sister!
Looking at a group of dwarfs more than 10 meters away, he took out 2 explosive grenades, pulled out the safety pins and threw them over. Then, he picked up Zhao Zifeng beside him and turned around and ran away. Boom boom, 2 explosive grenades landed among the little green-skinned demons and exploded one after another. The huge power directly blew a group of little green-skinned demons into the sky. A group of garbage. Qin Hao took Zhao Zifeng and hid behind a 2-meter-high landscape stone. He looked at a group of green-skinned little devils flying into the sky, with a smile on his handsome face.
You successfully killed the E-level green-skinned devil. Obtain 1 point of honor. You successfully killed the E-level green-skinned little devil. Obtain 1 point of honor. You successfully killed the E-level green-skinned devil. Obtain 1 point of honor. 7 prompt messages in a row made Qin Hao smile.
Not all of those little green-skinned demons were killed by the grenades, only 7 of them were directly blown into pieces of flesh and blood. The remaining 8 little green-skinned demons were only left with missing arms and legs, their intestines and stomachs were blown apart, and they were lying on the ground wailing continuously.
Go and pick up the heads, these are all yours on the ground.
Qin Hao took out bullets and stuffed them into the revolver, and said with a smile to Zhao Zifeng beside him.
Then I'm welcome. Zhao Zifeng nodded to Qin Hao with a grateful expression.
Then he stood up and ran towards the little green-skinned demons who were lying on the ground and wailing. At this time, the survivors in the surrounding buildings who were hiding at home were also attracted by the huge explosion in the community.
Continuous explosions were heard.
They guessed that the big guy who threw the grenade must have taken action again.
Everyone stood at the window and watched.
Some of them also had heated discussions in the nearby People's Channel.
Xiaojiao is not a wine person, damn it.
The boss is so awesome, he actually throws a grenade to blow up zombies and little greenskin devils.
This is simply too cruel.
People are more charming than flowers. Oh, I wish I could awaken this powerful innate ability.
Brother Tianlei, this is nothing, it's far from the ability I awakened. Luoluo, if you are so awesome upstairs, why don't you go down and kill zombies?
Why are you talking sarcastically here?
Wang Mumu, I was struck by lightning for pretending.
In an instant, countless people began to follow this sentence.
Not just in the nearby people's channel. Some people stood directly by the window and shouted loudly to Chinhao in the yard. Boss, can you give me a few grenades? I'm willing to be your little brother.
Handsome guy, please take me in. I'm willing to give birth to your babies.
We can have as many babies as you want. TSK. Who wants to give birth to babies when the world is ending? Boss, do you need a pendant on your thigh? I'm good at hugging thighs. Damn. He really has grenades.
Looking at Chinhao in the yard, Li Toyota's face showed a hint of viciousness.
This guy is interesting.
A short-haired man in camouflage clothes stood on the balcony and looked at Chinhao downstairs with interest.
Did he awaken the summoning talent?
Or did he just get the props? A beautiful woman in yoga clothes lay by the window, looking at Chinhao in the yard and fell into deep thought. At this time, Chinhao didn't know that he had been remembered by many people. Zhao Zifeng had killed all the greenskin little demons on the ground.
And also activated the honor system. Just when the two were about to go back first,
Chinhao found that there was a slight fluctuation in the blue portal in the small square. A gray-white palm stretched out.
Then came a strong arm. A strong body. A bloody battle axe.
When the figure in the portal completely walked out, he finally saw the whole picture of the body. This was a warrior undead with a height of about 2 meters. He was also wearing chain mail. Unlike the previous warrior undead, this warrior undead held a huge 2-meter-long battle axe in his hand.
After walking out of the portal,
it looked around, then roared to the sky, took heavy steps, and rushed towards Chinhao waving the huge battle axe in his hand.
Roar money for your grenades?
It's the undead warrior. Looking at the undead warrior waving a battle axe and running wildly,
Zhao Zifeng's face changed.
He stretched out his hand nervously and grabbed Chinhao's right hand.
What should we do now? Fight? Or run? Fuck it.
While running with Zhao Zifeng, Chinhao took out a blasting grenade, bit off the safety pin with his teeth, and threw it at the undead warrior behind him. Boom! The blasting grenade exploded directly under the feet of the undead warrior. The huge power directly blew it away and smashed it hard on a trash can, smashing it to pieces.
Its waist and legs were also blown into a bloody mess. But it did not suffer fatal injuries. After standing up shakily,
it raised its hand and hit its confused head a few times.
Roar after a crazy roar came out of its mouth.
It shook its head and looked around, as if it was looking for Chinhao who had injured it.
I'm going to skin you alive.
After seeing Chinhao hiding 20 or 30 meters away, it roared in a hoarse voice and rushed over again, waving the huge battle axe in its hand.
Since one grenade can't kill you, I'll give you a few more. I don't believe I can't kill you.
Looking at the undead warrior whose lower body was already bloody but not affected at all, Chinhao threw 3 explosive grenades at it again. Boom boom boom! The 3 explosive grenades fell next to the undead warrior in turn and exploded one after another. The power generated by the explosion blew the running undead warrior into the sky again, and the huge battle axe in its hand also flew out, cutting a zombie that had just been refreshed in half. After flying more than 10 meters high, the stunned undead warrior fell freely to the ground. With a sound of bang, a landscape tree more than 1 meter high was smashed directly into the ground. This time, the whole body of the warrior undead was blown into a bloody mess, and black and purple blood stasis continued to seep out. However, it was still not blown to death. It stood up from the ground staggeringly. After shaking its confused head fiercely, it raised its fist as big as a casserole and hit its temple fiercely several times.
Roar damn! Is this thing so resistant to explosions? I don't believe it.
Looking at the bloody warrior undead, Shinhao took out 2 explosive grenades and threw them at it again. Boom boom! The poor warrior undead had just woken up from the confusion, and was once again blown into the sky by the successive exploding grenades. The warrior undead in the air was blown again. It has begun to doubt the corpse.
No, it's not over yet, is it? What's the matter? Blow me up to death if you catch me? Don't your grenades cost money? Shinhao didn't know the psychological activities of the general undead.
After the general undead fell heavily to the ground again, he threw 2 more explosive grenades at it without waiting for it to stand up.
Then,
the confused general undead flew into the sky again and flew freely. Then, it fell heavily in front of Shinhao.
You are not very resistant to beatings? Only 7 or 8 grenades are enough?
Looking at the general undead lying on the ground and dying, Shinhao showed a very happy smile on his handsome face. At this time, there was no good meat on the general undead's body. There were shrapnel all over his body. A large piece of bone was blown off the bald head, revealing the white brain inside.
This is also the reason why it was seriously injured.
The biggest weakness of the general undead with thick blood and high defense is the head. No matter how serious the damage to other parts of the body is, it can slowly recover, but the head will die completely after being damaged. Shinhao walked to the side of the general undead, took out the plasma cutter, and directly inserted it into its brain, stirring it vigorously.
Congratulations! You killed the D-level general undead and got 20 points of honor, really? Such a big guy who is so resistant to be beaten is only worth 20 points of honor.
Looking at the prompt message floating in front of him, Shinhao was slightly stunned. He was not surprised that the level of the general undead was higher than that of the zombies, but he did not expect that the D-level alien race was only worth 20 points of honor. It was easier than killing 20 zombies directly. At this time, Zhao Zifeng also walked to Shinhao's side. Looking at the general undead that had become bloody on the ground, she was speechless. Sure enough, most carbon-based creatures cannot withstand the power of thermal weapons.
If they can withstand it,
that only proves that the power of thermal weapons is not strong enough. She didn't know how many grenades Shinhao had, but judging from his free-throwing method, he probably had a lot.
This guy was definitely a grenade maniac. This is a D-level warrior undead, worth only 20 honor points.
Shinhao put away the plasma cutter in his hand and said to Zhao Zifeng beside him.
It's already very powerful.
Zhao Zifeng lowered his head and glanced at the warrior undead on the ground, then swept his eyes to the surrounding buildings.
Most survivors can only wait to die when they encounter it. That's right. Shinhao nodded.
According to my guess, the strength of an E-class monster is about the same as that of an adult male. If an ordinary person encounters one, there is a great chance that he can be killed.
But the strength of a D-class monster should have surpassed the scope of ordinary humans.
Yes.
Zhao Zifeng nodded in agreement, and said thoughtfully, in fact, I think most people, even if they have awakened their talents, cannot exert their full strength. This requires some time to adjust and adapt.
In addition, you need the courage to face monsters.
And a strong desire to survive.
Shinhao raised his head and glanced at the figures standing by the window secretly watching.
In fact, most people are waiting and watching now.
No one is willing to act rashly. After all this has just started for 2 or 3 days.
Okay, let's go back and rest first. I'm a little tired.
After looking up at the sun that was about to set, he turned and walked towards his unit building.
After Zhao Zifeng looked at the figures who were hunting zombies not far away, he quickly followed.
What Shinhao didn't know was that his act of throwing grenades to blow up the general's undead had caused an uproar in the nearby channel. At this time, he had become a well-known celebrity in the entire community.
He became the subject of discussion by everyone. Someone roughly calculated.
Shinhao threw more than a dozen grenades in total.
For a while. Some people envied, some were jealous, and some hated him.
There were also some survivors who had awakened their combat talents and wanted to form their own forces. They had begun to find ways to contact Shinhao and prepare to recruit him into their team. Everyone speculated that he should have awakened a talent for summoning grenades.
This is simply a mobile human grenade library. Read later, how do I get up?
Looking at the collapsed stairs in front of him, Zhao Zifeng looked at Qin Hao beside him with an inquiring look.
After observing for a while,
Qin Hao raised his hand and pointed at the half staircase above his head. You climb up first, I'll hold you from below, and then pull me up after you get up.
This is the only way. Zhao Zifeng looked up and nodded at him.
Come up. Qin Hao squatted down, raised his hand and patted his shoulder.
Then I'll go up. Go up.
Zhao Zifeng didn't hesitate. She directly held the wall with her hands, raised her feet and stepped on Qin Hao's shoulders. After she stood firm, Qin Hao held the wall and slowly stood up.
I'm going up.
Zhao Zifeng grabbed the steps above with both hands, pushed hard, and jumped up.
After climbing up,
she turned around and squatted down, holding a section of steel bars exposed on the wall next to her with one hand, and stretched out the other hand to Qin Hao below.
Come on. Can you do it? Qin Hao asked Zhao Zifeng, who was petite. Hurry up.
Zhao Zifeng urged.
Okay.
Qin Hao no longer hesitated, took 2 steps back, then took a run up, kicked the wall with his feet, jumped into the air, and stretched out his hand to grab Zhao Zifeng's hand.
Ah!
Zhao Zifeng gritted his teeth and pulled hard, and his petite body burst out with brute force, pulling Qin Hao up in the air.
Awesome!
Qin Hao gave Zhao Zifeng, who was squatting and panting, a thumbs up and then squatted down. Zhao Zifeng understood, and with one hand on the wall, he stepped directly on his shoulder. The two cooperated with each other,
climbed up several collapsed stairs.
After this cooperation, the two gradually became familiar with each other and there was no longer any estrangement. After climbing all the way to the 21st floor, the two returned home.
After locking the door and sitting down on the sofa,
Qin Hao took out 2 cans of beef and handed one to Zhao Zifeng, who was resting nearby.
You've worked hard. Eat something.
It must be said that although Zhao Zifeng looked a little delicate, she was much better than he had imagined.
She didn't fail at the critical moment.
She wasn't the kind of person who was indecisive.
She had a good brain and a decisive personality.
She had courage and guts. She did things neatly and without dragging her feet. The most important thing was that her awakened talent was very powerful. It was worth cultivating.
Thank you.
Zhao Zifeng reached out to take the can of beef and gave Qin Hao a sweet smile. Then she put the can of beef in her hand on her legs, reached out to take out 2 sausages from her pocket, and threw one of them to Qin Hao.
I took these 2 from your house.
Qin Hao raised his hand to catch the sausage, then looked at her and said, I thought about the next plan on the way back just now.
You talk, I listen. Zhao Zifeng said while opening a can of beef.
I plan to go downstairs to hunt those alien monsters during the day to earn honor points, and hone my own talents, and rest at home at night.
Qin Hao opened the can of beef in his hand and ate while continuing.
After we have completely mastered our own talents, we can go outside the community to see the situation and find various survival resources. I guess the official is already too busy to take care of themselves, so it will definitely get more and more chaotic next.
We must hurry up and make ourselves stronger. That's right.
Zhao Zifeng nodded and frowned, saying, the enemies we need to guard against are not only aliens and monsters, but also our own kind.
I understand this.
Qin Hao naturally understood what Zhao Zifeng meant.
In the Doomsday,
compared to the various monsters on the surface, the most dangerous ones are actually the same kind around us.
People's hearts are unpredictable.
Some people may seem to be reliable and good people, but they may stab you in the back. Especially for some people who have just met and are not familiar with each other, no one knows whether he will suddenly stab you in the back. Therefore, teammates must be trustworthy.
It is better to have nothing than to have something bad. For a while, the two fell into silence. After a moment, Qin Hao suddenly spoke. This has just begun.
Come on, let's survive together in this doomsday.
Come on together.
Zhao Zifeng, who was eating, heard Qin Hao's words, raised his head and smiled at him.
Come on. Building 23. 6th floor.
The first general undead was leading a group of zombies to slaughter wantonly. However, it was also targeted at this time. A beautiful woman wearing blue jeans on the lower body, a brown windbreaker on the upper body, and a big brown wave, walked out of the stairwell. In her hand, she held a black tang sword with a cold glow. Dance of crazy flowers. With a cry, she rushed into the zombies holding the tang sword in both hands. Slashing horizontally, chopping diagonally, stabbing. Swish swish swish, the tang sword was dazzling and impenetrable when she danced with both hands, leaving a series of cold rays in the air. She was like an elegant dancer, constantly shuttling between a group of zombies. Limbs, broken arms, heads, constantly flew into the sky. Zombies fell one by one. A few minutes later, she killed all the dozens of zombies in the corridor. And at this moment, the warrior spirit holding the spear also walked out of the room. You are looking for death. Looking at the broken limbs and arms on the ground, the warrior spirit was furious. Waving the spear in his hand, he rushed towards the beautiful woman in front of him. Kill! Dance of withering! She let out a cry, and her speed suddenly increased. She flexibly turned sideways, dodged the oncoming spear, and slashed the chest of the warrior spirit with both hands. Swish! A deep wound was cut on the chest of the warrior spirit, and a stream of black and purple blood spurted out. Roar! The injured warrior spirit roared, and directly hit the beautiful woman beside him with one fist. However, its attack was still slow. The beautiful woman flexibly turned around again to avoid the fist of the warrior spirit, and at the same time slashed it on the back. Although the general's undeads have high defense and high health, they are huge and clumsy. Once someone gets close to them, it is difficult to resist. The beautiful woman, with her slender body and flexible movement, constantly wandered around the general's undeads, slashing them one by one. As time went by, she became more and more confident and calm. A trace of joy appeared on her beautiful face. A few minutes later, she stabbed the tang sword in her hand into the back of the general's undead's heads. That's all. Looking at the fallen general's undeads, she showed a trace of victory on her face. Then, she lowered her head and looked at the bloodstains on her windbreaker, frowning with disgust. Then she took it off, revealing a black tight yoga suit inside. After throwing away the windbreaker, she turned and walked towards the stairwell. Building 18. At the door of Unit 3. A young man with a short haircut wearing camouflage clothes came out. He looked at the zombies wandering in the community, and a hint of excitement appeared on his resolute face. It's been 2 days, it's time to act, otherwise we will fall behind too much. After whispering, he rushed directly towards a zombie not far away. When passing through a shadow, his agile body suddenly became looming, and he returned to normal only after leaving the shadow. At this moment, it's not just him. Those who have awakened the combat talents in the community have begun to stir. After all, no one wants to fall behind. Community when night falls. The zombies and undead soldiers that broke into the residential building have been killed by the survivors in the building. Some survivors who had awakened their combat talents also walked out of their homes one after another and began to fight the monsters in the community. As more and more survivors came out of their homes in groups, the situation in the entire community gradually came under human control. After all the monsters in the community were cleared, some people retreated into the building, while others walked out of the community and began to look for monsters outside to hunt. The area near the blue portal was also occupied by the largest force in the community. The leader was a bald man in his 40s named Jiangjin. I heard he was a gangster who had just been released from prison. When the end came, his gang of boys happened to be celebrating him at home. With the help of his younger brother number 40 or 50, Jiangjin directly took control of Building 8. With the help of more than a dozen younger brothers, whenever an undead soldier came out of the blue portal, he would be killed by Jiangjin himself. Various monsters randomly spawned in other places will be hunted by some people nearby guarding the door of the unit. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, a few kilometers away, there was a sudden loud noise and a burst of fire. This sudden explosion also woke up Qin Hao, who was sleeping. What's wrong?
He got out of bed in a hurry, ran to the window, and looked outside. But nothing was seen. It doesn't seem like this is the direction.
After just one glance, Xinhao hurriedly ran out of the bedroom and towards the balcony opposite. At the same time, Zhao Zifeng also ran out of the master bedroom. When the two came to the balcony, they found a large fire burning in the distance, turning the sky red. Zhao Zifeng crossed his arms and looked at the fire outside the window. He frowned and said, "I remember that there seemed to be an arms depot in that direction. From the sound just now, it might be that the ammunition depot exploded."
The ammunition depot exploded?
Xinhao looked at her in surprise. "I just guessed." Zhao Zifeng curled his lips and said, "I'm not at the scene, how could I possibly know what happened?" Then, she suddenly asked,
"Have you read the messages on the channels of people nearby?"
"No, I was sleeping just now." Xinhao shook his head, then turned and walked towards the living room. In the evening, other people in the community walked out of their homes one after another and began to hunt the zombies and undead. Zhao Zifeng followed Xinhao to the sofa and sat down, looking at him and continued, "These people are basically people who have awakened various combat-type talents, as well as some cannon fodder held hostage by them. In the past 2 days, some forces have appeared in every building, and the leaders are basically people who have awakened powerful talents. After 2 days of observation, as more and more people came out of their homes, these people finally couldn't stand it anymore. This is not just the case in our community, but also in all nearby communities. Some relatively large forces have begun to rob some supermarkets, shopping malls and other places with sufficient supplies."
After saying that, Zhao Zifeng looked at Xinhao with a puzzled look and asked, "Don't you watch the nearby people's channel?"
"I haven't bothered to read it yet, and the information inside refreshed too quickly, so I didn't bother to read it." Xinhao shook his head, then took out 2 large bottles of purified water and handed one of them to Zhao Zifeng.
"I'm really impressed by you."
Zhao Zifeng stretched out his hand to take the purified water and sighed helplessly.
"When you are free, you should read more of the news inside. There will always be some important news." "I know." Xinhao nodded, but he was a little disapproving. Who would be stupid enough to spread useful information everywhere? This is not a lack of forethought. Forget it, it's up to you.
Seeing Xinhao's indifferent expression, Zhao Zifeng gave up his persuasion completely.
"By the way, let's add private chat friends. Let me see how to add friends first." After hearing Zhao Zifeng's words, Xinhao summoned the chat channel page to study it. After opening the friend channel, inside is a page similar to chat software. But the first thing that pops up is a prompt message for nickname setting.
"Please set a nickname first and communicate with consciousness." Xinhao, sorry, the nickname has been taken.
Xinxiao, sorry, the nickname has been taken. Xindaheo, sorry, the nickname has been taken. Isn't this possible? Xinhao was slightly stunned. What can we do? Is it Qin Ritian? Congratulations! Nickname set successfully, new nickname, Qin Ritian, damn it!
I didn't say I wanted to give it this name. Looking at the nickname in front of him, Xinhao looked confused.
Doesn't setting the nickname require a second confirmation? Can I change my nickname? Sorry.
Once the nickname is set, it cannot be changed.
It's over, this name is so embarrassing.
Xinhao had a look of despair on his face.
What's wrong? Isn't it done yet?
Looking at Xinhao, who suddenly looked expressionless, Zhao Zifeng showed a trace of doubt on his face.
It's just adding a friend, does it take so long to research? Okay.
Xinhao nodded after hearing what Zhao Zifeng said.
Then I'll add you.
As soon as Zhao Zifeng finished speaking, a message popped up in front of Xinhao.
Lovely Feng requested to add you as a friend, do you agree?
She's called Lovely Feng, and she's really as good as her name. Looking at the cute Zhao Zifeng, Xinhao muttered in his heart, and then accepted her friend request.
When she saw Xinhao's nickname, Zhao Zifeng burst out laughing.
But she seemed to feel that she was a little inappropriate, so she raised her hand to cover her mouth.
After a while, she asked curiously, why did you give me such a nickname?
Chinhao spread his hands helplessly. I wanted to call it Chinhao, but it was taken by someone else, and then I complained in my heart, but I didn't expect it to be like this.
Okay, it's just a nickname anyway. Zhao Zifeng waved his hand indifferently. Just then, she was suddenly stunned and said hurriedly, "There is new news.
A supply box has been refreshed in our community, and several forces are fighting for it.
Go and have a look."
Hearing her words, Chinhao stood up and ran to the balcony.
Zhao Zifeng followed closely.
After the two came to the balcony, they looked down and found that a large group of people were fighting.
But the street lights below were too dim.
It was hard to see this specific situation. Listening to the fighting and shouting coming from below, Zhao Zifeng asked, "Should we go down and have a look?"
"No need."
Chinhao shook his head.
"I don't think there will be anything good in it. It's probably some ordinary daily necessities."
He had seen the supply box just now. It was under the streetlights in the small square,
among the group of people fighting.
It was a red box about 1 cubic meter in size.
After observing for a few minutes,
Chinhao yawned and turned to walk into the bedroom. As he walked, he said, "Go back to your room and have a good rest.
We will go downstairs to hunt zombies after dawn."
Okay.
After taking another look downstairs, Zhao Zifeng turned and walked towards his bedroom. To strengthen the body.
When Chinhao woke up, it was already past 5 in the morning. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes, he summoned the silver medal box and started today's 10 consecutive draws.
Congratulations!
You get special effects adrenaline, enhanced version, 1 pack, evaluation. With this, when the god of death comes, you can slap the god of death 100 times, and then leave with a cool face. Congratulations! You get a steaming cup of Americano, evaluation, drinking it will make you more energetic.
Congratulations!
You have obtained a D-level item, First Aid Medical Kit, evaluation. It contains some commonly used medicines and wound suture tools, essential tools for home travel. Congratulations! You get an adult magazine, hardcover version, evaluation. You can hide in bed at night and enjoy it secretly. Congratulations! You got an Anzio anti-material sniper rifle. Anzio anti-material sniper rifle. This is an optimized and improved heavy-duty anti-material sniper rifle. The gun is 2 meters long, weighs 20 kilograms, and has a range of 4,500 meters, equipped with a silencer, adjustable combat optical sight, and unlimited magazine with a variety of ammunition. Features: never wear, no recoil, unlimited bullets, multiple types of ammunition. Evaluation: with it, you can hide in the dark and be a bad guy.
Congratulations!
You get a delicious beef burger. Evaluation: it's just an ordinary beef burger. Congratulations! You have obtained the S-level power, Hymn of Destiny, active power. After releasing, you can randomly obtain a buff state, duration, 1 hour. Evaluation: among the countless buff states, there will always be one you want.
Congratulations!
You have obtained an S-level prop, the Perfect Gene Potion, perfect genetic medicine. After use, it can perfectly optimize your genes, strengthen your body, and continuously improve all aspects of your body's attributes. Evaluation: as time goes by, you will become more and more flawless. Congratulations! You got a ton of rice. Evaluation: this rice is enough for you to eat for a while. Congratulations! You get an adult female cow. Evaluation: with it, you can get some fresh milk every day. Holy shit!
That's awesome! So many good things came out at once.
Seeing the reward he had received for 10 consecutive draws, Chinhao shouted excitedly and jumped up from the bed. Most of the rewards issued this time are very useful to him. Like the first enhanced epinephrine prescribed. This thing is said to be able to stand up and run a marathon even if it is hit by a car and flies 10 meters away.
Even if you half enter the palace of hell, I can forcefully pull you back.
The third first aid kit is also very useful. After all, everyone has headaches, brain fever, and body injuries. Not to mention the anti-material sniper rifle that has no recoil, unlimited bullets, and never wears out. After this thing has been optimized and improved, it is simply a terrifying killer weapon. With a range of 4,500 meters, it can instantly kill most carbon-based creatures. The S-level ability, Hymn of Destiny, can randomly obtain a buff state that lasts for 1 hour.
S-level perfect genetic medicine can perfectly optimize your own genes. It's okay to draw coffee burgers and adult magazines, but why can I draw a cow? This is really weird.
Looking at the last reward, Shinhao's mind was filled with questions. He always felt that he was getting into trouble.
Just get canned beef and beef burgers before. Now I got a lively cow directly.
Forget it, keep it, maybe you'll need it someday. After shaking his head, Shinhao took out the S-level prop, perfect gene potion, directly from the capsule space. This is a 10 centimeter long silver metal syringe with a purple liquid that exudes radiant colors.
Is this the perfect genetic medicine?
After sizing up the syringe in his hand, Shinhao directly inserted the syringe into his arm. As the purple liquid in the syringe continued to enter his body, he felt a cool liquid pouring into all parts of his body.
An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout my body.
Hi, it's comfortable, so comfortable.
After a few seconds,
Shinhao felt that all the cells in his body began to beat crazily. Then came intense pain. All the muscles in his body seemed to be torn apart.
Almost instantly,
his whole body was covered with sweat. All the muscles in his body were torn in an instant, and then healed in an instant. After a burst of heart-rending screams came out of his mouth, Shinhao passed out directly.
However, his body is still evolving.
It lasted for more than 10 minutes. Zhao Zifeng, who was sleeping soundly next door, was also awakened by the screams and ran over nervously.
Just walked into the bedroom.
She was surprised to find that Shinhao, who was lying on the bed, seemed to be a little different from before. The originally thin body has become stronger, and some bulging muscles can be clearly seen.
His skin became whiter than before. There was an indescribable special aura on his body.
In short, he had changed.
After hesitating for a while, Zhao Zifeng walked to the bed and sat down, gently patted the unconscious Shinhao with his hand, and called softly, "Shinhao, wake up, what's wrong with you? Shinhao, wake up." Amid the gentle calls,
Shinhao slowly opened his eyes. He smiled and looked at Zhao Zifeng, who was leaning over him.
"Don't worry, I'm fine, I won't die."
At this time, the tearing feeling on his body had disappeared, and his whole body revealed an indescribable comfort. He had clearly felt the changes in himself. His body became stronger. Some hidden injuries and old diseases on his body were completely healed. At this time, he felt that his body was full of strength, at least several times stronger than before. Even if he had not reached the peak of human beings, it was not much different. Even his mind was much sharper. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the changes in his body were not just that.
There should be some other changes.
I'll take a shower first. Shinhao stood up from the bed with full energy, smiled at Zhao Zifeng, who looked worried, then left the bedroom and walked towards the bathroom. After taking a comfortable hot shower, Shinhao sat down on the sofa, took out a few cans of beef, and said to Zhao Zifeng beside him, "Eat something, we'll set off after you're full."
"Okay."
Zhao Zifeng, who had changed into a black sportswear, nodded at him, then opened the can of beef and started eating it in big mouthfuls.
Not a bazooka.
After eating and drinking enough, Shinhao picked up a napkin and wiped the oil stains on the corners of his mouth, then got up and walked towards the bathroom. After washing my face and waking myself up for a while, he returned to the living room and looked at Zhao Zifeng, who was already ready.
"Let's go."
Zhao Zifeng had just put the machete into a scabbard made of a long leather boot and hung it conveniently on his waist. Although this machete is not of great use to her, its presence can always bring some sense of security to people. At this time, it was still dark outside and the sky had not yet brightened up.
After the two of them left the house,
under the leadership of Shinhao, he climbed directly towards the top floor. As Zhao Zifeng climbed the stairs, he asked with a confused look on his face, "Aren't we going to kill zombies and aliens?
How do we climb to the top of the building? It's not bright yet. It's not safe to go down now.
Let's go to the roof to observe the situation before making a decision." Shinhao turned his head, looked at her and explained.
"Oh, that's it."
Zhao Zifeng nodded and said softly, "I guess there are no monsters in the community now, because many people are staying in the community. By the way, I was reading the news on the channels of people nearby while I was eating. The supply box from last night was snatched by a group of people in Building 8.
It is said that the leader is a well-known gangster in our city named Jiangjun. He has just been released from prison a few days ago.
By the way, I heard he also had a gun. He has led a group of younger brothers to take control of Building 8. Having said this, Zhao Zifeng looked at Qin Hao with a worried look. Qin Hao, I guess there is more than just Jiangjun in the community.
More and more forces will appear in the future. We need to be careful. After hesitating for a moment, she asked cautiously, should we also form a force of our own?
After all, there is strength in numbers.
I'll give it some serious thought.
Qin Hao stopped, turned his head and looked at Zhao Zifeng beside him and said.
However, the selection of teammates needs to be carefully considered. Skills are not important, and character is very important. I don't want to be stabbed in the back.
After taking a look at Zhao Zifeng, Qin Hao continued walking towards the top floor.
I understand. Zhao Zifeng understood Qin Hao's worries.
This was also a worry in her heart. People's hearts are unpredictable.
No people, no faces, but don't know hearts.
In the apocalypse, all moral and legal shackles will be lost, and the evil thoughts in everyone's hearts will be infinitely magnified, and magnified again.
Especially after tasting the sweetness.
Therefore, the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse is human nature.
After the two climbed to the 25th floor. Suddenly I heard a movement on the 26th floor. It seemed like someone opened the fire door and ran out. Someone ran out. Zhao Zifeng ran up with a bang.
Qin Hao followed closely with a revolver in hand.
Don't worry about them.
It should be those people from before who can't make any trouble.
Zhao Zifeng frowned and glanced at the shaking fire door, with a worried look on his face. I'm afraid they will fail more than they succeed.
Don't worry, they don't even dare to go downstairs. They don't have the guts to cause trouble.
Besides, we don't need to meet them.
Qin Hao raised his hand and pointed to the safety door leading to the roof.
Our goal is the top of the building.
With that said, he had already walked towards the roof of the building. The security door leading to the rooftop was locked. However, this does not trouble him.
He took out the plasma cutting knife and cut off the entire door lock part. Bang after kicking open the safety door.
Qin Hao held the revolver in both hands and walked into the rooftop with a cautious look. Zhao Zifeng followed closely, holding a machete in both hands, with the same cautious expression on his innocent and lovely face. Standing on the rooftop, Qin Hao felt a biting cold wind coming. He felt that the temperature in the past 2 days was a little abnormal. Yesterday's temperature should have been around 10 degrees Celsius, but today the temperature has dropped directly to around 0 degrees.
However, it is winter now.
Therefore, it is normal for the temperature to drop to around 0 degrees. The rooftop is not too spacious. A large central air conditioning cabinet is placed in the center.
There are only some empty spots around.
Qin Hao walked to the edge of the rooftop, stepped on the half-meter high wall with 1 foot, and looked up at the sky. That scary blood moon has fallen to the horizon.
Look! Dawn is about to break. It's almost dawn.
Zhao Zifeng, who was standing next to him, also raised his head and followed his gaze to the blood moon hanging in the sky. It seemed that she was a little cold. She raised her hands and tightened the collar of her tight-fitting shirt, then lowered her head and looked downstairs. After just one glance, she frowned.
It's so dark that even if there are street lights downstairs, we can't see clearly. It seems we need to wait until it gets completely bright.
After saying that, she raised her head, pouted her mouth, puffed out her cheeks, and looked at the blood moon on the horizon with her big, bright eyes.
No need.
Qin Hao glanced at the cute Zhao Zifeng, with a smile on his handsome face. A black metal box over 2 meters long and half a meter wide was taken out from the capsule space.
After opening,
inside was a dark green anti-material sniper rifle.
It is the Anzio anti-material sniper rifle.
Some people also call it the Ankyo monster. The caliber of 20 mm is enough to scare all enemies.
It's so cool. This is simply every man's ultimate dream. Looking at the big killer weapon in his hand, Shinhao liked it more and more. A specially made silencer as thick as a fist. 1-30x adjustable high-precision optical tactical sight. Unlimited magazine of multiple ammo. Plus no recoil. This is simply a must-have artifact for sneak attacks and assassinations. Is this a sniper rifle? Looking at the 2-meter-long sniper rifle in Shinhao's hand, Zhao Zifeng opened his mouth in shock. That's right, an anti-material sniper rifle. Shinhao raised his eyebrows at her with excitement, then squatted down and placed the gun in his hand on the wall. Why do I feel like this doesn't look like a sniper rifle? Looking at the fist-thick barrel, Zhao Zifeng showed a trace of doubt on his face. It's not like she's never seen a sniper rifle before. How can the barrel of a gun be as thick as a fist? Shouldn't a gun barrel as thick as a fist be a rocket launcher? The more she looked, the more she felt that what Shinhao was holding was not a sniper rifle, but a rocket launcher. Are you sure this is a sniper rifle? Not a rocket launcher? Zhao Zifeng raised his hand and touched his chin, asking with a puzzled look. What do you know? After Shinhao set up the sniper rifle, he pointed his hand at the gun body and said, Look, there is a scope, a silencer, and a magazine. What is it if it's not a sniper rifle? Okay, you win. Zhao Zifeng said with a dull look on his face after hearing Shinhao's explanation. She felt that Shinhao was right. There is a scope, a silencer, and a magazine, all of which are consistent with the characteristics of a sniper rifle. So, this should be a larger sniper rifle. Please collect, recommend, invest, and read more, thank you, I'll give you a few shots later to try. Shinhao, who was observing the situation downstairs with a scope, said without raising his head. The optical tactical scope on this gun has night vision function, so you can clearly see the situation downstairs. Forget it, the recoil of such a big gun must be very strong, I can't suppress it. Zhao Zifeng squatted next to Shinhao, stroking the cold gun body with his hand curiously. She felt that such a large sniper rifle should be very powerful. It is estimated that one shot can kill a zombie. Don't be afraid. This gun has been modified and has no recoil. After observing the downstairs, Shinhao raised his head and smiled at Zhao Zifeng beside him. I just observed that there are indeed no monsters or aliens downstairs. As he spoke, he picked up the heavy sniper rifle, stood up, and walked in another direction, saying as he walked, there are a lot of people hiding in dark places downstairs, especially behind the unit doors. There are still some people guarding near the blue portal, but it seems that no undead have come out. After changing the position, he set up the gun. While observing the situation downstairs, he continued, these people seem to have reached some kind of agreement and divided their respective territories. 10 minutes later. Shinhao stood up, raised his hand and patted Zhao Zifeng, who was in a daze. You should also take a look. Huh? Okay. Hearing Shinhao's words, Zhao Zifeng was slightly startled, then squatted down, picked up the sniper rifle and observed the situation downstairs with the scope. Shinhao turned his head and looked at the eastern horizon, where a dim light had already lit up. It's almost dawn. Huh? There seems to be something going on outside the community. Zhao Zifeng raised his head, looked at Shinhao beside him, and said softly, there is an armored vehicle on Shifeng Street with a machine gun on it. Could it be that the army has entered the city? As she spoke, she lowered her head and continued to observe. Huh? The armored vehicle seems to be going in the direction of the arsenal that exploded last night. Some zombies and undead soldiers on the street were shot into sieves by machine guns. After adjusting the direction of the sight, she observed and said, there is also a situation on another street. A group of people are fighting with a group of undead soldiers and 2 undead generals. But it looks like there are heavy casualties, and the whole group will probably be wiped out. Do you want to help? Zhao Zifeng raised his head, looked at Shinhao and asked. Let me see. When Shinhao heard this, he squatted down. After Zhao Zifeng got out of the way, he looked through the scope at a street 2 kilometers away. There were more than a dozen people fighting with a group of undead. However, 7 or 8 of these dozen people have fallen,
and the remaining 6 or 7 people have also suffered losses. Those undead soldiers pose little threat to them. The main reason is that the 2 undead generals with thick health and high defense are too powerful. One of the undead warriors wielding a knife was restrained by a young man. But the others were helpless in front of the other undead general. After thinking for a while, Shinhao put his shoulder against the butt of the gun and aimed at the undead warrior who was killing him. Then he gently pulled the trigger. Bang! With a slight sound, the gun body trembled slightly, and a 20mm caliber explosive bullet was shot out at high speed. It is a pity, because the distance is too far. Shinhao didn't have any shooting experience, even if there is no recoil at all. This shot also missed. However, under the circumstances, the bullet shot into the chest of an undead soldier 3 or 4 meters away. Almost instantly, the upper body of the undead soldier exploded into a ball of blood mist. This is an extremely terrifying scene. It immediately put the 2 parties fighting into shock. Who? Could it be that a high-level superpower took action? It's terrifying. You can't even see a human figure. The undead soldier was beaten into a blood mist. Withdraw. The young man at the head looked at the 2 undead generals who were also in shock, and directly called the remaining 4 companions to start retreating. Just as he turned to run away, an undead soldier chasing him turned into a ball of blood mist while running. It's too scary. Looking at the undead soldiers turning into blood mist, the young man ran faster. At this time, Shinhao, who was far above the rooftop, put down the sniper rifle in his hand. Have to say, killing from a distance really takes some skill and experience. Otherwise, it won't be accurate at all. He just fired 2 shots, both of which missed. That means good luck. Only then did he destroy the 2 undead soldiers nearby. The undead seemed to have intelligence, and after encountering something incomprehensible, they began to retreat under the leadership of the 2 undead generals. My 2 shots just missed, how about you try? After standing up and stretching, Shinhao waved to Zhao Zifeng beside him. Then I'll give it a try. Zhao Zifeng nodded eagerly, squatted down, and picked up the sniper rifle in front of him. After a few seconds, she pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! In 1 minute, she fired 3 times in a row, then put down the sniper rifle in her hand, raised her head, and looked at Shinhao with excitement. This feels so good, it's like shooting a kid, hee, are you sure? Shinhao asked. Yeah, Zhao Zifeng nodded happily. Isn't it right? You actually hit the target accurately the first time you fired? This is simply a gift. Hearing Zhao Zifeng's words, Shinhao was immediately stunned, with an expression of disbelief on his handsome face. Even fell into self-doubt. Am I too good at it? Why is he not even as good as a girl? What are you thinking about? Zhao Zifeng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, covered his mouth, and explained while laughing, I'm targeting the zombies on the street outside the community, not those far away. You are too stupid. Of course you have to find the nearest target to practice shooting for the first time. Yes. I'm too stupid. Looking at Zhao Zifeng, who looked proud, Shinhao raised his hand and patted his forehead helplessly. After taking a look at the gradually brightening sky, he praised Zhao Zifeng. Beauties are indeed different. Their brains are smarter than those of ordinary people. That's necessary. I'm very smart. Hearing Shinhao's compliment, Zhao Zifeng raised his little head proudly, his beautiful face full of pride. Today our 2 goals are very simple. We will practice marksmanship here and increase the honor value to 100 points. After thinking for a while, Shinhao expressed his thoughts. No problem, you go first. Zhao Zifeng smiled and nodded, raising his hand to make an okay gesture. The rest of the morning, the 2 took turns practicing gunplay, killing various monsters and aliens, and earning honor points. Near noon, the 2 people's honor points reached 100 points, and their honor level was upgraded to Black Iron level, and they successfully unlocked the honor mall. And just then, 2 uninvited guests broke into the rooftop one after another. I will start testing the waters tomorrow.
Please read it. The data on the new book is very important. Thank you very much.
Wainer, there was a time difference of about 10 minutes between the two men.
They didn't seem to be in the same group.
The first person to come in was a young man in camouflage uniform. He had a short haircut and a resolute face. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a strong body. In his right hand, he held a dagger in his sleeve. Almost the moment the short-haired man stepped onto the rooftop, Xinhao and Zhao Zifeng found him and turned their heads to look over. At this time, Xinhao had just refreshed his honor value to 100 points, and had not had time to check the newly unlocked honor level in Honor Mall. He directly picked up the sniper rifle on the ground, pointed the muzzle at the short-haired man standing at the door, and asked gloomily, "Who are you?
What are you doing here?"
"Fuck. Brother, I don't mean any harm, you must not shake your hands." Seeing the 2-meter-long sniper rifle in Xinhao's hand, the short-haired man was stunned. Almost instantly, he felt numb from his scalp to his heels, and broke out in a cold sweat. As a soldier for 8 years, he naturally knew what Xinhao had in his hand.
Anti-material sniper rifle.
And judging from the thickness of the barrel, the caliber of the bullet is probably 20 millimeters. This thing is not for hitting people. It is used to hit tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters. If it hits a person, it will be hit without a sound. It will explode into a bloody mist. Brother, calm down and listen to my explanation.
I really have no ill intentions.
The man with a crew cut raised his hands and threw the dagger in his right hand to the ground. My name is Ren Tianji, I am 28 years old this year, I live in Building 18, I have been a soldier for 8 years, and I have only been discharged for a few months.
8 years of service?
Hearing Ren Tianji's words, Xinhao lowered the muzzle of the gun, but still did not relax his vigilance.
Yes. 8 years of special forces.
Speaking of this, Ren Tianji looked proud, and then he pointed the calluses on his hands at Xinhao.
This is the gun callus left by holding the gun every day. Most people don't have this thing. Then what? Why did you come to me? Do you know me?
Xinhao asked with a puzzled look.
Your name is Xinhao.
The grenades you threw a few times before made a lot of noise.
You have become famous in our community.
After seeing Xinhao stand up the sniper rifle in his hand, Ren Tianji put down his raised hands and continued, now everyone is guessing what talent you have awakened. Some people guess that it is to summon grenades, and some people guess that it is a talent like summoning hot weapons.
These are not important. The important thing is that you have been targeted by many people. They all want to win over your human ammunition depot.
You must know that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Those people are not good people, those who fall into their hands are miserable.
Ren Tianji took a breath and continued, last night, the gang in building number 8 wanted to recruit me to join, but I didn't agree.
They were a gang of outright gangsters with several guns in their hands.
I know you are a good person, so I came to you.
Ren Tianji said seriously, I am proficient in all kinds of weapons and equipment, and I can handle armored vehicles, helicopters, and tanks.
1 or 2 people can't survive in this doomsday, you need people like me.
After that, he stopped talking and gave Xinhao time to think. Xinhao knew in his heart that Ren Tianji was right. It was really difficult for 1 or 2 people to survive in the doomsday.
And just now, some information about Ren Tianji also emerged in his mind. This man is indeed a retired soldier. He retired half a year ago.
2 months ago, he also caught 2 robbers for his own good deeds, which was widely publicized by the official and set up as a model. In general, Ren Tianji has good character and is a reliable person.
There is no problem being a teammate.
However, it is still necessary to observe carefully. Just when Xinhao was about to talk to Ren Tianji, another beautiful figure walked into the rooftop.
This is a charming woman. Tall and beautiful.
Long brown hair is tied behind her head. The perfect S-shaped curve, coupled with a delicate and beautiful face, is enough to make her the dream lover of all men.
She was wearing an open white windbreaker, revealing the tight white shirt inside, bulging 2 peaks.
She wore a pair of black tight jeans on her 2 long legs that were longer than her life. She wore a pair of black leather boots on her feet.
Yo, everyone is chatting.
She raised her hand, lifted a strand of long hair by her ear, and spoke in an alluring royal sister voice. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Wanner, who lives in Building 23. I am 26 years old this year. For a moment, the eyes of several other people were attracted to her. Lin Wanner put her hands in her pockets, looked at Qin Hao not far away calmly, and said softly, You are Qin Hao, right? I came here specifically to find you to form a team, and I hope you can let me join your team.
This woman is not simple.
Looking at the beautiful and charming cold queen, Ren Tianji muttered in his heart, picked up the dagger on the ground, stepped back a few steps, and prepared to see how Qin Hao would deal with this woman. Then, he saw Qin Hao raise the sniper rifle, pointed the muzzle at the confident Lin Wanner, and smiled. As the old saying goes, the more charming, the more dangerous, the more beautiful, the more trouble.
And I hate danger and trouble.
Qin Hao raised the muzzle of the gun in his hand and asked with a sneer, This beautiful and charming Ms. Lin, do you think I should agree to your request or not? Looking at the huge sniper rifle in Qin Hao's hand, Lin Wanner was stunned.
However, it was only for a moment. She recovered and said with a smile, Are you willing to shoot such a beautiful woman like me? After showing a charming smile, she raised her hand and gently pulled it in the void. A black tang sword with a cold glow was pulled out by her little by little.
As for the danger and trouble you mentioned, that's just what you think. I'm not just a vase with a pretty face. Lin Wanner was very confident. Even though Qin Hao pointed the gun at her, she still waved the black tang sword with both hands. Almost instantly, the black tang sword was impenetrable as she danced, and the cold rays protected it tightly.
I'm not a vase.
Lin Wanner raised her hand and threw the black tang sword into the void, looking at Qin Hao with pride. Then, she looked at Zhao Zifeng next to her provocatively. What's so great about playing with a broken sword? Zhao Zifeng saw Lin Wanner's provocative look, and his heart was instantly unhappy. However, she also knew the importance. She just muttered in her heart, but didn't say it directly, but looked at Qin Hao beside her.
Not only her.
Lin Wanner and Ren Tianji also looked at Qin Hao, who was in deep thought. The three were waiting for his decision.
Tai Tian can compare after thinking for a moment.
Qin Hao raised his head and looked at Ren Tianji and Lin Wanner. He said seriously, I need some time to think about this matter.
I hope you can understand.
But we can add friends to the private channel first to facilitate contact later.
Okay. Ren Tianji nodded in approval.
Qin Hao's reaction was as expected. Anyone else would consider this kind of thing carefully. After all, this is a matter related to one's own life, and there is no room for sloppiness. If Qin Hao agreed directly, he would hesitate in his heart whether his decision was right or not. He came to Qin Hao this time without expecting to succeed in the first attempt. He just came to have some contact first and explore each other's background. Next, both parties get to know each other. In the end, they both recognized each other. Only then can we truly form a team. Become teammates who can trust each other with their lives. Lin Wanner thought the same thing in her heart. At the end of the day, everything must be done carefully and there is no room for carelessness.
Otherwise, the outcome will be very miserable.
She came here today just to have some contact and get to know each other. Even if we can't be a team in the future, we can still be friends. She looked at Qin Hao and smiled, It's right to be cautious. If you had agreed directly just now, I would have turned around and left here. However, I am very satisfied with your performance just now. At least you know how to use your brain and are not a reckless and brainless person. I'm looking forward to forming a team with you. Lin Wanner showed a charming smile to Qin Hao and initiated a friend request to him. It's not too late, has requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? It seems that you are not only beautiful and charming, but also very smart and wise. After praising Lin Wanner, Qin Hao directly agreed to her friend application.
Thank you for the compliment.
Lin Wanner smiled slightly at Qin Hao, then looked at the friends column. When she saw Qin Hao's nickname, she was stunned for a moment. After the corner of her mouth twitched slightly for a few times, she looked at Qin Hao thoughtfully. Your ambition is quite ambitious, but it's a bit difficult to achieve. Come on. After waving to Qin Hao, she turned around and walked towards the corridor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brother, this woman is not simple. After taking a look at Lin Wanner's back, Ren Tianji said something to Qin Hao. Later, he also initiated a friend request for Qin Hao. Li Jianaji requested to add you as a friend, do you agree? Compared to Lin Weiner, who had just left, Qin Hao felt that Ren Tianji, who had been a special forces soldier for 8 years, was more suitable to be a teammate. After accepting his friend request, Qin Hao said with a smile, beautiful, charming, smart and wise, this is not just simple, she is simply a beautiful snake. Then it depends on whether you are willing to include this beautiful snake in your team. Ren Tianji showed Qin Hao a smile that every man could understand, and then glanced at his friend's messages. Then I saw Qin Hao's nickname. Almost instantly, he understood why Lin Wanner was suddenly stunned just now and said some incomprehensible words. He gave Qin Hao a thumbs up with an expression of admiration. Brother, your nickname is awesome. Only Tai Tian, who is in the air every day, can compete with you. Come on, I'm waiting for your good news. After glancing at Qin Hao, whose mouth was twitching, Ren Tianji ran directly into the corridor. He was afraid that if he didn't run away, Qin Hao, who was about to become furious, would shoot him dead. While running, he directly agreed to Lin Wanner's friend request. In fact, he and Lin Wanner knew in their hearts that Qin Hao would definitely agree. If he didn't want to agree, he would have refused on the spot. After the two left, Zhao Zifeng curled his lips and raised his head to look at Qin Hao, who was gnashing his teeth next to him. Soothingly said, don't be angry. What do they know? They just know nonsense. It's just a nickname. It's nothing. Well, I'm not angry. It's just that my grandson's words were too damaging. Qin Hao smiled at her, then put the sniper rifle in his hand into the gun case and put it into the capsule space. Let's go back first. I guess someone will come looking for me next. With that said, he walked towards the corridor. Okay. Zhao Zifeng nodded obediently and followed. After walking to Qin Hao's side, she raised her head and asked, by the way, do you plan to let the two of them join? I need to think about it. Then I agree. I said, let me think about it. Oh, just agree if you agree, there is strength in numbers. 7 or 8 minutes later, the two returned to the 21st floor. Before he even entered the door, 5 people followed him from upstairs. It was those people hiding on the top floor. One of them, a bald man in his 30s and wearing a black suit, looked at Qin Hao standing at the door and asked cautiously, hello, Mr. Qin, can we join your team? A woman in her 30s next to her spoke up and said, don't worry, we will listen to your command and we won't be freeloaders. Yes, we can wash clothes, cook, clean, do housework, and do logistics work. A 40-year-old aunt also said. The remaining 2 girls aged 12 or 13 also looked at Qin Hao pitifully. Uncle, we eat very little, and we still have the strength to work. Uncle, I can wash clothes, cook, and do housework, please. Looking at this family of 5, Qin Hao almost softened his heart. But he finally refused cruelly, I'm sorry, I can't protect myself now, and staying with me will only hurt you. The stairs downstairs have been blown off, you can go back to your own home to hide, at least it is safer than staying in the corridor. Good luck to you. After saying that, he followed Zhao Zifeng back home. The moment he entered the door, Zhao Zifeng locked the security door and looked outside through the cat's eye. It was not until 5 or 6 minutes later, when the family left with a look of disappointment, that she returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down. They left? As he spoke, Qin Hao opened a can of beef and placed it next to her. You must be starving, eat something quickly. Gone. Zhao Zifeng reached out and picked up the can of beef, eating while saying, your decision just now was right, their family of 5 must be a trouble. I won't be a good person, whoever wants to be one can be one. Qin Hao curled his lips, then picked up the can of beef he had just opened and ate it in big mouthfuls. At the same time, he opened the system interface. I plan to study what the honor mall and the newly acquired honor level are. I will try to push it tomorrow, please read it. Thank you very much, please. Honor system, honor value, 100 points, honor level, black iron. After reaching 1000 points, it can be upgraded to bronze level. So, what is the use of this honor level? After taking a glance at the simple system interface, Xinhao swallowed the beef in his mouth and turned his head to look at Zhao Zifeng beside him.
I don't know.
Zhao Zifeng shook his head with a silly look on his face, then lowered his head and continued to eat canned beef.
Okay.
Xinhao shook his head helplessly and opened the newly unlocked Honor Mall again. Honor Mall, authorization level, iron level, honor coin 100 points. Note, 1 point of honor is equal to 1 point of honor coin. The following items are available for purchase. Nutrition package, value, 10 points of honor coins, includes 1 liter of purified water, 500 grams of canned beef, 500 grams of canned fruit, 500 grams of whole grain bread. Adventurer jacket set, value, 50 points of honor coins, a high-end jacket mass-produced by a high-end brand, with a variety of colors. To choose from, you deserve it. Hemostatic bandage, value, 10 honor coins, a roll of medical bandage that can stop bleeding. Painkillers, value, 20 honor coins, a bottle of painkillers, 20 capsules. Other items can be unlocked after the honor level is increased. So, is this a black-hearted businessman? Looking at the only 4 items in the honor mall, Xinhao was slightly stunned.
It's okay that there are few items. It's also very expensive, very expensive. A nutritional meal that is enough for a day, if you eat sparingly, actually requires 10 honor coins. 10 honor coins. You should know that an E-level zombie is only worth 1 honor point, and a general's undead with high defense and thick blood is only worth 20 honor points. Damn. This is simply a black-hearted vendor.
Xinhao looked at Zhao Zifeng beside him with a shocked face and complained, now the doomsday has just arrived, and supplies are everywhere. Only a fool would spend 10 honor points to buy a nutritional meal. The most important thing is that the honor mall needs to reach the black iron level to unlock.
But people who can brush the honor value to the black iron level will be stupid enough to spend 10 honor points to buy a nutritional meal in the mall? Wouldn't it be better to get it for free on the street? Does it still need to think about it?
Zhao Zifeng put down the empty can in his hand, reached out and picked up a napkin to wipe the oil stains on the corners of his mouth. Looking at Xinhao softly, the things sold in the honor mall are provided for people who will be short of supplies in the future. After throwing the napkin in her hand into the trash can, she continued, as time goes by, all supplies will be monopolized by various forces, and ordinary people will find fewer and fewer supplies. It seems that this evolution war will last for a long time, at least in years. It may end in more than 10 years, or it may last for hundreds of years.
All this has just begun.
After speaking, Zhao Zifeng stood up from the sofa and walked towards the bathroom.
I understand what you said, I just think it's a bit nonsense.
Looking at Zhao Zifeng's back, Xinhao suddenly said angrily.
Nonsense?
Zhao Zifeng suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at him and said, I think it's even more nonsense that our blue star has become a battlefield of chaos. I worked hard and went to school early and late just to find a good job, then find a good husband and live a happy life. For this reason, I didn't even dare to talk about my partner when I was in school, for fear of delaying my studies.
Did you know?
2 days before the end of the world, I just passed the interview for a job I liked. For this job, I left my parents and ran to this strange city alone. My parents were afraid that I would be wronged by renting a house, so they bought this house for me to live in. What was the result? Zhao Zifeng became more and more excited as he spoke, and his suppressed heart completely exploded. With a look of grievance, her eyes turned red, tears slid down her face, and she cried unwillingly, Do you know? I don't dare to think about how my parents are doing now, whether they are still alive. I wish I could find them now, but I know it's impossible. Not to mention finding them, I can't even leave the community alone. Wu Zhao Zifeng, who was completely emotionally broken, squatted down, hugged his knees with both hands, buried his head in them and cried.
Xiaofeng, don't cry, they will be fine.
Xinhao was not good at comforting people, especially girls who are crying.
No matter how your parents are now, they must hope that you are fine.
After walking to Zhao Zifeng's side, Xinhao raised his hand and patted her shoulder gently.
I know.
Zhao Zifeng stopped crying, raised her head and looked at Xinhao. Are we friends now?
Yes.
You are my first friend. Looking at Zhao Zifeng, who had cried like a big cat, Xinhao smiled and nodded.
Okay, people can't live in sadness, we must try to live on.
After pulling her up from the ground, Xinhao raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. You're almost crying like a little cat, go wash up.
Humph, I'm not a little cat.
Zhao Zifeng raised his hand, wiped the tears from his face, and rolled his eyes at Xinhao.
I must look very ugly now. If you want to laugh, just laugh. You don't have to hold back.
Not ugly, pretty and cute, a great beauty.
Humph, just talk.
After rolling his eyes at Xinhao again, Zhao Zifeng turned and walked towards the bathroom. Woman, after curling his lips, Xinhao returned to the sofa and sat down, directly releasing the S-level power he had obtained before. Hymn of Destiny, a colorful ray of light flashed. A screen scrolling like a movie reel appeared in front of him.
In constant flickering. The picture finally settled. Congratulations! You have obtained the buff status, the favor of the goddess of luck, duration 1 hour. Is it the blessing of the goddess of luck?
After looking at himself, Xinhao didn't feel that he was any different from before.
Forget it, it's better than nothing.
Just when he stood up and was about to go to the balcony to observe the situation outside, there was a sudden knock on the door.
Boom boom boom, is it finally here? I just don't know what means to use.
Almost instantly, some guesses emerged in Xinhao's mind. The people outside the door should have come to recruit him to join the gang, and the method of recruiting him was nothing more than coercion and inducement.
After walking to the door,
he looked outside through the peephole. I saw a sexy and enchanting beautiful woman standing outside the door. She has a great body and a beautiful face that is both pure and lustful.
Wearing a white windbreaker.
Wearing a translucent black lace vest underneath, the beauty hidden inside can be seen at a glance.
The lower body is 2 long legs in black stockings. Apart from that, there is nothing else. This woman went into battle in a vacuum. It seems a little cold.
She couldn't help but stamp her feet, and for a while the waves were surging, bouncing.
Ha! Is there no one?
After muttering something under her breath, she raised her hand and knocked on the security door again.
Excuse me, is anyone home, man? Is she planning to use a beauty trap?
Looking at the bouncing beauty standing outside the door, stamping her feet due to the cold, Xinhao couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This beautiful woman outside the door, who has good looks, good figure, and knows how to use her own advantages, is indeed very attractive. Most men would probably fall for her after seeing such a woman, and couldn't help but open the door, embrace the shivering beauty in their arms, and pity her.
But he didn't dare.
This is obviously a very delicious bait.
It is specially used to catch this fish. I just don't know if this woman is just a bait. Or is she the core figure of a certain force? Oh my! This one is not enough, why are there 2 more?
Just when Xinhao was stunned, 2 more hot and very attractive beauties walked out of the door. One of them was wearing a black windbreaker, and she was also wearing only a translucent white lace vest inside, and white silk with high heels on the lower body. The other one was even more exaggerated, wearing only a pink bikini under her gray windbreaker, with 2 bulging lumps.
These 3 women should know each other, and they are probably in the same group.
The bikini beauty seemed a little cold, she stamped her feet hard, then looked at the first beauty and asked, "How is it?
Is there anyone inside?"
The white windbreaker beauty shook her head. "I don't know, there was no response when I knocked on the door."
"Keep knocking, I don't believe there is no one."
The black windbreaker beauty frowned, raised her hand and knocked on the security door in front of her.
Dong dong dong, Xinhao, are you there? We have something to talk to you about. We are from building 19. Can you open the door?
Dong 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 dong, I know you are at home. How dare you, a grown man, say nothing?
Are you afraid of us 3 women?
While speaking, she opened her windbreaker with her hands and shouted to the inside of the door, "Look, there is no weapon on you. What are you afraid of?" The bikini beauty also chimed in, "Our boss said that if you join us, all 3 of us will be your women." She flirted with him and said coquettishly, "You can do whatever you want."
Yes, we can do whatever you want.
The white windbreaker beauty straightened her chest to the cat's eye, showing off her proud capital.
Inside the anti-theft door,
Xinhao looked at the three beauties who were flirting with their heads and posing, sticking out their chests and twisting their buttocks, and his anger suddenly rose.
Any man would be angry.
Unless he is not a normal man.
Damn! You actually tested me like this, who the hell can stand this? Xinhao felt that he was very angry now, especially very angry. But you have to endure the anger.
After all, the more beautiful, the more dangerous. Maybe there are a group of muscular men hiding on both sides of the security door, eager to try.
Just then,
Zhao Zifeng also came quietly from the bathroom, stretched out his hand and patted Xinhao, indicating that he should move aside.
There are people outside the door, 3.
Xinhao raised his hand to his mouth and made a gesture to keep silent, then said silently, and stretched out 3 fingers.
Understood.
Zhao Zifeng nodded at him, raised her hand and made an okay gesture, and then looked out of the cat's eye. Just a glance, she cursed in her heart, 3 idiots, vixens, shameless women, bought just then. The 3 women outside the door called out again tenderly. Brother Qin, I know you are in there, please open the door, otherwise we can't go back to report.
Good brother, just join us, we are full of beauties, you can choose whatever you want.
Mr. Qin, we come to you with sincerity, but others may not be so sincere, please think about it carefully. Humph the Weasel pays New Year's greetings to the chicken. Zhao Zifeng curled his lips, muttered in his heart, then turned his head, gestured with both hands on his chest, and silently said to Xinhao.
Said, 3 beauties are delivered to my door, which is much bigger than mine, so you are not moved? I am not sick in my brain.
Xinhao stared at her speechlessly, raised a finger and tapped his temple, then tapped her forehead, and said silently, What are you thinking about in your little head all day? What kind of jealousy are you eating?
TSK. Just tell me what to do now.
Perhaps he felt that it was a bit stupid for the 2 of them to speak in sign language like this. Zhao Zifeng directly sent a message to Xinhao through the private channel.
Damn! I forgot that I can still chat privately.
Xinhao raised his hand speechlessly, patted his head, and replied.
What else can I do? Of course I don't agree.
This is obviously a beauty trap, using 3 beauties to catch my fish. He didn't plan to contact the 3 women outside the door, so he let them jump outside the door. They can jump as much as they want.
I guess other people will come later.
After making a decision in his heart, Xinhao reached out and grabbed Zhao Zifeng, who was looking out of the peephole, and walked towards the sofa.
After sitting down on the sofa,
he took out a sniper rifle and pointed it at the door, then took out a revolver and stuffed it into the stunned Zhao Zifeng's hand.
After thinking for a while,
he took out 5 more explosive grenades and placed them on the coffee table. Then he said softly to Zhao Zifeng beside him, as soon as someone breaks into the door, shoot directly and throw grenades.
Don't hesitate.
But Zhao Zifeng looked at the explosive grenade on the coffee table, with a hint of hesitation on his cute face. If you throw the grenade, my family will be destroyed, right?
Xinhao rolled his eyes at her. What are you afraid of? My house was also bombed. It's the end of the world. Don't be afraid, just do it. But, if we throw a grenade, won't we ourselves be affected? Zhao Zifeng was still a little hesitant.
She felt that her small body seemed unable to withstand the power of the grenade explosion.
That's it.
After Xinhao looked the petite Zhao Zifeng up and down, he raised his finger and pointed to the bedroom in the corner.
You go to the bedroom door with a pistol to hold me back. When I throw the grenade, you hide in the bedroom. What about you?
Zhao Zifeng glanced at Xinhao's face and asked worriedly.
Of course I fought hard with them.
After Xinhao spat into the trash can, he gritted his teeth and said, since they dare to take advantage of me, they have to pay a price because they know how powerful I am. At the same time,
something has changed outside the door.
5 or 6 men holding iron rods and machetes came out of the corner one after another. The leader, a man in his 30s, looked at the beautiful woman in a black trench coat and asked, How is Tingting? Is there anyone inside?
Brother Tian, there should be no one inside. Tingting shook her head and said, If there are people, there shouldn't be any movement at all.
She felt that the three of them had been twisting and dancing at the door for a long time, and as long as someone was there, they would definitely come to observe what was going on outside. Just observe. I don't believe any man can resist three sexy and charming beauties. Unless he is not a normal man. Is that so? Brother Tian frowned and said with a puzzled look on his face, but Lee Toyota, who provided the information, said that Chinhao never came downstairs. Could it be that he lied to me? Impossible. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and waved at the security door in front of him. Whether he is at home or not, open the door for me first. After hearing the instructions, several men nearby began to pry up the security door with machetes and iron bars. One of the men even activated his own abilities, and his figure suddenly grew in size. Inside the room, listening to the knocking sound coming from the door, Chinhao pointed his gun at the entrance with an eager expression on his face. 2024 is coming soon. I wish you all a happy new year in advance. May the new year be smooth and prosperous. May everything go well and good luck. Please collect, recommend, invest, read, and vote monthly. Thank you for your support. Stop it first. Brother Tian suddenly stretched out his hand to stop several boys who were trying to pry on the door. At that moment, he suddenly felt extremely uneasy. It was a creepy feeling. It seems that I have missed something. Brother Tian, what's wrong? The boys put down what they were doing and turned around and asked with puzzled faces. The three beautiful women next to them, wrapped tightly in windbreakers, also looked over with puzzled faces. Tingting, who was wearing a black windbreaker, walked up to Brother Tian and asked with concern, Brother Tian, what's the problem? Wait a minute, I suddenly feel a little uneasy. Brother Tian frowned and thought in his mind with an anxious look. He remembered that the last time he felt this way was the nationwide crackdown on organized crime 2 years ago. That time, he suddenly felt extremely uneasy, and then he drove away overnight. Sure enough, the next day I heard that a crackdown on organized crime had begun. Many people on the road have failed. If he hadn't run so fast, he might be stepping on the sewing machine inside now. What exactly is missing? What danger can an orphan with a weak personality bring to me? While thinking, Brother Tian began to rethink the whole thing in his mind, and then he realized what was wrong. Fuck Lee Toyota for cheating on me. Brother Tian's face became extremely ugly. He suddenly remembered the scene of Chinhao blowing up zombies with a grenade in the community, and the previous explosion in building number 18. Just the way he was throwing grenades cleanly in the community, his courage didn't seem like the character of a weakling. His original plan was to recruit him in a gentle way, but Lee Toyota kept saying in private chats that Chinhao was an orphan. He has a withdrawn personality, is a coward, and is a softie. It's as soft as dough, so you can handle it casually. But, if he is really a weakling, can he still get his turn? Lee Toyota may have controlled people by himself. As far as the previous explosion was concerned, Lee Toyota should have suffered a loss at the hands of Chinhao, which made him afraid to do it himself, so he wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone. If he forced his way in now, he might be greeted by grenades. If you dare to use me as a knife, this is a big deal. After thinking about all this, Brother Tian walked towards the stairwell with a frosty look on his face. As he walked, he said, let's wait and let others take the lead. Okay, Brother Tian. The people next to him nodded, followed into the stairwell, and hid on the floor above. Inside the room. When Zhao Zifeng heard the movement at the door suddenly disappear, his originally nervous mood relaxed a little, and he walked to Chinhao's side holding the revolver in both hands. He asked with a puzzled look, there's no movement outside the door. Have you left? I don't know. Chinhao, who was also a little nervous, shook his head. His right hand was always on the trigger, and he used his other hand to pick up the pure water next to him and take a few sips. After putting down the pure water in his hand, he changed his hands, shook his stiff right hand, looked at Zhao Zifeng and said, even if the people outside the door leave, we can't relax. There will definitely not be just one wave of people coming. Chinhao held the sniper rifle with both hands. After standing up and stretching, he sat down again and pointed the muzzle of the gun in the direction of the door. One hand was on the trigger, and the other hand was holding a blast grenade.
Punch out once, lest you get punched 100 times, do you understand?
These people won't have long memories unless they suffer some blood loss. After taking a look at Zhao Zifeng, Qin Hao focused his attention in the direction of the door. Then let's fight, I'll stay with you. Zhao Zifeng nodded thoughtfully, holding the revolver in both hands, and sat down next to Qin Hao. By the way, I'll give you some more bullets. This revolver will be for your use temporarily. Qin Hao took out a small half-box of bullets and threw them on Zhao Zifeng's legs.
These are the 50 bullets that come with the revolver. Only these 20 are left.
Thank you. Zhao Zifeng did not refuse. He reached out and picked it up, took a look at it, and stuffed it directly into his pocket. Ding dong, you have new news, please check it carefully. Ding dong, you have new news, please check it carefully.
2 notification tones rang in Qin Hao's mind. After opening the chat channel, found 2 private messages.
1 is not too late, you have been targeted, please be safe and don't let me down, Li Jianaji, God, 2 groups of people have entered your building. Be careful. If you need help, let me know. Don't worry, watch me blow them up until peach blossoms bloom. After replying to both of them, Qin Hao turned off the system interface and set the silent mode.
At the same time, another group of people took the elevator and walked grandly into the 21st floor.
The leader was a man in his 30s, wearing a blue sports jacket, with a scarred face and a 3/4 haircut. Behind him were 5 men dressed in different clothes. The youngest was 17 or 18 years old, and the oldest was estimated to be in his 40s. After a few people circled around, they stopped outside Qin Hao's door. Among them, the yellow-haired boy of 17 or 18 years old glanced at the security door that had been pried open, and then turned back to look at Scarface. Brother Dao, this door has been pried open, but it was not opened. After glancing at the door lock, Scarface ordered calmly, Huang Mao, knock on the door first.
We'll bow first and then attack.
Okay, Brother Dao. The thin Huang Mao nodded, then raised his hand and knocked on the security door.
While knocking, he shouted loudly, is there anyone at home?
We are here to discuss cooperation with you. We don't have any malicious intentions, we just want to buy some grenades for fun.
The price is whatever you want. At home?
Fuck.
Our boss said we must be polite before fighting, don't you know how to show off?
After reaching out and knocking for a while, Huang Mao suddenly lost his patience and started to curse after finding that there was no movement in the room.
Fuck. If you can't speak on a horse, shut up and get out of here.
Scarface, who was smoking, heard Huang Mao's words, raised his foot and kicked him on the butt.
Who told you to say that?
After giving Huang Mao a hard look, he cleared his throat, then smiled politely to the room. Brother Qin Hao, my little brother has a bad mouth and is ignorant. I have already taught him a lesson, so don't mind.
I'm actually here to buy a few grenades for self-defense.
You can just bid.
Gold, food, all kinds of supplies, women can do it. As long as you make an offer.
Ouch, holy shit. What a beauty. As he spoke, Scarface suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the elevator. I saw 4 beautiful women wearing black leather clothes, long leather boots, and holding metal baseball bats walking over.
Xiao Rong, someone got there first.
The speaker was a tall, fair-skinned, oval-faced blonde woman. She frowned at the people standing at the door.
Sister Shui, let's take a look at the situation first. The woman named Xiao Rong was a medium-sized, plump, short-haired woman.
The eyes of the scarred man were completely attracted by the 4 beauties who suddenly arrived.
He raised his hand, tidied his clothes, and said kindly, are you also here to find Qin Hao?
That's a coincidence, so are we. The yellow-haired man on the side also whistled frivolously and said with a smile, sisters, do you need protection?
I'm very powerful.
Among the 4 beauties, the only one who was 1.8 meters tall, plump, and had big brown waves sneered and raised a middle finger directly.
Fuck. What do you mean?
The yellow-haired man was slightly stunned when he saw the middle finger, and then he raised 2 middle fingers in return. I can do it too.
Sister Lan.
Xiao Rong raised her hand and pulled the beautiful woman who raised her middle finger, then looked at the scarred face opposite and said, "Are you the leader of these people?"
"Yes." Scarred face nodded. "You'd better not think about hitting us."
Xiaorong glanced at the yellow-haired man and sneered, "We are not those other women who can be easily manipulated by you."
I understand. I understand.
Scarred face nodded with a smile on his face.
In fact, you don't need to think about it.
Few people who dare to come out at this time are simple characters.
After all, no one is stupid.
At this time, the black straight-haired woman next to Xiaorong asked directly, "Is Qinhao at home?"
I don't know.
Scarred face hesitated for a while, and finally decided not to conflict with the women in front of him.
We just came here.
No one responded to knocking on the door just now, but someone should have been here before, and the door lock was pried open. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the pried door lock.
So we are not the only ones here?
Xiaorong glanced at the damaged door lock and looked at the black straight-haired girl beside her.
Sister May, what do you think we should do now?
Hurry up and communicate, otherwise the more people there are, the more trouble there will be.
Sister May frowned.
Scarface also interrupted, "Ladies, do you want to work together?"
I just want some grenades.
Okay. Xiaorong nodded and said, "We also want to buy some grenades."
Then you come and knock on the door. Beautiful women will always be treated preferentially.
Scarface led people to retreat to the side and made room for the door.
I'll do it.
The blonde woman named Sister Shui walked directly to the security door and raised her hand to knock on the door. As she knocked on the door, she clamped her throat and shouted in a sexy and gentle voice.
Excuse me, is Qinhao at home? We want to buy some things from you, can you take a look? Hello, if you are in the room, please call back. If you don't plan to sell, then we won't bother you.
Xiaorong, who was standing next to him, also came to the security door, cleared her throat, and spoke in a cute lowly voice.
Big brother, are you at home? Can you open the door? We want to buy some things from you. Brother, are you there? In the room.
Qinhao, who was sitting on the sofa, listened to the voice outside the door, and a sneer appeared on his handsome face. Humph, you are all weasels paying New Year's greetings to chickens, with bad intentions.
You still want to buy grenades. After selling them to you, do you want you to use them to blow me up?
Qinhao felt that he was not a fool, so he would not sell grenades to others. From the sound, he felt that at least 3 waves of people had come outside the door.
It looks like this is going to be a tough battle.
After muttering to himself, he stood up with his sniper rifle in both hands, one foot on the coffee table, and pointed the muzzle at the door. Zhao Zifeng, who was standing by, also stood up nervously, holding a revolver in one hand and a blast grenade in the other. She knew that there was no way out now, so she had to fight.
Outside the door.
After several women had been tossing around, they were already shouting until their mouths were dry, but there was still no movement inside the door. They even suspected that there was no one inside.
Are you sure there is someone inside? Sister May looked at Scarface with a puzzled look.
I don't know, I don't either, fuck.
Wang Yang, what are you doing?
Before Scarface finished speaking, he saw one of his younger brothers rushing to the security door, releasing his own ability, and pulling the security door down.
Brother Dao, I just want to go in and see, what is this?
The honest Wang Yan looked like he wanted to take credit, but just as he was halfway through his words, he saw something flying out of the door.
Fuck! It's a grenade.
Without any hesitation, Scarface rushed out directly.
Run! Xiaorong and the others stepped aside the moment Wang Yang broke the door.
At this time, they were already running quickly towards the elevator.
1 or 2 seconds later.
Boom! The heat wave was overwhelming, and shrapnel flew everywhere. The cement on the surrounding walls fell down with a crackling sound.
The power of the explosion directly blew Scarface's brothers away.
The moment Scarface escaped, he released his own superpowers, and his whole body was ablaze with flames. Even so, he was blown away by the shockwave and crashed into the elevator.
Fuck, what a pig teammate.
After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he stood up staggeringly. At this time, he hated to kill Wang Yang. This bastard usually looks honest, but he did things so impulsively and almost killed everyone. Although the women on the side were not injured, they were not feeling well. At this moment, 2 more explosions sounded in succession. Boom boom ahem. Let's retreat first. Sister May raised her hand and patted her chest to take a breath, and then greeted the other 3 people. Then, the 4 women ran directly to the stairwell. They didn't dare to take the elevator again. If someone threw a grenade in, they would be completely finished. Damn! A bunch of idiots. After looking at the brothers who were wailing on the ground, Scarface spat out a mouthful of blood with a gloomy face, then turned and ran towards the stairwell. As for these brothers, whoever wants them can take them. A few minutes later, Brother Tian, who was hiding upstairs, walked out of the stairwell carefully. Looking at the mess in the corridor, he said with a look of relief, "Fortunately, I am smart, otherwise we would be the ones to be blown up." Then, he looked at the brothers who were lying on the ground and twitching. These people were injured, but they did not die, they just temporarily lost their ability to move. Following such a boss, you deserve to be bombed. After muttering, he turned his head to look at his brothers and said earnestly, "Did you see it? If you follow the wrong boss, you will end up like this and be abandoned directly." That's right, Brother Tian, you are still a righteous man. Brother Tian, you are awesome, mighty, and domineering. Brother Tian, you are my real brother. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Brother Tian waved his hand, and then said with a gloomy face, "Let's go, brothers, follow me to find that bastardly Toyota. If I hadn't been more careful just now, we would have been bombed." That's right, Brother Tian, we must kill that bastardly Toyota. Fuck his son of a bitch. For a while, several brothers followed Brother Tian indignantly and walked towards the stairwell. In the room at this time, Shinhao still stood on the coffee table with a cautious look on his face. One hand held a sniper rifle. The other hand tightly grasped a blast grenade. The explosion just now happened in the corridor, and his body had been strengthened, so apart from some tinnitus, he was not hurt. As for Zhao Zifeng, he hid behind the sofa, and also had some tinnitus. After rubbing her ears, she stood up from behind the sofa, looked at the mess at the door, and asked cautiously, "Have they left?" "I don't know." Shinhao shook his head, then bit off the safety pin with his teeth and threw the grenade in his hand out the door. "Why are you throwing it?" Seeing this, Zhao Zifeng raised his hands to cover his ears and squatted behind the sofa. Boom after an explosion. Shinhao spit out a mouthful of saliva, raised his hand and rubbed his ears with some tinnitus. Now those people should have run away if they are not dead. After sitting down on the sofa, he looked at Zhao Zifeng, who stood up and smiled. After this time, other people have to think twice before coming again. We have to change places too. Looking at the mess at the door, Zhao Zifeng curled his lips helplessly. The house she just bought 2 months ago is completely ruined. Fortunately, it is the end of the world. Otherwise, she would have strangled Shinhao to death. What time is it now? Shinhao suddenly turned his head and glanced at Zhao Zifeng sitting next to him. Let me take a look. Zhao Zifeng lowered his head after hearing this and glanced at the watch on his wrist. It's 3:20 in the afternoon, what's wrong? After raising her head, she looked at Shinhao with a puzzled look. You go pack your things now. We'll find another place to live later. We can't live here anymore. It wasn't you who threw the grenade that blew it up. After muttering in a low voice, Zhao Zifeng placed the explosive grenade in his hand on the coffee table, then turned and walked towards the master bedroom. If they don't come, can I throw a grenade? Shinhao complained to Zhao Zifeng's back, then pinched the explosive grenade on the coffee table and turned it around hard. Look at the explosive grenades that are constantly spinning. He said angrily, next time they mess with me, I'll throw a grenade. After hearing Shinhao's words, Zhao Zifeng stopped at the door of the bedroom with a look of helplessness, turned back to look at him and curled his lips and said, Throw it away, who can throw it away from you? There's nothing I can do. I don't have much else but a lot of grenades. Shinhao spread his hands towards Zhao Zifeng and couldn't stop smiling on his face. Oh my god, you must be awesome. Zhao Zifeng raised his hand and patted his forehead helplessly, then turned around and walked into the bedroom, packing up his things. She felt that she might have to change places frequently in the future.
This is really like having a hammer and hitting it hard. If there are too many grenades, just throw them away. I don't call it awesome, I call it knowing how to use one's own advantages, understand?
Xin Hao shouted in the direction of the bedroom, then got up and walked towards the bedroom where he lived. He had nothing to pack. There was only a black backpack that he had brought earlier, which contained a set of clothes, 2 boxes of canned beef, and 2 bottles of purified water.
After taking off the tattered black jacket on his body,
he took out a black sweatshirt from his backpack and put it on, then put on a thin black down jacket.
After tidying up,
he put on his backpack and walked out of the bedroom. At this time, he had put the sniper rifle into the capsule space and put the explosive grenade directly into his pocket.
Zhao Zifeng is still in the process of cleaning up.
She packed a pink backpack with a set of clothes, some underwear, and some odds and ends, and then stuffed some snacks, biscuits, and buns into it.
Then, she walked into the kitchen carrying her backpack. After opening the refrigerator,
looking at the 8 eggs, a piece of pork, 3 cucumbers, and half a cabbage inside, I felt worried.
I can't hold these things.
After hesitating for a moment, she shouted to Xin Hao in the living room, "Xin Hao, come here."
What's wrong?
Hearing the voice, Xin Hao walked directly into the kitchen.
Put these things in your backpack.
Zhao Zifeng raised his hand, pointed to the contents of the refrigerator, and then pointed to the small half bag of rice at his feet. There is also this small half bag of rice, which is enough for the 2 of us to eat several meals.
Are you serious?
After taking a look at the things in the refrigerator, Xin Hao lowered his head and glanced at the 4 or 5 kilograms of rice at his feet.
It seems that I just got a ton of rice before, right? And a million boxes of canned beef. Do you still need to bring these 3 melons and 2 dates?
Zhao Zifeng looked at Xin Hao seriously and nodded. I'm serious.
I bought this with money before.
Xin Hao's mouth twitched a few times, then nodded. Okay, let's just change the taste. After saying that, he took off his backpack and started to put it inside.
Wait a minute, I'll pretend. Zhao Zifeng asked Xin Hao to open his backpack, then wrap everything in the refrigerator with plastic wrap and put it in.
Eggs were put in boxes and a small half bag of rice was tied up and put in. After doing all this, she reached out to pull the zipper and nodded with satisfaction.
All right. Then we send it out now? But, wait. No, what's wrong? My sister. I forgot something.
Zhao Zifeng stuck out his tongue at Xin Hao, then ran toward the bedroom.
Less than a minute.
She ran back with a bang, holding a pack of anti-towels in her hand. I can't put it here, so I'll put it here first, hee. As she spoke, she walked directly behind Xin Hao, opened her backpack, and stuffed the ant's towel in her hand. After doing all this, she clapped her hands happily.
Okay, we're ready to go. Are you sure? Have you got everything this time? Let me check.
While speaking, Zhao Zifeng lowered his head and began to look at the clothes on his body.
After taking a look at the black sportswear and sneakers he was wearing,
she reached out and patted the machete hanging on her waist and the revolver in her pocket, and said happily, "It's all here." Before she took 2 steps out, she looked at Xin Hao beside her with a puzzled look.
By the way, where are we moving to?
Xin Hao said as he walked, "Go to the lowest floors first and see if there are any empty rooms with unlocked doors.
If not, go to the basement and stay there." Go to the basement?
Zhao Zifeng's face turned a little ugly.
She didn't want to stay in the dark basement. Let's go downstairs and find an empty room first. We can't live with other people anyway. It's too dangerous.
Xin Hao glanced at her and walked towards the stairwell.
Zhao Zifeng followed closely. As he walked, he asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'm also a dangerous person?" You? Forget it.
Xin Hao stopped and looked at Zhao Zifeng, who looked cute, then opened the fire door and walked into the stairwell.
Humph, why am I not dangerous?
Hearing this, Zhao Zifeng snorted with dissatisfaction.
I was wrong.
Looking at Zhao Zifeng's cute appearance, Xin Hao raised his mouth and said, "You are dangerous, dangerous enough to kill the enemy.
Okay, let's go.
Qin Hao raised his hand and flicked a headbang on Zhao Zifeng's white forehead, then walked downstairs holding a blast grenade. Seeing Qin Hao took out the explosive grenade, Zhao Zifeng stopped being naughty and took out the revolver and held it tightly in his hand. Qin Hao said as he walked, "I just looked, there was blood in the corridor, but there was no body. Either there was no death just now, or the body was taken away by someone."
After a pause,
he continued, "It is also possible that it disappeared like the dead monsters and aliens."
Yeah, Zhao Zifeng nodded obediently. Qin Hao continued to ask, "If the body disappeared like those monsters, do you know what this means?"
Zhao Zifeng tilted his head, thought about it and said, "This shows that we are actually no different from those monsters and aliens. Maybe those aliens and monsters will also have a system."
"Monsters may not have it, but aliens definitely have it,"
Qin Hao said decisively.
Next, the two fell into silence.
Walked downstairs carefully. I didn't meet anyone else along the way, and successfully entered the third floor and began to look for a suitable room to live in.
At the same time, some changes have also taken place in the outside world.
Some undead and monsters that have never appeared before have been refreshed. Giant zombies with a height of 4 meters, lowly zombies with amazing jumping power, huge black-skinned demons, skeleton monsters with magic,
and survivors and animals that have mutated after being infected by the zombie virus.
After the initial cannon fodder test, the undead clan also sent out some new undead. Giant undead like yellow turban warriors, undead knights riding war horses, undead elites with various superpowers, and various undead creatures.
The changes are not limited to this.
After hunting some monsters and undead above level D, some survivors were surprised to find that after the monsters and undead died, there was a chance to drop various treasure chests and a fist-sized white crystal. For a while, this exciting news was completely spread in the nearby channel.
At the same time,
the first message appeared in the regional channel belonging to Huaxia. "Huaxia will be immortal, please try to protect yourself, we will not give up on you.
Come on, everyone. Let's work together." Just a short message directly set off the entire Chinese nation. For a time, everyone was talking about it.
It will not join the official, but will insert some changes in the big situation from time to time. After all, the whole world does not revolve around the protagonist alone. While the protagonist is experiencing various things, the whole world is constantly changing, and everyone is the protagonist in his own world. Dear readers, you are also the protagonist in your own life.
Let's work together. Water? Qin Hao, do you think the government can really turn the tide and save everyone?
Zhao Zifeng glanced at the news on the district channel, stretched out his hand and tugged on Qin Hao's sleeve, and asked expectantly.
Qin Hao, who was squatting on the ground to check the damage to the door lock, heard Zhao Zifeng's words, raised his head and looked at her and said, "I saw the news just now. To be honest, I don't have much hope."
Okay, Zhao Zifeng curled her lips. She also felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. This is not to say that officials are lying. Now that the official has spoken, it will definitely be done in accordance with this goal. But it's one thing to try hard, whether it can be done is another matter. You must know that this is not just a natural disaster, but someone behind the scenes has directly set up Blue Star into a fighting arena. The undead are only the first race to appear. I don't know which races will appear in the future.
In addition, there are other monsters that are constantly refreshed. As for humans also awakening their innate abilities? Please, anyone who is not stupid understands what is going on. To put it bluntly, I just want to give you some hope first. Just like when the slaves in the Colosseum were fighting tigers, the nobles who were watching would always give them some swords, guns, and sticks to make the game more interesting. Now humans are slaves in the Colosseum. They need to constantly fight, and fight again before they can survive. Looking at Zhao Zifeng, who curled his lips and looked disappointed, Qin Hao stood up, stretched out his hand to rub her head, and comforted, "Okay, stop looking pitiful. This is actually not a dead end." Why is it not considered a dead end? Zhao Zifeng's cute face showed a trace of doubt.
Xinhao squatted down, trying to repair the door lock, and said, "Think about it, since the masterminds behind the scenes have unlocked our genetic shackles, it proves that they don't want us to be wiped out in one wave. Suppose that the masterminds behind the scenes are a group of high-latitude lifeforms. They are setting up a huge gambling game on which race can win in the Great Chaos. This lock can't be repaired, go and have a look next door." Xinhao looked at the completely broken lock cylinder in his hand, sighed, then turned and walked towards the next door. As he walked, he said, "Theoretically speaking, the mastermind behind the scenes will not let humans be eliminated in the first game. As for why, I will slowly figure it out myself." "I don't want to, I can't figure it out." Zhao Zifeng simply shook his head. "In short, this is a situation where you can put yourself to death and survive." Xinhao added while checking the lock of the security door, "But the mastermind behind the scenes will definitely not let mankind unite, otherwise he will set the camp to be the Blue Star human race instead of their respective races. In short, I just want to give you a glimmer of hope, but keep it under control." Zhao Zifeng tilted his head and thought for a while, then said with a sad face, "So, we are now the playthings of a group of high-dimensional creatures?" "You can think so." Xinhao raised his head, looked at her seriously and nodded. Then, he began to repair the door lock in front of him. Zhao Zifeng fell into deep thought after hearing Xinhao's words. A few minutes later, Xinhao fixed the locked door. He stood up and pulled Zhao Zifeng, who was deep in thought, with his hand. "Why are you crying? What are you thinking about?" "I don't want to be used as a plaything." Zhao Zifeng pouted, looking like he was about to cry. "Oh, that's not appropriate. In fact, I just made random guesses," Xinhao said with a smile. You're annoying." Zhao Zifeng raised his hand and hit him lightly with a look of feigned anger. Then he looked at the security door in front of him. "Has the door lock been repaired?" After Xinhao tried the door lock with his hand, he looked at her and said, "It should be fine. Let's go in and have a look." "Oh, then this one?" Zhao Zifeng raised his hand to straighten his ponytail and looked at Xinhao and asked. "Go in first and look for the key." While talking, Xinhao walked directly into the room, followed closely by Zhao Zifeng. The house was in a mess, with messy things scattered everywhere. It must have been rummaged through. There was a large blood stain on the floor of the living room. There was also a large blood stain on the floor of one of the bedrooms. But no bodies were seen. After some inspection, Xinhao found a bunch of keys in the bedside table of the master bedroom. After trying it out, he found that one of them was the key to the security door. As soon as he locked the security door, Zhao Zifeng walked over with a disappointed look on his face. "Xinhao, this place has been turned over. There is no food, no valuables, not even a piece of anti-towel." Xinhao was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "What? Auntie is coming soon? What do you think?" Zhao Zifeng rolled his eyes at Xinhao with an annoyed look on his face, and then angrily walked to the sofa and sat down. "Why are you still angry?" Xinhao walked around the blood on the ground, walked to sit next to her, and asked tentatively, "How about we drink some hot water?" Drink it yourself." Zhao Zifeng rolled his eyes at him, then turned his head in another direction. "Then I have no choice. I don't have a scarf now." Xinhao spread his hands helplessly, and then glanced at the watch on Zhao Zifeng's wrist. "Around 4:50. Humph. Who asked you for a towel?" Something happened. Halfway through his words, Zhao Zifeng's expression suddenly changed. He said seriously, "There is important news in the nearby People's Channel. Some people say that new monsters and undead have appeared outside." As she spoke, her big eyes kept staring in front of her, as if she was browsing the news on nearby people's channels. Someone also broke the news that killing monsters and undead above D level has a chance of dropping various treasure chests and a white crystal the size of a fist. But it didn't say what effect this white crystal has. Now many people who think they are capable are going out to hunt monsters and undead. Zhao Zifeng looked at Xinhao with excitement and asked, "Should we also hunt monsters and undead?" "Of course I'm going." As he spoke, Xinhao was already walking towards the balcony. From the third floor, you can already clearly see the situation downstairs.
It's not dark outside yet.
In the small square, a group of people were fighting in Undead Night, led by a middle-aged man holding a huge warhammer. There are also some people in other directions, gathering together in twos and threes to fight the spawned monsters.
Ha! These zombies seem to be different from the stupid ones before.
Shinhao suddenly found a lowly zombie wearing Lolita standing downstairs, looking up at him. Undead Night, this is a Lolita zombie about 1.5 meters tall. Her big pink waves are scattered on her shoulders, she wears a dirty pink Lolita on her upper body, and pink knee-high socks on her lower body. She is not wearing shoes, and her little feet are already black from being stepped on. Her exposed skin is a creepy pale white, and her slender arms are swinging back and forth with the rhythm of her body. The makeup on her face has been completely stained with blood, turning red and white, giving people a gloomy feeling. At this time, she is bending her legs, shaking her body constantly, looking up, staring at Shinhao standing by the window with a pair of creepy blood pupils, and making waves of gloomy and terrifying laughter from her mouth.
He, I see you, this thing is a bit weird.
Shinhao looked at the Lolita zombie on the ground, and felt his scalp tingling.
Zhao Zifeng walked to his side and looked down. This zombie should not be an ordinary zombie. It is probably D level. It should be.
I'll give her a grenade first. Shinhao nodded in agreement, stretched out his hand to open the window, and threw an explosive grenade at the lowly zombie standing below.
The lowly zombie reacted very quickly.
Almost at the moment Shinhao opened the window, she bent her legs and jumped into the air. When the grenade exploded, she had already grabbed the security net on the third floor with both hands, and smiled at Shinhao with a gloomy face.
You can't run away.
Run, your sister, ugly.
Shinhao reacted quickly.
When the lowly zombie jumped into the air, he took out a sniper rifle. When the lowly zombie grabbed the security net outside the window with her hands, he had already pointed the muzzle of the gun at her forehead and pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle of the gun was almost on the forehead of the lowly zombie, and the bullet was fired instantly.
With a sound of bang, the head of the lowly zombie was directly blown up like a watermelon. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Ice shield.
Zhao Zifeng reacted quickly, and directly waved his hand to summon an ice shield to block the window, blocking all the blood and flesh splashing in.
Brother, fight farther next time, I don't want to be infected.
After removing the ice shield and taking a look at the headless corpse that fell down, Zhao Zifeng complained angrily. Sorry, Shinhao smiled at Zhao Zifeng with an embarrassed face. It was too late just now, who knew that this thing could jump more than 10 meters high.
But fortunately you took action, give you a thumbs up.
After giving Zhao Zifeng a thumbs up, he closed the window directly.
You're so talkative.
Zhao Zifeng rolled his eyes at him, then raised a white finger and tapped the window glass, looking at the direction of the small square and said, the middle-aged man who was fighting the Undead Knight with a big hammer should be the gangster leader in Building 8.
Is that Jiangjin? Shinhao looked in the direction of her finger.
That Jiangjin was very brave, wielding a huge war hammer more than 2 meters long with both hands, constantly smashing it at the Undead Knight. With every swing, bursts of explosions would erupt from the hammerhead of the warhammer. This warhammer seemed to have some special effects. However, the Undead Knight wearing heavy armor, riding an undead warhorse, and holding a Fang Tian Huaji in his hand seemed to be no simple matter. With a casual swing, he could block Jiangjin's warhammer attack. Around these two people, some of Jiangjin's brothers were fighting with some undead soldiers who came out of the blue portal. This Jiangjin is quite fierce, but he probably can't win. Shinhao came to a conclusion in his heart after just one look. It's not that Jiangjin is too weak, but that the Undead Knight is too casual. It doesn't take Jiangjin seriously at all, and seems to be teasing Jiangjin. Zhao Zifeng also nodded in agreement, that Undead Knight seems to be stronger than the Undead General. A few minutes later, the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The Undead Knight charged directly at Jiangjin and used a move to sweep away thousands of troops. Jiangjin hurriedly raised his warhammer to resist, but still flew backwards. The Undead Knight did not chase, but rode his warhorse among those brothers, constantly waving the Fang Tian Huaji in his hand.
After a few rounds, 7 or 8 brothers were directly killed. Bang! A bullet hit the undead knight's chest in an instant. However, it was blocked by the grey protective shield emitted from the heavy armor, but it also made it fall directly from the warhorse. The undead knight rolled on the ground to relieve the force, then stood up and looked around, trying to find out who was attacking him. Ha! It was blocked by a grey protective shield. Shinhao, who was hiding in the room, looked at the unscathed undead knight and curled his lips in surprise. It should be wearing special armor, and the material is probably not ordinary. Zhao Zifeng took the sniper rifle and looked through the scope, then changed the direction and pulled the trigger. Bang! The upper body of an undead soldier exploded into a bloody mist. After pulling the bolt, she once again put her shoulder against the butt of the gun and aimed at the distance. It seems that this sniper rifle is not indestructible. Shinhao curled his lips, and then took a look at the kill record displayed on the system interface. Congratulations! You killed a D-level lowly zombie and got 20 honor points. Hey, it's 20 points. After closing the system interface, Shinhao said to Zhao Zifeng, the lowly zombie just now is indeed D-level. Bang! After Zhao Zifeng shot and killed an ordinary zombie again, he turned his head and said to him, that undead knight should be above D-level. While speaking, she handed the sniper rifle in her hand to Shinhao. Then ignore him for now. After taking the sniper rifle, Shinhao raised the gun and looked out the window. It was found that the undead knight had ridden a warhorse and left the vicinity of the small square with 7 or 8 undead soldiers, and walked into the blind spot. Other people in the community also retreated to the building one after another after killing some ordinary zombies and monsters. As for Jiangjin, he had disappeared long ago. After searching around, he found a young man fighting a zombie at the door of a unit diagonally opposite, and was losing ground. Then, he pulled the trigger at the zombie's head. With a bang, the upper body of the zombie exploded directly. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Fuck! What's going on? The young man looked at the zombie that suddenly exploded in front of him, and was directly confused. He ran into the building behind him with a look of horror. After killing an ordinary zombie, Shinhao pointed the gun in another direction again. Bang! A wandering greenskin little devil had his head blown up and fell down. After killing 7 or 8 ordinary monsters and undeads in a row, Shinhao stuffed the sniper rifle in his hand into Zhao Zifeng's hand. I'll take a break, you continue. Okay. Zhao Zifeng nodded, held the sniper rifle with both hands and aimed it out the window. In this way, the two took turns standing by the window and hunting zombies and monsters with sniper rifles. Time passed by minute. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky outside was completely dark. The two killed 40 or 50 monsters and zombies one after another, and then there were no more monsters and zombies in sight. Then, the two returned to the living room. While sitting on the sofa and eating canned beef, a deafening roar suddenly sounded outside the window. Please read it again. It is very important to read it again during the recommended period. Please help to read it to the latest interface and see the reading data. Thank you. Me kill someone. Roar, what's going on? Hearing the deafening roar, Shinhao was slightly stunned, then dropped the canned beef in his hand and ran to the balcony, wanting to see what was happening outside. It sounds like a beast, or it could be a new monster. Zhao Zifeng also ran over with a frown. After the two ran to the balcony, they looked outside and saw a huge figure that was 2 stories high, walking towards the back of the building with heavy steps. Is that a giant? Looking at the huge figure that gradually disappeared, Zhao Zifeng's cute face showed an extremely shocked expression, and one hand tightly grabbed Shinhao's sleeve. It must be a new one, but I don't know if it is a randomly refreshed monster or a spirit of the undead race. Shinhao was also shocked by the huge figure. It's too big. It's simply a giant. The huge body of 2 stories high is enough to bring it powerful destructive power, allowing it to crush everything. Roar! The deafening roar sounded again from another direction. At this moment, it was not just Shinhao and the other two. Many people in the community saw this giant figure. This is a giant zombie that is about 8 meters tall. Not only tall, but also strong. The limbs are thicker than buckets.
Every step the huge foot takes will make a pit on the ground. A rusty iron armor is worn on the huge body, and a triangular hammer as thick as a telephone pole is dragged in the huge palm. When the 4 or 5 meter long triangular hammer passes on the concrete floor, it brings up sparks, which is extremely dazzling in the dark night. Roar while walking, the giant zombie suddenly raised his head and roared to the sky, and with an angry face, he swung the triangular hammer in his hand and smashed it at an undead soldier at his feet. Bang! The poor undead soldier just blocked the road for a while, and was directly smashed into a pool of meat paste. This scene happened to be seen clearly by Ren Tianji, who was standing by the window. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered in shock. "Fuck! Who can bear this hammer?" After observing for a while, he found that this giant zombie did not seem to have any special target, but just wandered around the community with a big hammer. When it encountered zombies, monsters, and undead blocking the way, it directly swung the hammer in its hand and smashed them. The most unlucky ones were a group of green-skinned little demons who were dancing in circles. 5 or 6 of them were trampled to death by the giant zombies. The giant zombie whose foot was hurt was confused for a while, and then he found the remaining 5 or 6 green-skinned little demons, and then he reached out and grabbed the remaining 5 or 6 green-skinned little demons and stuffed them into his bloody mouth and chewed them. While chewing, green blood kept flowing out from the corners of its mouth. It seemed to be very satisfied with the taste of the green-skinned little devil, and a twisted smile appeared on its ugly face full of sutures. Good, delicious, very delicious. Just then, a young man in black leather suddenly ran out from the dark. After running to a distance of 7 or 8 meters from the giant zombie, he suddenly stopped, waving his hands at the giant zombie, and yelling in a mysterious way. Look at me quickly, you are my slave now, you need to obey my command and fight for me. You must remember that I am your master, you can't hurt me. I will give you wisdom and eternal life, and everything you want." The young man shouted loudly. The giant zombie stopped and looked at him with a puzzled look. Not only the giant zombie, even the onlookers in the nearby building fell into confusion. No, this guy is sick? Fuck, does this guy want to hypnotize this giant zombie? Isn't he stupid? Fuck, you are awesome, bro. If you can control this giant zombie, you will have the final say in our community in the future. Hearing this, the young man raised his head and replied loudly with excitement. Don't worry, I have awakened the sea-level hypnotic power, which can hypnotize the target. I have hypnotized several zombies before. Awesome, 666. Fuck, he won't really succeed, right? I see that giant zombie is no longer moving. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, the giant zombie suddenly moved. It ran towards the young man who was chattering. For a moment, the ground shook. Then, the onlookers were shocked to find that the young man was grabbed by the giant zombie and stuffed into his mouth and chewed. TSK, it turned out to be a clown. Oh my god, I thought it was so powerful, but it turned out to be a delivery-man for the giant zombie. After eating the young man, the giant zombie dragged the big hammer in its hand again and began to wander around the community. Li Jianaji, Ritian, did you see the giant zombie? Wanwan Buan, Xin Hao, did you see the giant zombie? Ren Tianji and Lin Wan'er sent messages to Xin Hao one after another. Xin Hao raised his head and took a look at the giant zombie passing by the window, then created a private chat group and pulled the two of them and Zhao Zifeng beside him into it. Afterwards, he sent a message in the group. Xin Ritian, I saw it, this thing wandering around the community is also a trouble. Wanwan is not too late, yes, it is too big. Li Jianaji, how about you try shooting a few shots with the sniper rifle in your hand? Xin Ritian, are you short-sighted? This is a sniper rifle, not a rocket launcher. Wanwan is not too late, by joining the group, do you mean you agree to our joining? Xin Ritian, that's right, I'm considering whether to leave the community and find a safer shelter. It's not too late, the mess in the community is really unsafe, and now a giant zombie has appeared. Li Jianaji, are you planning to form your own force? Xin Ritian, that's what I think. Build a safe and reliable shelter. We can go out to hunt monsters and aliens each time. Wanwan is not too late, yes, you can't stay in this community for a long time. It's not safe, and you can't find survival supplies. Sooner or later you need to leave. Li Jianaji, I observed during the day that some people have already left the community one after another. Li Jianaji, in fact, hiding in the community is very inconvenient. There are too many people and too few monsters. It is difficult to obtain honor points, and you also need to guard against sneak attacks by others. Shinri-tin, I originally planned to think about it, but after the giant zombies appeared, I felt it was time to leave. Shinri-tin, without further ado, please tidy up and gather in the basement on the first floor of building 26. Wan is not too late, no problem, Li Jianaji. Okay, after closing the chat interface. Xinhao didn't wait for Zhao Zifeng, who looked confused, to ask, and explained directly, there are too many people in the community and too few supplies. As time goes by, we will have to go outside the community to look for supplies. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the sofa in the living room. I originally planned to stay a few more days, but this giant zombie outside disrupted my plan, so I can't delay it any longer. After sitting down on the sofa and taking a sip of water, Xinhao continued, you must be wondering why I called them too, right? It's okay. In fact, I can guess the reason why you did this. Zhao Zifeng said, there is strength in numbers. That's right. Xinhao smiled and said, okay, let's pack up. Let's go to the basement to gather. After tidying up. The time has come to 8 o'clock. The two of them walked out of the door and walked directly to the first floor. The first moment he met Ren Tianji and Lin Wanner, Xinhao looked at them with a smile and said, before leaving, help me kill someone first. Thanks to Zizitian and Shuyu 7099 for their monthly ticket support. Thank you, won't be able to sleep or eat. Hearing Xinhao's words, Lin Wanner and Ren Tianji were slightly startled and looked at each other. Are you going to apply for a certificate just after meeting? Although the two of them were a little surprised, they still looked at Xinhao together. Kill who? Li Toyota lives on the 15th floor. Xinhao gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy look, if I hadn't been able to protect myself a little, I would have been badly hurt by him before. If I can't kill him before I leave, I will have trouble sleeping and eating. So, before I leave, I must kill him. Xinhao looked at the two of them and said with a determined expression. No problem, I'll go with you. Seeing Xinhao's expression of resentment and gritted teeth, Ren Tianji nodded. No problem. Lin Wanner also nodded. Let's go. Xinhao turned and walked towards the stairwell, saying as he walked, I originally planned to seek revenge on him tomorrow. My plan is very simple. Regardless of whether he is at home or not, break the door and throw a wave of grenades first. His superpower is that he can metallize his entire body, and he can liquefy it to repair injuries, which is a bit troublesome. When the time comes, let's take action together and make a quick decision. Don't waste time while walking. Xinhao suddenly turned his head and glanced at Ren Tianji and Lin Wanner beside him, and asked with confusion on his face, didn't you prepare any supplies? I just met her at the entrance to the basement, so I threw my backpack into her car. Ren Tianji pointed at Lin Wanner beside him. Lin Wanner was still wearing the white windbreaker she wore during the day. She looked at Xinhao and said, after we finish our work, we will drive directly to find a new shelter. No problem. Xinhao nodded, and then stopped talking. 7 or 8 minutes later. The group arrived at the 15th floor. Which household does Li Toyota live in? Zhao Zifeng turned to look at Xinhao and asked. Have no idea. What? When the other three heard this, they were stunned and looked at him in disbelief. No, brother, why don't you step in and find out where he lives? Ren Tianji asked speechlessly. I haven't thought about it yet. Xinhao spread his hands helplessly. Then what should we do now? Lin Wanner's beautiful face showed a hint of powerlessness. Go upstairs and ask in 1602. Xinhao recalled Wang Danian's room number, then turned around and walked towards the stairwell. Everyone came all the way to the door of 1602. Xinhao raised his hand and knocked on the door. Dong 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 dong, Wang Danian, are you there? I have something to do with you, inside the room. Wang Danian had just comforted his crying daughter when he heard a knock on the door. He cautiously walked towards the door. Just glanced towards the door. His whole body shivered involuntarily.
Why is this the killing star?
To him, Jinhao standing outside the door was undoubtedly a ruthless person. He heard that Lee Toyota had suffered losses at his hands, but he did not dare to take revenge. Just when he was hesitant in his heart, there was another knock on the door and Jinhao's gentle voice.
Wang Danian, I know I'm at home. Open the door. Don't wait for me to force the door open. It's not good for you or me.
Don't worry, I'm just asking you something, I won't hurt you.
Wang Danian, who was standing behind the door, still said nothing and did not open the door.
He was hesitating in his heart, wondering whether he should trust Jinhao outside the door. At this moment, Jinhao's voice rang again.
Open the door, you have no choice.
Hearing this, Wang Danian felt discouraged for a moment, with a look of decadence on his face.
Yes, I have no choice. Even if he doesn't open the door, he can just break in.
Thinking like this, he raised his hand in despair and opened the security door in front of him.
Congratulations, you made the right choice.
Jinhao smiled slightly at Wang Danian, but then he was stunned.
Only 1 day has passed.
Wang Danian looked as if he had aged by more than 10 years.
His body stooped.
His black hair also turned gray, visible wrinkles appeared on his face, and his unshaven face looked decadent. Wang Danian looked at Jinhao standing outside the door and asked,
What do you want?
Tell me which apartment on the 15th floor Li Fengtian lives in, and whether he is at home now. While talking, Jinhao took out a box of canned beef from his pocket and stuffed it into Wang Danian's hand.
This is your reward.
After seeing the canned beef in his hand, Wang Danian, who was initially hesitant, immediately told everything he knew.
Lee Toyota lives in 1503. There should be a woman besides him in the room. My daughter said that the woman is his secretary.
As for whether he is at home now, I don't know, at this time.
Wang Qingqin, who was wearing pajamas, suddenly ran out of the bedroom with a cry.
While running, he cried, Please, don't hurt my dad, I can do whatever you want.
Before running up to Wang Danian,
she directly blocked Wang Danian with her thin body, looked at Jinhao with a pleading face, and begged, I don't have a mother anymore, and I don't want to lose my father again. Please don't hurt my father, please. I can sleep with you, as long as you let my father go. Wang Qingqin raised her hand and was about to pull down her pajamas while begging.
Daughter, Wang Danian's old face showed a trace of pain.
He stretched out his hand to pull Wang Qingqin behind him, looked at Jinhao with despair, and begged, Don't hurt my daughter, please.
Damn! Who wants to hurt you too? Stay at home honestly.
Jinhao really couldn't stand the bitter atmosphere in front of him, so he stepped out of the door and hit the security door. He didn't want to, and wouldn't, attack a pitiful girl.
Because he was a human being, not a beast. Damn it!
After cursing in a low voice, he turned and walked towards the stairwell.
He has a good character, and we didn't make a mistake.
Run Tianji whispered to Lin Wanner and chased after him directly.
Not bad, I didn't embarrass you men.
Lin Wanner turned around, glanced at the closed door of Wang Danian's house, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Zhao Zifeng, who was following Jinhao, also gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Good job, as a man, you have to have your own bottom line.
I am a human, not a beast like Lee Toyota.
Jinhao glanced at Zhao Zifeng, then stretched out his hand to push open the fire door and walked into the 15th floor.
Yes, you are a good man.
Looking at Jinhao's back, Zhao Zifeng's cute face showed a happy smile. Ren Tianji, who followed, glanced at Jinhao, and smiled at Zhao Zifeng with an come on, there are not many good men.
A good man?
Lin Wanner, who was walking at the end, looked at Jinhao's back, and a strange smile appeared on her beautiful face. After walking to the door of 1503, Jinhao raised a finger to his mouth and made a gesture to the other three people not to make a sound. Then, he put his ear to the security door and listened, then took out 6 explosive grenades from his pocket and stuffed 2 into each person's hand.
After I open the door, you just throw the grenades and run, okay? After seeing the 3 people nodded.
He directly used Hymn of Destiny to randomly add a damage deepening buff state to himself, then took out the plasma cutter and cut the security door in front of him. A few seconds later, Jinhao pulled hard, and the cut security door was pulled down by him with great force. At the moment the security door fell, the other 3 people threw the explosive grenades in their hands directly into the door. Then, the 4 turned around and ran. At the same time, an angry roar came from inside the door. Fuck! Who disturbed my interest? Tragic death. Please read on the sofa in the living room. Lee Toyota was originally being frank with his female secretary, entangled in love. The two seemed to be in the most critical mood, with a smile on their faces, and some blushing noises were made during the ups and downs. The noise made by Chin Hao pulling the security door down frightened him so much that he shuddered and immediately collapsed. Lee Toyota, who was furious, just cursed loudly at the door, and saw 5 or 6 black things flying in from outside. He was so scared that his soul was about to die after just one look, and his back was cold. Fuck! Grenade! Without any hesitation, Lee Toyota directly activated his own innate ability, jumped up from the sofa and ran towards the bedroom, and stretched out his hand to push the terrified female secretary under him towards the grenades that fell on the ground. Amid the female secretary's terrified screams, he ran and shouted loudly, "Fuck Chin Hao, I'm going to kill you." Boom 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 boom. Within 2 or 3 seconds, 6 explosive grenades exploded in the living room one after another, and shrapnel splashed everywhere. The female secretary who was pushed out by Lee Toyota as a human shield was the first to bear the brunt. 2 grenades exploded almost close to her body. Almost in an instant. She was blown up like a rag doll, with sharp shrapnel stuck all over her body. She flew backwards and hit the fish tank next to her, smashing the fish tank more than 1 meter high into pieces. She fell to the ground covered in blood and twitched a few times, then she lost her movement, deader than dead. Lee Toyota, who had just run to the door of the bedroom, was also blown away by the shock wave generated by the explosion. There were more than a dozen shrapnel stuck in his back. He fell into the bedroom and spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had turned into a metal state at this time. Although he suffered some internal injuries, they were not fatal. As for the skin injuries, they were constantly repaired by the liquid metal, and the shrapnel fell to the ground one by one. After standing up from the ground and shaking his dizzy head, Lee Toyota raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then shouted to the outside with a gloomy face. "Chin Hao, if you have the ability, don't throw his mother's grenade. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. See if I'm afraid of you." At this time, the naked Lee Toyota didn't care about putting on clothes. He picked up a metal baseball bat from the corner of the bedroom and continued to shout loudly outside the door. "I admit that I was wrong before. I apologize to you. I think we can have a good talk and make peace. You have also blown me up twice with grenades. What if we are even?" A clang. A few seconds later, an explosion sounded again in the living room. Then, Chin Hao's angry voice reached Lee Toyota's ears. "Bullshit, I tell you, Lee Toyota, today one of us must die." Hearing the voice, Lee Toyota knew that Chin Hao had entered the living room. After hesitating for a while, he rushed out of the bedroom with a metal baseball bat in both hands. Only close combat can have hope of winning. Only close combat can Chin Hao dare not throw grenades. After all, he himself can't withstand the power of the grenade explosion. With the small revolver in his hand, he can't cause any effective damage to his metal body. As long as he fights close, he will win. In a flash, Lee Toyota thought everything out in his mind. But, the moment he rushed out of the bedroom, he was stunned for a moment. There was more than one Chin Hao in the living room. There were 3 other people. Chin Hao was not holding the small revolver in his hand. He was standing in a horse stance, holding a 2-meter-long sniper rifle with both hands. Fuck! Such a thick barrel, is it a sniper rifle? Or a sniper cannon? Looking at the barrel as thick as a fist, Lee Toyota was shocked. Just when he ran out of the bedroom and saw the situation in the living room clearly, Chin Hao pulled the trigger with a smile on his face. He die. Bang, a light sound. A 20mm caliber explosive bullet shot out from the muzzle at a high speed, and in the blink of an eye, it shot into Lee Toyota's chest. Bang. The bullet exploded instantly.
A big hole as thick as a bowl was blown out on Lee Toyota's chest, and the huge impact force also made him fly backwards. At the moment of being hit by the bullet, Lee Toyota felt that his body flew backwards involuntarily, his mind became blank, and then there was a heart-wrenching pain. The big hole on his chest was almost instantly repaired by liquid metal. But he was only metallized flesh and blood, not his internal organs. So, his heart was blown to pieces. Blood continued to seep out of Lee Toyota's facial features, which looked extremely strange against the metal skin. After lying on the ground and twitching violently for a few times, his eyes began to blur, and he looked at Chin Hao, who walked into the bedroom, and begged weakly, save me, I don't want to." He kicked his legs and lost his movement completely, and his metal body turned into flesh and blood again. So, he died now? Looking at the deadly Toyota on the ground, Chin Hao was slightly stunned. He felt that all this was a little too unreal. It was just one shot. Why did he die? Ran Tianji squatted down, checked Lee Toyota's body, and used 2 fingers to pick up a piece of meat the size of a fingernail from the corner of Lee Toyota's mouth. It should be that only his flesh and blood can be metallized, but his internal organs cannot, so your heart was broken by your shot. It's a good thing for him. He died too quickly. Chin Hao kicked Lee Toyota's head a few times with an unhappy look on his face, and suddenly looked at Ren Tianji on the side with a cautious look. Do you think, will he be resurrected after we leave? Ran Tianji lowered his head and glanced at the bloody corpse, and a hint of uncertainty appeared on his face. According to common sense, he should be dead. After all, his heart is broken. Forget it, I'd better give him another stab. Don't wait until we leave, he will be resurrected, and then come up with a revenge drama. After imagining the revenge drama of Lee Toyota after his resurrection, Chin Hao squatted down, took out the plasma cutter and cut Lee Toyota's head. This bloody scene made the 3 people on the side feel nervous. This man is too cautious. You must not offend him, otherwise the end will be miserable. 1 minute later. Chin Hao put away the plasma cutter with a satisfied look on his face. He didn't believe that Lee Toyota, whose hands and feet were broken and whose head was cut into 18 pieces, could be resurrected. If he could be resurrected like this, then he deserved to be avenged. Let's go. After taking a last look at the corpse on the ground, Chin Hao waved to the 3 people around him and walked out. At the same time, Wang Danian upstairs was sitting on the sofa with an excited look on his face, watching his daughter eat canned beef in big mouthfuls. He heard the series of explosions coming from downstairs just now clearly, which must have been thrown by Chin Hao. 4-1, and there are grenades. Lee Toyota will definitely die. The more Wang Danian thought about it, the more excited he was. This damn Lee Toyota is finally dead. Please collect, recommend, read, monthly ticket, reward, thank you. After Chin Hao and his group entered the parking lot on the 2nd floor, they came to a white Highlander. Where are you going? Lin Weiner stood by the car door, reached out and took out a bunch of car keys from her pocket, and looked at Chin Hao and asked. As soon as she said this, Zhao Zifeng and Ren Tianji also looked at Chin Hao. Zhao Zifeng walked directly to Chin Hao and asked with a worried look, You don't have no goals, do you? I really have a goal this time. Chin Hao rolled his eyes at her with an annoyed expression, then looked at Lin Weiner and Ren Tianji and said, Let's go to the western suburbs, Taihang Town. Before the 2 of them could ask, he explained, Our family has a 3-story villa with a yard in Taihang Town, the western suburbs, which has been vacant. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers, is in a remote location, and there are not many people in the town, so it should be more suitable for building a shelter. The most important thing is that there is a large factory warehouse and several logistics transfer stations 7 or 8 kilometers away from Taihang Town. There will definitely be no shortage of various supplies. Really? Upon hearing Chin Hao's words, the other 3's eyes suddenly lit up. Know that in the end times. If a safe and reliable shelter is the first need, then various survival supplies are the second need. As long as you have these 2 things, you can quickly establish your own power. Being close to mountains and rivers, in a remote location, and sparsely populated means that there will be few other forces around, and security will increase linearly. Therefore, this kind of place is most suitable as a shelter. Really, this is the place that I personally think is the most suitable right now. After speaking, Chin Hao added, Anyway, I won't build a shelter in a city. There are too many people and too many variables, so I don't feel safe. No problem, I agree with you. Ren Tianji nodded to Qin Hao. He was now alone, and his family were all hundreds of kilometers away in his hometown. Now he has no other option but to pray in his heart that his family is safe. He also thought about going home to find his family, but his reason told him that this was unrealistic and impossible. He doesn't have this ability yet. Lin Wanner on the side also nodded to Qin Hao after thinking for a moment. You are right, this is indeed the most suitable place to establish a shelter at the moment. As for Zhao Zifeng, she didn't even think about it, she just raised her little head, looked at Qin Hao, and said with an innocent smile, Qin Hao, the only one I can rely on now is you can't leave me alone. Okay. Looking at Zhao Zifeng with an innocent expression on his face, Qin Hao nodded towards her. I'm not a local and have never been to Taihang town in the western suburbs. Which of you knows the way? Lin Wanner asked, holding the car key with one finger and looking at the three people around her. I can't drive. Zhao Zifeng said, blinking his big innocent eyes. I can't drive either. Qin Hao spread his hands, but I can give directions. Let me drive. I have some impressions of this Taihang town. After thinking for a moment, Ren Tianji took the car key from Lin Wanner. After opening the car door and getting in, he rolled down the window and looked at Qin Hao and said, Qin Hao, sit in the passenger seat and show me the way. Okay. Qin Hao nodded, went around to the other side, opened the door, took off the backpack on his back, and got into the passenger seat. Lin Wanner and Zhao Zifeng also opened the car door and sat in the back seat. After the two sat down, Zhao Zifeng held his backpack and stretched out a finger to tap Qin Hao's shoulder. Qin Hao, do you need me to help you get your backpack? I can do it myself, thank you. Qin Hao turned around and smiled at her. Okay, fasten your seatbelts and sit tight. After Ren Tianji greeted everyone, he started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the exit of the underground parking lot. Qin Hao on the side reached out and pressed a few buttons on the black central control display, then turned to look at Lin Wanner and asked, is it completely broken? It's completely scrapped. Lin Wanner glanced at the central control display and nodded. Then, she said with a puzzled look, it's strange that most of the electronic equipment was completely scrapped, but some electronic equipment gradually recovered after a brief failure, such as the elevator that can still operate. Zhao Zifeng on the side added, there are also water, electricity, and gas. I think this little problem is not surprising at all compared to Blue Star becoming a battleground among the heavens. Qin Hao said lightly. Actually, we are facing another problem now. Ren Tianji, who had just driven out of the underground parking lot, suddenly said. What's the problem? The other three asked. Ren Tianji's driving skills are very good. While driving, he avoided obstacles and some damaged cars on the road. While speaking, although we have formed a team now, we still need to take care of ourselves when hunting monsters and aliens. After all, honor points cannot be shared. I just thought about this issue. Qin Hao looked through the car window at the monsters wandering on the roadside and said softly, after we build the shelter, we will search for various supplies together. When we usually hunt monsters and aliens, we can each take care of ourselves. We just need to act together and help each other when the other party encounters difficulties or is looking for supplies. I think the mastermind behind the scenes must have done this on purpose. Lin Wanner, who was sitting in the back row, suddenly said. Hearing her words, Zhao Zifeng curled his lips and muttered, it goes without saying, it's for sure. Sit tight, I'm ready to speed up. Ren Tianji just turned the car into the main road and immediately increased the speed to 100 miles. The other three people suddenly felt a push on their backs. The two-way 8-lane main city road was empty, with no other vehicles in sight, except for the occasional lost car on the side of the road. Some zombies and monsters wandering in the middle of the road were directly hit by high-speed cars and flew out. Ren Tianji had a very excited expression on his face. He stepped hard on the accelerator with one foot and kept turning the steering wheel left and right with both hands to avoid obstacles on the road. Fuck! Can you drive slower? If we go faster, we can go to the sky directly. Qin Hao looked at the accelerator needle on the instrument panel that had soared to 150, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead.
He didn't want to end up in heaven because of a car accident.
You're afraid of a ball. Ren Tianji looked forward and shouted excitedly, Ri Tian, don't be afraid, I'm an ace driver in the army, this speed is nothing. Even if you are an ace pilot, you can't do it. I'm afraid of death.
At this time, Xin Hao couldn't care less and called himself Ri Tian.
Fuck. Look at the road, there are zombies ahead. There is a car, hide quickly.
Old Ren, I don't think you are suitable for driving a car.
You are suitable for driving a fighter jet.
Bang! After knocking away a zombie, Ren Tianji turned to look at Xin Hao with excitement.
How do you know I can fly a fighter jet?
Let me tell you, I was an ace pilot in the army. Upon hearing this, Xin Hao was speechless.
Is this guy really an ace pilot?
In the western suburbs, there is an area of self-built villas to the west of Taihang town.
In one of the 3-story villas, a girl wearing a black hood was hiding in a bedroom on the second floor. In the living room, a 2-meter-tall one-eyed monster was wandering back and forth, constantly destroying everything in sight. A few minutes later,
the one-eyed monster came to the door of the room where the girl was hiding on the second floor. Jia jia jia, with a sinister smile, it directly smashed open the bedroom door with both hands.
You, don't come here, I'm very powerful.
The girl in the room slowly retreated to the corner, looking at the one-eyed monster slowly walking into the room with a horrified look on her face.
Jia jia jia, delicious food, I like it very much.
Amidst a burst of eerie laughter, the one-eyed monster drooled at the corner of his mouth and slowly walked towards the girl waving his strong hands.
No one wants, please read on, I'm really, very good.
Hee in the corner, the panicked girl slowly raised her head.
The hood on her head slipped back, revealing a very cute face with a little baby fat.
Under the heavy bangs was a pair of bright eyes. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, with a sly smile on her cute face, looking at the one-eyed monster approaching her, and said in a delicate voice, actually, you should have turned around and ran away just now, but you don't have a chance now.
Hee, the one-eyed monster leaned down and looked at the girl in the corner who was only 1.5 meters tall.
A trace of evil smile appeared on his hideous and terrifying face, and he raised a pair of palm leaf-like claws and grabbed her.
Go to hell, ugly monster.
Looking at the pair of bloody claws coming towards her, the girl did not dodge at all, but let out a cry.
With her cry,
under the feet of the one-eyed monster, a hole with a radius of 1 meter suddenly cracked.
Inside the hole, there was magma rolling constantly. Almost in an instant, the one-eyed monster's feet were empty and he fell directly into the magma.
Amid its screams, the hole in the ground healed instantly and disappeared, leaving no trace on the smooth floor.
Everything just now seemed like an illusion. Only 1 point of honor, it's a waste of feelings.
The cute girl pouted her lips, walked to the bed and sat down, looking up at the blood moon outside the window. Her name is Qin Annie, and she just turned 16 this year. When the doomsday came, she was watching anime alone at home, and the line of words in the sky automatically appeared in her mind. In a panic, she awakened her own innate ability.
S-level lava master.
Her parents were doing business in other places, and the nanny at home also went home to visit relatives, so she was alone at home.
After the initial panic,
she reacted and ran downstairs to lock all the doors of the house.
In the next 2 days,
she was no longer panicked and afraid, and slowly adapted to all this, and began to get familiar with her awakened talents. When she used her talents to kill a zombie for the first time, she was completely excited and felt that it was no different from playing a game.
These zombies and monsters are really weak.
She began to walk out of the house, luring some zombies, monsters, and aliens back, and then killed them one by one. However, she did not dare to hunt those monsters and zombies blatantly outside, because there were other people in Taihang town, and those people also awakened various talents. Those people relied on their awakened talents to gather together, form gangs, and act recklessly.
Not only hunting monsters and aliens, they also robbed other people in the town.
Food, daily necessities, medicines, women, etc. are all their targets for robbery, and many people have been killed by them.
However, since this villa area is still 2 or 3 kilometers away from Taihang town, these people have not yet searched.
After all, 2 or 3 days is not enough for them to plunder Taihang Town. Even if they plunder Taihang Town, their next target should be the nearby warehouse area. But Qin Annie still has some worries in her heart. After all, she is alone now. During the day, she has found several people strolling around the villa area. She is not sure whether her awakened ability can kill those people. So, she doesn't want to have any conflict with them now. After sitting on the bed for a while, she reached out and took out a bag of biscuits from her pocket and ate them in small bites. She didn't have much food left. It was probably enough for 4 or 5 days. She had already searched several villas around. Because no one had lived in it for a long time, let alone food, there was no basic living supplies. Rats would starve to death if they lived in it. Do we have to go to that warehouse area to find supplies? After struggling in her heart, Qin Annie sighed helplessly. She felt so pitiful now. It was like a poor little thing that no one wanted and no one cared for. Their family had no other relatives or friends in Taihang Town. Originally, there was an uncle. But 2 years ago, the uncle and aunt died in a car accident, leaving only a cousin living in the city. Alas, I am pitiful and no one loves me. I am a little cabbage that no one wants. Qin Annie ate the biscuits in her hand while sulking. Just then, there was a roar of an engine outside the window. Is there anyone? Qin Annie ran to the window with a nervous look on her face and looked outside. In the dark night, a car drove towards the site from far to near. A few minutes later, a white SUV stopped at the door of the villa next door. There were no street lights outside. However, with the light from the car, she saw 4 people getting out of the car. They should be 2 men and 2 women. One of the men looked familiar to her, but because it was night and the distance was 20 to 30 meters, she couldn't see it clearly. Is it my cousin who was back? Qin Annie didn't turn on the light, so she was not afraid of being discovered standing by the window. After struggling in her heart, she decided to sneak over to see if her cousin was back. If so, at least she was no longer alone. Although her cousin was a little lonely and cowardly, he was her biological cousin anyway, and they were related by blood. After making up her mind, Qin Annie raised her hand, pulled the hood behind her head, covering the upper half of her face, and then walked out the door. Qin Hao, is this your home? This place is remote enough. Zhao Zifeng glanced at the surrounding environment and looked at the 3-story villa with a small courtyard in front of him. This place looks okay, just make do with it. Ren Tianji looked at the 3-meter-high courtyard wall in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. This wall was enough to resist most monsters and aliens. I like this kind of environment, it's the taste of nature. Lin Wanner closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on her beautiful face. The scenery is better during the day. Qin Hao smiled at Lin Wanner, then reached out and took out a bunch of keys from his backpack and opened the door in front of him. After pushing open the heavy iron door that was more than 4 meters wide, he raised his hand and made an invitation gesture to the other 3 people. Welcome everyone to my home, please. Be respectful. Lin Wanner showed a charming smile to Qin Hao, and then walked into the yard openly. Zhao Zifeng looked at Lin Wanner's back, snorted lightly, and followed in. I'll go drive. Ren Tianji glanced at the yard, and after seeing that the yard was more than 100 square meters, he turned and walked towards the car behind him. When Ren Tianji drove the car into the yard, Qin Hao, who was originally planning to follow him in, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the villa next to him. This villa belongs to his uncle. However, it seems that their family is doing business in other places. No. My cousin seems to live here with the nanny because she has to go to school. Aji, I'll go to the next door to take a look. You guys check the situation inside the villa first. After hesitating for a while, Qin Hao shouted to Ren Tianji in the yard, and then walked towards the villa next door alone. Just walked to the gate of the villa next door. Qin Hao raised his head and looked at a head popping out from the top of the wall. Brother, you are back. Qin Annie, who was lying on the wall, smiled sweetly at Qin Hao. Then she pouted and cried. I'm about to become a little cabbage that no one wants. Thank you for your support, please collect, please read, please invest, please vote for the monthly ticket, thank you. Next, we will enter the exciting 10 draw phase. Draws, unexpected rewards. How come no one wants it?
I'm back now. Shinhao smiled slightly at Shin Annie on the wall. Stop crying, you'll turn into a little cat when you cry. Humph, that's not true.
After hearing Shinhao's words, Shin Annie stopped crying instantly and sniffed with an aggrieved look on her face. She raised her hand, wiped the tears on her face, looked at Shinhao curiously, and asked, "Brother, why did you come back suddenly in the middle of the night? Who are those people? The city is too chaotic, so I came to the countryside to hide." Shinhao turned around, glanced at his villa, and then looked at Shin Annie on the wall. Those people all live in the same community, and they are working together temporarily. After all, it is very dangerous to be alone in this environment. Shin Annie glanced at the villa next to her thoughtfully, then lowered her head and looked at Shinhao below. He said with confidence, "Brother, you don't have to be afraid anymore. I am very powerful and I will protect you."
Oh, our little Annie has grown up now?
She knows how to protect her family.
Not bad, not bad.
For Shin Annie, Shinhao didn't feel strange in his heart. Although he was not the Shinhao who belonged to this world, he could still be regarded as inheriting everything from him. Therefore, the Shin Annie in front of her could be regarded as her real cousin, at least much closer than Zhao Zifeng and the other three. After hearing Shinhao's words, Shin Annie's cute face blushed slightly, and then she retracted into the wall.
10 seconds later. The petite Shin Annie opened the door and walked out.
She looked at Shinhao standing outside the door and shouted playfully, "Elder brother,
go pack your things and move to my place."
Shinhao smiled at her.
Okay.
After hearing Shinhao's words, Shin Annie turned around excitedly and rushed into the yard. Shinhao stood at the door with his hands in his pockets and waited. At this time, the lights were already on in the villa next door. With a cigarette in his mouth, Ren Tianji walked out of the yard and walked towards this side. After walking to Shinhao's side, he glanced at the open door and asked, "Acquaintance?" As he spoke, he reached out and took out the cigarette case from his pocket, opened it with his fingers, and handed it to Shinhao.
"Have one?"
No. Shinhao smiled and shook his head.
"That's such a pity. You're missing one of the joys of men."
After putting the cigarette case in his hand into his pocket, Ren Tianji blew out a smoke ring with a look of enjoyment.
"Maybe."
Shinhao smiled at him. Then he looked at the villa with lights in front of him.
"This is my uncle's house.
He and my aunt have been doing business out of town, leaving my 16-year-old cousin alone at home. Oh, it turns out she is our girl, she is one of our own." Ren Tianji took a deep breath from the cigarette in his mouth, threw the cigarette but on the ground, crushed it with his foot, then opened his mouth and blew out a smoke ring. He looked at Shinhao seriously. "To get down to business, after entering Taihang town just now, I found that we were being targeted."
"It shouldn't be a big problem,"
Shinhao said casually.
Just now he noticed a figure flashing in the darkness in the distance.
Ever since he injected the perfect genetic medicine in the morning, he felt that all aspects of his body had begun to improve.
Even in the dark.
He can also see the general situation dozens of meters away.
A cold wind blew.
Shinhao frowned, looked at Ren Tianji beside him and asked,
"It's starting to cool down, what time is it now?"
"It's almost 11 o'clock. Ren Tianji lowered his head and glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist.
At this time,
Shin Annie walked out with a backpack on her back and a red suitcase in her hand.
Walked up to Shinhao.
She raised her head and smiled sweetly. "Brother, I've packed up, let's go." After saying that, she looked at Ren Tianji beside her with curiosity.
"Go back first." Shinhao walked towards his villa.
Ren Tianji and Shin Annie followed closely behind. After the three of them returned to the villa, Zhao Zifeng and Lin Weiner had just walked down the stairs.
"Everything has been checked and there is no problem," Lin Weiner said to Shinhao.
Then, she glanced at Shin Annie beside her with curiosity.
"Who is this?"
"My sister, cousin," Shinhao explained. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he continued,
I'm a little tired. Let's do this tonight. There are 4 bedrooms on the 3rd floor. You can find a spare room for yourself. Okay. Lin Wanner nodded with a tired look, then turned and walked upstairs.
Ren Tianji on the side said to everyone, I made observations on the way here. The area here should be quite safe.
There are no monsters or aliens. I guess there are no portals nearby. So, everyone can have a good rest tonight.
After smiling at everyone, he walked directly upstairs.
Brother, I'm going to rest first and we'll talk tomorrow.
Qin Annie originally wanted to say something, but after seeing Qin Hao's tired look, she turned and walked upstairs. Zhao Zifeng on the side also looked tired, but she still looked at Qin Hao with concern and asked, Are you okay?
Are you too tired? It's okay, go and rest.
Qin Hao shook his head at her and smiled.
You too, have a good rest.
Zhao Zifeng smiled at him, then turned and walked upstairs.
Okay. Qin Hao nodded and walked towards the 2nd floor. After entering his bedroom,
he didn't care whether the bed was clean or not, and just lay down on it.
A lot of things happened today. He was really exhausted physically and mentally.
He emptied his mind and lay on the bed for more than an hour. After Qin Hao sat up suddenly from the bed. At this time, it was already past midnight. After raising his hand and rubbing his face, he directly summoned the silver metal box.
After opening it,
there were 10 mysterious capsules neatly placed inside.
Without any hesitation, 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations! You got a 10-gene iced watermelon, evaluation, a must-have for summer. A must-have for cooling off. Congratulations!
You have obtained 100 Claymore Mines, advanced, evaluation, infantry nightmare, you can use it to defend against all enemies, congratulations! You have obtained 100 sets of black jackets, evaluation, it's not that I don't change clothes, it's just that I have 100 sets of the same clothes, congratulations! You have obtained 1 million boxes of canned fruit, assorted flavors, contains 500 grams of pulp and more than a dozen kinds of fruits, evaluation, eat slowly, enough for you to eat until your next life.
Congratulations!
You have obtained an S-level item, nano-level biological armor, evaluation, a product of super technology from another world, you deserve it.
Congratulations! You have obtained an 88mm anti-aircraft gun, improved version. This was originally an old-fashioned 88mm anti-aircraft gun that was eliminated.
After being picked up by a mad scientist, it was improved and added with unlimited ammunition and never-worn features. Evaluation, boy, you don't want to use an anti-aircraft gun to fight zombies, do you?
Congratulations!
You have obtained 100 AK-47 fully automatic rifles, a timeless classic gun. Each gun is equipped with 200 standard bullets. Comment, perhaps, you can arm a team with them, congratulations. You have obtained 1 million packs of Angel Wing sanitary napkins. Comment, from now on, you will become the man that 300 million girls dream of, congratulations. You have obtained a famous painting from another world, Mona Lisa's smile. Comment, in a certain other world, having it is equivalent to financial freedom.
Congratulations! You have obtained an S-level conceptual ability. I bet you will fall down immediately. I bet you will fall down immediately. When you say this to the target will definitely fall flat on its face. Comment, its magic is far beyond your imagination. Firing horizontally, military court, please read later. Lines of translucent writing almost quickly passed in front of Qin Hao's eyes, making him a little dazzled. However, he seemed to see S-level props and superpowers. There are also 2 1 million rewards. While thinking, he started reading from the beginning. It seems that it is not suitable to eat iced watermelon in the middle of winter. Looking at the cold big watermelon in his hand, Qin Hao curled his lips and put it back into the capsule space. Broadsword mine, this thing is good, it can be arranged as a booby trap. Hee. As if he thought of something, he looked at the dark green broadsword mine in his hand and laughed unconsciously. Ahem, as if he felt that his laughter was a bit too sinister, he stopped laughing and muttered with a serious face. Putting the broadsword mine at the door of the portal, this should not be considered crazy, right? Well, not at all. After happily putting the broadsword mine in his hand into the capsule space, he took out a black jacket and looked at it. Ha! This looks exactly like the one I got before. Could it be made by the same company? After muttering to himself, he put the jacket in his hand on the bed beside him and happily took out a box of canned fruit. This is a cylindrical iron can. There are some fruit patterns on it. And some strange and incomprehensible words. Not bad, it tastes great. After opening the can and scooping a spoonful into his mouth with the small spoon on it, Shinhao closed his eyes and chewed it with a look of enjoyment. Sweet and soft. While chewing, juice splashed and the fruit fragrance overflowed. It was endless aftertaste. After eating all the pulp in the can in one breath, Shinhao burped with satisfaction, reached out from his pocket and took out a tissue to wipe the can juice on the corner of his mouth. Then, he put the can in his hand on the bedside table. S-level nanoscale biological armor, this thing seems to have only appeared in science fiction movies. Looking at the metal wristband full of science fiction texture in his hand, Shinhao's face showed a trace of curiosity. That's right, this is what the nanoscale biological armor looks like after being taken out of the capsule space. A 3-finger-wide metal wristband. The surface is a dark color that keeps flowing and changing. It looks unremarkable, giving people a feeling of simplicity and dullness. Shinhao gently buckled the metal wristband in his hand to his right wrist, and the metal wristband instantly stuck to his wrist firmly. Almost instantly, he felt some information coming from his wrist. So that's it, I understand. After understanding this information, Shinhao's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a happy smile. As a thought rose in his heart. The metal wristband buckled on his wrist seemed to come alive, instantly melted into a pool of black liquid, and began to move quickly towards his body. The black wristband seemed to have liquefied into a black hole, and black liquid continued to pour out, covering Shinhao's whole body in the blink of an eye. In just 1 second, Shinhao's body was tightly wrapped by the biological armor, forming a set of smooth and handsome black armor. His handsome face was also covered with a full covering visor. Although his eyes were also covered, he found that this did not seem to affect his vision. At this moment, he felt a strong force pouring into his body. Almost in an instant, he felt that all aspects of his body attributes were amplified. Not only did his strength, agility, endurance, and jumping ability improve, he also gained a short-term flying ability. Not only that, he can also control the biological armor on his body to evolve some cold weapons, such as knives, swords, guns, spears, claws and other weapons. And a shield. In addition, he can also evolve a biological shoulder cannon on his shoulder to attack distant targets. After standing in the house and experimenting for a while, Shinhao only had 2 words to describe this S-class biological armor. Awesome. If I had to add 3 more words, that is very awesome. With this set of biological armor, he felt that his survivability and strength had soared. It's only 8 meters high, and the knife in my hand is not bad. Looking at the black long knife that evolved in his right hand, he felt that he should be able to fight with the giant zombie now. With a thought, the biological armor covering Shinhao's body instantly liquefied, quickly moved to his right wrist, and once again turned into an ordinary black wristband. After sitting down on the bed, he looked at a storage compartment in the capsule space, which contained the 88mm anti-aircraft gun icon. He didn't take this thing out, because there was no room in the bedroom. Fire, military court, but now. Fire. Must fire. Shinhao raised his hand and touched his chin. After imagining it in his mind, he couldn't help laughing. The power of this anti-aircraft gun should be much greater than that of a sniper rifle. One shot should be able to directly blow up the general's undead. After all, this thing can penetrate a tank with one shot. As for not being able to operate it, there just happened to be a special forces soldier. I hope no one will come to cause trouble tomorrow, otherwise I can only use it for testing. After thinking about the figure hiding in the dark before, Shinhao unconsciously showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. With a look of excitement, he took out an AK-47 fully automatic rifle. After taking it in his hand and looking at it carefully, He tried to pull the bolt. It's not that he hasn't played shooting games before. In theory, they are all similar. With his current physical fitness, pulling the bolt is just like playing. However, he didn't shoot. After all, it's not suitable to shoot in a small bedroom. After playing with it in his hand for a while, he put the AK-47 in his hand into the capsule space. Then, with a tangled face, he took out a pack of Pink Angel Wing brand sanitary napkins. This thing. Zhao Zifeng should need it now. With a strange look on his face, Qin Hao threw the angel wings in his hand directly onto the bed. Then, he took out the world-famous painting Mona Lisa's Smile and admired the Mona Lisa in the frame. In the world before he crossed over, this world-famous painting existed. Moreover, there is also a Mona Lisa's Smile in this world. Is there a Mona Lisa's Smile in every parallel world? Doesn't this mean that there is a Leonardo da Vinci in every world? Strange. Really strange. With a thoughtful look on his face, Qin Hao put the Mona Lisa's Smile in his hand into the capsule space. Then, he began to perceive the S-level superpower he had obtained in his heart. I bet you will fall down soon, after some perception. He finally came to a conclusion in his heart. This is a very unreasonable concept-based superpower. Basically, there is no solution. This also reminded him of a classic line in a TV series he had watched before. I bet there are no bullets in your gun, survive. Is it a concept system? Interesting. You can try the effect with Aji tomorrow. Thinking of this, Qin Hao's mouth curled up slightly. It has been 3 or 4 days since he came here. He has gradually adapted to everything in this world. Let the doomsday come. Let the chaos of the world come. Anyway, he has awakened a special and unique talent. If he still lives a cowardly life like this, he might as well find a piece of tofu and die. Since he has traveled through time, then he can't be a coward. Anyone who dares to make himself unhappy will be sent directly to drink tea and talk about life with the king of hell. If a person is not ruthless, he can't stand firm. No one can be completely trusted in the doomsday. After muttering in his mouth, Qin Hao lay down on the bed sideways and slowly closed his eyes. Next to him, an AK-47 lay quietly on the bed. My cousin seems to be different from before. Is it my illusion? Or has he matured after not seeing him for 2 years? In a bedroom on the 3rd floor. Qin Annie lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, with Qin Hao's every move constantly appearing in her mind. However, the two hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years. She was not sure now. After frowning and thinking for a while, she sat up from the bed. It should be correct. The scar on his neck is still there. It was scratched by me when I was a child. A lot of blood flowed at that time. Thinking of this, Qin Annie's frown relaxed, got off the bed, walked to the window, raised her head and looked at the blood moon in the sky. Mom and Dad, are you okay now? I miss you so much, really miss you so much, you must be safe. A tear slowly fell from the corner of Qin Annie's eye, slid down her fair face to her chin. She closed her eyes, put her hands on her chest and prayed silently. Mom and Dad, you must be safe. Looking at the family photo in her hand, Zhao Zifeng's cute face was full of tears. At this moment, she missed her parents to the extreme. Her heart ached. After a while, she put the photo frame in her hand into her backpack, silently raised her hand to wipe the tears on her face. Then, she took out the revolver that Qin Hao gave her, and began to slowly get familiar with this gun. She must try her best to survive. Only by surviving can she have the opportunity to find her parents? Dad, Mom, Sister, are you okay? I hope you are safe. Lin Wanner, wearing a black yoga suit, lay by the window, raised her head and looked at the blood moon in the sky, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. After lying by the window for a while, she sat down on the bed, raised her slender jade hand and gently pulled in the void. A black tang sword with a cold glow was pulled out by her little by little. This black tang sword comes with her awakened talent. It is a B-level prop.
It is extremely sharp and can cut iron like mud. And her awakened talent is the A-level Blade Queen. In the future, I hope you and I will be together and reach the final peak together. Looking at the black tang sword in her hand, Lin Wanner's delicate face showed a trace of determination. Compared with men, she believes more in this black tang sword in her hand. However, this Qin Hao may be a little different from other men. If you ask her why she wants to form a team with Qin Hao, she herself can't explain it clearly. Maybe it's a woman's intuition. Stand up. After playing with a knife flower in her hand, she looked at the blood moon outside the window with a cold face. Live. Must live. I hope my father and others are safe and try to live. Ren Tianji sat on the ground with his back against the door, took out a bullet pendant from his collar with one hand, and prayed in his heart. Then, Qin Hao's face appeared in his mind again. I hope I'm not wrong. When he first saw Qin Hao on the balcony, his sixth sense told him that he would definitely survive to the end if he followed this man. There was no reason. This was an intuition. This intuition had saved him many times in the past 8 years. No matter what, we must survive. Ren Tianji's resolute face showed a trace of determination, and he waved his hand violently, stabbing the three-edged military bayonet in his hand into the door behind him. The blade went straight into the handle. To the west of Taihang town. In a 3-story mansion. A man in his 40s, shirtless, with a face full of flesh, was lying on the sofa with a look of enjoyment, closing his eyes, enjoying the close service of 2 young women. A pair of rough hands were also dishonest, constantly wandering on the bodies of the 2 women. The 2 did not dare to dodge at all. There was not even a trace of dissatisfaction on the beautiful face. Because the last woman who dared to resist has now been sent to the room of the group of brothers. The screams lasted for 2 or 3 hours. Even, to make it easier for the men to do it, they also need to cooperate constantly, standing up or bending down. The middle-aged man with a face full of flesh on the sofa was originally a big bully in Taihang town. His name was Lei Minghu, nicknamed Lei Lao Hu. He had always oppressed the good and committed all kinds of evil. Since the doomsday came, he awakened his combat talent. He became even more fearless. He took a group of younger brothers and 7 or 8 spray guns to forcibly occupy the mansion that originally belonged to the richest man in Taihang town. The poor richest man was shot directly. His wife and daughter were humiliated by a group of people for a whole day. Then, these people began to make plans for the survivors around them. There were also several men in the town who had awakened their combat talents and wanted to resist, but without exception, they were all knocked down by a spray gun. Since there was no time and space portal in the west of Taihang town, and there were not many monsters refreshed, Lei Lao Hu and his group lived very freely these 2 days. Are you uncomfortable? Lei Lao Hu squeezed a ball of white hair hard until it was deformed, then opened his eyes and looked at the woman with a painful expression beside him. No, brother Hu, I feel comfortable. The woman straightened her body and forced a smile on her pretty face. As long as it's comfortable. Hearing the woman's words, Lei Lao Hu let go of the bloodstained ball in his hand with a satisfied look. Okay, go back to sleep. As Lei Lao Hu waved his hand, the 2 women stood up as if they had been pardoned and ran to a bedroom nearby. Just then, a younger brother who was waiting at the door came in. He walked to the sofa. He leaned down and reported to Lei Lao Hu, who was sitting on the sofa with a respectful look. Brother Hu, the group of people in the East security team are not making any big moves now, but the portal in the east of the town has been occupied by them. After a pause, the younger brother asked cautiously, Brother Hu, should we go over and rob it? After Lei Lao Hu heard what the younger brother said, he pondered for a while and said, I need to think about this matter carefully. By the way, Brother Hu, a car bypassed the town in the first half of the night and went to the villa area in the west. The villa area in the west? Hearing this, Lei Lao Hu was slightly stunned. Have you sent someone to check it out? Yes, 2 men and 2 women got off the car and entered one of the villas. These 4 people don't look very old. Send someone to keep a close eye on them. Okay, go down. Before Lei Lao Hu finished speaking, he suddenly felt dizzy. Everything in the room shook violently. The younger brother standing next to him was even more unstable and almost fell down. He said in panic, "Brother Hu, is this an earthquake? Go to the yard, quickly." Lei Lao Hu got up and ran towards the yard almost in an instant. "Thank you for your monthly votes for returning to the countryside, and thank you for your recommendation votes." "Thank you very much, aircraft guns? Please read on, what's going on?" Amidst the violent shaking, Xin Hao, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. The moment he woke up, he directly picked up the AK-47 at hand and pointed it at the door. Then, he realized that it should be an earthquake. Without any hesitation, amid the continuous shaking, he jumped off the bed with AK-47 in both hands and ran towards the door. Just as he ran out of the bedroom, he heard Ren Tianji shouting upstairs, and the sound of violent knocking on the door. "Earthquake, everyone go to the yard to hide." At this time, the shaking had stopped. Xin Hao ran upstairs with AK-47 in his hand. But he had just run halfway. Ren Tianji and the other four hurried down. "There should be aftershocks, let's go to the yard first." "Okay." Hearing Ren Tianji's words, Xin Hao turned and ran downstairs. When the few people ran to the yard, the ground shook violently again. It stopped after 7 or 8 seconds. "It's not that bad, it's only level 5 or 6, the house won't collapse." Ren Tianji calmly took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit one for himself, took a deep puff, and then pointed at the AK-47 in Xin Hao's hand with the hand holding the cigarette. "This thing is rare in China, but it's very powerful to use, and it's easy to use." After taking a puff of cigarette, he continued, "At the beginning, the century gangster Yi Jihan held the AK-47 in both hands, stood in a horse stance, and fought with the police on the streets of Hong Kong Island." An expert. Hearing Ren Tianji's words, Xin Hao smiled and threw the AK-47 in his hand. Ren Tianji held a cigarette in his mouth and raised one hand to catch the AK-47 thrown over. After pulling the bolt a few times and checking the condition of the gun, he raised the gun with both hands. Facing the direction of the door, he made a standard tactical aiming action. Then, he looked at Xin Hao on the side and asked, "How many do you have?" He absolutely did not believe that Xin Hao only had one in his hand. He even suspected that Xin Hao's ability was probably to summon various weapons and equipment, such as the standard grenade before. "Just enough." Hearing Ren Tianji's words, Xin Hao's handsome face showed a smile. "Where are the bullets? Are there any more?" After checking the bullets in the magazine, Ren Tianji looked at Xin Hao. "Not many, 200 rounds. A little less." Ren Tianji frowned. "Then you can't use it to fight monsters and aliens. You can only keep the bullets to deal with those who have bad intentions." "Brother, can I take a look?" Xin Annie on the side looked at the AK-47 in Ren Tianji's hand, her big eyes full of curiosity. Hearing this, Ren Tianji looked at Xin Hao, and after seeing him nod, he threw the AK-47 in his hand to Xin Annie. After receiving the AK-47, Xin Annie looked at it with joy like a child who got a new toy. However, she knew her limits. She did not pull the trigger, although the gun was on safety. But whether or not to put on safety is different from whether or not to pull the trigger. Zhao Zifeng and Lin Wan are on the side. They also came to Xin Annie with curiosity. They looked at the AK-47 in her hand. "Will there be another earthquake?" Xin Hao raised his head, glanced at the blood moon in the sky, and then looked at Ren Tianji beside him and asked, "I don't know, who can say for sure?" Ren Tianji threw away the cigarette but in his hand, stomped it out with his foot, and spread his hands to Xin Hao helplessly. "He is not a seismometer, how can he know if there will be an earthquake today?" He lowered his head and glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. He said to Xin Hao, "It's 3:10 now. We'll go back to sleep at 4 o'clock. I guess even if there are aftershocks, they won't be too big." "Okay." Xin Hao nodded, then suddenly looked at him and asked, "Can you shoot anti-aircraft guns?" "The 88mm ones." "88mm anti-aircraft guns?" Hearing Qin Hao's words, Ren Tianji's face was obviously stunned for a moment.
What? You even have such a big killer? I have one in my hand. Qin Hao nodded seriously.
Ren Tianji said helplessly, it's useless to have it.
I can operate it. But this thing. It can't be played by 1 or 2 people. At least 4 people are needed. 4 people are needed.
Hearing this, Qin Hao looked at the 3 women on the side thoughtfully.
No, you plan to let the 3 of them go?
Looking at Qin Annie and the other 2 women, Ren Tianji showed a trace of disbelief on his face.
Only these 3 delicate women can shoot anti-aircraft guns? Isn't this an international joke? Is it not possible?
Qin Hao raised his hand, touched his chin, looked at Ren Tianji and asked.
Brother, what do you think?
Ren Tianji said helplessly, the 4 people I'm talking about are 4 skilled gunners, not 4 green hands. With them, let alone hitting the target, we'd be thankful if we could just fire the shells. It seemed like he had thought of something. He suddenly looked at Qin Hao and asked, by the way, how many shells do you have?
Just barely enough. What do you mean by barely enough? There must be a certain number, right?
Not much, it should be enough for you to fight until you are 100 years old.
You still call this barely enough? Are you kidding me?
Young man, calm down. Looking at the shocked Ren Tianji, Qin Hao's handsome face showed a happy smile.
You are simply inhumane.
After giving Qin Hao a thumbs up, Ren Tianji glanced at Qin Annie and the other 2. He pondered in his heart.
In a week, how can 3 women learn to shoot anti-aircraft guns? Anti-aircraft guns must be fired. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? If there are anti-aircraft guns, some threats encountered in the future will no longer be threats.
At least all flesh and blood bodies should not be able to withstand a single shot.
If one shot doesn't work, then shoot another shot. There is a wise saying. Artillery is justice.
Just as he was thinking, Qin Hao's voice rang out beside him. By the way, has your honor reached 100 points?
Almost, more than 90 points.
Then work hard, get your honor to 100 points first, and then raise your honor level to the black iron level. After a pause, Qin Hao continued, I think honor can be used for more than just spending in the mall.
I think so too. Ren Tianji nodded, honor level is also very important. Qin Hao nodded.
That's for sure, just like playing games, only when you reach a certain honor level can you advance to the next round. Now it's only the preliminary stage, the first race of the heavens has just appeared, and it can be regarded as time for us to develop.
Ren Tianji nodded in agreement.
That's right, the situation will only get more and more chaotic in the future, come on.
Come on together.
As he spoke, Qin Hao seemed to have suddenly thought of something. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Looking at Ren Tianji, he suddenly said, I bet you will fall down soon.
What?
Ren Tianji, who was in a daze, heard Qin Hao's words. He was obviously stunned for a moment.
What does this mean?
Before he could think clearly in his mind, he felt his feet slip and fell directly to the ground.
Ouch, fuck. New book recommendation period. Data is very important. Please read, collect, recommend, vote, monthly vote, thank you. /U003E /U003C, sanitary napkins? No. Is this also your ability?
Ren Tianji, who fell for no reason, was not angry. After standing up from the ground, he reached out and patted the dust on his body. He didn't believe that he would fall for no reason, and Qin Hao would know in advance and tell it.
This is nonsense.
So? It must be Qin Hao in front of him who did it.
Sorry, it's my fault.
The moment Ren Tianji fell, Qin Hao reached out and pulled him up.
At this moment,
the 3 women on the side came over together. Qin Annie held an AK-47 in her hand, with a hint of cuteness on her cute face. She said to Qin Hao coquettishly, brother, please teach me how to shoot.
Let your brother Ren teach you. All of you should learn.
After you learn, each of you will be given a gun to play with. Facing the arrogant Qin Annie, Qin Hao directly pushed Rin Tianji over, then raised his hand and yawned, waving at the few people.
I'm going back to sleep first. I'm so sleepy.
After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and turned to walk towards the villa next to him.
Brother Rin, please teach me.
Qin Annie raised her head, smiled sweetly at Rin Tianji, and raised the AK-47 in her hand. Lin Wanner and Zhao Zifeng on the side also looked expectant.
Okay, I'll teach you the basic operations first.
Looking at Qin Annie, who looked pitiful, Rin Tianji suddenly felt a headache and could only nod repeatedly.
Thank you. Qin Annie happily put the AK-47 in her hand into Rin Tianji's hand.
After taking the AK-47, Rin Tianji began to seriously explain some basic shooting operations and some basic knowledge about AK-47.
As for Qin Hao,
he returned to the bedroom with a relaxed look on his face, lay on the bed and fell asleep.
When he woke up again, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning.
He walked into the bathroom with a refreshed face, flushed the water, and washed up.
He went directly to the first floor.
At this time, the three women were talking and laughing in the living room while cleaning the house. After seeing Qin Hao coming down the stairs, they all looked over here.
Brother, are you awake? Are you hungry?
I'll go cook for you.
Qin Annie smiled happily at Qin Hao.
Zhao Zifeng, who was wiping the table, also put down the towel in his hand, looked at Qin Hao with a smile and asked with concern, "How did you sleep last night?
Are you okay?"
"Not bad, full of energy." Qin Hao nodded to Zhao Zifeng, then walked to Qin Annie's side, raised a finger and tapped her forehead, and said with a smile, "Our Qin family's eldest daughter can cook? This is really a rare thing, but how can a sister cook for her brother, right?"
"Humph. Brother, do you look down on me?"
Qin Annie put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "I learned to cook from the aunt at home before. Although in the end I fed the stray dog at the door."
Speaking of this,
her voice was already weak and mosquito-like.
"Isn't that stray dog dead?"
Qin Hao asked with an exaggerated look.
"Humph. I won't pay attention to you."
Hearing Qin Hao's words, Qin Annie curled her lips and looked unhappy. Although the stray dog didn't die, but it foamed at the mouth and lay at the door twitching for a long time. When she dug a pit in the woods with a sad face and prepared to throw the dog in to bury it, the dog got up from the ground and ran away.
It was so infuriating.
Humph! After glaring at Qin Hao again, Qin Annie turned and walked to the side.
Just then,
Lin Wanner, wearing a black turtleneck sweater, came over. She looked at Qin Hao and said, "Ren Tianji said he needed to go to the nearby area to investigate the situation, and he also took the rifle away." Without waiting for Qin Hao to speak,
she continued, "We don't have much food. I counted it before. The food in our hands is enough for the 5 of us to eat for 5 days, and this is to save food."
Then, Ren Tianji said to go to the nearby area to check the situation and see if he can get food. After that, she stopped talking and stared at Qin Hao with a pair of beautiful big eyes. Hearing her words, Qin Hao turned his head and glanced at Zhao Zifeng, who was wiping the table next to him with his head down.
It seems that Zhao Zifeng is very tight-lipped.
He did not reveal the news that he could summon food. Zhao Zifeng seemed to feel Qin Hao's gaze, raised his head and winked at him mischievously, then lowered his head and continued to wipe the table. After thinking for a while, Qin Hao looked at Lin Wanner seriously. "Wait for Aji's news first, food should be easy to find, don't worry."
Lin Wanner nodded.
Ren Tianji also said so, "Let's put our hearts at ease, and leave the rest to him." Then, she raised her hand and pointed to the kitchen beside her.
"I've left food for you inside, go and eat it."
"Yeah." Qin Hao nodded at her, then walked into the kitchen.
After arriving in the kitchen,
I found that there was rice in the rice cooker, and there were some fried potatoes and meat slices in the frying pan next to it.
After eating a bite while standing in the kitchen,
he returned to the bedroom upstairs again. He took out the clothes from the backpack, put 5 canned beef and 5 canned fruit in it, and after hesitating for a while, he stuffed the angel wings on the bed into it. Then he turned and walked downstairs. In fact, the food in the hands of 4 people that Lin Wanner said was enough for 5 people that eat for 5 days was basically her and Ren Tianji's food,
with Qin Annie's food at most. Zhao Zifeng's food was all in her backpack, and her backpack only had some snacks at most. After arriving on the first floor, he walked to Zhao Zifeng and handed over the backpack in his hand. "Let's eat the food inside together." "Got it." Zhao Zifeng nodded, reached out to take the backpack, opened it and took a look. She was stunned instantly. It's not strange to have canned beef and canned fruit in it. But why did a pack of sanitary napkins suddenly appear? Could it be, he can even make sanitary napkins? Thinking of this, Zhao Zifeng looked at Qin Hao with a strange look on his face. I'll go around the neighborhood, you guys clean up first." Qin Hao coughed twice with an embarrassed look on his face. Then he turned and walked out the door. He was not worried about leaving 3 women alone at home. Not counting Qin Annie. Zhao Zifeng and Lin Wanner were not weak and delicate girls. Although I don't know what level Zhao Zifeng's frost ability is, since he can freeze zombies instantly, he must be very powerful. As for Lin Wanner, this woman can play with a knife so tightly that it is airtight. How can she be a simple person? After leaving the house with a leisurely look on his face, Qin Hao put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the town. Just a few hundred meters away, he saw a scarecrow more than 1 meter tall, holding a sickle in his hand, staggering towards him. Gradually losing control, please read, isn't this the weakling scarecrow in the game? Qin Hao was slightly stunned when he saw the staggering scarecrow, then he raised his hand and threw out a small fireball. Bang! Almost instantly, the scarecrow hit by the small fireball started to burn. 10 seconds later, it turned directly into a ball of flying ash and floated into the sky. Successfully killed the F-level scarecrow. Gains 0.2 honor points. No? This thing is actually F-level? It's only worth 0.2 honor points? Looking at the flying ash floating in the sky, Qin Hao was completely speechless. Sure enough, weaklings are weaklings, and they are weaklings everywhere. After complaining in his heart, Qin Hao continued to walk towards the town. When passing a farmland, he watched with his own eyes as more than a dozen scarecrows with sickles in their hands and broken straw hats appeared in it. After hesitating for a while, based on the principle that ant meat is also meat, he turned around and walked into the farmland. There was no challenge at all, and he didn't even need to take out his gun. He just stood there and threw a small fireball at each scarecrow. Then more than a dozen balls of flying ash rose into the sky one after another. After throwing more than a dozen small fireballs, Qin Hao also came to some conclusions in his mind. With his current energy and physical strength, he could only throw more than a dozen small fireballs in a row. If he threw more, his mental state would decline. After thinking all this clearly, he continued to walk towards the town. In fact, he was not wandering around meaninglessly, but wanted to find the time and space portal nearby. I don't know if it's because of the low population density in the town, there are not many monsters refreshed here, and they are not very powerful. And there are no undead creatures to be seen. After entering Taihang town, the deserted streets are already full of garbage and debris, and occasionally a pool of blood can be seen in them. The shops on both sides of the street were all closed, and I wonder if anyone was hiding inside. 3 or 4 days. It was not enough to completely collapse the social order and completely destroy humanity. Most people hid at home and secretly watched everything outside, imagining that the government would send troops to destroy the monsters and save everyone. This is also the most important reason why most people dare not act recklessly. After all, most ordinary people have only awakened some ordinary talents. Even those who have awakened combat talents are afraid that they will be liquidated by the government one by one after the social order is restored. After all, even if you can withstand bullets, you may not be able to withstand the Type 70 rocket launcher. Even if you can withstand it, it doesn't matter. There are infantry guns, self-propelled artillery, aircraft tanks, and various types of missiles waiting in line. There is always one suitable for you. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are always some brave, crazy, and vicious people who take the lead. After all, the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. These people all follow a principle in their hearts. Today we don't know what will happen tomorrow, so every second of comfort is a second. It's the end of the world is fighting for hegemony, and we are still waiting for the authorities to save us? This is a big joke. Tian Shui, 28 years old this year, is a courageous man. He doesn't believe that the authorities are still able to save everyone. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. So, after waiting at home for 2 or 3 days, he directly picked up a kitchen knife from the kitchen and walked out of the house. He had to go out too. Because there was no surplus food at home. His wife and children were hungry at home. After walking out of the alley carefully, he came directly to the door of a small supermarket with a closed door. I hope there is no one inside, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. After spitting on the ground, Tian Shui gritted his teeth and directly activated his own innate ability. Strength enhancement. A huge force instantly poured into his body, making his muscles all over his body swell up. Tian Shui, who had transformed into a devilish muscle man, waved the kitchen knife in his hand and chopped at the rolling door in front of him. Tear one knife went down. A crack was cut directly on the rolling door. There's hope. Tian Shui's eyes lit up, and he waved the kitchen knife in his hand again. One knife after another. After slashing more than 10 times, a big hole was cut on the rolling door, revealing the glass door inside. Bang! Tian Shui, who was already a little red-eyed, raised his foot and kicked the glass door inside to pieces. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the supermarket, Tian Shui showed a hint of crazy laughter on his face, leaned down and got in. In the bedroom on the second floor of the supermarket, a woman in her 30s, holding a little girl of 7 or 8 in her arms, was trembling. Just when the rolling door was destroyed, she hid in the bedroom with her daughter in her arms. She did not awaken the innate ability of the combat system, and her daughter did not either. So, she only had a brand new kitchen knife in her hand. In endless fear. In desperation, she posted a message for help through the nearby channel. Someone is prying open my door. Can anyone come and save me and my daughter? Please. Is there any kind-hearted person? Please, the door has been broken open. The man who broke the door, are you there? Can you just take whatever you want from the house and leave? Please, please, after sending several messages for help. No response was received, no one wanted to meddle in other people's business. Even in the nearby channel of Taihang Town, few people were chatting, and everyone was afraid that they would be targeted. At this time, on the first floor of the supermarket, Tian Shui did not read the messages in the nearby channel. He was constantly stuffing all kinds of food into his backpack. The main reason why he chose this supermarket was that the owner of this supermarket was a helpless widow. So, he was not afraid. After filling a full backpack with food, Tian Shui glanced at the stairs leading to the second floor. After struggling in his heart for a while, he finally turned around and walked out the door. He needed to go home quickly. After all, his wife and children were still hungry at home. Not long after Tian Shui walked away, a man in his 30s with shifty eyes sneaked into the supermarket. This man's name is Jin Jia, and he is a well-known rogue in Taihang Town. He is also a bachelor. Before the Doomsday, he had always coveted the widow Yang Chunli in the supermarket and wanted to get her. Just now, after seeing Yang Chunli's distress message in the nearby channel, he instantly became interested. After rushing over, he happened to see Tian Shui leaving with a full backpack. After looking around and confirming that there was no one around, he walked directly into the supermarket and spliced the damaged roller shutter door together casually. Chunli baby, brother is here, hee hee. With a wretched smile on his face, Jin Jia rubbed his hands and walked to the second floor. When he passed the cashier, he also picked up a box of small umbrellas. When he just walked into the second floor, the roller shutter door was gently pulled open, and a burly man wearing camouflage clothes and carrying a rifle walked in. This man was Ren Tianji, who came to Taihang Town to inquire about the news. On the roof of the second floor opposite the supermarket, Qin Hao held a sniper rifle in his hand and watched everything happening below quietly. Ren Tianji had entered the supermarket for less than a minute. Tian Shui ran out of the alley next to him again, and his backpack had deflated. Interesting, is Aji going to be a hero and save the beauty? After muttering in his heart, Xinhao raised the sniper rifle in his hand and aimed at the street a few hundred meters away. After a light sound of bang, a little demon who had just wandered out of the alley was directly shot in the head. Click. After pulling the bolt, Xinhao raised the sniper rifle in his hand again, aimed at another little demon and pulled the trigger. Bang! The poor little demon was shot in the head as soon as it was refreshed. At this time, there was a sound of fighting in the supermarket, as well as the roar of men and the crying of women. However, Xinhao did not pay attention to all this, because he believed that Ren Tianji could handle it himself. After taking a look in the direction of the supermarket, he raised the sniper rifle in his hand again and looked towards the east of the street. Just a glance. His eyes shrank. In the scope, a fat zombie with a height of more than 4 meters and a mace in hand slowly walked out of the alley. This scene was not only seen by Xinhao. Several people hiding in another direction also saw it. These people were Lei Laohu's younger brothers. Please read it, thank you. Thanks to 08A for the 100 starting coins reward. Thank you. Confused. Let's go back and tell brother who first. The younger brothers did not awaken any powerful talents, so they did not attack the giant zombies, but turned around and ran away. Xinhao, half squatting on the roof, pulled the trigger directly on the large zombie's head after it walked onto the street. Bang! After a slight cry, an armor-piercing bullet flew towards the head of the large zombie at high speed. Almost instantly, the bullet hit its target. The armor-piercing bullet shot directly through the thick armor on the head of the large zombie, causing a splash of blood. However, the shot did not kill it. Instead, it plunged into rage. While the large zombie let out a deafening roar, waved the huge mace in his hand, and smashed into a white car nearby. One blow. The car was directly smashed by a mace as thick as a telephone pole. It seems that it is not enough to relieve the hatred. The large zombie jumped directly onto the roof of the car. While shaking his head, he stomped a few times and trampled the car under his feet into a pile of scrap metal. Bang! A bullet shot into its mind again. This time the bullets were explosive rounds. When the bullet entered the mind of the large zombie, it exploded directly. This explosion directly knocked out the large zombies. It's pretty strong. Let's see how many bullets you can withstand. Looking at the large zombie that was swaying but still not falling, Xinhao pulled the trigger on its head again. Bang bang bang, 3 shots in a row. Gun hit. The large zombie, which had been shot 5 times, finally staggered and fell. Congratulations! You successfully killed a large D-level zombie and received 20 honor points, already 4 meters tall. Is it still D-level? This is a bit nonsense. Looking at the line of translucent writing in front of him, Xinhao was slightly stunned. At this time, through the scope, he noticed that the large zombie was disappearing little by little, and a palm-sized silver box and a fist-sized white crystal suddenly appeared under it. Is this explosive equipment? Without any hesitation, Xinhao put away the sniper rifle in his hand, stepped hard on the ground with his legs, and jumped out into the air. The moment he jumped out, the biological armor on his wrist liquefied directly, instantly forming a set of handsome black armor on his body. With the increase in S-level biological armor, Xinhao's attributes soared. The body that was originally falling jumped towards the sky again and landed firmly on the roof 4 or 5 meters away. Use your strength to step on it. He jumped into the air again, leaping 7 or 8 meters away. Like a dragonfly touching water, Xinhao kept jumping on a series of rooftops. A distance of about 200 meters. He only had 3 or 4 seconds. This was because it was his first time using biological armor and he was not quite used to it, otherwise he would probably be faster. After landing firmly on the ground, he leaned down and picked up the silver box and white crystal on the ground. Then, he looked at the intersection beside him. A middle-aged man wearing a floral shirt and a sinewy face ran over aggressively with a dozen people dressed as gangsters. This person is none other than Thunder Tiger. When he saw Qinhao, who was wearing black armor, he subconsciously stopped and raised his hand to stop the group of boys behind him. Is this a human being? Or a monster? Just when Lei Hua was confused, his eyes suddenly shrank and he saw the silver box and white crystal in Qinhao's hand. Although he didn't know what it was. But tell him directly that this must not be an ordinary thing. What? You want it? Qinhao seemed to feel the greed in Lei Hua's eyes. He waved the thing in his hand at him, then put his hand through the biological armor and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. No, I want to kill the monsters myself. Before Lei Hu, who looked surprised and uncertain, could speak, a yellow-haired boy behind him suddenly said, Brother Hu, this man is playing tricks, do you want to fuck him? Shut up. Thunder Tiger turned around, glared at Huang Mao fiercely, and then waved to everyone. Everyone has withdrawn. Let's go back first. After saying that, he turned around and left without the slightest trace of nostalgia. He couldn't see through the man in front of him, who was dressed in black from head to toe, so he didn't dare to act rashly for fear of capsizing in the gutter. People like him want to live long. In addition to being ruthless, you must be cautious at all times, and you must not do anything you are not sure of. Interesting, there is indeed no shortage of smart people in this world. Qinhao stood there, playing with an explosive grenade in his hand, watching those people turn and leave. He didn't take action. After all, these people are not causing trouble for themselves. Without even saying a harsh word, he turned around and left. He is not a murderous person, and naturally he is not willing to kill people for no reason. After watching the group of people turn into an alley, Qinhao also withdrew his gaze and walked towards the small supermarket. While passing by a small alley, a fist-sized black sphere suddenly appeared on his shoulder. With a sound of whoosh, a green light shot out from the black sphere and blew up the head of a rotten zombie in the alley. Sure enough, if the equipment is awesome, killing monsters is as easy as breathing. After raising his head, exposing his face and taking a deep breath, Qinhao's handsome face showed a trace of satisfaction. The biological armor covering his body also returned to his wrist in an instant and turned into a black wristband. When he came to the door of the small supermarket, the battle inside seemed to be over. When Qinhao got in through the hole in the rolling door, Ren Tianji was sitting on the stairs inside with a tangled face smoking. One hand was holding a cigarette, and the other hand was holding a three-edged military bayonet that was dripping with blood. In front of him, a man with blood gushing from his neck, a face full of fear, and his eyes were open in death, lying on his back. This man was Jin Jia, and he was still holding a small umbrella tightly in his hand. At the corner of the stairs, two women, one big and one small, were secretly looking down, with expressions of surviving a disaster. Tian Shuyi was not dead either. At this time, he was sitting in a corner with a look of horror on his face, obviously scared. Just a little bit. He was just a little bit away from death. This man in camouflage uniform is so powerful. Ren Tianji, who was sitting on the steps, frowned, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it. He looked at Qinhao with a sad face and said, Ahau, I especially hate men who bully women and children, so I killed him just now. As he spoke, he pointed to the corpse on the ground. Really? Just this little thing can also make you feel burdened? Qinhao said speechlessly. Oh, that's not the case. I won't feel any psychological burden if I kill a few more people. Ren Tianji spread his hands. So? Qinhao looked puzzled. Ren Tianji lit another cigarette for himself, took a puff, and raised his hand to point at Wang Chunli on the stairs. She said she wanted to use all the supplies here to exchange for my protection, including herself, but not her daughter. Then what are you entangled about? If you want to take her back, just take her back. She's just a woman. Qinhao raised his head and glanced at Wang Chunli hiding at the stairs. This is a woman with a good figure and good looks, probably in her 30s. Each with their own thoughts. I mainly want the supplies in this room, especially the food, which is enough for the 5 of us to eat for a while. After taking a puff of cigarette, Ren Tianji continued, but I am embarrassed to snatch supplies from a poor woman. After all, they will die without these supplies. After picking up a pack of chocolates from the shelf,
tearing open the package and stuffing it into his mouth. Chin Hao looked at him and sighed. With these supplies, the mother and daughter will die faster. So, if I pack up the people and supplies and take them back, it won't be considered taking advantage of others, right? Ren Tianji looked at Chin Hao and asked. No. Chin Hao gritted his teeth and said, looking at Ren Tianji's face that deserved a beating. He understood. This bastard obviously wanted to pack up the people and supplies and take them back, but he was too embarrassed to say it directly. After all, he was not the only one who had the final say in the villa. I was just waiting for you to say this. Hearing Chin Hao's words, Ren Tianji's face was no longer tangled, and he grinned directly. When he entered the door just now, he found Chin Hao hiding on the roof of the opposite house. So he sat on the steps, smoking, and waiting. He knew Chin Hao would definitely come. Especially after the gunshots just now. After stamping out the cigarette butt in his hand, Ren Tianji stood up from the steps. I have just sent a private message to Lin Wanner, and they will be here soon. He pulled a towel from the shelf to wipe the three-edged military bayonet in his hand, and put it into the scabbard at his waist. Ren Tianji continued, on the way here just now, I saw a 4.2-meter box truck. I went to get it to transport goods. By the way, you can do whatever you want with this man, whether to kill or let him go is up to you. Ren Tianji pointed at Tian Shuri in the corner, and walked out directly with his AK-47 on his back. No. Old Ren, you are not honest, throwing the trouble to me? Hearing this, Ren Tianji, who had just walked out of the door, poked his head in again. What do you mean by trouble? If you don't want to kill him, just let him go. This guy just wants to steal something to feed his wife and children. After saying that, Ren Tianji disappeared. Tian Shuri, who was in the corner, looked at the handsome Chin Hao, who was not very old, and a trace of begging appeared on his face. Please, let me go. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. I just want to steal something to eat. There is no food at home, so I came to steal something to take back. I am a grown man, I can't let my wife and children starve at home, right? Tian Shuri's face was full of grief and indignation. At this time, he didn't dare to have any resistance in his heart. He didn't know if the sunny and cheerful boy in front of him was as good as the man in camouflage just now, but he thought the two should be about the same. Before, he had just released his own innate ability and had no time to react. The man in camouflage put the three-edged military dagger in his hand against his throat in a few flashes. The body really flashed a few times, and then appeared behind him, as if there was a bug. At that time, Tian Shuri, who was covered in cold sweat, felt that he was about to die. However, after begging hard, the man in camouflage finally let him go. While thinking about it, Tian Shuri heard Chin Hao's words. You are not my prisoner, I don't care whether you live or die, wait until he comes back. Before Tian Shuri could be happy, he heard Chin Hao continue, but before he comes back, you'd better be honest to me, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, Tian Shuri nodded humbly and frantically, I understand, don't worry, I will be honest. A few minutes later, there was a roar of the engine outside the door. Then, Lin Wanner took the lead and walked in, followed by Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie. Looking at the room full of supplies, Lin Wanner was delighted, not bad, so many supplies were found in half a day. Soldiers are really different. Brother. Qin Annie, who was standing next to her, greeted Chin Hao, who was sitting at the cashier counter, and then reached out to pick up a bag of potato chips from the shelf, tore open the package and started eating. After taking a bite, she also handed the potato chips to Zhao Zifeng. Sister Phone, you should eat some too. You eat it. Zhao Zifeng smiled at her, then looked at Chin Hao, and asked with concern, did you encounter any danger? It's okay. After responding to Zhao Zifeng with a sunny smile, Chin Hao looked at Lin Wanner on the side. Those who have been soldiers are really different. Not only did they find a room full of supplies, but they also got 2 women, one big and one small. What? Hearing Chin Hao's words, the 3 women were stunned at the same time. Chin Hao was too lazy to explain, and directly pointed to the corner of the stairs. He's hiding up there. The 3 women all looked up at the stairs. This also made Wang Chuanli, who was hiding on the stairs, hug her daughter and shrink back.
Well, okay.
Lin Wanner frowned, looked at the stairs, then looked at the supplies in the room, and finally sighed helplessly. She didn't know whether what Ren Tianji did was right or wrong. But there is no doubt that this is the best way and will not burden yourself with a debt of conscience. In her words.
You may also make this choice.
As arrogant as she is, she will not take away a mother and daughter's supplies and then ignore them.
Zhao Zifeng on the side did not make any statement.
She did not object to this kind of thing, but she did not agree with it either. As for Qin Annie, her thoughts were on a pile of snacks. Zhao Zifeng hesitated in his heart.
Finally, he sent a private message to Qin Hao. Qin Hao, do you agree to this? Will it be a problem for the mother and daughter to take them back? It's not a big problem, I just used this incident to observe the other three people. The other three people? Shouldn't it be 2 people?
I haven't seen my cousin for more than 2 years. Even if I haven't seen her much before, I always need to get to know her better to avoid being tricked.
So, am I someone you trust? That's it for now. Hearing Qin Hao's answer, a very happy smile appeared on Zhao Zifeng's lovely face. After ending the private chat,
she started picking out what she liked from the shelves.
10 minutes later, Ren Tianji drove a box of goods back to the entrance of the supermarket.
After entering, he directly pulled the rolling shutter door up.
Someone nearby is eyeing this place. Let's seize the time to pretend and bring back all the usable things at once. Okay. Qin Hao nodded, and then shouted to Tian Shui, who was sitting on the ground beside him, come over and help me, and I'll let you go later.
Since Ren Tianji will not kill this person, he will naturally not regard him as a villain.
Besides, it's the end of the world. Isn't it normal for a grown man to come out to find something to eat for his wife and children? Okay. Tian Shui nodded, stood up and came over to help load the goods. The 6 people were busy for half an hour.
Only then did he load all the needed supplies into the car. At this time, Wang Chuanli also packed her things and walked downstairs with her daughter. After everything is tidied up, Qin Hao said to everyone, you guys drive back first, I have something to do.
Okay, then be careful and call us in private if you have anything.
Ren Tianji nodded to Qin Hao, then drove the box of goods and took Wang Chuanli and her daughter back to the villa.
Be careful.
After the 3 women gave Qin Hao some instructions, they also returned with a cart of food.
Wait until everyone leaves.
Qin Hao raised his hand, touched his chin, and looked at Tian Shui aside with a thoughtful look on his face.
I know that I am out to find food for my wife and children. I am a man. He has a calm personality and is not impulsive. It is a bit interesting. How about you hang out with me from now on? Ah? Tian Shui was stunned when he heard this.
I said I think you are a good person, so you can hang out with me from now on. Qin Hao said with a smile. In fact, the reason why he had this idea in his mind was that besides thinking that Tian Shui was a good person, the most important thing was that he wanted to find someone to keep an eye on Ren Tianji. The most important thing is that he has no grudges with this Tian Shui. He still can't completely trust Ren Tianji and Lin Weiner. Even his cousin Qin Annie, he didn't believe it too much. It is estimated that these 3 people cannot completely believe in themselves. At least, Nintendo is testing his bottom line today. Even the other few people have their own little thoughts. For the sake of his own life, he must be more careful. As for what Zhao Zifeng said, he felt somewhat confident. Please read, invest, recommend, vote monthly, thank you. /U003E/U003C. In addition, I am very grateful to 08A for the 100 starting coin reward, and to Team Rocket Kojiro for his monthly ticket support.
Thank you. Attraction to humans.
Looking at Qin Hao standing by with a smile on his face, Tian Shui thought quickly in his heart.
Do I have any choice now? Will I be used as cannon fodder? What does this man in front of him like about me? Is it really as he said, just thinking that I have good character? What about the character of this sunny and cheerful boy? But, at least he didn't kill me casually just now. That's right.
The relationship between him and the man in camouflage clothes just now doesn't seem to be as good as he imagined. So, after thinking about it in his heart, Tian Shui looked at Qin Hao cautiously and asked, "Can you bring your wife and children? If not, forget it." "Bring. Must bring." Qin Hao smiled and said, "I like men with affection and righteousness the most. Okay, I'll follow you in the future." Tian Shui nodded seriously. His intuition told him that following the man in front of him was at least much better than bringing his wife and children alone. The living environment will only get worse in the future. If you want to survive, you must keep each other warm. Yes, you made the right choice. Qin Hao nodded with satisfaction, raised his hand and patted Tian Shui on the shoulder. "I hope you won't let me down." Tian Shui said with a serious face, "No, don't worry." "By the way, what's your name?" Qin Hao suddenly asked. "Tian Shui." Tian Shui stood under the shutter door and replied while looking at the empty supermarket. "Good name, I hope you live up to your name and don't let me down." Qin Hao's handsome face showed a sincere smile. "By the way, my name is Qin Hao." "Okay, go back and pack your things, take your wife and children directly, and go to the 3-story villa in the middle of the west side of the town." "Okay." Tian Shui nodded, then turned and walked out the door. Just walked out of the door, he heard Qin Hao's instructions behind him. "Be careful when you get there, don't mess with Rin Tianji, the man in camouflage uniform just now. I'm not familiar with him, understand?" Hearing this, Tian Shui was obviously stunned for a moment. My previous guess was indeed correct. This is probably why Qin Hao wanted to take him in as a younger brother. "I understand what you mean, don't worry." Tian Shui nodded, then ran directly to the alley on the side, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Trust is something that still needs to be built up bit by bit. After muttering in a low voice, Qin Hao turned and walked towards the stairs inside. Jin Jie's body has disappeared. It only remained for more than 10 minutes, and then disappeared bit by bit. Only a large pool of blood was left on the ground, and a box of bloodstained Durex. Why did the body disappear? It can't be refreshed directly like in the game, right? But, if that's the case, why is there blood left behind? It's really strange. Qin Hao squatted on the ground, looking at the blood on the ground, and fell into deep thought. A few minutes later, he suddenly found something wrong in the pool of blood and put 2 fingers in. "Ha! This is," looking at the small piece of minced meat held by 2 fingers, Qin Hao's handsome face showed a happy smile. The body must not have been refreshed. After throwing away the minced meat on his fingertips, Qin Hao reached out and picked up a clothes hanger from the ground beside him and dug it in the blood. A few minutes later, looking at the 7 or 8 pieces of minced meat and bones the size of a fingernail that were gathered together, as well as a few hairs, Qin Hao recalled the scenes of the disappearance of the bodies several times before. Finally, he came up with a guess in his mind. These dead bodies, they should have been swallowed up by a certain group of microorganisms in an instant. Of course, this is just a guess. It seems to be getting more and more interesting. After throwing away the clothes rack in his hand, Qin Hao stood up, clapped his hands, and then walked out of the supermarket with his hands in his pockets. After leaving the supermarket, he looked around, then took a run up and climbed up to the roof of the 2nd floor opposite. After sitting down on the roof, he directly took out the 2 trophies he had obtained before. Silver box and white crystal. At the moment of opening the silver box, a white light flashed. The silver box disappeared, replaced by a white plastic box the size of a shoebox. Congratulations! You opened the white treasure chest, got a life supply, interesting. Qin Hao chuckled and stretched out his hand to open the plastic box in front of him. For a while, the fragrance was overflowing. I saw 5 boxes of steaming lunch neatly placed inside. 2 meat and 2 vegetables. Looking at the lunchboxes in front of him with good color, fragrance and taste, Qin Hao's stomach instantly growled. However, he was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, he looked at another trophy.
The white crystal. As he focused all his attention on the white crystal, the white crystal melted instantly, flowed into his body, and disappeared. You absorbed the evolution crystal. White evolution interface is opening. A colorful light kept spinning in front of Qin Hao's eyes, and finally turned into a new interface. Evolution interface is opened successfully. Available evolution points, 1 point. Evolution direction can be selected. Body soul superpower, body evolution degree, primary, 75%, soul evolution degree, primary, 55%, superpower evolution degree, flame power, primary 0%. Note: the initial evolution degree of the body and soul of normal ordinary humans is 50%, and the initial evolution degree of different races is also different. If evolution is possible, the entire human race will fall into madness. This is the most fatal attraction. Looking at the interface in front of him, Qin Hao's face was full of fanaticism. No one can refuse the opportunity to evolve. He is no exception. If everyone can evolve, then this great battle of the heavens will not necessarily lose for humans. But, will humans really unite and work together to fight against aliens? This is a question worth pondering. Why are my 2 evolutionary degrees higher than the initial evolutionary degree? Is it because of the perfect gene potion injected before? Almost in an instant, Qin Hao thought of a possibility in his mind. After all, after injecting the perfect gene potion before, his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Fortunately, I didn't find a place to hide, otherwise I might miss a lot of things. He was very glad for his previous decision. If I hide, I may not worry about food and drink, and even get some supernatural powers and props. But this probability is not 100%. There are too many variables. What if I don't get any supernatural powers and props in the early stage, and waste a year or 2 of time? Then it will be a waste of time. After all, probability. It's better not to mention it. Anyway, Qin Hao doesn't dare to gamble. He can't afford to gamble. He can only regard the 10 draw as an auxiliary tool to improve his own abilities. Please read, invest, collect, recommend, and vote for me, thank you. Familiar with this woman?
In the end, Qin Hao added the only evolution point to his body, changing the evolution level from 75% to 75.5%.
Look at the changes in evolution. While eating his lunch, he thought about it in his mind.
1 evolution point is equal to 0.5%, which means that a normal person needs 100 evolution points to reach 100%. However, evolution crystals should only be dropped by monsters above D level, and they are not 100% dropped. So, if you want to increase the primary evolution level to 100%, you need to kill at least 300 to 500 D-class monsters.
It might even take a lot of killing. There should be many people who have obtained evolutionary crystals now.
It seems they need to work harder.
After thinking all this through in my mind, Qin Hao began to eat the lunchbox in his hand with concentration. After finishing the last bite of rice, he took out a bottle of pure water from the capsule space and drank it in large gulps. After eating and drinking enough, he looked at the remaining 4 boxes of lunch on the ground. He had done experiments before, and the capsule space could only be used to store the rewards obtained in the lottery, and could not be used to store other items. Otherwise, he would have gone on a sweep across the city. These are dropped by killing monsters. Maybe they can be stored. After thinking for a while, Qin Hao tried the 4 boxes of lunches on the ground. With a thought, the 4 boxes of lunch on the ground disappeared. A lunchbox sign appeared in the blank storage compartment of the capsule space, with the number 4 marked on the lower right corner. Sure enough, the capsule space can only store various items obtained through draws and various rewards dropped by killing monsters. Real-life items cannot be stored. After moving his body a few times, Qin Hao directly put on the biological armor and jumped on the roof towards the east side of the town. 4 or 5 minutes later, he entered the east side of Taihang town. During this period, he also sent a private message to Zhao Zifeng, asking him to tell others about Tian Shui. The other people naturally had no objection. Even Ren Tianji didn't object. After all, he also brought back a mother and daughter.
In addition to telling Qin how to pay attention to safety, Zhao Zifeng also told him that Ren Tianji was teaching the three of them to practice guns.
After chatting for a few words, Qin Hao closed the chat interface. At this time, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When he arrived at the east side of Taihang town, he saw several people on the street, hunting those E-class zombies and monsters. Qin Hao was too lazy to fight for the mobs with them. After observing for a few minutes on the roof, he continued to run towards the east of the town, trying to find the nearby time and space portal. However, he still did not find the time and space portal until he ran to the eastern edge of the town. Not even a D-class monster was seen. There are only some scattered E-level monsters. Have to say, there are really very few monsters in Taihang town. In this respect, people in Taihang town are much luckier than those in the city.
After looking at the factory warehouse a few kilometers away, Qin Hao ran towards the north of the town again. More than half an hour later, Qin Hao had already walked around Taihang town.
Finally came to a conclusion.
There is no time and space portal in Taihang town. After killing a dozen E-class monsters, he started walking towards the villa on the west side of the town.
10 minutes later,
Qin Hao returned to his villa. As soon as he entered the yard, he found that Tian Shuyi had already arrived with his wife and children, driving a van with a bunch of messy things in the car. His wife is a woman who looks to be in her mid-20s, has long hair, is slightly fat, and looks pretty good, but she looks a little introverted. Standing next to her was a little girl of 4 or 5 years old, holding the woman's thigh with both hands with a timid look on her face.
"Brother Qin, you are back." Tian Shuyi smiled slightly at Qin Hao.
Although Qin Hao was much younger than him, he still called Brother Qin.
He thinks this is a kind of respect and an attitude. "Well, I'm back."
Qin Hao did not refuse Tian Shuyi to call him Brother Qin, but nodded with a smile on his face.
"This is my wife, Wang Ying."
Tian Shuyi pointed at his wife with enthusiasm, and then said to his wife, "Honey, this is Brother Qin."
"Brother Qin, hello." Wang Ying shouted respectfully to Qin Hao.
Although she didn't understand why her husband asked her to call this young man Brother Qin. "But you are right to listen to your husband." Tian Shuyi glanced at his wife with a satisfied expression, feeling extremely proud. "Although my wife is not very beautiful, she is well-behaved and obedient, making people feel at ease."
"Brother Qin, this is my daughter Xiao Xiao."
Tian Shuyi pulled his daughter to his side and said softly to her, "Xiao Xiao, this is your Uncle Qin, please call me Uncle Qin." The little girl was very obedient, raised her head and looked at Qin Hao, and said with a cute face, "Uncle Qin, I'm just smiling." Be good. Qin Hao showed a gentle smile to Tian Xiao Xiao, then looked at Tian Shuyi and asked, "When did you come?" "A few minutes after arriving, Miss Zhao came to pick me up at the door just now,"
Tian Shuyi said with a smile. At this time, Ren Tianji walked out of the house, looked at Qin Hao, and laughed heartily. "I'm back. How are you? Did you encounter any danger?" "What kind of danger can there be? The time-space portal is not in the town.
I will go to the nearby factory warehouse tomorrow to check the situation."
Qin Hao walked into the house and laughed. After entering the house,
he found that the living room was full of supplies. Several women, including Wang Chuanli, were moving supplies to the empty room next to them, and even her 8-year-old daughter was helping to move things. Qin Hao did not go over to help, but sat down on the sofa. After Ren Tianji followed in, he sat down on the sofa and threw the AK-47 next to him to Qin Hao.
"There are not many bullets, so I didn't dare to let them shoot."
"It's okay, just shoot when you need to, it's just bullets." Qin Hao took the gun, pulled the bolt a few times in his hand, and put the gun aside. Then he looked at Ren Tianji and continued, "Now that there are more people, we need to rearrange the rooms. The 4 bedrooms on the 3rd floor are for women, and the 4 bedrooms on the 2nd floor are for men." Without waiting for Ren Tianji to speak, he glanced at Wang Chuanli who was moving things, and smiled, "Rooms are tight. When the time comes, you two can just live in one room. I believe she shouldn't mind. Is this okay?" Ren Tianji raised his hand and touched his chin, looking at Qin Hao and asked,
"Maybe she is more anxious than you." Qin Hao smiled.
At this time, Tian Shuyi came in with his wife and children. His wife took the children to help move things.
He walked in front of Ren Tianji and Qinhao, leaned down, and said to Ren Tianji respectfully, "There were some misunderstandings before. I didn't do it right. It's okay, it's okay. It's a small matter. It's over." Ren Tianji waved his hand and smiled, "We will be brothers in the future."
He still appreciates this kind of affectionate and righteous family-oriented good man, otherwise he would not have spared his life.
That's right, we are all brothers from now on.
Qinhao also smiled and pointed to the sofa beside him.
Hurry up and sit down.
After Tian Shuyi sat down, Ren Tianji came over, pointed to Wang Chunli not far away, and asked in a low voice.
"Shuyi, are you familiar with this woman? Please read, collect, recommend, vote, monthly ticket, invest, thank you water, electricity and gas will be cut off." She?
Tian Shuyi glanced at Wang Chunli's back with complicated eyes, and then whispered to Ren Tianji beside him, "This woman is a widow, her name is Wang Chunli, she should be 32 this year. Her husband died 4 or 5 years ago in a car accident. He lost a lot of money, and then she took her daughter to live in this small supermarket. A matchmaker had introduced several men to her before, but she was unwilling. She said she was afraid of wronging her daughter.
In general, this woman has a good reputation.
She is not the kind of woman who is flirtatious."
Alas, Tian Shuyi sighed.
"If it weren't for the fact that there was really nothing to eat at home, I wouldn't have gone to her small supermarket, but, alas, I don't want people to live in this miserable world."
Tian Shuyi kept sighing, with a look of helplessness on his face. Sometimes it's really not up to you to do whatever you want. Most of the time it's really out of your control. Okay, don't sigh. What's in the past is in the past.
Qinhao raised his hand and patted his shoulder. "I'll apologize to her later and just let it go." Ren Tianji also said, "That's right, in this world, there is nothing right or wrong.
It's good to be able to survive.
If you hadn't pried the door open, there would have been others.
Come on, have a smoke."
After lighting a cigarette for himself, he put the cigarette case into Tian Shuyi's hand.
"Thank you."
Tian Shuyi nodded to him, lit a cigarette for himself, and then handed the cigarette case in his hand to Qinhao, who was standing aside.
"Brother Qin, please have one too." "Thank you, I don't smoke." Qinhao smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Ren Tianji and asked, "By the way, what time is it now?"
Ren Tianji lowered his head and glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. "It's almost 4 o'clock.
"What's wrong? Is something wrong?"
"It's okay, I just asked casually." After a pause, Qinhao continued, "There is no time and space portal in the town, and there are not many monsters. I plan to go to the factory tomorrow to check the situation. By the way, killing monsters above D level has a chance to drop material treasure chests and evolution crystals.
Evolution crystals can open the evolution interface."
After thinking for a while, Qinhao finally told the information he obtained today. After all, this kind of thing cannot be hidden.
Rather than being secretive, it's better to say it directly and be more personal. "Thank you."
Ren Tianji nodded to Qinhao with a sincere face. The sooner he knew this important information, the better.
"You're welcome."
Qinhao smiled at him, "We are a team." Then, he explained to Tian Shuyi, who looked confused next to him.
"Shuyi, you can get honor points by killing monsters.
If you accumulate them to a certain level, you can get honor levels."
"Come on." "Got it." Tian Shuyi nodded gratefully.
"Okay, let's take a rest for a while. I'll go to the rooftop to take a look." After nodding to the two of them, Qinhao got up from the sofa and walked up the stairs. After walking all the way to the rooftop, Qinhao stood on the edge of the rooftop and observed the surroundings of the villa. In fact, there are only 3 self-built villas in the neighborhood. The one in the middle is from Qinhao's family, the left is from his uncle's family, and the right is from a cousin's family, but the cousin's family has emigrated abroad. The 3 villas are surrounded by a flat open space. 3 or 4 kilometers to the east is Taihang town, and 4 to 5 kilometers to the west is the mountain. Therefore, the surrounding situation is clear at a glance. After walking around the rooftop and observing the surrounding situation, Shinhao took out the 88mm anti-aircraft gun directly from the capsule space. This is a big guy 2 meters high and 6 meters long. The barrel alone is nearly 5 meters long. 5mm thick special steel plates are installed around the entire gun body, and the cross-shaped base maintains sufficient stability. There is an operation console equipped with an electronic display on the right side of the gun body, which can directly perform aiming and shooting operations. Since this 88mm anti-aircraft gun has been specially improved and equipped with an unlimited ammunition magazine that automatically feeds ammunition, it can be operated by one person. After observing around the gun body, Shinhao sat down directly in front of the console and turned on the electronic display in front of him. After opening, the first thing displayed is an animated version of the operation tutorial. After spending a few minutes studying, he directly controlled the anti-aircraft gun to aim at the hillside 5 or 6 kilometers away. After checking the data, he directly pressed the launch button. Bang! After a loud noise, the hillside in the distance was filled with dust. When the dust fell, a pit 2 to 3 meters deep was revealed. Awesome! Shinhao was very satisfied with this result. After hearing footsteps coming from the stairs, he directly put the anti-aircraft gun under him into the capsule space. Since he can fight alone, he naturally doesn't need Ren Tianji's help. Shinhao, what's wrong? Were you having sex just now? Ren Tianji, who had just ran up, looked at the empty rooftop and asked with confusion. It's okay, I'm just trying out my power. Shinhao smiled and waved his hand, walking towards the stairs as he spoke. How's the power? Ren Tianji asked curiously. It's not bad. I just found out that it has been optimized and improved and can be operated by one person, so I didn't call you. Shinhao said with a smile. So that's how it is. Ren Tianji nodded, but didn't say anything. After all, the two had only known each other for 2 days, and they hadn't established enough trust. In addition, when he was testing the other party in the small supermarket before, he was probably noticed by the other party. However, he was not in a hurry. Trust is never a cheap thing. It is normal to test each other. Not only is he testing, but Shinhao is also testing himself. Even the seemingly cold Lin Wanner is constantly testing. Trust is originally established in the constant testing of each other. This seemingly simple truth is not only understood by Ren Tianji, but also by Shinhao and Lin Wanner. After all, in this environment, being cautious is responsible for your own life. It seems that the weather has changed. Ren Tianji, who was about to say something, suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. I saw that the originally clear sky suddenly became gray, the sky gradually darkened, and even the sun on the horizon hid in the dark clouds. Shinhao also noticed this change. After raising his hand to feel the air, he looked at Ren Tianji and said in a deep voice, "It's going to get colder. Let's go down first." Okay. Ren Tianji nodded. Then the two of them hurried back to the building. After returning to the first floor, several women had already cleaned up the living room. Wang Chuanli and Gui Yingying went to the kitchen to cook dinner. The two little girls were playing with dolls on the sofa next to them. Shinani was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, eating snacks and reading comic books with relish. On the sofa next to him, Zhao Zifeng was holding his legs with his hands, staring blankly, and no one knew what he was thinking. As for the cold and arrogant sister Lin Wanner, she stood by the window with her hands on her chest, looking at the sky outside the window with a thoughtful look. It seemed that she heard the footsteps behind her. She turned her head and glanced at Shinhao and Ren Tianji. It's starting to snow outside. So fast? It didn't start when I came down just now? Ren Tianji walked to the window with a puzzled look and looked outside. At this time, sporadic snowflakes had begun to fall outside. Shinhao also walked to the window, watching the snowflakes gradually falling outside, with a solemn look on his face. I hope it won't be too heavy. Just then, pop sound. The lights in the entire villa went out instantly. The power outage. The three people standing by the window looked at each other. Before the three people could say anything, they heard Wang Chunli's voice from the kitchen.
The gas is cut off. The water is also cut off.
Brother, why is the power outage? Qin Annie, who was reading a comic book on the sofa, also put down the comic book in her hand. Thank you 08A book friend for the 2 100-point rewards, thank you very much. Please read, collect, invest, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you. Competing?
What was supposed to come, finally came.
Qin Hao stared at the scattered light snow outside the window. In an instant, it turned into heavy snow in the sky, and a helpless smile appeared on his handsome face. Previously, when the chaos system was loaded, the system said that natural disasters, monsters, and material supply boxes would be randomly dropped from time to time. When the earthquake happened early this morning, he actually had some bad premonitions in his heart, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Ren Tianji on the side also had a pensive look on his face, looking at the heavy snow outside the window, and kept tapping the glass in front of him with one finger. This should be just the beginning. The temperature is dropping rapidly. Coupled with the water and power outage, it will be very difficult tonight if nothing unexpected happens. Lin Wanner crossed her arms and frowned. Ren Tianji said in a deep voice, it's not just us who are having a hard time, the monsters and aliens are also having a hard time. We just don't know how long this blizzard will last. Qin Hao walked to the door, locked it, looked at Ren Tianji, and said, go and check all the doors and windows first to see if they are closed properly.
Okay. Ren Tianji nodded, turned around, and walked upstairs. Then, Qin Hao came to the door of the kitchen and looked at the two women inside. Just make something for a meal. Okay. Wang Chunli nodded to Qin Hao. It's not completely dark outside yet, so there is still some light in the house. After sitting down on the sofa, Qin Hao closed his eyes and started thinking. This sudden heavy snowstorm was very wide, covering the entire Jizhou province and half of the nearby Jinju province. At this moment, the water, electricity, gas and other energy supplies on the entire Blue Star began to be cut off one after another. Various natural disasters are coming to various parts of Blue Star one after another. 5 or 6 provinces in southern China have experienced extreme heat, with temperatures reaching over 40 degrees and rising little by little. Several provinces in central China experienced serious disasters such as extreme cold, heavy snow, heavy rain, and hail. Several northern provinces experienced blizzards, sandstorms, cold waves, and a major earthquake. In several coastal provinces and cities in the east, 7 or 8 terrifying super typhoons have appeared one after another. Several provinces and cities in the west have experienced disasters such as extremely large-scale horrific thunderstorms, extreme acid rain, and super tornadoes. Not just in China, extreme natural disasters occurred everywhere on Blue Star. In fact, Sakura country is the most unlucky. After a huge earthquake, super volcanoes erupted one after another, and super tsunamis swept across the entire territory. In Xinjiang country, volcanic eruptions, raging biochemical viruses, super tornadoes, super hurricanes, and extreme cold and heat occurred one after another. The country of the Mao Xiong immediately turned into an extremely cold world, with 3 feet of ice and temperatures of 40 to 50 degrees below zero that could freeze people to death. The White Elephant country wasn't much better. The temperature soared to 40 or 50 degrees, accompanied by various extreme natural disasters. As for some island countries, they were directly submerged by the tsunami. At the same time, after several days of constant testing with cannon fodder, the Undead clan finally began to send organized troops to invade. Taking advantage of the advent of extreme weather, the Undead tribe, who are not afraid of severe cold and heat, began to occupy various facilities and buildings to set up camp. Those monsters that are constantly refreshed, from the lowest monsters at the beginning, gradually began to refresh intermediate and high-level monsters. Among them are some special monsters carrying various plagues, sources of infection, and ancient viruses. Even the Undead clan has some special undead with undead magic. The changes don't stop there. Even the animals and plants on Blue Star gradually began to experience some abnormal changes due to the influence of the blood moon in the sky. After 4 or 5 days of fermentation, the situation on Blue Star was completely out of control. China. In the underground shelter, after the politicians had a deep conversation, finally a helpless decision was made.
Send the fire of civilization into the underground fortresses deep underground, leaving the fire of civilization for the Chinese people.
Besides,
according to the Extreme Disaster Emergency Plan and the highest directive, order all major military regions and administrative units to establish safe zones and shelters on site to protect all civilians from harm as much as possible. Do your best to resist the invasion of monsters and the undead, and be sure to win this battle to defend the Blue Star.
Work together and unite.
The above content was published 10 times in a row on the regional channel through an officer who had obtained the authority to speak in the region.
It's not just China.
Everyone on Blue Star started the fire project, and the national resistance was launched, and the Blue Star Defense War was declared.
Jizhou, Taihang Town. Inside the villa of Qin Hao's family. After having an early dinner, everyone returned to their respective rooms.
3 women, Zhao Zifeng, Qin Annie, and Lin Weiner, lived on the 3rd floor. Qin Hao, Ren Tianji, Wang Chunli's mother and daughter, and Tian Shuyi's family lived on the 2nd floor.
There was also some distribution of supplies in the villa, especially water. After the water is cut off.
In addition to the water in Qin Hao's hand, there were only a dozen packs of mineral water brought back from Wang Chunli's supermarket. Perhaps Ren Tianji and Lin Weiner also have some water in their hands.
In the bedroom on the 2nd floor.
Qin Hao sat by the window, playing with a small fireball in his hand, looking at the heavy snow in the sky with dull eyes. It has been snowing heavily for 3 or 4 hours.
The snow outside is already very thick.
However, the blizzard outside was still falling continuously, and it was so heavy that people could not clearly see things 1 or 2 meters away. As far as the eye can see, everything is filled with white goosefeather snow.
At this moment, he was waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive.
On the windowsill in front of him, there was a small mechanical alarm clock, which was found in Wang Chunli's small supermarket.
It's already 10:20.
Pa Qin Hao squeezed his right hand hard, and the small fireball on his palm disappeared. At this moment, the door opened from Ren Tianji's room next door.
Then there was a murmur. And then
bursts of noises sounded one after another, accompanied by Wang Chunli's voice that rose and fell like singing. Really, listening to this unpleasant sound, Qin Hao sighed helplessly.
A few minutes later.
On the other side, louder and louder shouts also sounded in Tian Shuyi's room.
Is there a competition between the 2 sides of the horse?
Listening to the voices from both sides, Qin Hao, who was caught in the middle, had a dark look on his face. After lowering his head and glancing at his little brother who was already saluting, he raised his hand and touched his chin, lost in thought.
If we go to Zhao Zifeng at this time, will she refuse?
Please support, please read, collect, recommend, vote monthly. Thank you. After thinking about Zhao Zifeng's attitude of caring for him in the past few days, Qin Hao sent her a message through the private chat channel.
Zifeng, are you asleep?
Then, he sat by the window with a nervous look on his face, watching the snowflakes falling outside the window, listening to the sounds coming from both sides, and waited patiently.
However, he didn't wait for long. In almost 10 seconds, Zhao Zifeng sent a message back.
I'm not asleep yet, I can't sleep, just in time for you to come and chat with me, okay?
Yes.
Qin Hao replied with an excited look, and then waved his fist fiercely.
She must have heard the sound on the 2nd floor.
Since she is willing to let me go up to chat with her, it proves, the more he thought about it, the more Qin Hao felt that he had a chance. After all, they were both young men and women, especially in this very ambiguous environment, it was normal to have such thoughts.
After tidying up his appearance, he walked out of the bedroom with a happy face and headed for the 3rd floor.
When he passed by Ren Tianji's bedroom door, he heard the fierce battle inside and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "Humph.
Aren't you afraid of shouting your throat out?"
When he came to the door of Zhao Zifeng's bedroom on the 3rd floor, he found that the bedroom door was not closed tightly, leaving a small gap.
Zifeng, can I go in?
Qin Hao whispered to the inside of the door, and took out a box of steaming lunch and a box of canned fruit from the capsule space.
Come in.
Zhao Zifeng's gentle voice came from the inside of the door. After pushing the door open and walking in, Qin Hao found Zhao Zifeng sitting by the bed in the dim light from the window, staring at the heavy snow outside the window, with a small ball of frost spinning in the palm of his right hand.
You must not have eaten enough tonight. I brought you some food. Eat it while it's hot.
Xinhao put the things in his hand on a chair beside him, and then pushed it in front of Zhao Zifeng.
Thank you. Zhao Zifeng, who was daydreaming, withdrew her thoughts and turned to Xinhao, who was sitting next to her, and showed a sweet smile. She clenched her fist lightly, and the frost in her palm disappeared. Then, she reached out and picked up the small rubber band from the bedside table, tied her long hair on her shoulders into a ponytail, and then picked up the steaming lunchbox in front of her. After opening the lid, the fragrance filled the air in an instant, making her appetite aroused. It smells very good, and there are chicken legs. I'm just hungry. Eat quickly, eat more.
Xinhao smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to open the canned fruit, and put it on the chair in front of her.
Zhao Zifeng smiled sweetly at him, then lowered her head and ate it in small bites. Just then,
a loud shout came from downstairs, which seemed to be Wang Chunli's voice.
Both of them heard this obvious voice.
Zhao Zifeng, who was eating, trembled obviously, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on her cute face. Xinhao, who was standing by, also smiled awkwardly. They are really too much.
I will talk to Aji tomorrow. We can't disturb others' rest, right? How can you bring up such a thing? Forget it, let them go.
Zhao Zifeng bit her lower lip and said,
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Xinhao spread his hands helplessly.
Are you really unbearable downstairs, so you want to come and chat with me?
Zhao Zifeng suddenly looked at Xinhao with a smile. That, Xinhao, whose thoughts were seen through, was a little speechless for a while.
Seeing Xinhao's helpless look, Zhao Zifeng couldn't help laughing.
Have you ever had a girlfriend before?
No.
Xinhao shook his head. Me too. Zhao Zifeng put down the lunchbox in her hand and curled her lips. I was so busy studying before that I didn't know what it was like to fall in love. She bit the chopsticks in her hand, frowned and thought for a while, then looked at Xinhao and asked, What kind of person do you want to find? You are quite suitable. Xinhao said without hesitation.
Then you have a girlfriend now.
Zhao Zifeng put down the chopsticks in her hand, looked at him, and said with a smile.
Ah.
Xinhao was slightly stunned, and then his face was full of surprise. Really?
Really?
Zhao Zifeng nodded seriously. Why?
Don't you want to?
Yes, of course I do. Xinhao smiled happily.
Come here.
Listening to the voice coming from downstairs, Zhao Zifeng blushed, raised her hand and hooked her finger at Xinhao.
Okay.
Xinhao leaned in front of Zhao Zifeng with an expectant look.
I'll stamp you.
After saying that, Zhao Zifeng leaned in front of Xinhao's face with soft red lips and pecked it gently. When I was in college, my roommate said that if you have a boyfriend, you have to stamp it. She looked at Xinhao with her big eyes, full of tenderness and love. Her eyes were almost tearing. You have to stamp it properly. Xinhao was naturally not a fool, and he went straight up. After a slightly unfamiliar hot kiss, Xinhao looked at Zhao Zifeng's cute red face in his arms and asked, Can I? Not now. Zhao Zifeng reached out with a smirk and picked up the angel wings on the bedside, shaking them in front of Xinhao's eyes.
Okay.
Xinhao, who looked disappointed, hadn't finished speaking when he was blocked by Zhao Zifeng, who looked tender and sweet.
After a hot kiss,
Zhao Zifeng curled up in Xinhao's arms with a sweet face, and said softly, Ahao, don't let me down in the future, otherwise.
I'm very powerful.
Ah. Okay. Seeing a ball of frost coming out of her fingertips, Xinhao nodded with a cold sweat on his face.
Don't worry.
Zhao Zifeng raised her head and looked at Xinhao and said softly, I won't let you down either.
I will be the woman behind you. You won't regret it, will you?
Xinhao held her hand and asked in a low voice.
Of course not.
Zhao Zifeng shook her head, and then said softly, I don't know why I had an inexplicable liking for you when I first saw you. Is this love at first sight?
Maybe it's fate.
Xinhao raised his hand and touched her hair. It seemed that he thought of something. He let go of Zhao Zifeng, stood up and said softly to her, Wait a minute, I'll be back soon. After that, he got up and left the bedroom and walked downstairs.
After arriving at the kitchen on the first floor,
He took out the purified water directly, found a bag of brown sugar, and boiled a pot of brown sugar water with the flame ability. Then he returned to the bedroom on the third floor with a satisfied look.
Zifeng, if you have your period, drink more brown sugar water. Put it down first.
Zhao Zifeng, who was eating canned fruit, looked up and smiled sweetly, and pointed to the chair beside him.
Drink the hot water and have a good rest.
I have something to do and will go down first. Dear Qinhao smiled at Zhao Zifeng and touched her head. After saying that, he turned and left. No matter what you do, remember to be careful and pay attention to safety, Zhao Zifeng said while looking at Qinhao's back.
Okay.
Qinhao nodded with his back to her, and then walked towards the second floor. It was almost 12 o'clock.
He needed to go back to the bedroom for a new 10 draw.
Advance to the third round of recommendations. Thank you all for your follow-up support, thank you very much. In addition, I would like to thank 08A for the reward of 100 yuan for the Qidian coins, the January ticket of Just Like That, and the February ticket of the book friend with the last number 45785.
Thank you. Satisfying. Please read on. Ding-ling-ling. Just 1 second after 12 o'clock, the small alarm clock on the windowsill rang. May the goddess of luck be with me.
After praying in his heart, Qinhao directly released Ode to Destiny, but he did not open the lucky halo. However, he still took out the silver medal box and started 10 consecutive draws.
Congratulations!
You got a Dodge Tomahawk motorcycle, magic modification version. This is a magic modified Dodge Tomahawk motorcycle. It only takes 2 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers. The maximum speed can reach 800 kilometers per hour, and it uses micronuclear energy. Evaluation, ride it and you can experience the feeling of flying.
Congratulations! You got a multifunctional mechanical watch, cool black. Evaluation, wear it, you are the most handsome guy on this street. Congratulations!
You have obtained the S-level concept power, Call Daddy, effect. When you say this to the target will stop everything in his hands and respectfully call you Daddy. Please note that after the target calls you Daddy, he may fall into a furious state, thus doubling his combat power. Please choose the target carefully. Evaluation, if you are not happy with someone, let him call you Daddy.
Congratulations!
You have obtained a military high-precision telescope, multifunction, high-precision. Evaluation, don't use it to secretly look at girls although you can see very clearly.
Congratulations! You have obtained 1 million packs of napkins, daily necessities. Evaluation, with it, you don't need to look for paper everywhere every time you go to the toilet. Congratulations!
You have obtained 1,000 gas tanks filled with gas. Perhaps, this thing can be used for more than just cooking. Evaluation, it is said that the old irons in the Middle East like to add tail fins to this thing and throw it out as a cannonball.
Congratulations! You got 1 million delicious roast ducks, 2-pound roast duck. Evaluation, what are you waiting for? Eat it quickly. Congratulations!
You got an energetic adult husky, eyes full of wisdom, disdainful expression, and unique brain circuits, all of which show that it is really unique.
Evaluation, it is it. A little expert in house demolition. Congratulations! You got a cup of cappuccino, it tastes very good. Evaluation, no evaluation. Congratulations! You got a large wooden fish, a wooden fish the size of a football. You can knock it when you are upset. Evaluation, dong merit +1, that's it? It's ordinary, and there seems to be no surprise. Qinhao couldn't say whether he was happy or disappointed about the reward he drew. If you say the reward is not good, there is an S-level concept system ability and some necessary daily necessities. But, what the hell is an energetic adult husky? Released to destroy the house?
Qinhao's face was instantly black when he thought of Era's wise eyes and disdainful expression.
This husky can't be released to harm people even if he is beaten to death. The wooden fish as big as a human head is outrageous enough. Add merit +1, add a hammer.
After complaining helplessly in his heart, Qinhao took out the multifunctional mechanical watch and put it on his wrist.
Very cool. Very handsome.
Then, he took out the military telescope with night vision function and stood by the window to observe outside.
However, the snow outside was too heavy, and there were only snowflakes in his sight.
after putting away the military telescope in his hand. He took out a gas tank and looked at it, and found that it was no different from an ordinary household gas tank. As for the Dodge Tomahawk motorcycle, it couldn't be put in the bedroom, and it was snowing heavily outside, so he could only try it later. The remaining rewards were not very attractive to Chin Hao. Finally, he set his sights on the only S-level concept ability. Call Daddy, it's interesting. Maybe I can let her call me Daddy. After raising his hand and touching his chin, Chin Hao's handsome face showed a smile. Then, he walked out of the bedroom with excitement and walked towards the third floor. After arriving at the door of the room, he took out the room key that Zhao Zifeng had stuffed into his pocket. He just walked into the room and closed the door with his backhand. Zhao Zifeng, who was sleeping on the bed, sat up in shock, holding a revolver in her hand and pointing it at the door. However, after seeing that it was Chin Hao, she put down the revolver in her hand and said sleepily, "Are you done?" "It's over." Chin Hao walked to the window and sat down, and nodded. "You weren't angry before, were you?" Zhao Zifeng looked at Chin Hao with an apologetic look on her face, and reached out to hold his hand. "I just had my period today, I didn't mean to reject you." "I understand." Chin Hao patted the back of her hand with his other hand. "Don't think too much. By the way, why don't you ask me what talent I have awakened?" Zhao Zifeng came to Chin Hao's side and leaned her head on his shoulder. "Why do you ask?" Chin Hao asked back with a smile. Zhao Zifeng rubbed his cheek with her head and said obediently, "I awakened the S-level Frost Queen, and can use all frost-related abilities." "Not bad, much better than me." Chin Hao raised his hand and stroked her long hair, smiling and praising. "Humph, I'm already very good, but you never gave me a chance to make a move." "After the snow stops, we have to hurry up to hunt monsters and aliens to earn honor points and evolution crystals." Zhao Zifeng nodded. "I know, don't worry, I won't hold you back, I'm not a vase." "I believe you." Chin Hao hugged Zhao Zifeng and said, "I know you're having a hard time." Zhao Zifeng moved her body and looked up at Chin Hao. "Actually, when I was in college, I watched that kind of movie with them in the dormitory." As if she was afraid that Chin Hao would misunderstand her, she quickly added, "In fact, most girls have seen it." "I understand." Chin Hao nodded. "So, although I'm having my period, I can help you." Zhao Zifeng rubbed Chin Hao's cheek with her cheek, then leaned down. "If you don't like to read the following, I won't go into details, just use your imagination." After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Zifeng drank a mouthful of water, rinsed his mouth, and then looked at Chin Hao beside him tenderly. "Do you like it?" "Yeah." Chin Hao nodded with satisfaction. "Go to bed." After rolling a charming look at Chin Hao, Zhao Zifeng went straight into the bed. As soon as Chin Hao lay down, he heard Zhao Zifeng whispering beside him, "Hold me to sleep." "Okay." Chin Hao turned around obediently, stretched out his hand, and held the little rabbit. The next morning, when Chin Hao opened his eyes, he found Zhao Zifeng sitting by the bed combing his hair. There was still heavy snow outside the window, and it was white. After hearing the movement behind him, Zhao Zifeng turned around and said tenderly, "Are you awake? How did you sleep last night?" "Very good, very satisfied." Please support, read, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you. There won't be too many emotional scenes, and there are foreshadowings before, plus the ambiguous atmosphere. I think this scene should be a natural outcome, and Zhao Zifeng is definitely not a vase. Not stupid. Sister Feng? Please read on. Reading, what about you? Chin Hao sat up, hugged Zhao Zifeng gently from behind, smelled the body fragrance from her body, and showed a trace of fascination on his face. What do you think? Hee. Zhao Zifeng turned around and showed a naughty smile, and swatted away the hand that was about to reach into his clothes. I hate it. I just think the little white rabbit is very cute. I want to touch it. Hee. After a night of intimacy and passionate embrace, the relationship between the two quickly heated up, so Chin Hao naturally became more courageous. You haven't touched enough after one night? Zhao Zifeng rolled his eyes at Chin Hao with a cute look on his face. The little white rabbit is tired and needs to rest. Okay. Hee. Zhao Zifeng turned around and slapped Chin Hao on the face. Good boy. Perfunctory. Chin Hao curled his lips. Then come here too. Zhao Zifeng coaxed a child and kissed Chin Hao's other cheek.
Then he stood up and picked up a black parka from the side and put it on. After getting dressed, she glanced at the heavy snow outside the window, and then told Shinhao with a concerned look on her face, "The temperature has dropped, so wear thicker clothes to avoid catching a cold. Don't worry, this body is strong." Shinhao, who was only wearing a pair of warm clothes, showed off his muscles to Zhao Zifeng, then picked up the jacket on the side and put it on. While putting on his clothes, he looked at Zhao Zifeng and asked with a puzzled look, "Can't you wear warm clothes inside and a pair of jeans outside to keep out the cold?" "It's not cold." Zhao Zifeng, who was packing his backpack, smiled and shook his head. "Don't forget what kind of talent I have awakened. This kind of weather is the most suitable for me. By the way, I took out part of the food from our backpacks yesterday. After all, others also took out some, even the new Tian Shuyi took out some." After placing the backpack on the bedside table, Zhao Zifeng looked at Shinhao and said, "Now that everyone is together, it's natural to help each other." After putting on his shoes, Shinhao stood up and straightened his clothes again. Then, while helping Zhao Zifeng adjust his collar, he continued, "But everyone has their own little thoughts in their hearts, and everyone is constantly weighing the pros and cons. After all, no one is stupid. Trust between people is difficult to build, especially in this doomsday environment. No one will dig their heart out. So, as the number of people increases, small groups will definitely appear," Zhao Zifeng said thoughtfully. "In the end, this team may completely collapse." Shinhao nodded. "Yes, human greed has no bottom line, especially after you have eaten and drank enough, you will want more, especially rights." He held the windowsill with both hands, looked at the falling snow outside the window, and said slowly, "This day will come sooner or later, but I don't like scheming with my own people, so when the time comes, I will take you and Annie to leave in advance." "I know, I listen to you." Zhao Zifeng nodded obediently. Shinhao turned around, looked at her seriously, and said, "Actually, I don't need a big team, I just need a few reliable teammates. In this situation, having more people is more harmful than helpful. After all, the honor points obtained by killing monsters are not shared." "I know." Zhao Zifeng hugged Shinhao, put his face on his chest, and said tenderly, "Don't worry, I won't hold you back." Shinhao hugged Zhao Zifeng, stroked her ponytail with his hand, and continued, "I have already planned to leave here after the heavy snow outside stops. I will search for supplies and hunt monsters and aliens at the same time. I must improve my strength as soon as possible." "Take everyone with you?" Zhao Zifeng raised his head and asked. Shinhao shook his head. "It's impossible. Wang Chuanli and her daughter and Gui Yingying will never survive." After Zhao Zifeng thought for a while, he said, "Then let them stay here. There are not many monsters here and it is safe. Let them use it as a base for us and let them be responsible for guarding the home." Shinhao nodded, "I think so too, leave some food for them, and Tian Shuyi will definitely stay." "What about Ren Tianji?" Zhao Zifeng suddenly asked. "It depends on what he chooses. If you like Wenru Township, then stay." After a pause, Shinhao continued, "However, this person is not simple at all. In short, the current environment is definitely not suitable for shrinking into a safe place and enjoying a comfortable life, otherwise you will definitely regret it in the future." Shinhao said decisively. "No matter where you go, I will be by your side." Zhao Zifeng hugged him tightly with a look of affirmation on his face. "Okay, it's after 8 o'clock. Let's go down and take a look first." After raising his hand to glance at his watch, Shinhao raised his hand to rub her head. Dear Zhao Zifeng raised his head with a sweet look on his face and closed his eyes. Paji after kissing her red lips, Shinhao pulled her towards the door. As soon as the two of them walked out of the bedroom hand in hand, they heard the sound of the door opening coming from the next room. "Bang, good morning, brother." Shinani, wearing a loose black hooded sweatshirt, yawned sleepily and walked out of the bedroom, raising her hand to say hello to Shinhao. Then, she widened her eyes in surprise. "Brother, you and sister Feng, you?" "Oh, I understand," he without waiting for the two to speak, she looked at their hands holding together, understood in an instant, and a hint of aunt's smile appeared on her cute face. "Brother, it turns out that sister Feng is my sister-in-law, no wonder she has always been so concerned about your safety." As she said, she walked to the other side, stretched out her hand to hold Zhao Zifeng's arm, and said kindly, "Sister Feng, why didn't you tell me yesterday? Zhao Zifeng smiled at her, you didn't ask. Okay. Qin Annie stuck out her tongue mischievously. By the way, Annie, what superpower did you awaken? Qin Hao, who was standing aside, suddenly looked at Qin Annie and asked. S-level, Lava Overlord. Qin Annie answered obediently. When the three walked to the bathroom at the stairs, Zhao Zifeng suddenly stopped and said to Qin Hao, Hao, you go down first, I'll go to the bathroom. After that, she shook the sanitary napkin she had just taken out of her pocket. Okay, go quickly. Qin Hao nodded with a smile, and then walked downstairs. After Qin Annie glanced at Zhao Zifeng's back, she chased after Qin Hao, got close to him and whispered, Brother, Sister Feng is considered one of us, right? Who else is one of us? That cold and arrogant sister? Or a soldier? Before Qin Hao could speak, she frowned slightly. Anyway, those two people with families are definitely not one of us. Although she was curled up on the sofa reading comics all day yesterday, she was actually secretly observing the situation of others. After all, the atmosphere between these people was indeed a bit subtle. Who else? You. Qin Hao smiled and raised his hand to touch the back of her head, little smart kid with a big heart. Then I understand. Qin Annie stuck out her tongue at Qin Hao, and then began to rethink how to get along with others. After all, getting along with your own people and getting along with outsiders cannot be the same attitude, there must be a distance between closeness and distance. Thank you for your recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, rewards, thank you for your investment, collection, thank you very much, please read on. By the way, Annie, let's add a private chat friend. Qin Hao said as he walked. Okay, Qin Annie nodded obediently, and then sent a friend request to Qin Hao. Annie baby applies to add you as a friend, do you agree? Agree/reject, agree. With a thought, Qin Hao directly agreed to Qin Annie's friend request. Brother, your nickname is really too special. Looking at Qin Hao's nickname, Qin Annie was slightly stunned, with a strange look on her face. I said this was a mistake. Do you believe it? Qin Hao rolled his eyes at her helplessly, and then strode towards the first floor. Tadada Qin Annie took her short legs and trotted along to catch up with Qin Hao. She looked up and said with a smile, Of course I believe you. You are my brother. If I don't believe you, who can I believe? Tisk, next time you tell a lie, remember to put away the smile on your face first, otherwise it will seem hypocritical. Qin Hao raised his hand and flicked Qin Annie's white forehead, then walked towards the living room. At this time, everyone else was already sitting on the sofa next to the coffee table. Why is it hypocritical? I smiled sincerely. Qin Annie pouted with an angry face and trotted after him. Hello, good morning, everyone. Qin Hao walked to the vacant sofa and sat down, looking at everyone and smiling and greeting them. Good morning. Ren Tianji leaned on the sofa with a red face, playing with a black dagger in his hand, and a can of open snow beer was placed on the coffee table in front of him. Wang Chunli sat beside him openly, with a bright face and affectionate eyes. It seemed that she had been well nourished last night. She did not speak, but raised her head and nodded to Qin Hao with a smile, then lowered her head and continued to help Ren Tianji peel the cooked peanuts, and put one into Ren Tianji's mouth every time she peeled one. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ren Tianji had completely conquered her last night. Tian Shuyi and his wife sat on the sofa on the other side. His wife was also peeling peanuts for him. After peeling them, she fed him one and then put one into her own mouth. After seeing Qin Hao, he put down the beer can in his hand, sat up straight, looked at Qin Hao with a simple face, and smiled. Good morning, brother Qin. Go on, you keep drinking, you are free anyway. Qin Hao smiled and waved to Tian Shuyi, who was obviously a little restrained. After saying that, he reached out and picked up a chicken leg from the pile of snacks on the coffee table, turned around and stuffed it directly into Qin Annie's hand. Eat more meat to grow taller. Hao, have a can. Ren Tianji reached out and picked up a can of beer from under the coffee table and threw it to Qin Hao. Thank you. Qin Hao raised his hand to catch the beer, smiled and nodded. He opened it and took a sip. After putting down the beer in his hand, he turned his head and looked at the sofa on the other side. Lin Wanner was still wearing a white windbreaker and a turtleneck sweater today,
and there was also a can of opened beer on the coffee table in front of her. The two little girls were leaning against her with a happy face. The three of them were chatting in a low voice, and from time to time they laughed like silver bells, and they seemed to be very happy. Lin Wanner seemed to like these two lovely little girls very much, and the two little girls were also very attached to her. In the interval of chatting, she raised her head and showed a charming smile to Qinhao. "Good morning." "Okay." Qinhao smiled and nodded, then reached out and picked up a bag of pistachios from the coffee table and started eating. Just then, Zhao Zifeng came down from upstairs, just glanced at the people present, and she instantly understood the situation in front of her. "Good morning, everyone." After smiling and greeting everyone, she sat down directly next to Qinhao and reached out to take the pistachios in his hand. "Open your mouth." After peeling one with her white jade hands, she fed it directly into Qinhao's mouth. Others did not feel any surprise about what she did. After all, she was originally with Qinhao. Qin Annie, who was on the side, ate the chicken leg in her hand and looked at the people present. A pair of beautiful big eyes rolled around, and I don't know what she was thinking. After Rin Tianji finished the beer in his hand in one breath, he sat up straight and looked at Qinhao seriously. "I guess the snow won't stop for a while. What are your plans?" "I plan to go outside in the afternoon and take a look at the situation nearby." After taking a sip of beer, Qinhao asked back, "What about you? What are your plans?" Rin Tianji lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep puff, and then looked at Qinhao with a serious face. "I have the same plan. I don't know how long the snow will last. I must go to the nearby area to check the situation, otherwise it will be too passive. Besides, the temperature will get lower and lower in the next few days. Without water and air, people can't stand it for a few days." After hearing Rin Tianji's words, Qinhao realized that the clothes worn by the other people were much thicker than yesterday. In an instant, he understood what Rin Tianji meant. In addition to going to the nearby area to investigate the situation, they also needed to continue looking for daily necessities and heating materials. "It's not a big problem. There is a coal stove in the basement and we can burn firewood to keep warm. A few grown men won't be stumped by such a problem," Qinhao said after thinking for a while. After a pause, he continued, "Actually, I'm not worried about supplies and heating. I'm afraid of monsters and the presence of the undead nearby." "I understand." Ren Tianji nodded. "Brother Qin, just tell me what you want. I can help," Tian Shuyi said confidently. "You are responsible for guarding the house." Qinhao thought for a while and said, "I'll go out in the afternoon, too." Lin Wanner, who was playing with two little girls, suddenly raised her head and looked at everyone and said something, then lowered her head and continued to play with the little girls. Brother, I'll go in the afternoon, too." Qin Annie, who had a mouth full of greasy food, threw away the chicken bones in her hand, raised her hands and waved excitedly. Qinhao turned his head, glanced at her, and nodded after a little thought. "Okay, but you have to listen to me." As he said that, he reached out from his pocket and took out a pack of napkins and stuffed them into her hand. "Little greedy cat, wipe your mouth. Open your mouth." Zhao Zifeng raised his hand with a smile and stuffed a pistachio kernel into Qinhao's mouth, and at the same time sent a private message in the private chat channel. "We are all out. Is it safe to leave the remaining few people at home?" After seeing this message, Qinhao took a sip of beer and replied with an unchanged expression. "There is nothing to worry about. This is a test for these people. I feel relieved if you know the situation. Open your mouth." Zhao Zifeng raised his head with a sweet face and reached out to feed him a pistachio kernel again. Next, everyone spent the whole morning eating snacks and chatting. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Lin Wanner wrapped herself tightly and left the house first, disappearing in the blizzard in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, Ren Tianji hugged Wang Chuanli and wrapped himself tightly and walked into the blizzard. "Shuyi, take care of the house and others. If you have anything, send me a private message." After instructing Tian Shuyi, Qinhao also walked into the blizzard with Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie. In the morning, he added Tian Shuyi as a friend. Just as Qinhao and others walked into the snowstorm,
Some white figures have appeared in the snowstorm, wandering in groups. Please read, collect, recommend, vote, monthly vote, invest, thank you. Next, enter the new plot stage. It was still snowing outside, snowflakes were flying all over the sky, the snow on the ground was already very thick, and everything was white. When Qinhao stepped on the snow that was buried in his calves and walked out of the yard, his body was already covered with white snowflakes. Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie, who followed him, also turned into two snowmen. After Qinhao looked at the ground around him, he found that the footprints left by Lin Wanner and Rin Tianji when they left had been covered by heavy snow again. Although it was snowing all over the sky, he could still barely see the surrounding situation clearly, but it was only limited to within 10 meters. If it was farther away, he couldn't tell what was what. Everything was white. Let's go around the villa to see the situation first. Qinhao lowered his head, glanced at the compass attached to the mechanical watch, raised his hand and waved to the right, and then walked over on the thick snow. I hate this snow. Qin Annie pouted her lips in displeasure as she watched the snowflakes falling on her body. Humph! She snorted in displeasure. A faint flame emanated from her body, enveloping her whole body, and finally forming a transparent light red barrier 10 centimeters outside her body. Almost instantly, the snowflakes falling on her body evaporated, emitting a trace of hot air, and even the snow under her feet disappeared instantly without a trace. The snowflakes falling from the sky vaporized directly when they touched the light red barrier. Humph! She stepped out of her short legs with a proud look on her face. The snow in front of her continued to melt little by little with her steps, revealing the soil underground. Zhao Zifeng on the side was the opposite. Since she walked out of the villa, a hint of joy appeared on her cute face, as if she liked the flying snow all over the sky very much. After glancing at the light red barrier that appeared on Qin Annie's body, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. A light blue light flashed. The snowflakes that originally fell on her suddenly changed direction, avoiding her and drifting around, and even the thick snow under her feet rolled to both sides. Qinhao, who was walking in front, noticed the movement behind him, turned his head and looked back, and was suddenly speechless. So I'm the only one getting wet in the snow? How can that be? Zhao Zifeng smiled and ran to Qinhao's side, stretched out a hand and held his left hand, and said with a cute face, "Look, isn't it gone?" Great! After looking up at the snowflakes that avoided him, Qinhao gave her a thumbs up. With Zhao Zifeng's help, Qinhao walked very fast next, and soon he turned around the villa. After confirming that there was no change nearby, he took Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie and continued to walk towards Taihang town, intending to see the situation there. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers, Qinhao suddenly stopped. A trace of solemnity appeared on his face, and he looked at the wheat field not far away. What's wrong? Zhao Zifeng looked over with a puzzled look. Qin Annie, who was standing next to him, also looked over with curiosity. Almost in an instant, she saw some white figures swaying in the snow in the wheat field. Something is moving in the wheat field. She stared with a pair of cute big eyes and searched carefully. Every time she found one, she pointed to the location with her finger. There. After observing for a while, she found that there were at least dozens of white figures swaying in that wheat field. Brother, there are a lot of them. I think they are half-grown Samoyeds. It's definitely not a group of Samoyeds. Zhao Zifeng looked at the white figures and shook his head. Qinhao took out a military telescope and looked at it, then said to the two, "It's not a Samoyed, it should be a refreshed monster. Go and kill them all, go." Ah? Us? Qin Annie was slightly stunned when she heard Qinhao's words. Zhao Zifeng, who was standing next to her, rushed directly into the wheat field, and in the blink of an eye, she rushed into the wheat field more than 10 meters away. While running, she kept raising her hands to summon ice spikes, shooting at the snow dog monsters who were having fun in the snow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the ice spikes accurately pierced into the snow dog monster's head, killing it instantly. Successfully killed the F-level snow dog monster, and obtained 0.2 honor points. Hee looking at the translucent subtitles that appeared in front of her, Zhao Zifeng's cute face showed a happy smile. Then, she attacked even more fiercely. Sister Feng, how do you steal the monster? Seeing this scene, Qin Annie, who was still standing there, suddenly became anxious. She stuck out her tongue at Qinhao, and then rushed into the wheat field with her short legs. The moment she ran into the wheat field, she waved at a snow dog monster not far in front of her.
The snow on the ground melted instantly. A 2-meter-high lava column emerged from the ground in an instant, stringing the poor snowdog monster into a snowdog string. You successfully killed the F-level snowdog monster and gained 0.2 honor points. Hee looking at the translucent subtitles that appeared in front of her, Jean Annie's cute face showed a hint of excitement. She waved her hands continuously. Lava pillars kept emerging from the ground, accurately piercing the snowdog monsters into a string of snowdogs. Interesting, are these two people competing with each other? Xinhao, who stayed where he was, looked at the two women in the wheat field, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. Ha! He suddenly turned his head to look in another direction, and took out a blast grenade, pulled out the safety pin, and threw it hard. Bang! After an explosion, the snow on the ground was blown all over the sky, and a white figure was mixed in it. Without waiting for the white figure to fall from the air, Xinhao quickly took out a sniper rifle, aimed the gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A light sound. The white figure that was about to land was directly exploded into a blood mist in the air. Successfully killed the E-level snow corpse and obtained 1 honor point. Are the ones in the snow called snow corpses? Interesting. After killing a snow corpse, Xinhao pulled the bolt and aimed at another direction again. In the scope, a pair of pale arms stretched out from the snow. After a struggle, an ugly pale head emerged from the snow. Damn! It's so ugly. Looking at the ugly and stupid face of the snow corpse, Xinhao pulled the trigger with disgust. Bang! The poor snow corpse was shot in the head just after it emerged. Nice! Looking at the exploding snow corpse head, Xinhao pulled the bolt with excitement and looked for the next target again. At this moment, he has found the state when he played the shooting game. This feeling of killing with one shot. It's so cool. Thank you for your recommendation votes, monthly votes, and rewards. Thank you very much. Please read, invest, collect, recommend, monthly votes, thank you hunting time. Please read on. When Xinhao killed the 5th snow corpse, Zhao Zifeng and Jean Annie walked back hand in hand. The dozens of snow dog monsters in the wheat field had been killed by the two of them in seconds. After walking to Xinhao's side, Jean Annie raised her little head and said with a cute face, "Brother, they are all killed." Zhao Zifeng, who was standing next to him, raised his hand tenderly and helped Xinhao gently pat the snowflakes on his hat and mask. "Are you cold?" No. Xinhao put down the sniper rifle in his hand and smiled at her. Take advantage of the fact that the monsters that are refreshed now are not powerful yet, and brush more honor points. After that, he turned around again, raised his hand and tapped Jean Annie's forehead. "You too, don't be so playful." No way. Jean Annie raised her head and stuck out her tongue, and smiled. "You have been naughty since you were little." Xinhao smiled helplessly at her, then took out 4 explosive grenades from the capsule space and stuffed 2 into each of their hands. "Since your awakened talents are all very powerful, I won't give you automatic rifles. Each of you can play with 2 explosive grenades." After raising his hand and rubbing Jean Annie's little head, he smiled at the two of them. "Next, you can move freely and go hunt monsters nearby to earn honor points." Then, he earnestly told the two of them, "Be careful, remember to go home before dark, and notify me privately if you have anything to do. Go." Okay. Jean Annie nodded innocently, stuffed the explosive grenade in her hand into her pocket, turned around and ran away with her short legs. How, you should also be careful. If anything happens, remember to private message me. Zhao Zifeng reached out and hugged Xinhao tightly. After standing on tiptoe and touching his cheek, she took off their masks and pressed her soft red lips against his. After a passionate kiss, she was very considerate to help Xinhao put on the mask on his face, and then waved her hand gently. "I'm going. Go." Xinhao raised his hand, touched her cheek tenderly, and then watched her disappear in the endless wind and snow. Next, enter the hunting time. Looking at the wind and snow all over the sky, Xinhao's originally smiling face gradually became serious. With a thought, the black wristband on his wrist instantly liquefied, and in an instant, a very cool set of black armor formed outside his body. Then, he bent his legs, stepped hard on the ground, and the whole person leaped into the air. With the biological armor enhanced, Xinhao jumped up more than 10 meters and formed a parabola in the air. Without waiting for his body to fall down, The black armor behind him squirmed instantly, and a pair of 1.5 meter long black wings grew out in an instant, waving continuously.
This feeling is simply wonderful. Shinhao, who was suspended in the air, shook his body slightly a few times and completely mastered the pair of black wings behind him. However, this pair of wings did not allow him to fly long distances, but only to obtain a short-term flying ability. After fully adapting to the flying state, Shinhao directly flapped the black wings behind him and flew towards the direction of Taihang town. He was like a falcon soaring in the sky, constantly looking for monsters in the snow. The view in the sky is incomparable to that on the ground. After flying only a few dozen meters, he saw a snow corpse that had just emerged from the snow. Then, he leaned forward and rushed down. When he was close to the head of the snow corpse, he used the black long knife in his right hand to behead it. Then, he stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and leaped up again and flew into the distance. Next, Shinhao was like a hunting eagle, constantly circling in the sky, patiently looking for prey from the snow all over the ground. There were basically some E-level snow corpses and F-level snow dog monsters nearby. There were not many of them. They were basically wandering around in bits and pieces. During this period, he also found Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie, who were hunting monsters. The talents of these two people were really terrifying. After encountering snow corpses and snow dog monsters, they basically killed them in one hit. After hunting in this field for more than an hour, Shinhao successively hunted more than a dozen snow corpses and hundreds of snow dog monsters, earning more than 60 points of honor. Afterwards, he stopped hunting monsters and left this area to Qin Annie and Zhao Zifeng. He flew towards Taihang town, feeling a little exhausted. After entering Taihang town, he landed on the ground and found an abandoned empty room to hide in. After patting the snow on his body, he sat down on a broken chair, took out a can of beef, and ate it in big mouthfuls. The hunting just now actually consumed a lot of mental and physical energy. He was very hungry now. After eating 4 cans of beef and 2 cans of fruit in one breath, he recovered some physical strength and energy. After eating and drinking, Shinhao stood up, walked to the door, and looked at the street outside. The snow outside was still falling, but it was a little smaller than before. The snow was already very thick. No figure could be seen on the street. After thinking for a while, Shinhao took out a blast grenade, pulled out the safety pin, and threw it towards the distant street. With a bang, the snow on the ground was blown away, revealing the concrete road below. As if he was not satisfied, Shinhao threw out 4 or 5 blast grenades in succession. After a series of explosions, a large open space was cleared on the ground not far away. The successive explosions made the survivors who were hiding at home and trembling mutter in their hearts. As for the nearby channel, they did not dare to make comments casually, fearing that they would be targeted by the ruffians in the town. What's going on? Is it the official rescue team that is coming? It must be the official rescue team that is coming. We are saved. The damned Lei Lao who will be brought to justice. I told you that we just need to stay at home and wait for rescue. Those monsters are nothing to worry about in front of the state machine. Shinhao didn't know what the survivors were thinking. Even if he knew, he would only sneer and look down on them. It's such a stupid idea to leave your life to others to save. In his opinion, when facing all crises, the first thing to rely on is yourself, and the only person you can trust absolutely is yourself. As for other people, don't expect too much. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable and changeable. It's better to rely on yourself than on anyone else. Looking at the monsters attracted from the surrounding alleys by the explosion, Shinhao rushed out with excitement. Just as Shinhao was constantly hunting those monsters, in the spacetime portal a few kilometers east of Taihang town, undead soldiers wearing armor and holding weapons lined up and walked out in an orderly manner. The leader was an undead warrior riding an undead warhorse, wearing heavy black armor and holding a overlord spear. Beside him, there were 4 undead warriors 3 meters tall holding a pair of big hammers, and a middle-aged undead dressed in a black robe and dressed as a scholar. Please support, read, recommend, invest, and vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you. Wiped out in half a day. 10 minutes later. 500 undead soldiers wearing armor and holding various weapons were neatly arranged into 500-man square formations.
The leading undead warrior rode a warhorse and stood at the front of the team, with 4 undead warriors holding warhammers standing beside him. The undead scholar in black robe also stood aside, with a feather fan and a scarf, and a trace of wisdom on his pale face. After shaking the feather fan in his hand, he raised his hand and stroked his beard, looking at the undead warrior on horseback with confidence. "My lord, according to the intelligence given above, we don't need to use any strategies, we just need to push forward all the way." After hearing his words, the undead warrior holding the overlord spear leaned over to look at the undead scholar, and then nodded coldly.
"Yes."
After getting the approval of the military generals, the scholar turned around and looked at the 500-man square teams behind him, waving the feather fan in his hand, and said with a ferocious face, "All soldiers, listen to the order, the general has an order. The whole army will attack, cut. All. Kill. All. Kill. Kill. Kill." For a moment, the 500 undead soldiers waved their weapons excitedly, shouted in unison, and the murderous aura was overflowing. "My lord, we will definitely win this battle." Looking at the high morale of the soldiers, the scholar nodded with satisfaction. The military generals riding on the horse glanced at everyone with cold eyes, raised his hand and put down the mask, covering his pale face. Then, he pointed the overlord spear in his hand in the direction of Taihang town, shouted with murderous aura, and rushed out first. "Kill! Kill!" After the 4 3-meter-tall strongman undeads roared to the sky, they took heavy steps and chased after them, waving a pair of black iron warhammers. The scholar undead on the side raised his hand and waved the feather fan in his hand. A gray light flashed, and an undead warhorse appeared out of thin air. He jumped on the horse directly and patted the horse's head with the feather fan in his hand. "Let's go, old friend." Hiss after a roar from his mouth, the undead warhorse rushed forward directly. The 500 undead soldiers in the back held weapons and ran one after another. For a while, the earth shook and the momentum was huge. The distance of several kilometers was reached in the blink of an eye. After entering Taihang town, the 500 undead soldiers broke up into 50 teams of 10 people and rushed towards the surrounding houses. The 4 3-meter-tall strongman undeads had begun to break down the doors of each house with the warhammers in their hands. Every time a door was smashed, a team of undead soldiers rushed in with weapons in hand to slaughter. The strongman undead would continue to walk to the next closed door, waving the warhammer in his hand and smashing it hard. Bang! The big iron door fell to the ground. The undead soldiers waiting behind the strongman undead rushed into the yard at the first time, and then bursts of shrill screams were heard. The warrior undead holding the overlord spear and the scholar undead holding the feather fan were calm on the street, watching the undead soldiers slaughtering indiscriminately. "My lord, these foreign races are weaker than I thought, just like earthen dogs and clay chickens. This town can be wiped out in half a day." The shrill screams resounded throughout the Taihang town, making those hiding at home like frightened birds, falling into endless fear. Some people in the nearby channel revealed some news. "Lover missed, it's the undead army. The undead army is slaughtering indiscriminately. We are all dead. Lonely northern hemisphere, what should I do? I don't want to die yet, who will save me?" "Woohoo, yeah, I saw it, there are many undead soldiers, at least hundreds of them, they seem to have wisdom." "Lei Lao Hu, aren't they just undead soldiers? They are all hiding at home, waiting for me to save you bunch of trash." Wang Daong of the Joint Defense Team, "Those undead soldiers came in from the east, everyone who can run quickly, run to the west of the town, damn. It's the end of the world, and you still don't let me enjoy it." After pushing away the attractive beauty on his belly, Lei Lao Hu stood up from the sofa angrily. After picking up the spray gun on the coffee table, he called out to the dozen or so brothers who were playing cards on the side. "Brothers, follow me to kill those damned undeads. Taihang town is my territory, so I should have the final say." "Okay, brother Tiger. Fuck those damned undeads. Let's go, grab weapons." Hearing Lei Lao Hu's words, a group of younger brothers threw away the cards in their hands and picked up weapons one after another. The weapons in their hands were also varied. 2-meter-long pointed steel pipes, homemade Qinglong Yenue swords, machetes, short-handled 3-shots, etc. Led by Lei Laohu, a group of people braved the heavy snow and walked towards the east of the town in a mighty manner. Taihang Town Center. In the office building of the Joint Defense Team. A group of people in black uniforms were gathering in the conference room, led by a middle-aged man with curly hair. Sitting carelessly on a soft chair. He was the captain of the Joint Defense Team, Wang Daong, a man who had awakened combat abilities and the only person in Taihang Town who could compete with Lei Laohu. Brothers, those undead soldiers are slaughtering civilians in the town. We must do something. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone fell into silence for a while, and lowered their heads. No one wanted to speak up. After all, life is their own. The silent atmosphere lasted for a few minutes. Wang Daong suddenly sighed and stood up from the soft chair. Forget it, you just stay here, I'll go by myself. After that, he walked towards the door with a disappointed look on his face. Brother Yong, I'll go with you. Me too, wait for me. And me. Just as Wang Daong walked out of the door, several young people stood up and chased after him. On the roof of a 3-story building east of Taihang Town, Ren Tianji squatted on the edge of the rooftop, observing the undead soldiers who were slaughtering. After some observation, he could only sigh helplessly. There were too many undead soldiers, and they knew how to cooperate with each other. He alone had no way to deal with them. After looking up and glancing at Lin Wanner on the roof not far away, he sent a private message directly. We must do something. Do you have any good ideas? Lin Wanner looked up and glanced at him, then replied with a message. There are 400 or 500 undead soldiers, 4 strong men holding warhammers, and a general. The two of us can't do it. After a little thought, the two sent a message together. Qin Hao. Qin Hao. In this case, only Qin Hao, who has hot weapons, is capable. Just when the two were about to chat with Qin Hao privately, they suddenly looked up and looked at the other end of the street with a shocked face. I saw a black figure standing on the street 500 or 600 meters away, with an anti-aircraft gun in front of him, and it seemed that he was adjusting the firing angle. It's him! The moment he saw the anti-aircraft gun, Ren Tianji knew who this person was. Thank you for your recommendation votes and investment, *, please read, invest, recommend, and vote monthly. Thank you. Aircraft guns and bombard the undead, please read later, you bastards, I want to see how many high explosive shells your little bodies can withstand. After laying the barrel of the anti-aircraft gun flat, Qin Hao switched the shells to high explosive shells, and then began to adjust the angle of the muzzle little by little. After adjusting the angle, he looked at the hideous undead soldiers on the display in front of him, and pressed his hand firmly on the launch button. Bang! After a loud bang, a high explosive shell flew out directly. In the blink of an eye, the shell rushed into the undead army. It exploded instantly. The huge power directly blew a team of undead soldiers into the sky, and the broken limbs flew everywhere. This huge cannon sound instantly resounded throughout Taihang Town, and everyone's attention was attracted. Fuck! The army is coming? Lei Laohu and others who were rushing here were shocked when they heard the cannon sound, and they stopped in their tracks. Wang Daong of the Joint Defense Team was delighted and quickened his pace. The army is here, we are saved. The same was true for the undead in the lead. The warrior undead on horseback was hundreds of meters away from the explosion, but was still hit in the face by a wave of heat. Looking at the anti-aircraft gun nearly a kilometer away, he frowned and looked at the scribe undead beside him who was already stunned. Now? How long will it take to kill them all? This shouldn't be. The scribe undead said with a puzzled look, according to the intelligence, this kind of thing shouldn't appear in this town. Then you say, this is, retreat quickly. The warrior undead just said half of his words, turned around and ran away on horseback. In an instant, he rode his horse and ran away for dozens of meters, and the scribe undead followed closely. At this moment, a high explosive shell landed on the place where he had just stopped and exploded instantly. Bang! A large pit more than 1 meter deep was directly blown out of the concrete ground. There was more than one shell. A few seconds later, Another high-explosive shell landed in a group of undead soldiers, sending them directly into the sky and flying freely. The successive explosions made the undead soldiers on the street fall into panic. They fled in all directions. However, the shells were still flying towards the side, one after another, almost one every 2 or 3 seconds.
Damn it, you know to run now? It's too late.
Shinhao pressed the launch button tightly with one hand, and kept adjusting the angle of the muzzle with the other hand. Since this anti-aircraft gun was modified and equipped with an automatic ammunition supply magazine with unlimited ammunition, plus it never wears out, it is very easy to operate.
One shell every 3 seconds.
This anti-aircraft gun was directly played by Shinhao as an anti-aircraft machine gun. Shells fell into those undead soldiers one after another, constantly harvesting their lives. Undead soldiers were blown up into the sky, torn into pieces, with broken limbs flying everywhere.
In 1 minute,
Shinhao had fired more than 20 high-explosive shells, which made the ground at the end of the street bumpy and full of broken limbs. At this time, no one could be seen on the street, and the undead soldiers had already fled. Awesome, it is indeed an anti-all artillery, and its reputation is well deserved. Looking at the craters on the street and the broken limbs all over the ground, Ren Tianji, who was hiding on the roof, was full of fear.
This Shinhao must not be an enemy.
After muttering in his heart,
Ren Tianji jumped directly into the alley on the side.
While in midair, he suddenly flashed a few times. Then he instantly appeared behind an undead soldier, holding a 3-edged military thorn in his hand and stabbed it directly into the back of the undead soldier's head. Ren Tianji pulled out the 3-edged military dagger with white brains with force, and kicked the undead soldier in front of him away. Then, he dodged sideways, swung the 3-edged military dagger with his backhand, and stabbed it into the eye socket of another undead soldier.
In a small alley on the other side,
Lin Wanner was like an elegant dancer, holding a black tang sword in both hands, constantly spinning, jumping, slashing horizontally and vertically. She danced with the sword very quickly. A black tang sword flew up and down in her hand, drawing a series of cold rays in the air, which made people dazzled. Before the undead soldiers could see her figure clearly, they were chopped into countless pieces by the sword.
There is only one person. Who is this person?
Wang Daong, who hurried over, hid in the dark and secretly looked at Shinhao, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. After hesitating for a while, he did not rush out to greet them, but ran to the east from another street, hunting down the fleeing undead soldiers. After struggling in his heart, Lei Lao who dismissed his subordinates, and then ran over alone to check the situation. After finding out that it was not the army but the black-armored man he had met before, he breathed a sigh of relief on his nervous face.
As long as it was not the official troops, it would be fine. It turned out to be him. At worst, I can just avoid him in the future.
After having a clear mind, Lei Lao avoided Shinhao with a fearful look on his face, and ran to the east from another street, ready to hunt the undead soldiers. At this moment, Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie, who were outside the town, were also attracted to Taihang town by a series of artillery sounds.
Not only the two of them.
Other people in the town who had awakened combat abilities also began to get restless and walked out of their homes to see if they could take advantage of them.
Alas, it would be nice if it had wheels.
Looking at the empty streets, Shinhao sighed helplessly. This anti-aircraft gun is good in every way, except that its mobility is too poor. It is not very convenient to move. And he couldn't blow down all the houses on both sides of the street. He really couldn't do such a wicked thing now. The power of hot weapons is great, but I always feel that there is a lack of excitement. After frowning slightly, Shinhao put away the anti-aircraft gun, stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and jumped directly into the distance. When the person was in mid-air, the biological armor on his wrist instantly wrapped his body tightly, and a pair of black wings spread out from behind. Then, he soared in the air like a falcon, constantly looking for prey from the white ground. It turns out that the undead also know how to be afraid. Looking at the undead soldiers who were fleeing everywhere, Shinhao showed a trace of contempt on his face and dived directly from the air. After landing in the alley, the biological armor on his right hand instantly spread out a black long knife, and stabbed it at the back of the head of an undead soldier. Puff! The tip of the knife stained with brain matter directly pierced through the undead soldier's eye socket.
After pulling out the black long knife, Xin Hao waved his hand back and beheaded another undead soldier who attacked from behind. Go to hell. Next, it was a one-sided massacre. Naked massacre. Xin Hao slaughtered the undead soldiers just as he had slaughtered civilians before, without any mercy. As more and more monsters were hunted, his heart became colder and colder. Just after Xin Hao killed 2 teams of undead soldiers in succession, he suddenly found that some monsters suddenly appeared in the wind and snow. All kinds of zombies, little demons, orcs, green dwarves, soft monsters, one-eyed monsters. A 3-meter-tall, oversized Lolita zombie wearing a red Lolita and with twin ponytails was refreshed under Xin Hao's eyes. This is really big. Looking at the oversized Lolita zombie that suddenly appeared, Xin Hao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. Thank you 293 book friends for your monthly ticket support. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. And finally please continue to read. /U003E /U003C opens its mouth to swallow a cannonball. There was an evil smile on the sickly face of the lowly zombie, and she was constantly looking at everything around her. A pair of arms that were swinging back were covered with corpse spots. As for Xin Hao, she didn't see it. Because Xin Hao was standing behind her, looking at the round but wrapped in pink leggings with a painful look on his face. That's right. This oversized lowly zombie is refreshed directly on the face. Before he could make any reaction, Xin Hao was in a state of confusion, being enveloped by the red Lolita skirt, and directly came into close contact with the soft ball. Very sexy, damn. That's outrageous. What the hell is this big ass? Xin Hao cursed, got out of his skirt with a look of displeasure, and then raised his head to take a look. In an instant, he was stunned. I'll go. It turns out to be an oversized lowly zombie. Looking at the back of the zombie lowly, Xin Hao directly transformed the black long knife in his hand into a black spear, aimed it at the center of the skirt and stabbed it. I'll pierce it. The black spear passed through the skirt and plunged directly into the zombie lowly's buttocks. However, the lowly zombie didn't react at all, and still looked at everything around him with a broken smile. Hey, after spotting a few undead soldiers not far away, she waved her hands, bent her legs, and ran over unsteadily. As she ran, the black spear in Xin Hao's hand was also taken out. Sure enough, all zombies have no pain perception? Looking at the black blood dripping from the gun head, Xin Hao curled his lips speechlessly. Then, he took out the anti-aircraft gun. And he aimed the dark muzzle at the lowly zombie who had already run away for hundreds of meters. At this time, the lowly zombie was holding an undead soldier in each hand with an excited look on its face, with its big mouth open, mouthing left and right in a crazy manner. While chewing, black blood continued to drip down from the corners of her mouth, containing some minced meat, internal organs, broken bones, etc. It seemed that he felt the movement behind him. She slowly turned her head and looked at the anti-aircraft gun not far away. Her big eyes were full of doubts. The flesh and blood she was chewing in her mouth fell out and spread all over her clothes. Then, she saw a black spot approaching from far away, growing bigger, and bigger again. And then, she instinctively opened her mouth wide and swallowed the high explosive shells flying over at high speed. Bang! The high explosive shell exploded instantly. The huge power directly exploded the confused lowly zombie into a sky full of flesh and blood. You successfully killed a D-level lowly zombie and received 20 honor points. Tisk, TSK. This is the first time I've seen such a mouth-swallowing shells. It's really a new experience. After getting out of the anti-aircraft gun armor, Xin Hao looked at the large piece of buttocks that fell at his feet and smacked his tongue. Continuously amazed. High explosive shells are very powerful. The walls on both sides of the alley were blown down and half of them collapsed. However, Xin Hao, who was inside the anti-aircraft gun armor, was not affected in any way. There's actually a huge reward. Just after putting the anti-aircraft gun into the capsule space, Xin Hao found a white treasure box and a white evolutionary crystal among the broken bricks and broken meat not far away. Without any hesitation, he rushed over with a look of surprise on his face and immediately picked up the white treasure box and the evolution crystal. After the white treasure chest is opened. Inside are 10 pieces of 200g compressed biscuits and 10 1-liter bottles of mineral water. The white evolution crystal is directly absorbed and turned into a little evolution point. Weird. How come the evolution of the body and soul is 0.01 more? After opening the evolution interface, Shinhao was shocked to find that the body's evolution degree had become 75.51%, the soul's evolution degree had become 55.01%, and the power evolution degree had not changed at all, still 0%. The available evolution points have been reduced to 1 point. Shinhao still added this to the body, and the body's evolution level changed again, becoming 76.01%. After frowning and thinking for a moment, Shinhao thought of a possibility. He felt that this 0.01 change should be related to the S-class perfect genetic medicine injected before. After all, the evolution level has been improved a lot before. The effect of S-level perfect gene potion should be continuous, but the subsequent effect is not as fast as the initial increase. The main focus is a steady stream and continuous improvement. After thinking about all this clearly in his mind, Shinhao stopped worrying and rushed directly out of the alley, starting to hunt the fleeing undead and various monsters wandering around. He killed the fleeing undead soldiers one by one. The zombies, little devils, and one-eyed monsters that were wandering around were killed by his long knife. Shinhao, who was killing violently, also attracted the attention of others. This person must not be messed with. Thunder Tiger, who transformed into a tiger orc, blew the head off an undead soldier with one claw. He glanced at Shinhao, who was killing with fear, then turned around and ran away in the opposite direction. He had already made up his mind not to meet this black-armored man, and would hide if he could. This man was not only extremely powerful, but also had an anti-aircraft gun in his hand. This thing, it was not something that flesh and blood could withstand. Even an armored vehicle could not withstand a single shot. Wang Daong, who was in another direction, also avoided Shinhao, who was killing wantonly, with a look of fear on his face, and ran in another direction. Anyway, many monsters have been refreshed in Taihang Town now, so there is no need to compete with this killer in front of him for monsters, otherwise it would be bad if he was remembered. This black-armored man is so terrifying. Just now, he was hiding in the dark, and watched this black-armored man blast a 3-meter-tall lowly zombie into slag with one shot. This is so terrifying. Anyway, his body can definitely not withstand a single shot. There are also some people around who have awakened combat abilities, and they are taking advantage of the chaos to hunt undead and monsters to earn honor points. After seeing Shinhao, who was wearing black armor and looked like a killing god, they all subconsciously avoided this area and ran away. 2 streets away from Shinhao, Lin Wanner was holding a black tang sword in both hands, fighting with a strongman undead holding a warhammer. The sword light was overflowing. With flexible movement, she kept slashing the black tang sword in her hand on the body of the strongman undead, splashing black blood columns. Although the strongman undead had high defense and thick blood, it was too big and too clumsy. The warhammer in his hand could not be used at all, and he didn't even touch Lin Wanner's shadow, leaving only a few marks on the ground. A few minutes later, Lin Wanner stepped hard on the back of the strongman undead with her 2 long legs, jumped high, and fiercely inserted the black tang sword in her hand into the back of the head of the strongman undead. The undead spirit of the warrior who was hit in the weak spot died immediately, and its huge body fell heavily forward. Lin Wanner stepped on the back of the undead spirit of the warrior and fell to the ground. Looking at the white treasure box and a white evolution crystal that appeared under her feet, a happy smile appeared on her pretty face. Just as she picked up the white treasure box and the evolution crystal, a figure slowly walked into her sight. Please read. Today's reading is very important. Please. Thank you 08A for your 100-point reward support Wanner. Please read 2,800 words. This person was none other than Thunder Tiger, who had turned into a tiger orc. Looking at the white treasure box and the white evolutionary crystal in Lin Wanner's hand, a hint of greed appeared on his furry face. The 2-meter-tall strong body was slowly approaching Lin Wanner. Put your things down and leave, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Haha, who do you think you are? Lin Wanner slowly stood up and glanced at Lei Hovu with a sneer. Get out. As for the evolutionary crystal, it was absorbed directly by her. The white treasure box the size of a shoebox was stuffed into the backpack behind her with her backhand. "You, stinky bitch, you're looking for death." When Thunder Tiger saw Lin Wanner absorbing the evolutionary crystal, he immediately became furious. He waved a pair of tiger claws as big as a casserole and rushed towards Lin Wanner's delicate body. "Haha, you're dead." After hearing Lei Hu's scolding, the frost on Lin Wanner's pretty face almost solidified into substance, and it became gloomy and terrifying. Holding the black Tang Dao in both hands, she rushed out like a cannonball, leaving an afterimage on the spot. Almost instantly, afterimages continued to surround Thunder Tiger, and streaks of cold light fell on him, bringing up streaks of blood and dyeing the snowflakes in the sky blood red. The heavy snow falling all over the sky was cut into a large blank by the continuous sword light. Lin Wanner slashed dozens of blood marks on the running Thunder Tiger almost instantly, and it became bloody for a while. This sudden change made him stunned. He didn't expect this woman to be so powerful and break through his defense easily. You must know that he has awakened the B-level Tiger-Orc bloodline. After transforming into a Tiger-Orc, his physical strength, defense, and strength have all increased dramatically. Not to mention it can withstand bullets. But most cold weapons cannot break the defense. This shows that this woman's strength is terrifying. Thunder Tiger, with an angry look on his face, let out a huge roar from his mouth, and swung a pair of sharp tiger claws towards Lin Wanner who was surrounding him. No matter what, Lin Wanner's speed is too fast. It was so fast that afterimages appeared, making it dazzling and difficult to tell where she was. All Thunder Tiger's attacks failed. He looked at the blood spattering on his body and felt scared. If he continued like this, he would be killed by this woman sooner or later. He has seen it. This woman is deliberately torturing herself like this. She is simply venting her anger. She has the strength to kill herself with one knife. But she didn't. Roar after letting out another roar, Thunder Tiger's body erupted with a yellow light, directly shaking Lin Wanner who was wrapped around him to the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he turned around and ran away without any hesitation, running dozens of meters away almost in an instant. He doesn't want to throw away his life here. There are still a dozen delicate women at home waiting for him to favor them one by one. Although he slipped away very quickly. But Lin Wanner is faster. He ran after him with two long legs. At the same time, she threw the black tang knife in her hand with great force. The black tang knife burst out like a cannonball, arriving first and stabbing directly into Thunder Tiger's strong back. The running Thunder Tiger spit out a mouthful of blood, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. At this time, he felt extremely regretful. I originally thought that this delicate woman was a soft persimmon that could be manipulated by others, but I didn't expect that she was so powerful that she couldn't be manipulated by myself at all. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. Even if there is, then it won't be his turn, an old gangster. In the midst of running wildly, Thunder Tiger suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, and then he was pushed forward by a huge force and almost fell down. She has more than one knife. Looking at the second knife tip coming out of his chest, he wanted to shave his big ears. Lin Wanner, who was chasing behind, gritted her teeth and still had a frosty look on her face. She raised her hand and summoned a black tang knife again, and threw it fiercely at the Thunder Tiger in front. That's right. Her black tang knife is not just one. Instead, there were 5 in total, but one was usually enough for her. But today Lei Hu's word stinky bitch completely pissed her off. When the third knife was inserted into Thunder Tiger's back, he spit out a large mouthful of blood again. At this time, he was almost desperate. After being stabbed 3 times, his body began to sway from side to side, and his legs became somewhat unsteady. However, Lin Wanner still didn't stop. The 4th and 5th Black Tang Dao were summoned again and thrown over. Few Thunder Tiger, who had been stabbed 5 times, finally couldn't hold on after running hundreds of meters. After vomiting a large mouthful of blood, his eyes went black and he fell to the ground. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless regret.
If God gave him another chance, when he found Lin Wanner, he would definitely not be greedy and just turn around and leave. After all, he himself is capable of killing D-class monsters and undead. It's just that he was used to being domineering in Taihang Town and had never met any opponents, so it was inevitable that he was a little arrogant. Unfortunately, there is no if. This time, he was completely defeated. I just said, you are dead. Lin Wanner walked over with a frosty face, stepped on the back of Lei Laohu's head, stretched out her hand to pull out a black tang sword from his back, and stabbed it into the back of his head fiercely. Puff, I never lie. While speaking, she pulled out another black tang sword and stabbed it into the back of Lei Laohu's head fiercely. Puff, if I say you die, I will definitely kill you. Puff, the third black tang sword was inserted into the back of Lei Laohu's head. Since you dare to scold me, you have to bear the consequences. Puff, the fourth black tang sword was tightly inserted into the back of Lei Laohu's head. It's the end of the world now. If you make me unhappy, I'll kill you. Puff, the fifth black tang sword was inserted into the back of Lei Laohu's head. Lei Laohu, with 5 black tang swords inserted in the back of his head, twitched violently for a few times and was completely motionless. You scold me, I kill you, this is fair. Looking at the dead Lei Laohu, Lin Wanner's beautiful face covered with frost finally showed a trace of happy smile. After clapping her hands with a relaxed look, she waved her hand lightly, and the 5 black tang swords on the back of Lei Laohu's head disappeared. Then she turned and left, continuing to hunt the undead and zombies. On another street, Ren Tianji held a dagger in his left hand and a 3-edged military bayonet in his right hand, and looked at the strongman undead in front of him with a smile. Swoosh, almost in an instant, his figure disappeared. In the heavy snow, a straight blank trace appeared, leading to the dead warrior. When Ren Tianji appeared again, his figure was already on the back of the dead soldier. He hugged the dead warrior's head with both hands, and stabbed the dagger and triangular bayonet in his hand to the front, and directly stabbed it into the eye socket of the dead warrior. After stirring it fiercely, the dead warrior who was hit in the weak point fell to the ground and died, and a white treasure chest and a white evolution crystal exploded. After picking up the spoils on the ground, he turned around and looked at Wang Daong, who was standing not far away, and shook the triangular bayonet in his hand. What? Want to fight? No, I'm not your opponent. Wang Daong shook his head with fear, and turned around and ran away. Bah, you've grown so big for nothing, you're just a useless guy. And you're still a poor guy. Xin Hao looked at the dead warriors lying at his feet with a look of disgust. This was the second dead warrior he had killed. There was no difficulty, one-shot kill. Just like chopping melons and vegetables. However, these 2 dead warriors did not drop any rewards. Not to mention the evolution crystals. There wasn't even a white treasure chest. He had just been looking for those special dead spirits nearby, especially the horse-riding warrior dead spirit and the scholar dead spirit. Unfortunately, these 2 people seemed to have disappeared without a trace. He did find the other 2 dead warriors, but they had already been snatched by Ren Tianji and Lin Wanner, so he naturally couldn't snatch them again. After all, these 2 people were considered his own people. In addition, he also saw Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie, who had come to Taihang Town and were hunting monsters and dead spirits. However, he did not greet the 2 men, but continued to hunt the few monsters. As for the undead soldiers, they were almost gone. It was not until nightfall that Xin Hao, who was a little tired, stopped and walked towards the villa west of Taihang Town. At this time, his honor value had reached 598 points. Not long after he walked out of the town, he was blocked by 2 figures. These 2 figures were the undead warriors and the undead scholars who disappeared in Taihang Town. The undead warrior on horseback pointed at Xin Hao with the overlord gun in his hand and roared angrily. You, damn it! Please read. Thank you, *I hope everyone will support me, please collect, recommend, vote, invest, thank you very much. In addition, thank you for the monthly vote support of Anshang Shuang Warenzi, please read on, I call you Mom, Daddy. Xin Hao raised his right hand with a wicked smile and raised his middle finger to the undead warrior on the horse. Dad! The undead general with an angry face suddenly put down the overlord gun in his hand uncontrollably, and respectfully called Qin Hao daddy.
After shouting, he was completely stunned. What's wrong with me? Why did he suddenly call him daddy?
Immediately, he felt that he had been greatly humiliated, and his pale face turned red from endless anger, like a monkey's butt.
Shu Zi, you are looking for death. I won't let you live today.
With a loud shout, the undead general with an angry look rushed towards Qin Hao waving the overlord spear in his hands.
Call Dad.
Qin Hao raised another middle finger directly at him.
Dad.
The undead military commander who was originally in a state of rage regained his composure in an instant, braked hard to stop the horse, and respectfully called daddy again.
Good son, so good. You are seeking death.
Looking at the arrogant Qin Hao, the undead military commander changed his face again, fell into a state of rage, and his face became even redder.
Call daddy.
Qin Hao glanced at the dead military commander, then raised his right hand and picked out his ear with his little finger.
Dad.
Just as the undead war horse raised its front hooves and prepared to sprint, it was forcibly stopped by the undead general. After calling daddy with a shameful expression, the undead warrior riding on the horse fell into a rage again.
He felt like he was going crazy now. Why do you want to call this person daddy? Not yet under control. Is there any more heavenly justice? Shu Zi. You, call daddy. Dad. I'm so angry. Call daddy. Dad.
If you have the ability, don't call daddy.
Dad. A few minutes later.
Qin Hao had a leisurely look on his face, holding a box of canned fruit in both hands, taking a bite of the can and chanting to the spirit of the undead general not far away.
Call daddy. Dad.
Then the undead general on the horse looked numb, opened his mouth in despair, and respectfully called daddy. At this time, the undead scribe on the side had completely fallen into a daze, with a look of shock on his face, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. This is simply unbelievable.
What? Are you envious?
Qin Hao swallowed the canned fruit in his mouth and glanced at the undead scribe beside him. Then you also call me daddy.
Dad.
The originally shocked scribe's ghost suddenly became respectful and shouted to Qin Hao, and then he felt a sense of shame in his heart. At this time, the undead military commander looked hopeless, his eyes had become dull and lifeless, and he had lost any fighting spirit. The overlord's spear in his hand also dropped to the ground.
He even had a stress reaction.
After hearing Qin Hao's words, even if he was not hit by the concept power, he instinctively shouted daddy along with the undead scribe.
Oh! My good son actually learned to answer questions? Then let's call him daddy.
Qin Hao glanced at the undead military commander beside him with a surprised expression.
Could it be that he was ruined by himself? Shouldn't it? Do the undead have this little psychological endurance? Dad. Dad.
The undead military commander shouted with a hint of numbness in his face, and the undead scribe also shouted respectfully.
Call daddy. Dad. Dad. Call daddy. Dad. Dad. A few minutes later. Call, Dad. Dad. Holy shit. You're awesome, you all learned how to answer.
Looking at the two undead beings who were ruined, Qin Hao gave a thumbs up with admiration.
Then, he said something to the two of them. I bet you're going to fall over right now. Dad. Dad.
The undead generals and undead scribes instinctively called daddy, and then reacted with numb faces.
This time, they were not told to call daddy. Then. Plop.
The two of them fell to the ground and one of them fell over.
My dear dad, what kind of fun are you doing?
The undead scribe who fell to the ground glanced at Qin Hao with a look of despair, and in his heart 10,000 grass and mud horses ran past.
I'm tired, let's destroy it.
The undead general lay directly on the ground in a large shape, as if he had been favored by 100 muscular men one after another.
What? You can't do it now? No more fun, bye.
Seeing the two of them acting like dead pigs who are not afraid of boiling water, Qin Hao suddenly lost interest, took out his sniper rifle and pointed it at the undead general. His head pulled the trigger. Bang! The head of the undead general was directly blasted with a large hole by the high-explosive bullet, and the brain inside splashed with a column of white water, but there was a look of relief on his face. He would rather die now than call him daddy again. Ah! What's wrong with me? The sound of the gunshot also made the undead scribe who was lying on the ground with a numb face recover instantly, and jumped up from the ground with a start. Then, he saw a dark muzzle pressed against his eye socket, and then lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, he faintly heard a sentence. Goodbye. Looking at the fallen scribe undead, Jinhao happily put away the sniper rifle in his hand. Just now, because the distance was too close, he did not use the anti-aircraft gun, mainly because it was not as convenient and fast as the sniper rifle. The strength of the general undead and the scribe undead is still D-level, not C-level or higher as he imagined. However, this is also expected. After all, those who can be destroyed by his concept-based abilities are not that powerful. In addition to providing Jinhao with 40 honor points, these two D-level undead also exploded a white evolution crystal and a white treasure chest. After Jinhao happily put away the spoils on the ground, he glanced at the figures hiding in the snow not far away, and then continued to hum a cheerful tune towards the villa. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the snowflakes in the sky began to get smaller. On the way, Jinhao put away the biological armor and absorbed the white evolution crystal, then added a little evolution point to the body evolution degree, making the evolution degree 76.51%. As for the white treasure chest, it opened a green military coat and 10 50-gram chocolate bars. 10 minutes later, Jinhao stepped on the thick snow and returned to the door of the villa. At this time, the snow had stopped. Looking at the open door of the villa and the dense and messy footprints around, he frowned slightly. Could it be? Just then, a sound of footsteps came from behind him, and it sounded like more than one person. Please read, recommend, vote, invest. Thank you Wes Emperor Wu Qing Tianes for the 500-point reward support. Thank you just like this for the January ticket support, and Book Friend Tale number 20710 for the February ticket support, is not turned off. I will go back and turn it off. Jinhao turned around and found Zhao Zifeng, Qin Annie, Lin Wanner, and Ren Tianji walking out of the darkness, each carrying a large backpack full of supplies. Looking at the four people approaching, he asked with a puzzled look, "Why did you come back together?" "Huh? What's wrong with you? You don't look very good. Did you encounter any problems?" Looking at the gloomy faces of several people, Jinhao was even more confused. "We met in the town, and then we went together to collect some supplies and brought them back," Ren Tianji explained. "Brother, many people died in the east of the town, and they died very miserably." Wu Qin Annie seemed to be frightened by those miserable and bloody scenes, her body trembling slightly, and after seeing Jinhao, she rushed into his arms, hugged him tightly and cried, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Jinhao raised his hand and stroked the back of her head, and whispered a word of comfort. Although Annie has awakened her S-level talent, she is only a little girl who just turned 15. Her psychological endurance is still a little weak. It will take some time for her to grow up. Ah how, those undead soldiers are so cruel. Zhao Zifeng's face was also not very good, but she was not scared to tears like Qin Annie. She walked to Jinhao's side, took one of his hands tightly, and rubbed it on her cheek. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Feeling the slight tremor on her face, Jinhao knew that she was also uneasy. After all, she was just an ordinary girl before, and it was good that she could be so strong now. Lin Wanner on the side looked normal, still with a cold look, looking down at the footprints around, and didn't know if she was really fine or pretending. As for Ren Tianji, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After all, he had seen many bloody scenes when he was a soldier before, and he had adapted to it long ago. Zhao Zifeng pulled Qin Annie, who had just stopped crying, out of Jinhao's arms, held her in his arms, and whispered to comfort her, "Annie, don't cry. There will be more of these things in the future, and you have to learn to adapt." "I know, Sister Foam, I'm not scared, but I just feel a little uncomfortable physically. After all, it's the first time I've seen such a bloody scene." Qin Annie raised her hand to wipe the tears from her face, and gave Zhao Zifeng a forced smile, indicating that she was fine. "Good boy." Zhao Zifeng raised his hand with a gentle look, gently pinched Qin Annie's cute little face, then turned around and threw himself into Jinhao's arms. I miss you too." After hugging Zhao Zifeng tightly, Qin Hao turned his head to look at Ren Tianji beside him, and asked with some concern, "They won't have any psychological trauma, right? After all, it's the first time they've seen such a bloody scene."
"There won't be a stress reaction, they are much stronger than you think."
Ren Tianji, who was checking the footprints on the ground, raised his head and looked at Qin Hao, who was worried. "I have already vomited several times before.
I will be fine after a good sleep."
Then, he stood up and clapped his hands, looking at Qin Hao, and continued, "These footprints are human and non-human."
"Have you checked them in the villa just now?"
No. Qin Hao shook his head. "I just came back too. We have been standing at the door for a long time, and there is no movement inside."
Ren Tianji glanced at the open door. "Let's go in and take a look."
After that, he reached out and pulled out a three-edged military bayonet from his waist and held it in his hand, and was about to walk into the yard.
"Wait."
Qin Hao suddenly stopped Ren Tianji and looked at him and said, "Tian Shui sent me a private message just now, asking if we are back and the house should be fine.
Let's go in and take a look."
While speaking, Qin Hao took out an AK-47 and threw it to Ren Tianji. "No need to give it back to me, keep it for self-defense." After that, he threw him a box of 200 rounds of bullets.
"Thank you."
Ren Tianji did not refuse, and directly reached out to catch the rifle and bullets, with a hint of gratitude on his resolute face. This was also the first step for the two to build trust with each other.
"You're welcome, we are all partners."
Qin Hao nodded at him, and a hint of innocent smile appeared on his handsome face. Then, he took out an AK-47 and a box of 100 rounds of bullets, turned around and threw them to Lin Wanner, who was standing beside him.
"Miss Lin, take it."
"Thank you." Lin Wanner raised her hand and caught the AK-47 and bullets flying from midair, blinked her right eye at Qin Hao with a naughty face, and her every frown and smile showed her charm. Her little goblin Zhao Zifeng pouted with a look of disdain, then hugged Qin Hao's arm tightly, and glared at Lin Wanner with a pair of big eyes.
In contrast, Lin Wanner, who was smiling, ignored it directly. "Everyone, go in first."
Qin Hao raised his hand and rubbed the back of Zhao Zifeng's head, then turned and walked into the yard.
Just walked in.
Tian Shui, wearing a black down jacket, walked out of the villa and looked at Qin Hao with a thankful face. "Brother Qin, you are back.
A few rotten zombies broke in just now. But fortunately, I killed them all.
There are 4 in total, all of them are E-level." Tian Shui raised his hand and scratched the back of his head with a silly smile. "They are not that powerful."
"Yes, Shui, you did a great job. Keep up the good work."
Qin Hao gave Tian Shui a thumbs up with approval. Tian Shui smiled sheepishly, and then he continued, "By the way, Brother Qin, when I went to the basement to look for a stove in the afternoon, I found a diesel generator and a large barrel of diesel."
"Not bad."
"Great," Qin Hao praised as he walked into the house.
Just walked into the house.
He suddenly turned around and looked at Tian Shui, who was following him with a puzzled look on his face, and asked, "By the way, how did those zombies break into the yard?" After hearing Qin Hao's words, Tian Shui's face became a little ugly, and he said with an annoyed look, "There was a knock on the door before. I thought it was you guys coming back, so I ran over and opened the door." He spread his hands helplessly. "As a result, when I opened the door, I found that it was not you who came back."
"Is it a zombie?"
Qin Annie asked curiously.
No. Tian Shui shook his head.
"Ha? Who are these 2 people?" Zhao Zifeng, who had just walked into the house, looked at the 2 additional figures in the living room, with a hint of doubt on his lovely face.
"These 2 people are the ones who knocked on the door."
Tian Shui said helplessly. "This couple said that they were relatives of Brother Qin's family, and they also produced evidence.
I had to let them come in first." "Cousin, you are finally back. This Tian Shui is nothing. He won't let me eat even if I want to. Get him away quickly, hum."
A woman in her 30s who was sitting on the sofa stood up with a condescending look and shouted loudly to Qin Hao, who was standing at the door. Qin Hao did not pay attention to her, but carefully searched for the memories of these 2 people in his mind.
Almost instantly, some not-so-good memories surfaced.
Qin Hao looked at the 2 people on the sofa with enthusiasm and said, "So it's you."
"It's us, cousin."
The 30-year-old man with glasses sitting on the sofa didn't even move his buttocks. He just nodded arrogantly towards Qinhao, and then he looked to the side.
Qin Annie is here too. Cousin, what a coincidence.
After smiling enthusiastically at the bespectacled man on the sofa, Qinhao sent 2 private messages to Ren Tianji directly through the private chat channel.
Aji, I don't want to stay with these 2 people, but it's not convenient for me to take action, so I'll leave it to you. By the way, he bullied me and looked down on me since I was a child. Even after we got married, we bullied me together, so there is only hatred between us.
Ren Tianji raised his head and glanced at Qinhao with some surprise, especially the hint of ruthlessness hidden in his eyes, and he understood everything instantly.
Don't worry, leave it to me. After seeing Ren Tianji's reply,
Qinhao suddenly laughed at the bespectacled man on the sofa. By the way, cousin, I suddenly remembered that the gas stove at home was not turned off.
I'll go back and turn it off.
After saying that, he pulled up the confused Qin Annie and Zhao Zifeng and turned around and walked out of the yard.
Haha, interesting.
Lin Wanner on the side just glanced at it and understood a general idea in her heart.
Is the gas stove at home turned off? Isn't this your home?
Hearing Qinhao's words, the couple with glasses felt a little confused.
Please collect, read, recommend, invest, vote monthly, and reward. Thank you. Would be a top 2nd-generation rich man in my next life. Ajay, look at your cousin, what's he like? This is simply outrageous. He doesn't respect you at all. He just left when he said he would.
Humph, this woman in her 30s is called Wang Jinlian. She has a fierce personality. She bullies others by taking advantage of her power. She is a typical person who is not willing to give in even when she is right. After seeing Qinhao walk out of the room, she turned around and complained to Qin Jie, who was sitting on the sofa with an angry face.
It's nothing. He just doesn't have his parents to discipline him.
I will teach him a lesson later and let him know what it means to respect the elderly and love the young.
Qin Jie, who was sitting on the sofa, said to Wang Jinlian with a gloomy face.
At the same time, he didn't understand why his cousin, who had been a coward since he was a child, suddenly became a different person. Every time he saw him before, he trembled like a quail, but this time he didn't show any fear at all.
Why is this?
As for Ren Tianji, Lin Wanner, and Tian Shui standing aside, he ignored them directly. After all, this is his cousin's home, and he is the elder brother, so of course he has to be the boss. Lin Wanner, who was standing by, also ignored the couple, took off her backpack and automatic rifle, walked to the empty sofa and sat down, crossed her arms and looked like she was watching a show.
Tian Shui was a little at a loss for a moment, looking at Ren Tianji standing in the living room, then at the couple sitting on the sofa, and finally glanced in the direction of the yard. He felt vaguely that he seemed to have caused some big trouble. Gui Engying and Wang Chuanli, who were hiding at the stairs and secretly looking down, also looked nervous, and the 2 little girls were locked in the bedroom by them. Husband, please speak up.
Wang Jinlian looked at Ren Tianji, who was standing there with a sneer on his face and fiddling with an automatic rifle. She seemed to have noticed something was wrong. She ran back to the sofa with a scared face and sat down next to Qin Jie.
Husband, this man has a gun. It's okay, I'm here.
Qin Jie, who looked gentle, patted Wang Jinlian's arm, then raised his hand to adjust his glasses, looked at Ren Tianji confidently, and smiled. Hello, I'm Qinhao's cousin, my name is Qin Jie.
Qinhao brought you back, right?
Just treat this place as your home in the future.
Qinhao is still young and ignorant. If you have anything in the future, just discuss it with me directly.
Qin Jie directly regarded himself as the protagonist of this villa, and said to Lin Wanner and Ren Tianji with a kind face. In his opinion, this man and woman had automatic rifles in their hands, but Qinhao and the other 2 did not, so this group of people must be led by these 2 people. So, he only needed to win over these 2 people. After figuring it all out in his mind in an instant, Qin Jie continued to smile. I heard that the authorities have begun to build safe zones and shelters, and the troops in various places have also begun to fight back.
I believe we will be saved soon.
Don't worry, my father is the deputy county magistrate of the county, and we will definitely get some preferential treatment when the time comes.
Qin Jie said with full confidence. Yes, my father-in-law is the deputy county magistrate.
Wang Jinlian on the side was full of confidence and proud when she talked about her deputy county magistrate father-in-law.
Alas, it's useless for you to tell me these.
Ren Tianji sighed, reached out to take off the backpack on his back and put it on the ground, and at the same time leaned the automatic rifle in his hand against the backpack. Then, he looked at Qin Jia, who was sitting on the sofa with a calm face, and asked calmly, "Do you know what I was thinking just now?" "What?" Without waiting for Qin Jia to speak, Wang Jinlian on the side asked hurriedly. "I don't know what excessive things you did to Qin Hao in the past, but judging from the meaning of your words just now, you must have been quite excessive in the past," Ren Tianji said with a look of regret. Hearing this, Wang Jinlian was immediately dissatisfied and retorted, "What do you mean by excessive? We are the elders, okay? Whatever we do to him is for his own good. Besides, if you don't suffer a little at home, you will suffer a big loss when you enter the society in the future. You are so old and don't even understand this? His parents are gone, shouldn't we, as the elders, take care of him? Shouldn't we let him go astray? Wouldn't his life be ruined? Yes, we are the elders, and we won't harm him." Qin Jia on the side glanced at Wang Jinlian with satisfaction, and Wang Jinlian returned a look with a smug look. "Actually, it's useless to tell me these things. It's meaningless. I don't want to listen to them at all. Qin Hao probably doesn't want to listen to them either." Ren Tianji suddenly laughed happily. "To be honest, I don't feel any psychological burden when you behave like this. Do you know why I've been nagging you for so long? Actually, I just want to see if you are what I imagined you to be." Hearing Ren Tianji's words, Qin Jia and Wang Jinlian were both stunned, and asked back with a puzzled look, "What psychological burden?" Bang bang. Ren Tianji, who had no psychological burden, didn't even bother to say nonsense. He directly reached out and picked up the AK-47 on the ground, raised the gun, and fired 2 bursts at the 2 people on the sofa. The bullet hit the center of the eyebrows. Qin Jia and Wang Jinlian died instantly, and they died without any pain. Through the conversation just now, he had completely understood in his heart that this couple was a pure big trouble and could not be kept, otherwise there would be endless troubles. No wonder Qin Hao said that the 2 sides had a deep hatred for each other. It seems that they had suffered a lot of grievances in the past. It was obvious that the couple was arrogant and domineering, and they didn't treat Qin Hao as one of their own. Ren Tianji shot without warning during the conversation, and killed Qin Jia and his wife cleanly, which surprised everyone present. Wang Chuanli and Gui Yingying, who were hiding at the stairs, raised their hands and covered their mouths tightly with horror, so that they couldn't make any sound. So cruel. Tian Shui, who was standing aside, was also frightened. He muttered in his heart, and then retreated in the direction of the stairs with a face full of horror. Even Lin Wanner, who was sitting on the sofa and getting familiar with the automatic rifle, looked up at Ren Tianji with a surprised look. She thought Ren Tianji would kill, but she never thought that he would shoot without any warning. It was too sudden. Give them a quick death, after all, they are Ahao's relatives. Ren Tianji put down the automatic rifle in his hand, took out a cigarette box from his pocket and lit a cigarette for himself. After taking a puff, he smiled and explained to Lin Wanner on the sofa. Then, he stood there, smoking a cigarette, and quietly watched the 2 bodies on the sofa disappear little by little. Regarding the disappearance of the corpse, he has always been puzzled in his heart. After some observation, he has some rough guesses in his mind. When the 2 bodies disappeared completely, he turned around and shouted loudly to the yard, "Ahao, your relatives have been sent away. They are safe and painless." After a pause, he added another sentence. "I also told God in my heart that in the next life, let them reincarnate as top-rich second generations and live a luxurious life every day. It's also good enough, right? Please read, collect, recommend, vote, monthly ticket, invest. Thank you." Encounters a manure truck, he will taste the saltiness. In the yard, Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie were squatting on the ground making a snowman, but they were obviously a little absent-minded. Especially Qin Annie, who turned her head back to look at the house from time to time, with a trace of entanglement and struggle on her cute little face. Alas, how could it be like this? Finally, she sighed helplessly, muttered softly, and then lowered her head to continue making snowmen. Qin Hao sat calmly in the Highlander with the door open, with Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie's backpacks at his feet, holding a bag of pistachios in his hand, peeling and eating them one by one.
This Highlander was actually about to be scrapped. It was used by Rintianji to run wildly, race, and hit zombies. The front of the car had been hit beyond recognition, the bumper disappeared, and the hood was deformed. According to Lin Wanner, it was just that they were lucky. If the car didn't fall apart and fly into the sky in this way, it was because their ancestors had been frantically looking for connections in the underworld. In response, Rintianji patted his chest and promised that he would get her a sturdy and crash-resistant military pickup truck in the future. When gunshots were heard in the house, Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie, who were squatting on the ground making snowmen, shook their bodies obviously, and then continued to lower their heads and make snowmen as if nothing had happened. Qin Annie actually knew about the bad things between Qin Hao and Qin Jie, so she didn't say anything to persuade them from beginning to end, because it was really unnecessary. If it were her, Qin Jie and his wife would die even more miserably. As for Qin Hao, when he heard the two gunshots, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Although the two bullied the coward in his previous life, he was using this body now. So, these two people must die. Moreover, these two people are the kind of scoundrels who are like dogskin plasters, the kind of born bad seed engraved in their bones, and they usually do disgusting things that harm others and benefit themselves. Greedy and repaying kindness with enmity are basic operations. They are unreasonable and unforgiving. Especially Qin Jie has never been a good thing since he was a child. He is used to being arrogant and domineering. Relying on his father, who is the deputy county magistrate, he is a person who can make the bully Lei Laovu avoid him in Taihang town. According to some rumors, this Qin Jie is the kind of person who will stop a manure truck passing by on the road to taste the saltiness. After hearing Rintianji's greeting from the house, Qin Hao happily put the remaining pistachios in his pocket, clapped his hands, and stood up and walked towards the house. Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie, who were making snowmen, looked at each other, then stood up from the ground together and patted the snow on their hands. After locking the big iron gate of the compound, the two picked up their backpacks from the car and walked into the house. After entering the room, Qin Hao put his hands in his pockets, smiled and looked at Rintianji, who was sitting on the sofa with a cigarette in one hand and a beer in the other, and nodded. "Thank you, I owe you a favor." "We are all family, no need to thank me." Rintianji smiled and raised his hand, raised the beer can in his hand to Qin Hao, and then took a big sip. At the same time, he picked up a can of beer with his other hand and threw it at Qin Hao. "Then I won't be polite." Qin Hao smiled and raised his hand to catch the beer can, opened it and took a big sip, and then sat down on the empty sofa next to him. After putting down the beer can in his hand, he looked at Rintianji next to him and asked, "By the way, what do you plan to do with the supplies you brought back?" "You decide." Rintianji said indifferently, and reached out to pick up the backpack at his feet and threw it to Qin Hao's side. "I agree too." Lin Wanner, who was fiddling with the AK-47, also raised her head and threw a coquettish glance at Qin Hao. "Oomph, shameless." This scene happened to be noticed by Zhao Zifeng. She pouted and muttered in her heart. Then she walked directly to Qin Hao's side and sat down, and stretched out her hand to hug one of Qin Hao's arms, raised her cute little face, and declared her sovereignty. "Brother, I'm a little tired. I'm going back to sleep first. Don't call me for dinner." Qin Annie put down the backpack in her hand with a tired face, walked around the bloodstained sofa, and walked towards the stairs. Several things that happened today caused a certain impact on her heart, making it difficult for her to adapt for a while. "Zifeng, go and see and comfort Annie." Qin Hao glanced at Qin Annie, who was a little lonely, and turned to Zhao Zifeng and told him. "Okay." Zhao Zifeng put his red lips on Qin Hao's cheek and kissed him, then got up and chased Qin Annie on the stairs. After the two went upstairs, Qin Hao smiled and raised his hand, waving to Tian Shuyi and his wife and Wang Chunli standing nearby. "Everyone come and sit down, don't be restrained." "Oh, okay." Tian Shuyi nodded, pulled his wife over, and sat down on the empty sofa in the corner. Wang Chunli walked directly to Rintianji and sat down, hugging his arm with one hand. After everyone sat down, Qin Hao looked at everyone and said, "I just thought about it, let's keep these 4 bags of supplies for now, and the public supplies in the room next to us are enough for everyone to eat for a while. What do you think?" After speaking, Qin Hao looked at everyone present. No objection.
Everyone nodded at once, indicating that there was no problem.
Okay, let's do this first. I'll go upstairs to see the two of them. You can do whatever you want.
Xin Hao picked up the backpacks of Zhao Zifeng and Qin Annie, stood up and walked upstairs. After walking up the stairs, he suddenly stopped, turned back to look at Tian Shui, his wife, and Wang Chuanli, and said with a smile, "You can eat whatever you want in the room over there, no need to be polite. Oh, by the way, help me clean up the blood stains on the sofa." After saying that, he walked upstairs. After arriving on the third floor, Xin Hao sent Qin Annie's backpack to her room, and then returned to Zhao Zifeng's room with another backpack.
10 minutes later, Zhao Zifeng returned to the room.
After locking the door with her backhand, she jumped directly into Qin Hao's arms. The two hugged each other tightly and kissed each other passionately.
Half an hour later,
Zhao Zifeng spit out what was in his mouth, picked up pure water and rinsed his mouth, and looked at Qin Hao with a gentle look on his face. "Oh, please bear with me for 3 or 4 days at most." After saying that, she shrank into Qin Hao's arms with a satisfied look on her face. The two slept in each other's arms.
At 12 o'clock,
the mechanical watch on Qin Hao's wrist rang an alarm. Dingling bell, Qin Hao, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes, turned off the alarm, and reached out to comfort Zhao Zifeng, who woke up next to him. "It's okay, you can continue to sleep."
"Oh, I understand." Zhao Zifeng nodded sleepily, then closed his eyes.
Qin Hao sat up straight, took out the silver medal box, and started a new 10-game draw.
Next is a new series of 10 draws. Please read it. Thank you for your monthly support from One Stick Behind the Back. Thank you, please read on. Congratulations. You got a rare butterfly in the world, an extremely rare butterfly. Colorful and very beautiful. Evaluation, don't get carried away, it is really a very beautiful butterfly. You can enjoy it. Congratulations. You got a pair of the best violet jade bracelets, excellent quality, glass type, very beautiful. Evaluation, put it on your sweetheart's wrist quickly. What? Do you have more than one sweetheart? Then let each person wear one. Congratulations. You gain a unique and special concept power, funny. After use, you can throw a realized funny emoticon at the target. It has no effective lethality and the effect is unknown. Please use it with caution. Evaluation, funny, save your life. Congratulations. You got a lively alligator. Although it looks cute, it is a ferocious species that can be evenly matched with a big goose. If you anger it, it will open its mouth and bite you hard, and then give you a death roll to let you know how powerful it is. Evaluation, the Skagit. I heard that I like to eat a food called Wang Wang snow cake. Congratulations. You get 1,000,000 tons of crisp, delicious red Fuji apples, an apple called red Fuji. Evaluation, take one after a meal, it is nutritious and healthy. Congratulations. You got a big cock that can play basketball. A big rooster who learned to play basketball after being trained by an expert. Please note, this is not a joke. This chicken can really play basketball. Evaluation, a big rooster that can play basketball? This is really a bit difficult to understand. Congratulations. You got an invitation to a family dinner from Hannibal, an invitation letter to a family dinner from another world. If you have a chance, you can take it to Hannibal's house for a sumptuous dinner. Hannibal is a high-quality talent with all-round development of moral, intellectual, physical, artistic, and labor skills. He is really great as a person. Evaluation, are you a great person? Then he should be a good person. Maybe you can ask him for advice on how to behave. Congratulations. You got an aged salted fish. It is actually not a salted fish, but a Shangfang sword. Evaluation, salted fish? Wouldn't it still be a salted fish if you turn over? Congratulations. You got an adult blue whale. Giant. Leave the water, it will die. Evaluation, you can try to train it to be your pet. But first you need to own a sea. Congratulations. You have obtained the sexy female/servant outfit worn by the sexy bunny-eared girl. Still warm. Evaluation, do you want to? No way? No way? What the hell is this? Qin Hao, who was leaning on the bed, was stunned for a moment when he saw the 10-draw reward he had drawn, with a black question mark on his face. After going through these rewards, he felt that these rewards this time were simply too abstract, strange, and useless. Ya/chi-dai? Isn't this a cherry blossom saying? How could it really be a butterfly? Looking at the very beautiful butterfly pattern displayed on the storage compartment, Shinhao was so surprised that he looked like an old man on the subway. After looking down at Zhao Zifeng, who was sleeping beside him, Shinhao lifted off the quilt, got out of bed, put on his coat, and walked gently out of the house. After leaving the bedroom, he went directly back to his bedroom on the second floor, sat on the bed and took out a pair of top-quality violet jade bracelets. The color is so beautiful, it should be worth a lot of money. After summoning a fireball with his other hand, Shinhao carefully looked at the pair of jade bracelets in his hand. Well, not bad, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Foam wears it for fun. After contentedly putting the pair of jade bracelets in his hands into the capsule space, Shinhao clenched his fists to dissipate the flames in his palms, and then looked curiously at the unique special power he had just drawn. Funny, it's really funny. Looking at the familiar funny expression in front of him, Shinhao's face twitched with pain. Although this is a unique special concept power, it does not have any effective lethality, and the effect is unknown. This is absolutely useless. Are you using it to make the enemy laugh? Isn't this nonsense? After thinking about it with a frown, Shinhao really couldn't think of any use for this funny thing. It can't really be used. Funny, right? Funny, let's go. After curling his lips, he threw out a funny joke. A funny expression with a radius of 1 meter suddenly appeared from midair, spinning in midair and rolling towards the wall. Bang! After hitting the wall, Da's funny expression instantly shattered and dissipated in the air, leaving no trace on the wall. Sure enough, it's useless. After sighing helplessly, Shinhao looked at the cute alligator in the storage column. This thing seems to be only half as good as the big goose. It's also useless. After sighing again, Shinhao took out a red Fuji apple and took a bite. Have to say, among these rewards, this apple is the most substantial and can supplement nutrition. As for the chicken that can play basketball? What's this thing? It seems really strange. Looking at the big rooster on the storage compartment, Shinhao unconsciously thought of a sentence and a super magical dance. Evil. After trembling uncontrollably, Shinhao raised his hand and touched his chin, muttering curiously. It's hard not to make people curious. At least this big rooster successfully aroused Shinhao's curiosity. Invitation to Hannibal's family dinner? High-quality talents? Great people? Shinhao looked at the gold-plated invitation in his hand with a look of curiosity on his face. He had never heard of Hannibal before. People. After reading it carefully several times, he discovered that this invitation to the family dinner was just an ordinary invitation. It had no special effects and could not be swished into Hannibal's home. So, to sum up, this is an ordinary family dinner invitation. Maybe this high-quality Hannibal is a warm and hospitable person who likes to make friends. If you have the chance, you should find out where this Hannibal lives and learn from him how to be a high-quality talent. After all, such high-end talents are really rare. After making up his mind, Shinhao put the family dinner invitation in his hand into the capsule space. Then he directly ignored the aged salted fish and the blue whale, and looked curiously at the translucent tulle lace skirt that looked like several rags in the storage grid. Sexy, seductive. After taking it out and holding it in his hand, an alluring body fragrance instantly overflowed. Feeling the residual warmth from his hand, Shinhao was slightly startled. I'll go. This thing is really hot, isn't it? However, he immediately put the translucent tulle lace skirt in his hand into the capsule space with a look of disgust. No. No. I'm not a pervert. I don't have any special hobbies. Looking at these weird rewards, Shinhao felt that he was about to turn into a weird flower. After taking out a bottle of pure water from the capsule space and washing his hands, he stood up and walked out of the door towards the bedroom on the 3rd floor. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, Zhao Zifeng woke up on the bed and looked towards the door with a gentle look on his face. Are you done? Come over and sleep.
After saying that, Zhao Zifeng closed his eyes in confusion.
I'm coming.
After Qin Hao closed the door with his backhand, he walked to the bed and took off his coat, got into the bed, and reached out to hold a pair of little rabbits. Disgusting, Zhao Zifeng muttered in a low voice, raised his hand to hold Qin Hao's hand, and adjusted his body to a more comfortable sleeping position. Please support, please continue reading, the card has been reviewed.
This is a revised version. After that chapter, the redundant ones will be deleted.
In the setting, Qin Hao doesn't know Hannibal. Thanks to 08A for the 100 starting coin reward in monthly ticket support. Thank you for your monthly ticket support from those who admire Taoism, like the monthly ticket support from Book Friends 57,050.
Many thanks. Monsters and undead appear one after another.
Just as Qin Hao and Zhao Zifeng were sleeping in each other's arms, a major incident was happening in the nearby Jizhou city. Countless undead soldiers came out of the spacetime portal in groups, and under the leadership of some high-level undead, they began to launch a fierce attack on some surrounding buildings, intending to occupy the entire Jizhou city.
During the day,
local officials have also established some safe areas and shelters, and began to accommodate nearby civilians, providing them with food and protection. Some combat troops that have recovered their combat effectiveness braved the heavy snow, and began to clear out the monsters and undead in Jizhou city. After paying a certain price, a large number of undead and monsters in the city were also cleared. However, the constantly refreshed monsters and the undead coming through the spacetime portal are more powerful than one batch, and their strength is constantly increasing. In the massive monster tide, even those soldiers with hot weapons suffered a lot of losses. These combat losses are basically caused by those special undead and monsters, as well as those undead and monsters above level D. These special undead and monsters have some attack methods that are hard to defend against, including magic attacks, mental pollution, sonic attacks, hypnotic control, plague spreading, etc. After all, those warriors holding hot weapons are just flesh and blood, and they have limited ammunition in their hands. Even if some of them have awakened combat abilities, they will inevitably be relaxed and tired under the uninterrupted battles, and they will be exploited by those endless undead and monsters. This is destined to be a scorching tug-of-war. Bloody, cruel, tragic, many buildings in the city have been reduced to ruins. That is, the body will disappear after death. Otherwise, Jizhou city would have become a sea of blood and corpses. This kind of fierce tug-of-war not only happened in Jizhou city, but also in many cities on the entire Blue Star. After the initial use of cannon fodder to test, the undead clan began a large-scale invasion and sent some low-level soldiers to fight a war of attrition. The undead clan from another world is least lacking in these low-level undead soldiers. They only need to send out some high-level undead and special undead to command. For humans on Blue Star, the first real crisis occurred in the second half of the night of this day. Special undead and high-level undead began to increase gradually. Among the various monsters that are constantly refreshed, high-level and various monsters with special abilities have begun to appear. Among them, the most difficult to guard against are those translucent ghost-shaped undead, which are immune to all physical attacks. Their appearance caused a large number of casualties to humans at the first time, but fortunately the number was not large. Moreover, this kind of ghost is not invincible. Their weakness is very big, that is, they are afraid of all magic attacks. Even a small fireball can kill a low-level ghost-shaped undead. Among those monsters, some monsters that are immune to physical attacks have begun to appear, causing considerable casualties to humans for a while. This also caused the Blue Star humans who had just taken some initiative to fall into chaos again and began a difficult counterattack. Civilians who have not awakened combat abilities have a miserable life and can only struggle. Those who have awakened combat abilities, after the initial panic, also began to bravely hunt various monsters and undead. After getting the benefits, these people became uncontrollable and took the initiative to hunt monsters and undead. Of course, death is inevitable. After a night, a part of the undead army occupied some buildings and began to set up camp, obviously intending to fight a protracted war. The fate of mankind is not optimistic. Some humans began to flee the city that was like hell on earth and hid in the countryside and towns with relatively few people. Some people even hid in the mountains and forests. The reason for this is that there are rumors that in places with few people, there are relatively fewer monsters and undead, so it is naturally much safer.
In the second half of the night, some people in Jizhou City, especially some people who have awakened combat talents, began to flee out of the city one after another.
These people are basically some large and small teams, and only a few are alone. Of course, these lone wolves are all very powerful and ruthless characters. After all, those who are not powerful have long been eaten by monsters or brutally killed by the undead. After escaping Jizhou City, a large number of them fled to the factory warehouse and logistics park more than 10 kilometers west. The various survival supplies stored there are the most fatal attraction for these people. After all, there are free supplies, so no one would be stupid enough to use honor points to buy supplies in the honor mall. Not only are there very few goods, but they are also very expensive. There is no pleasure in buying for 0 yuan. Moreover, most people have a vague guess in their hearts that honor points will have other uses in the future besides buying things in the honor mall, so no one is willing to waste honor points easily. Among these escaped survivors, there are also some people who live in the same community as Qinhao. For example, the 4 sisters in leather jackets, Brother Dao, Brother Tian, Zhang Zhan and others. The next morning, Qinhao, who was full of energy, opened his eyes happily, and what came into his sight was Zhao Zifeng's pure and lovely face. "Wake up, he." After seeing Qinhao open his eyes, Zhao Zifeng kissed Qinhao's cheek with a sweet face. "A morning kiss for you, Muog." "Good morning." After looking at the little rabbit through the collar, Qinhao couldn't help but pinch it gently. "Little bunny is good." Hey, Zhao Zifeng rolled her eyes at Qinhao with a coquettish look, and raised her hand to slap his hand down. "You are so frivolous." Then, she sat up straight, stroking Qinhao's right hand with her white little hand, and said with doubt, "I just looked, the snow outside has begun to melt, which means that the temperature has begun to rise, which is a bit abnormal." "Really?" Qinhao frowned slightly, got up from the bed, walked to the window and looked outside. The snow outside really began to melt. It melted very quickly. The snow, which was nearly half a meter thick, had melted more than half of the time. There was water everywhere, and water was flowing down the eaves. This was not right. According to common sense, it should be the coldest time after the snow. It seems that extreme weather will occur again. I hope it won't be too extreme. Qinhao sighed, pulled Zhao Zifeng into his arms, took out a violet jade bracelet from the capsule space and put it on her wrist. "For you." "Wow, what a beautiful jade bracelet. Thank you." "Ahau." Muah. Looking at the very beautiful violet jade bracelet on her wrist, Zhao Zifeng's cute face showed a trace of joy, raised her hand to hug Qinhao's face and kissed him wildly. Qinhao was naturally not polite, and hugged her cheek with his backhand. After a passionate kiss, Qinhao pulled Zhao Zifeng, who looked happy, out of the bedroom and walked towards the living room downstairs. At the same time, Taihang Town also welcomed several waves of people, all of whom had just escaped from Jizhou City overnight. After a fierce internal struggle, Lei Laohu's group of brothers also split into several forces and began to set up their own camps. Wang Daong of the Joint Defense Team also began to look for some people who had awakened the combat system and planned to recruit them into his team. There were also some abnormal movements in the mountains west of Taihang Town, and from time to time there would be a few deafening roars of wild beasts. A new undead team near the space-time portal in the east was getting ready, and it actually included some very special figures. Near the entire Taihang Town, a lot of various monsters were refreshed and were wandering around, including some special monsters. A dispute is about to unfold around Taihang Town. Please read, collect, recommend, vote, monthly vote, invest. Thank you for your recommendation votes. Thank you Mo Ran for the monthly vote support. Thank you Emperor Wu Qingtian for the 100 reward support. Thank you all book friends for reading and supporting. Thank you very much. The new plot will unfold soon. Humans, monsters, undead, alienated beasts, etc. All forces will take turns to appear. Bombers are really cool. Hello, good morning everyone. After Qinhao took Zhao Zifeng's hand and walked into the first floor, he smiled and said hello to the people sitting around the sofa. Immediately, he discovered a 1-meter wide white wooden box placed in the open space next to the sofa, which seemed to have been opened. Good morning. Ren Tianji, who was sitting on the sofa chatting quietly with Wang Chunli, raised his head and greeted Qinhao with a smile. Then, he pointed to the open supply box beside him. This is what Lin Wanner found in the yard after she got up in the morning. It should have been refreshed in the yard in the middle of the night yesterday. It contains some daily necessities, which is probably enough for a few days. So that's it. Xinhao nodded and sat down on the sofa, and Zhao Zifeng sat down next to him. Eh? Where is Lin Wanner? Xinhao asked with a confused look on his face after looking around and not finding Lin Wanner. Sister Wanner went out early in the morning. She said she was going to hunt nearby monsters to earn honor points. She told us not to worry about her. She will contact us if there is any situation. Qin Annie, who was sitting on the sofa eating potato chips and reading comic books, raised her head and looked at Xinhao and explained. After a night of adjustment, she seemed to be in a good mood today, with a charming smile on her cute little face. Oh, so that's it. Xinhao nodded, then glanced at the two little girls playing on the sofa nearby, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Where are Tian Shui and his wife? Upon hearing this, Ren Tianji, who was whispering to Wang Chuanli, raised his head and looked at Xinhao to explain. Go out. Lao Tian said you can't hide at home all the time, otherwise you will die sooner or later. If you have to take the initiative, you must at least learn to protect yourself. After speaking, he added another sentence. By the way, I'm also going to take Chuanli out to exercise her so that she can have some ability to protect herself if she encounters danger in the future. Okay, just pay attention to your safety. Xinhao nodded, and then seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at the two little girls on the sofa beside him. The older one is Wang Chuanli's daughter, Wang Xiaoye, who is 8 years old this year. The younger one is Tian Shui's daughter, named Tian Xiaoxiao, who is 6 years old this year. Are you all out? What should we do with these two little girls? Xinhao looked at Ren Tianji and Wang Chuanli with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know how to take care of the baby. You don't need to take care of the baby. Wang Chuanli raised her hand and brushed the hair beside her ears, looked at Xinhao and explained, the two children are very sensible. Just let them go back to the bedroom to play later. The same goes for Shuyi and his wife. This means you just have to decide. Since his parents said so, Xinhao naturally had no objections in his heart. After all, this was not his daughter. Ren Tianji raised his hand, glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist, and then stood up from the sofa. It's almost 9 o'clock, let's leave first. After saying that, he picked up a backpack from the side and put it on his back, then put the automatic rifle on his back, and then walked towards the door. Wang Chuanli called up the two little girls who were playing and took them to the bedroom on the second floor. After giving careful instructions, she locked the bedroom door. Then, she went downstairs, entered the kitchen, picked up a half-meter-long watermelon knife, and followed Ren Tianji out of the villa. Aha, let's eat something first. After we finish eating, we will go out to hunt monsters. Zhao Zifeng brought some cooked food in cans from the warehouse on the side and placed them on the coffee table. Okay. Xinhao nodded, then stood up, walked to the side and took the comic book from Qin Annie's hand. Stop reading, eat, and go out to earn honor points after eating. I got it, brother. Qin Annie was not angry after having her comic book taken away. She patted her soft hands that were stained with potato chip crumbs, walked over to Zhao Zifeng and sat down next to her with a charming look on her face. As soon as she sat down, she saw the violet jade bracelet on Zhao Zifeng's wrist. Her eyes instantly lit up and she said with envy, "Wow, Sister Feng, this bracelet is so beautiful, it must be very expensive, right?" "No, this is my baby." Zhao Zifeng lowered his head and glanced at the violet jade bracelet on his wrist, with a hint of sweetness on his cute little face. "Okay, stop chatting and let's eat." Xinhao stopped the two people who wanted to continue chatting, then sat down on the sofa and started eating. The meal was eaten quickly, and no one spoke. After a hasty meal, Xinhao picked up a paper towel and wiped the oil stains on the corners of his mouth, then looked at the two people beside him and warned him seriously. "Today we still act independently. If you have anything to do, contact me through private chat. If you encounter someone you can't fight, run away. You must be back before dark." Okay, Qin Annie nodded her head obediently. "I know." Zhao Zifeng also smiled obediently at Xinhao. "You guys go ahead." Xinhao raised his finger and pointed in the direction of the door.
after both of them left. Shinhao lay on the sofa, closed his eyes and meditated. How can we hunt monsters and aliens more efficiently? There is also a time and space portal that must be found. It should be in the wilderness east of Taihang town. To deal with E-level monsters, explosive grenades and broadsword mines are completely sufficient. For D-level, you need to use sniper rifles and anti-aircraft guns, as well as S-level biological armor. As for C-level, he has not encountered it head-on yet, but the giant zombie in the community before should be at least C-level. However, Shinhao always feels that this is not efficient enough, and there should be a more effective way. Should we lure those monsters together first, and then use anti-aircraft guns to bombard them? Or set up a few traps? But this is too troublesome. What is the most effective way? After thinking hard for a while, Shinhao suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a wise saying emerged in his mind. If you are poor, you can use tactics to intersperse, and if you are rich, you can use firepower to cover. What do you have the most? Of course, it is explosive grenades. There are a full million of them. If that's all, it's actually not very useful. After all, monsters can't stay together and line up to be blown up by grenades. But I can fly. You can directly transform into a humanoid bomber, cruise at low altitude in the nearby sky, and throw grenades at various monsters and undead below. Not only is it safe and worry-free in the air, but the field of vision is also wider. You can clearly see where there are monsters nearby, and then fly over and throw grenades. If one doesn't work, use two, and if two doesn't work, use three. Anyway, I don't have much else, but I have a lot of explosive grenades, so many that I can't throw them all. Ah, I'm such a genius. Thinking of this, Shinhao couldn't help but laugh up to the sky, then stood up and rushed out of the villa and flew into the sky. At this moment, he can't wait. Why can't you wait? Please, the humanoid bomber is really cool. Thank you for your support, reading, collection, investment, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, rewards. Thank you very much. Asterisk thank you 08A for the 100 starting coins reward. Thank you Wuxia Huaxia for the monthly ticket plan exuding an ominous aura. Please read on. Fuck. Brother Dao, look, there's a birdman in the sky. A silly looking little fat guy looked up at a figure in the sky, and reached out to pull Brother Dao next to him. What the hell? Birdman? Brother Dao, who was eating a chicken leg, looked up at the sky and was stunned for a moment. Oh my god. It's really a black birdman. Ha! It seems to have pooped. The little fat guy looked at the black spot falling from the black birdman, and a trace of doubt appeared on his chubby face. Does the birdman still need to poop? What? The birdman doesn't need it. Oh my god. This is a bomb. Brother Dao, who was originally impatient, was directly frightened by the explosion from a distance. Upon hearing this, the little fat guy on the side got even more excited and shouted excitedly, "Fuck Brother Dao. This birdman is awesome. He can even throw bombs. Fuck you. Who are you fucking?" Hearing what the little fat guy said, Brother Dao frowned, raised his hand with an unhappy look and slapped the little fat guy on the back of his head. Ouch! The little fat guy felt pain, raised his hand to cover the back of his head, and explained with a wronged look. Brother Dao, you misunderstood me. I mean I fuck, Brother Dao, I first use I fuck to express shock, and then shout you. Instead of I fuck Brother Dao. What's the difference? Brother Dao raised his hand with a painful look on his face and slapped the little fat guy's head hard. It seems that he didn't feel relieved. He slapped the little fat guy on the back of his head again and again, cursing after slapping him. I'll let you fuck me. I'll let you fuck me. You're still using it to express shock? Does it make you look cultured? What? You want to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Fuck you, you idiot. After being beaten by a stupid and brainless big bidu, the little fat man squatted on the ground with his hands on his head and begged bitterly. I don't dare anymore, Brother Dao, I really don't dare anymore, I won't fuck you again. I was wrong. Are you convinced? I am convinced, I am convinced. Convinced in heart or in mouth? Convinced in heart and in mouth. That's more like it.
Looking at the little fat man who was completely convinced, Brother Dao nodded with satisfaction. Then, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards a little demon that had just refreshed on the side. While running, a raging flame suddenly appeared on his body, and he instantly turned into a flaming man and slammed into the little demon. It was like a fight between gangsters. Brother Dao directly pressed the little devil under him and punched him. After a while, the little devil who was ravaged was burned into a ball of ashes by the flames on his body. After standing up, he rushed towards several zombies not far away. However, just when he rushed to the zombies and had no time to do anything, an explosive grenade fell from the sky. Fuck! Grenade! With a bang, the little fat man who followed him suddenly burst out at a very fast speed, holding a baseball bat in both hands, and directly hit the grenade in the air accurately. His ability is related to speed. Brother Dao took the opportunity to kick the zombie that pounced on the little fat man away. Above the sky. After throwing the explosive grenade, Xinhao flew away directly, not caring whether he successfully killed the zombies below. His main feature is a large amount of food. As long as he saw a monster refreshed on the ground, he threw one. If it didn't explode to death, he would add another one later. There was no need to stay in place to aim and throw, which was a waste of time. He could have found a few more monsters to throw a few grenades with this time. He had circled this sky 4 or 5 times, and threw hundreds of explosive grenades, eventually killing 40 or 50 various E-level monsters. As for the 2 people on the ground, he noticed them just now, but he was too lazy to care about them. After all, he couldn't occupy all the monsters by himself, which was simply unrealistic. Moreover, there were not only these 2 people around, but also some other people around. This also made Xinhao wonder why so many people appeared near Taihang Town overnight. These people seemed to have awakened combat abilities, and they didn't look like residents of Taihang Town, at least some of them were definitely not. With this doubt, Xinhao turned and flew towards Taihang Town. If he saw monsters along the way, he would naturally throw 1 or 2 explosive grenades and bomb them wildly. After flying over Taihang Town, he found that there were many monsters in Taihang Town, but some survivors on the streets had also started to hunt these monsters. Monsters were constantly dying. Survivors also suffered casualties one after another. But after the monsters died, new monsters would continue to appear. Survivors were really dead. Most of the survivors were killed by those special monsters, which were basically D-level. Why did so many people appear overnight? Did they suddenly get it? Or did something happen that I don't know about? With this doubt, Xinhao took out his sniper rifle, aimed at a tall one-eyed monster on the ground that was biting a survivor, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang, 3 shots in a row, the 2-meter-tall D-level one-eyed monster was headshot. Unfortunately, no loot was dropped. Ha! She's here. While Xinhao was looking for D-level monsters, he suddenly found Lin Wanner in an alley. She was fighting with a large D-level zombie. This woman is incredible. After taking a look at the extremely violent Lin Wanner, Xinhao turned and flew to other places, looking for D-level monsters. Compared with the unchallenging E-level monsters, he preferred D-level monsters that could drop loot. In the next morning, he killed a total of 7 D-level monsters. These included large butcher zombies, large lowly zombies, 2-meter-tall one-eyed unicorns, demons with 4 arms, etc. Perhaps it was luck. The 7 D-level monsters dropped a total of 3 white treasure chests and 4 white evolution crystals. In addition, he also killed hundreds of E-level monsters. At the same time, he also found some survivors with strong fighting power in Taihang Town. These included 4 sisters wearing leather jackets, a middle-aged man wearing a blue jacket, and a man in his 30s. At this time, Xinhao's honor value had reached 986 points, and 1,000 points were only a stone's throw away. Just as he was sitting in an abandoned house eating lunch, a special monster appeared in his sight. This was a figure with an ominous aura, like a vague shadow, and the figure kept flashing while walking. Almost in an instant, Xinhao's heart suddenly arose a lot of negative emotions. Anxiety, tension, depression, anger, fear, sadness, pain, etc., constantly entangled together. Many unpleasant memories suddenly came to his mind, including many memories of the unlucky man in his previous life.
Something's wrong.
Feeling the mixed feelings in his heart, Shinhao immediately became alert, took out a burst grenade and threw it at the blurry figure 7 or 8 meters away. At the same time, he took out his sniper rifle and pulled the trigger at the blurry figure.
Boom bang after a burst of explosions.
Shinhao, who was wearing biological armor, was not affected at all, but the blurry figure at the center of the explosion did not seem to be hurt at all. Although the high explosive armor-piercing bullet hit its head, it was like hitting a water curtain, which only caused a ripple, and then it returned to calm.
Immune to physical damage?
Looking at the blurry figure that was approaching unscathed, Shinhao, who was upset by negative emotions, aimed at it directly with the biological shoulder gun on his shoulder. Whoosh! A green light instantly shot at the blurry figure's head.
Thank you for your support, please read it. Omega, then call me Daddy.
Please read on. The green beam fired by the biological shoulder cannon went straight through the head of the blurry figure and hit the opposite wall, instantly corroding a wooden decoration on the wall into a big hole. The head of the blurry figure just flickered slightly, and then continued to walk towards Shinhao, and the mental pollution emanating from it became even more serious.
The biological energy cannon is useless? This thing seems to have no entity.
Shinhao frowned and took 2 steps back, while shouting loudly to the blurry figure in front of him.
Call Daddy. Dad.
The blurry figure stopped immediately, opened his mouth and shouted hoarsely, and then froze in place, with a head full of question marks.
There's a chance, then you can shout first.
When the blurry figure shouted Daddy, Shinhao felt that the mental pollution emanating from it suddenly disappeared, and the negative emotions in his heart also disappeared. Then, he madly output to the blurry figure who was standing there. Call Dad, call Dad, call Dad, call Dad, 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 Dad. The vague figure who was about to continue spreading mental pollution was interrupted in an instant, and was firmly controlled by Shinhao's concept system ability, and could only shout Dad one after another. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became weird with the sound of call Dad and Dad. Taking this opportunity, Shinhao thought in his heart how to kill the vague figure in front of him who was immune to all physical damage.
You can't let it keep calling Dad. The key is that this is not a big deal.
Call Dad. This ability, in addition to being an interruption ability and a strong control ability, doesn't seem to cause any substantial damage.
While thinking,
Shinhao raised his hand directly and threw a small fireball at the vague figure who was standing there and constantly shouting Dad. Bang! The fireball exploded instantly when it hit the vague figure, making its figure flicker a few times as if it suddenly lost power, and then dimmed a little.
So you are afraid of magic damage, why didn't you say so earlier?
Seeing this result, Shinhao's handsome face instantly showed a trace of happy smile, and he raised his hand again and threw 5 or 6 small fireballs at the blurry figure. Bang 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 bang! The power of the small fireballs is not great, but it can cause some damage to the blurry figure.
Next,
Shinhao excitedly used Call Daddy to control the blurry figure, while raising his hand to throw small fireballs at the blurry figure.
Call Daddy. Dad. Bang! Call Daddy. Dad. Bang! Call Daddy. Dad. Bang!
Amid the sounds of Call Daddy, Dad, and bursts of flame explosions, the scene gradually became outrageous. This weird scene made several passers-by who happened to pass by the door drop their jaws, fall into incomprehensible shock, turn around and run away.
10 minutes later,
the blurred figure who was held in place and kept shouting Dad was finally killed bit by Shinhao's fireball.
Congratulations!
You successfully killed the sea-level special monster, the source of chaos, the mental polluter. You have obtained 100 honor points, congratulations! The cumulative honor points have exceeded 1,000 points, and the honor level has been promoted to bronze level. After the honor points reach 10,000 points, you can be promoted to the next honor level. New products have been unlocked in the Honor Mall: Physical Recovery Potion, worth 100 honor coins, Mental Recovery Potion, worth 100 honor coins. With the appearance of the kill notice, the blurred figure began to become fragmented and dissipated in the air bit by bit. Shinhao, who was thirsty, took out a bottle of pure water from the capsule space, opened it and drank it in big gulps.
I have to say,
the power of the small fireball is still too small. If it were Qin Annie or Zhao Zifeng's ice and fire abilities, they would probably be able to kill this special monster instantly.
Alas, I don't know when I can draw a more powerful magic ability. After a deep sigh, Xin Hao reached out and picked up the spoils that fell on the ground. A green treasure chest. A green evolution crystal. He didn't rush to open it, but put it into the capsule space, planning to open it together when he returned at night, so that he might be able to open some good things. With curiosity, Xin Hao opened the Honor Mall interface and checked the two newly unlocked products. Just a rough glance, he understood what the physical recovery potion and the mental recovery potion were. To put it bluntly, it is similar to the red and blue bottles in the game. After drinking it, you can replenish some physical strength or mental strength. Tisk, it's just a blood bottle and a blue bottle. They're so expensive. Wouldn't it be better to take a nap and slowly recover your physical strength and spirit? After curling his lips and complaining in his heart, Xin Hao checked everything in the room again. After confirming that there was nothing missing, he walked out of the room and flew into the sky. Next, he did not continue to stay in Taihang Town to hunt monsters, but planned to go to the east of Taihang Town to find the time and space portal. After flying out of Taihang Town with grenades all the way, he was hunting monsters in the wilderness to the east while throwing grenades and looking for the time-space portal. Half an hour later, he finally found the time-space portal hidden in a dry ditch to the east of a small forest. At this time, at least 200 or 300 undead soldiers had gathered densely on the riverbed of the ditch, led by a general undead holding a 10-foot snake spear. Next to the general undead, there were 4 4-meter-tall strongman undeads and 4 undead wearing black robes whose appearance could not be seen clearly. In addition, undead soldiers wearing helmets and holding weapons were lining up and walking out of the time-space portal one by one. Finally found you. After putting down the military telescope in his hand, Xin Hao flew directly close to the ground and flew carefully towards the ditch. A distance of more than 1,000 meters was reached in an instant. When there were still 500 or 600 meters away from the spacetime portal, Xin Hao hit his body with some obstacles on the ground, found a suitable shooting angle, and then placed the anti-aircraft gun on the ground. After adjusting the shells to high-explosive incendiary bombs, he aimed the muzzle directly at the undead soldiers who were in formation, and then pressed the launch button with his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. For a while, the continuous sound of artillery resounded through the world like a dragon's roar. One by one, high-explosive incendiary bombs fell into the undead soldiers like rain. Boom boom boom. The continuous explosions sounded in the undead army, making all the undeads confused and panicked. Those densely packed undead soldiers were directly blown into the sky, turning into broken limbs and arms all over the sky, and blood and flesh all over the sky. The few high-level undead on the side seemed to have sensed something, and turned around and ran away before the shells fell. Awesome! So cool. Xin Hao was so happy watching the kill notices flashing before his eyes. Please read on, *. Thank you for your support, recommendation votes. Thank you for the monthly votes of The Bright Moon Shines on Kyushu. Thank you for the monthly votes of Rickshaman 773 Undead Legion. Please read on. After some violent bombing, the dry riverbed in front of the time and space portal was already full of broken limbs and blood. Except for the undead general and the 8 special undead around him who escaped early, the remaining undead soldiers were all spared. The riverbed was blown into a large pit 3 to 4 meters deep. It was filled with broken limbs and broken arms, and the sand was dyed blood red. 358 honor points. This is what Xin Hao just gained. After putting away the anti-aircraft guns on the ground, Xin Hao flew towards the sky, chasing the undead generals and those special undead who had run away. 4 or 5 minutes. These undead souls can't run far at all. It only took 3 to 5 minutes for Xin Hao to discover the 9 undead figures in a small forest. Then, he took out a sniper rifle from the capsule space and aimed at the undead warriors below. Bang 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 bang. 4 high-explosive armor-piercing bullets were shot into the head of the undead warrior one after another, killing him directly with a headshot. This also alarmed the other 8 undead. In the panicked eyes of the 8 undead monsters, Xin Hao once again aimed at another undead warrior and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Headshot. Looking at the fallen undead warriors, the expressions of the remaining 7 undead became ugly, with a hint of helplessness in their panic, and they could only find cover to hide. They have no way to deal with the enemies flying in the sky. If the distance of hundreds of meters is on the ground, it won't be a problem, but if it is above the sky, it will be a big problem. Because they can't fly. If you run away, you won't be able to outrun the bullets. You can only find a bunker to hide, and then act according to circumstances. To this, Shinhao, who was above the sky, was not panicked. A few big trees and broken rocks cannot stop a 20 mm high explosive armor-piercing projectile. After aiming at the hiding place of an undead warrior, he directly pulled the trigger in his hand. Bang 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 bang, still 4 shots, headshots. After killing the undead warriors hiding behind the big tree, Shinhao pointed his gun at the last undead warrior. This guy is smart and hides behind a huge rock. No matter what. It grows too tall. Even though he was huddled on the ground, half of his head was still exposed. Shinhao would naturally not miss such an obvious target. Still sent away with 4 shots. At this time, Shinhao suddenly found that the remaining 5 undead suddenly gathered together. He didn't think much about it. He aimed the gun directly at one of the black-robed undead and pulled the trigger. Bang, just in an instant. The 4 black-robed undead on the ground suddenly raised their hands and summoned a gray light curtain to block the high-speed flying bullets. It's interesting. Looking at the bullets falling on the ground, Shinhao once again pulled the trigger in his hand against the gray light screen. Bang 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 bang, after 4 shots in a row, the bullets were blocked by the gray light screen and fell to the ground, which made Shinhao frown slightly. Seeing this, the 5 undead souls hiding in the defensive cover became bolder and began to retreat slowly towards the distance. You can't run away. Shinhao's face turned gloomy as he looked at the 5 undead souls trying to escape. He first flew to the ground, put a white treasure box and a white evolution crystal dropped by the 4 undead warriors into the capsule space, and then chased after the 5 undead. During the pursuit, he kept taking out explosive grenades and throwing them at the 5 undead in front. Boom boom boom, but what is surprising is that the explosive grenade cannot break the gray light curtain. Damn! I still don't believe it. Shinhao, who did not believe in evil, took out the anti-aircraft cannon directly from the capsule space and placed it on the ground. High explosive armor-piercing projectile. Bang bang bang, 1 shot after another was fired. The large and small trees blocking the front were blown into pieces, flying all over the sky. High explosive armor-piercing projectiles hit the gray light curtain one after another, causing violent explosions. After a burst of smoke, a large pit was blown out of the ground, but the gray light curtain covering the undead remained unchanged. The power of the explosion seemed to be absorbed by the gray light curtain. It's really evil. Can this thing also absorb physical damage? With a look of confusion, Shinhao put away the anti-aircraft cannon on the ground. When the 5 undead hiding in the defensive cover saw the scene, they became bolder. They no longer ran away, but turned around and pressed towards Shinhao. One of the black-robed undead actually raised his hand to summon a ball of gray light and threw it towards Shinhao, seemingly testing Shinhao. Shinhao had already been on guard in his heart and flew directly into the sky to avoid this group of gray light with a decaying atmosphere. Since thermal weapons are useless, don't blame me for playing dirty. Shinhao, who was in mid-air, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then leaned over and flew towards the 5 undead on the ground. After dodging 2 or 3 groups of gray light, he flew to a height of 7 or 8 meters above the heads of the 5 undead, pointed at the 5 undead on the ground, and shouted loudly one after another. I bet you're going to fall over right now. After shouting 5 times in a row, the 5 undead were in a daze and fell flat on their faces. At the same time, this also interrupted the abilities of the 4 black-robed undead, causing the gray light curtain covering them to instantly shatter. Without waiting for the 5 undead who fell to the ground to react, Shinhao continued to shout loudly at the 5 undead. Call dad, call dad, call dad. It has to be said that compared to the more wordy, I bet you will fall down soon, Shinhao prefers the conceptual ability, call dad. Not only does it have fewer words, the most important thing is that it is really cool to hear others call you dad. It's so cool. Almost in an instant, the 5 undead who had just recovered from their daze fell into a daze again, lying on the ground and respectfully calling Shinhao in the sky dad. Dad, 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 dad? While shouting dad, the 5 undead had question marks on their faces, and at the same time, there were 10,000 alpacas running through their hearts. Just recognize a living father? This is simply unreasonable. No. Why does he do that? Why? Shinhao didn't know what they were thinking, and even if he knew, he didn't care. At this moment, he just wanted to beat the drowning dog. While he was madly outputting with his mouth, he used his supernatural power to tightly control the 5 undead so that they could not move, and took out a sniper rifle to aim and shoot. Bang 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 bang. 3 minutes later. The 5 undead were shot in the head one by one amidst the shouts of "Dad." Done. After putting away the sniper rifle in his hand, Shinhao landed on the ground with a happy face, and put the 2 white treasure chests and 2 white evolution crystals dropped by the undead into the capsule space. He lowered his head and glanced at the watch on his wrist, and found that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Just as he was about to continue hunting monsters around, he suddenly heard a roar of a motorcycle coming from afar, and the sound seemed to come from the nearby road. After hesitating for a while, Shinhao took out the telescope and looked in the direction of the sound. In his sight, a motorcycle drove over from one end of the road. Walking. The motorcycle was blocked by several zombies that had just been refreshed and was forced to stop. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket and a girl about 18 or 19 years old got off the car. The middle-aged man was very fierce. He took out 2 machetes from his waist and chopped at the zombies in front of him. Just like chopping melons and vegetables. Chopping. The petite girl next to him was not bad either. She held a pink baseball bat in both hands and swung it hard at the head of a zombie. After dealing with these zombies neatly, the man and woman continued to ride away on the motorcycle, seemingly heading towards Taihang town. Awesome! What a tough guy, he dared to chop zombies with 2 machetes. Looking at the motorcycle gradually going away, Shinhao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It has to be said that there are all kinds of people in the Doomsday. After sighing, Shinhao got up and flew towards the sky, looking for D-level monsters. At this time, E-level monsters were no longer attractive to him. Please read, recommend, vote, invest, reward, and support. Thanks to Waypun for the 2-month ticket support. Thanks to 08 for the 100 starting coin support. Thank you to all readers for the recommendation ticket support, follow-up support. Thank you very much _angle_monster. Please read on. Why are so many people walking towards Taihang town? Is there something wrong with Jizhou City? Seeing an off-road vehicle coming from the direction of Jizhou City again, Shinhao in the sky had a trace of doubt in his heart. In the past hour, 7 or 8 waves of people have been driving along the highway towards Taihang town. There must have been some changes in Jizhou City, otherwise these people would not have been able to rush towards a remote town like Taihang town in droves. Forget it, even if something happens in Jizhou City, it has nothing to do with me, and I can't help. After Shinhao shook his head, he looked for D-class monsters nearby again. It's a pity. In the past hour, he didn't find even a D-level monster, and even the E-level monsters were very few. He guessed in his heart that the refresh of these monsters should be cyclical, and even the undead clan appeared cyclically. But that makes sense. After all, if monsters and undead could be refreshed without limit, humans might not be able to survive even one day. Forget it, let's stop here today and continue when there are more monsters tomorrow. After muttering something in his mind, Shinhao landed on the nearby road and put away the biological armor on his body. Then, he took out the Dodge Tomahawk from the capsule space. Handsome. Looking at the heavy motorcycle that looked like a beast in front of him, Shinhao's eyes were full of joy. Have to say, no man can refuse such a top-notch motorcycle. Boom boom boom. With a deafening roar of the engine, Shinhao flew out in the Dodge Tomahawk and drove quickly towards the nearby factory warehouse. He planned to go to the factory warehouse to take a look at the situation there. If nothing else happened, there should be a mess there now. The distance of more than 10 kilometers can be reached in a few minutes. After arriving at the entrance of the factory warehouse, Shinhao found many monster figures wandering back and forth on the streets of the factory warehouse. The most eye-catching one is a one-horned monster 6 to 7 meters tall, with 4 arms, red skin, and a ferocious face. Surrounding it were a group of 2-meter-tall red one-horned monsters, which were obviously its younger brothers.
This red one-eyed monster seems to have territorial awareness and is constantly wandering around an area with a group of boys. When it discovers other monsters and undead, it will directly throw away a large ball of blazing flames and burn them to ashes. This thing should be at least sea level, right? Looking at the red one-horned monster patrolling his territory, Shinhao did not launch a direct attack, but put away his motorcycle and flew into the sky to observe the things in the factory.
Other monsters and undead. In another area,
an undead army occupied several large warehouses and was setting up camp.
There were also some tied-up humans in the open space beside them.
Among these undead, the leader is an undead warrior who is 3 meters tall, wearing a helmet and armor, and holding a black heavy sword. Beside it stood 4 undead warriors and a dozen undead shrouded in black robes.
In another area,
hundreds of humans were gathering in a factory area, seemingly discussing something. There were constant quarrels and curses in the crowd.
Besides,
there are also various monsters wandering around the huge factory area, as well as some human figures hiding everywhere. Finally, Shinhao took out his sniper rifle and aimed at the red one-horned monster that was suspected to be a sea level 1, and then pulled the trigger in his hand. Bang! A high explosive armor-piercing bullet shot out instantly and hit the huge head of the red one-horned monster.
But what a pity!
The red-horned monster was very alert. Almost as soon as the bullet came out of the barrel, blazing flames appeared on its body and transformed into a huge fire monster. The high explosive armor-piercing projectile was also blocked by the protective shield formed by the blazing flames.
I'll go. So powerful?
Looking at the result, Shinhao was a little surprised.
However, he didn't wait to think about it.
The red one-horned monster that had transformed into a fire monster on the ground directly raised its 4 arms and waved them toward the sky. Each swing throws a ball of blazing flames.
In an instant,
more than a dozen balls of flames hit Shinhao in the sky like a violent storm. This also made him startled, and he turned around and ran away. The red one-horned monster on the ground was like an anti-aircraft gun, swinging its 4 Hot Wheel-like arms and constantly throwing balls of flames towards Shinhao, who was fleeing.
Damn! This guy is like a flame turret, and it's 4-wheel drive.
Shinhao, who was in mid-air, could only avoid the flames that kept coming from behind with a look of embarrassment. Those flames flying all over the sky continued to fall on the surrounding buildings, igniting raging fires. Many monsters were affected by the fish pond, and even the courtyard where the undead army was located was hit by several balls of flames and ignited into raging flames. Finally, when Shinhao flew out of the large factory area, the furious red one-horned monster also stopped throwing balls of flames. After roaring in the sky a few times, it returned to its own territory. For its brutal behavior just now, other monsters dared not complain at all. Even the undeads of the Undead Legion thought they were unlucky.
There was no way. Because this red unicorn in this factory warehouse was the most awesome existence. After flying 1 or 2 kilometers, Shinhao landed on the ground, raised his hand and looked at his watch, and found that it was already past 5 o'clock. Looking at the horizon, the sun was about to set, and in another direction, a faint blood moon was already hanging in the sky. You are awesome today, I will kill you sooner or later, damn. Bah! After turning around and cursing in the direction of the factory warehouse, Shinhao turned and flew towards Taihang Town. Just a few minutes after flying into Taihang Town, he unexpectedly found Lin Wanner in a small alley. She seemed to be injured, with a large patch of blood on her white windbreaker, and she staggered when she walked, as if she was about to fall at any time. She seems to be seriously injured. Was she killed by someone? Is there anyone in Taihang Town who is more powerful than her?
With this doubt in his mind, Shinhao flew directly towards Lin Wanner. Just after landing, he had no time to speak.
The
seriously injured Lin Wanner raised her right hand holding the black tang sword and stared at Shinhao, who was wearing black armor, but she seemed to be at the end of her strength.
Don't hold on, it's me.
Shinhao directly put away the biological armor on his body, and then looked at Lin Wanner with a puzzled face and asked,
What's going on? How did it become like this? I was ambushed by a group of people, but it's not a big problem. I can still hold on.
After coughing up a mouthful of blood, the pale Lin Wanner showed a bitter smile to Shinhao.
Ambush by someone? Who did it? Qin Hao asked with a frown. I killed them all. They should have escaped from Jizhou City.
As she spoke, Lin Wanner's mouth spilled blood again. After seeing Qin Hao, her tense mind relaxed instantly, and she could no longer hold on. Her eyes went dark and she fainted. Thank you for your reading, recommendation tickets, investment, collection, monthly tickets, and rewards. Thank you very much, asterisk thank you 08 for your 100 Chidian coins reward support. Thank you bookfriend 50555 for your February tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you Tinghua for your January tickets. Thank you for your support. About having an ugly scar? No one can see it. Oh my god. He fainted just like that, and you call this a small problem? Qin Hao was quick to hug Lin Wanner, who was about to fall. Then, he found that Lin Wanner must have lost too much blood, and her clothes were soaked with blood. After checking, he found that it was a miracle that Lin Wanner could survive until now. She had at least a dozen large and small wounds on her body. These included penetrating wounds, lacerations, and sharp weapon wounds. The most serious one was a laceration on the left chest, and the white chest had turned into a ball of blood. At this time, Lin Wanner was pale, her lips were pale, her body was cold, her body was trembling slightly, her body temperature had begun to drop, and her various body functions were also declining rapidly. It was obvious that she was on the verge of death. It's going to be cold so soon? Feeling the weak heartbeat from Lin Wanner's wrist, Qin Hao sighed helplessly. Luckily you met me, otherwise you would have been completely wiped out, or the kind that would turn to ashes after death. After taking out the enhanced adrenaline from the capsule space, Qin Hao turned Lin Wanner in his arms over and carried her on his shoulders, then directly inserted the needle into her perky buttocks. With the injection of adrenaline, Lin Wanner's originally weak heartbeat became strong again, and the various functions of her body began to improve rapidly, and her body, which was almost cold, began to heat up rapidly. Luckily I have adrenaline in my hand, otherwise you would have been completely wiped out. Looking at Lin Wanner, who was pulled back from the brink of death by him, Qin Hao's originally nervous mood finally relaxed, raised his hand and slapped her perky buttocks. Pa tisk tisk, as expected of someone who often does yoga, this touch is simply amazing. Feeling the soft and extremely elastic perky buttocks, Qin Hao showed a smile on his face. A slap in exchange for a life. Lin Wanner is really making a fortune. However, although her life was temporarily saved, her injuries still needed to be treated as soon as possible, otherwise her life would still be in danger. After looking around, Qin Hao carried Lin Wanner to a house with an open door not far away. After entering, he first checked inside and outside, and after confirming that there was no one here, he locked the door and took Lin Wanner into the bedroom. After putting the unconscious Lin Wanner on the bed, he took out an emergency medical kit from the capsule space. Then, regardless of whether she could hear or not, he said directly, Lin Wanner, I am here to save your life, so I am sorry. After that, he began to reach out to take off Lin Wanner's coat. Layer by layer. In the end, she was left with only a set of sports vests and sports shorts. This figure is simply amazing, straight where it should be straight, thin where it should be thin, and curvy where it should be curvy. However, Qin Hao just sighed in his heart. He would not be interested in a woman covered in blood, let alone take advantage of someone in distress. Next, he began to use the things in the emergency medical kit to clean and suture Lin Wanner's wounds. While cleaning the wound on his chest, Qin Hao couldn't help breathing quickly and his hands trembled slightly as he looked at the big white rabbit jumping back and forth in front of him. The result was that the suture line was crooked and twisted, like a winding centipede. But for the inexperienced Qin Hao, as long as he could suture the wound, it was a success, and the rest was not important. It doesn't matter if it's ugly. After all, she doesn't usually wear clothes, and no one can see a centipede-shaped scar on her big white rabbit through her clothes. After being busy for more than half an hour, Qin Hao, sweating profusely, finally put down the needle and thread in his hand, and admired Lin Wanner, who was covered in bandages, with a satisfied look. Perfect, this is simply a work of art. Maybe, I should have the talent to become a surgeon. After putting away the emergency medical kit, Qin Hao began to help Lin Wanner put on clothes, but not her bloody clothes, but a black jacket. I have to say, it is much more difficult to put on clothes than to take them off. after helping her put on clothes in a hurry. Shinhao spent 100 honor points to exchange for a bottle of physical recovery potion from the honor mall. After thinking about it, he exchanged for another bottle of painkillers. I tell you, you have to reimburse me when you wake up. After muttering to the unconscious Lin Wanner, Shinhao directly pinched her mouth with his hands and poured the physical recovery potion in his hand into her. Then, he took out 2 painkillers and stuffed them into her mouth, and gave her a few sips of pure water. After doing all this, Shinhao took out several bottles of pure water and began to wash the bloodstains on the 2 people. Finally, he changed into clean clothes, sat on the bed, took out several canned beef and canned fruit, and ate them in big mouthfuls. 10 minutes later. After he had eaten and drunk enough, he checked Lin Wanner's condition again and found that her breathing had stabilized, which was considered to be a life. At this time, he received a private message from Zhao Zifeng. Ahao, haven't you come back yet? Except for you and Lin Wanner, everyone else has come back. Lin Wanner is injured, I'm with her, I'll go back later, don't worry. Shinhao glanced at the already very dark sky outside the window and replied with a message. Zhao Zifeng's message was replied in seconds. Is Lin Wanner injured? Ahao, are you okay? Stay safe, don't let me worry, I love you, it's okay, I'll go back right away. After replying to the message, Shinhao closed the chat interface, then put Lin Wanner's backpack, rifle, and tang knife behind his back, and held her on his shoulders. Then, he walked out of the door and flew into the sky. After a while, he took the sleeping Lin Wanner back to the villa. Fall behind the door of the villa. He put away his biological armor, then opened the door and walked into the yard. At this time, the temperature has risen very high, the snow in the yard has almost finished melting, and the ground is wet everywhere. Because Tian Shuyi found a diesel generator in the basement before, the light in the villa was not too bright. After carrying Lin Wanner into the villa, a group of people sitting in the living room cast very surprised glances. Ren Tianji looked at Shinhao with a puzzled look and asked, "What's going on? Something happened to Lin Wanner? I almost died, but luckily I met him and saved my life." Shinhao explained, then walked to an empty sofa and placed Lin Wanner on his shoulders on the sofa, then took off the backpack and rifle on his back and sat down beside him. He just sat down. Zhao Zifeng, who was chatting quietly with Qin Annie at the side, stood up and walked over. After leaning down and taking a look at the sleeping Lin Wanner, he sat down next to Shinhao and reached out to hug Shinhao's arm. Good boy. After raising his hand and gently caressing Zhao Zifeng's head, Shinhao looked at the 3 strangers in the room with a smile on his face. Who are these 3? Ren Tianji heard this and explained with a smile, after meeting the 2 little brothers in Taihang town, they brought them back together, which can be regarded as a help. Not bad, pretty good, pretty good. Looking at the 2 men and 1 woman, Shinhao showed a hearty smile. Since we are our own people, let's all stay here. By the way, Lao Tian, go to the kitchen and ask your wife and Wang Chunli to get some more food. Let's have a good extra meal today. Although Shinhao smiled happily, the attentive Zhao Zifeng still noticed the trace of displeasure in his eyes. Please continue reading, recommend votes, invest, monthly votes, continue reading, thank you _:angle _ thanks to Moran for your monthly ticket support, thanks to Book Friends 52858 for your monthly ticket support wound. Please read on, I know, Brother Qin. After hearing Shinhao's words, Tian Shuyi, who was sitting on the sofa nearby, nodded, got up and walked towards the kitchen. At this scene, the 3 young people on the sofa looked confused. They didn't understand why this man who looked almost 30 years old could call a young man of 17 or 18 years old Brother Qin. After Ren Tianji lit a cigarette for himself and took a puff, he threw the cigarette case in his hand on the coffee table. He looked at the 3 people who looked confused and said with a smile, from now on, you can all call me Brother Qin. I know, Brother Tian. Although the 2 men and 1 woman were a little confused, they still nodded respectfully. Then, the 3 of them looked respectfully at Shinhao, who was sitting opposite, and shouted in unison, Hello, Brother Qin. Ren Tianji on the side also opened his mouth to introduce the 3 of them. Ahao, the guy with the yellow hair and crew cut is called Zhou Haiyang, the one with the 3/4 hair is called Lu Dupeng, and the girl next to him is Zhou Haiyang's girlfriend named Lin Jiaojia. Hello. Shinhao smiled and nodded at the 3 of them, and then waved to Qin Annie who was sitting on the sofa beside him. Annie, stop reading comics and come here.
What's wrong, brother? Qin Annie put down the comic book in her hand, stood up and walked over.
Qin Hao pointed at Lin Wanner, who was lying on the side. Find some anti-inflammatory medicine for her, and take care of her first.
It's not convenient for me. Oh, Qin Annie nodded obediently, then walked upstairs and went back to the room to find anti-inflammatory medicine.
After she left, Qin Hao looked at Zhao Zifeng, who was sitting next to him. Zifeng, go to the kitchen and get her some nutritional supplements.
Oh, Zhao Zifeng also nodded obediently, then got up and walked towards the kitchen.
After Zhao Zifeng left, Qin Hao picked up an apple from the coffee table, bit it, and looked at Ren Tianji aside.
Aji, there are not enough rooms. Why don't we arrange for Haiyang and the others to stay in the villa next door? My cousin's place is unoccupied.
Okay. Ren Tianji put out the cigarette butt in his hand and nodded to Qin Hao.
In fact, he was thinking about this issue just now. Even if Qin Hao didn't speak, he would speak. You can bring some supplies with you.
Qin Hao added with a smile, if you are still worried, you can move in together.
There is nothing to worry about. They are not children.
Ren Tianji said with a smile.
Then, he said with a serious face, by the way, Ahao, have you noticed the situation in Taihang town?
Qin Hao nodded, I see, there are many outsiders in the town, they should all come from the direction of Jizhou City.
There must be something unexpected in the city. That's right.
Ren Tianji nodded solemnly, I heard from Haiyang and the others that there are a lot of monsters and undead appearing in Jizhou City. Many of them are immune to physical damage, and the army's thermal weapons are completely useless. After a pause, he continued, it is estimated that it won't be long before Jizhou City is completely occupied, and the situation may be much worse than we expected. I also encountered a monster that is immune to physical damage today. Qin Hao raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows. This apocalypse is probably 100 times worse than we imagined. So we must join the team to keep warm. Ren Tianji said solemnly, Ahao, we need to guard against more than just monsters and undead. Now there are many outsiders in the town, which is a threat to us. We must form our own force as soon as possible, otherwise it will not be enough to rely on just a few of us. Then, he raised his finger and pointed at Lin Wanner, who was sleeping on the sofa. If I guessed correctly, she should have been attacked by other forces. This is enough to show that our current situation is not safe. After saying that, Ren Tianji picked up the cigarette case from the coffee table and lit a cigarette for himself. At this moment, Qin Annie, who had just walked downstairs with anti-inflammatory medicine, asked with confusion, why didn't Sister Wanner ask us for help? Because she is too arrogant, so she is unwilling to ask for help. As he spoke, Qin Hao glanced at Lin Wanner, who was sleeping on the sofa. From the first time they met, he found that she was a proud and white swan-like woman. Not only arrogant, but also extremely confident. His whole body exuded a glow of confidence. Qin Annie sat down next to Lin Wanner's head, placed her head on her legs, then opened her mouth with her hands, stuffed 2 tablets of antibiotics in, and drank some more water. Ahem, as if she was choking on water, Lin Wanner coughed violently, and her soft and delicate body shook violently several times.
I didn't mean it. Qin Annie patted Lin Wanner's back and glanced at Qin Hao sheepishly.
Ugh, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, the pale Lin Wanner slowly opened her eyes and looked at everything around her with a confused expression.
Where am I? Am I not dead?
You're not dead, but you almost died. It was my brother who saved you.
After hearing Lin Wanner's fragile murmur, Qin Annie explained, and then helped her sit up.
His had seemed to have pulled several wounds on her body, and the pain made Lin Wanner's beautiful face distorted. Then, she found that her clothes had changed into a black jacket, and then she looked at Qin Hao, who was also wearing a black jacket, with a puzzled look.
You didn't change my clothes, did you?
Yes. Qin Hao spread his hands innocently, your clothes are soaked with blood, and you can't wear them anymore.
Lin Wanner lowered her head and looked inside along the collar, then looked at Qin Hao and asked tentatively, did you sew the wound?
Yes. The situation was urgent at the time, and I asked you, and you didn't object.
Qin Hao nodded seriously. Hearing this, Lin Wanner's face flushed instantly. Didn't he see her body naked? And, what do you mean I didn't object?
I was unconscious. Even if I wanted to object, I had to be able to speak. However, after all, Jinhao saved her life, so Lin Wanner couldn't say much. Looking at the first man who saw her body naked, her face gradually became complicated. The mood was even more complicated. First, she was excited about coming back to life, then she was grateful to Jinhao, then she felt a little shy, and a complex emotion that was hard to describe. Finally, she suddenly understood that she would be seen naked by others. After all, he saved her life. After thinking it through, Lin Wanner looked at Jinhao with gratitude. Thank you for saving me, otherwise I would definitely die. You're welcome. Jinhao was very satisfied with Lin Wanner's attitude, and directly took out the remaining painkillers and stuffed them into her hand. It cost a total of 1 adrenaline and 120 honor points to save you. Ah! Hearing this, Lin Wanner was stunned for a moment, and felt a little overwhelmed. Please read, recommend, invest, monthly votes, read, thank you _:angle _ thanks to Shadow Dragon for the February votes, thanks to 57076 for the January votes, thanks to 08 for the 100 Chidian coins reward draws, extremely abstract rewards. Please read on. Okay, let's eat first. Just remember that you owe me a favor. Looking at the confused Lin Wanner, Jinhao suddenly showed a sunny smile on his face. At this moment, several women in the kitchen also came out with food. Next, everyone sat around the coffee table to eat dinner. During the period, everyone also talked about many topics. When they finished eating, it was already past 9 o'clock. After dinner, Ren Tianji took Zhou Haiyang and the other two, as well as some supplies, to the villa next door. Tian Shuyi and the two women were responsible for cleaning up the leftovers on the coffee table. Qin Annie and Zhao Zifeng supported Lin Wanner and took her things back to the bedroom to rest. Jinhao came to the rooftop alone, leaning against the railing, holding a bag of pistachios in his hand, eating while looking at the villa next door. Judging from the situation tonight, Ren Tianji seems to have great ambitions. He seems to want to stand out, want to be the boss, and want to have a piece of his own territory in Taihang town. This man has the potential to become a tyrant. I hope it won't be too ugly in the end, and we won't become enemies. Looking at Ren Tianji coming out of the villa opposite, Jinhao sighed in his heart, and then walked downstairs. At this moment, he already understood in his heart. He and Ren Tianji are destined to be impossible to be the same kind of people. After all, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Both of them are the kind of people who don't want to be under someone for a long time, and they don't want others to sit on an equal footing with them and share the power in their hands. Especially when the power is getting bigger and bigger, the number of people is increasing, and the right to speak is getting heavier. The conflict will break out sooner or later. Because neither of them is the kind of person who can take a step back and take a lower position. At least Jinhao will never leave his fate to others to decide, and he believes that Ren Tianji will not, especially in the era of Doomsday. His own fate can only be decided by himself. The reason why the two can still live in peace now is simply because it is not time to fight for power. After returning to the third floor, Jinhao went straight back to Zhao Zifeng's bedroom. In the dark bedroom, Zhao Zifeng was leaning against the bed, fiddling with the Colt revolver. When she saw Jinhao coming in, she put the revolver in her hand on the bedside table and looked at Jinhao with tenderness. You're back, get into bed quickly. How is Lin Wanner? After Jinhao locked the bedroom door, he walked to the bed, took off his coat and got in. Just like that, she won't die. Zhao Zifeng pouted and said, don't worry, Annie will sleep with her tonight. Oh, Before Jinhao could say anything, he was blocked by Zhao Zifeng's red lips. Perhaps she felt a little threatened tonight, so she kissed him very passionately and seriously, and took the initiative to hold Jinhao's hand to touch Xiao Zi. Ah how, at most 2 or 3 days. My aunt is gone, you can do whatever you want. Love you. Ah how. The next scene is indescribable, just imagine it. Ding-ling-ling, just after midnight. Jinhao, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the alarm ringing on his wrist. After comforting Zhao Zifeng who was awakened, he got up, put on his coat, walked out of the bedroom, and came to the bedroom on the second floor. After locking the door, he directly summoned the silver metal box and started today's 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 million bottles of compound nutrient solution, 500 milliliters. Drinking it can supplement all the nutrients needed by the human body. Evaluation, a must-have for the Doomsday.
Congratulations! You have obtained a pot of mimosa, a pot of ordinary mimosa. Evaluation, you can try to see if it is shy. Maybe this pot is shameless? Congratulations! You got a manta ray, an ordinary manta ray. Comment, manta ray? Isn't this the hard currency in the ocean? Congratulations!
You got 10 servings of Longjiang pork trotter rice, fragrant and hot. Comment, great, really great. Congratulations!
You got a 2-meter-long eastern cobra, with deadly poison. Comment, if you are not happy with someone, just throw this extremely poisonous cobra as a weapon. Bite him to death. Congratulations! You got a very rare painting. Lanting preface / Warner, why is your face red?
Please read on. Nothing, just talking about some past events. Rentenji smiled and reached out to pick up the cigarette box from the coffee table, lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff, and threw the cigarette box to Zhou Haiyang beside him. Then, he blew a smoke ring and looked at Qinhao. I'm going to take Haiyang and others to the town to get some supplies today. Be careful. Qinhao reminded, and then he reached out from his pocket to take out a bottle of nutrient solution and threw it over, and joked, you've been lingering every night, you need to replenish your nutrition. TSK, what do you know? Rentenji raised his hand to catch the nutrient solution, took a look at it, unscrewed the lid and drank a few sips. I've been holding it in for a long time, and I've been under too much pressure recently, so I have to vent it out. And if you kill too much, you need to vent your negative emotions in time, otherwise it will psychological problems. After a pause, he looked at Qinhao with an expression that all men understand and smiled. Wang Chunli is the most ruthless at this age. She knows a lot, plays a lot, and is open-minded. She is simply the best. Looking at Qinhao's disgusted look, Rentenji said nonchalantly, don't disbelieve it. Your naive girlfriend is far inferior to Wang Chunli. You will understand in the future. TSK tisk. Qinhao looked up and down at Rentenji. Aji, you are really hungry and not picky at all. I'm not picky, I can just eat until you are full. Rentenji reached out and took an apple from the coffee table and took a bite, smiling and said, besides, Wang Chunli is a ripe peach, delicious and tempting. By the way. As if thinking of something, Rentenji suddenly leaned over and looked at Qinhao with curiosity and asked, I think Zhao Zifeng seems to be a virgin, you haven't taken her yet, right? I have taken her. Qinhao smiled, then curled his lips, but my period is coming, I can't fight bloody battles, right? Then wait. Rentenji spread his hands with a smirk. By the way, there were so many people last night that I didn't feel comfortable asking, what happened between you and Lin Warner? Did you take her down, too? I just helped her suture her wound yesterday, what's the point of taking her down? Qinhao said speechlessly, I'm a gentleman. Yes, you are a gentleman, haha, I am. Then I wish you a quick discharge, eh? It's past 8 o'clock, I'll take Haiyang and the others out first. After looking down at his watch, Rentenji smiled and stood up from the sofa, put on his backpack and rifle, and waved to Zhou Haiyang and Lu Dupeng on the side. Haiyang, Dupeng, let's go. Okay, brother Tian. Zhou Haiyang and the others nodded, stood up from the sofa, and then said hello to Qinhao on the side. Brother Qin, we'll go out with brother Tian first. Go, be careful. Qinhao smiled and waved to the three people and then watched them leave. After the three left, Tian Shudi's family of 3, as well as Wang Chunli and her daughter, also came down from the second floor. Good morning, brother Qin. After saying hello, several people sat down on the sofa. Morning. Qinhao nodded while eating. On the third floor, in Lin Warner's bedroom, Zhao Zifeng folded his arms and leaned against the door with a smile, watching Qin Annie busy changing the medicine and bandages for Lin Warner. On the stool beside was a black plastic bag, which contained several bottles of nutrient solution, as well as several boxes of canned beef and canned fruit. This was what Qinhao asked her to bring to Lin Warner to replenish her body. Not only Lin Warner had the nutrient solution, she and Qin Annie also had some, but it was placed in her own bedroom and she hadn't had time to give it to Qin Annie. Sister Warner, my brother's technique is really terrible. This stitching is simply performance art. Looking at the crooked stitching line on Lin Wanner's round chest, Jean Annie curled her lips in disgust.
Ah. Ugly?
Hearing this, Lin Wanner, who was distracted, subconsciously lowered her head and took a look.
Her pretty face instantly turned red.
At this moment, she could already imagine the scene of yesterday. Shinhao must have been looking at his chest in a panic, holding the needle in one hand and the ball in the other, thinking wildly while sewing.
This is simply embarrassing.
Ah, it's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Lin Wanner lowered her head and shouted wildly in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt.
Eh? Sister Wanner, why is your face red?
After Jean Annie helped Lin Wanner wrap the bandage on her chest, she looked at her red face and asked with a puzzled look, how did she learn to change her face?
It's okay, it's okay.
Lin Wanner muttered in a low voice, a little embarrassed.
Oh, it's okay.
Jean Annie nodded, and then continued to help her change the medicine and bandages on other wounds. Sister Wanner, these wounds on your body have healed, and it will probably heal soon. Lin Wanner heard the words, looked at the wound on the inside of her thigh, thought for a while, and said, it should be related to her own talent, otherwise it would not recover so quickly. Maybe, but I think the biggest credit should be my brother. Jean Annie puffed her cheeks and muttered a little dissatisfied.
Yes.
Lin Wanner said with a look of relief, if it weren't for your brother, I would have died yesterday, and no one would have found out if I died.
So, Sister Wanner, how are you going to repay my brother?
Jean Annie asked with a smile after tying a bow on Lin Wanner's bandage, then stood up and stretched.
I'm exhausted. I finally finished changing. How can I repay you?
Lin Wanner curled her lips and rolled her eyes at Jean Annie. Is it possible that I can still pledge myself to her? After saying that, she started to put on her clothes. Hearing her words, Zhao Zifeng on the side felt a little unhappy for a moment and muttered in his heart.
You still want to commit yourself to me?
You think so, hot. However, Jean Annie on the side was quite happy and said with a sweet smile, then my brother is very lucky, hee by the way. She suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Zifeng, Sister Feng, go down and tell my brother that I will stay with Sister Wanner at home today and won't go out to hunt monsters.
Okay, I'll go down first.
Zhao Zifeng nodded to her, then opened the door and walked out of the bedroom, heading downstairs. After arriving on the first floor, she found that Qinhao was not in the living room. There were only a few women and two little girls in the living room. After seeing Zhao Zifeng, Tian Shuyi's wife Gui Yingying said, Zifeng, Brother Qin asked me to tell you that he went out first, so you don't need to worry about him.
That's it, okay. Zhao Zifeng smiled and nodded, then sat down on the sofa and asked curiously, what are everyone talking about?
She planned to chat with these women, get in touch, and find out the details.
The other side. After Qinhao left the villa.
Flying directly to the west, after flying a few kilometers, he took out the Doomsday heavy armored tank from the capsule space.
This is a black armored vehicle with a high chassis. There is a 1-meter-long triangular impact angle on the front end of the vehicle.
The appearance of the entire vehicle gives people a cold and murderous atmosphere.
After opening the car door and walking in,
he found that it was divided into several cabins, including a cockpit, a rest cabin, an onboard toilet, and a warehouse for storing items. After sitting down on the bed in the rest cabin, Xinhao took out the trophies obtained yesterday from the capsule space and prepared to open them all. Please continue reading, recommend votes, invest, monthly votes, continue reading, thank you _:angle _ thanks to Xingyun Sword for your January vote support, thanks to 08 for the 100 starting coin reward, use blue whale like this. There are a total of 6 white treasure chests, 7 white evolution crystals, 1 green treasure chest, and 1 green evolution crystal. After opening the 6 white treasure chests, there are some daily supplies. 5 boxes of green pepper shredded pork rice bowl, 10 boxes of beef rice bowl, 10 boxes of instant cans, 10 packs of compressed biscuits, 20 sesame seed cakes, and 20 large steamed buns. And 30 bottles of mineral water. The only green treasure chest contained a Remington M870 shotgun and 50 matching number 12 deer bullets. Troll, I'm familiar with this stuff. I often use it when playing games. Xinhao looked at the Remington M870 shotgun in his hand with a smile on his face. After playing with it for a while, he put it into the capsule space, and then absorbed all the evolutionary crystals into his body. The 7 white evolution crystals gained a total of 7 evolution points, and the green evolution crystal gained 5 evolution points. A total of 12 evolution points. After thinking for a while, Jinhao added all of them to the soul evolution degree. The reason for this is because there are many special monsters and undead now, and it never hurts to strengthen the soul. After all, whether it is body, soul, or superpower, every time the degree of evolution increases, the corresponding enhancement will be made. The degree of evolution does not mean that it will only take effect when it reaches 100%. It is continuously strengthened as the degree of evolution increases. This is also the reason why Jinhao suddenly increased his soul evolution level. After adding points, the soul evolution degree has also changed from 55.1% to 61.01%. Jinhao also felt some changes. First of all, my mind has become clearer, my thinking has become sharper, and there are some indescribable things in my mind. It's time to take revenge. After standing up from the bed, Jinhao had a sinister look on his face. He had not forgotten the red one-horned monster he encountered in the factory warehouse yesterday, but he was a little doubtful about his life after being made by several monsters immune to physics yesterday, so he did not rush to fight this monster that turned into flames. After all, there are many ordinary red one-horned monsters around this monster. Even if he performs a rap version of calling Daddy on the spot, he may not be able to control all the monsters instantly. Moreover, the flames flying behind him at that time also made it impossible for him to take out his anti-aircraft cannon for an effective counterattack. In addition, it was already dark at that time, so he had no choice but to avoid the edge temporarily. Today it's different. He couldn't sleep in the middle of the night last night. When he was rubbing the rabbit, he suddenly had a good idea. Naturally, I can't wait to test the effect today. After putting away the Doomsday heavy tank, Jinhao directly put on the biological armor and flew towards the factory warehouse in the east of Taihang town. Along the way, he was not interested in throwing grenades at the E-class monsters on the ground. Just when he flew to the outside of the factory warehouse, he saw the red one-horned monster that was more than 6 meters tall. I came with a big gift today, you will definitely like it. After muttering something in his mouth, Jinhao continued to fly high into the sky with excitement, and did not stop until he reached a height of hundreds of meters. Come down. Then, he flew directly over the head of the red one-horned monster, and then began to slowly descend. When the distance was only 40 or 50 meters, he directly took out the blue whale that was 33 meters long and weighed about 180 tons from the capsule space. The moment the huge blue whale appeared in the air, it started to fall at a rapid speed while struggling. Bang in a blink. This behemoth hit the head of the confused red one-horned monster. This is also the reason why Jinhao lowered his altitude, just to not give the red unicorn any time to react. For a moment, the earth trembled and dust flew. The ground was directly hit by a huge impact and a big crater was created. The red one-horned monster was directly knocked into the ground by the blue whale. Its life and death were unknown, and the 40 or 50 E-class red one-horned monsters around it turned into a pile of mud. The blue whale also seemed to be injured. It was writhing on the ground. After leaving the water, it seemed to be very uncomfortable. Ha! You can't save it anymore? Looking at the blue whale rolling and struggling on the ground, Jinhao just wanted to put it back into the capsule space, but found that he couldn't put it back. It's bad, brother whale, I can only tell you that I'm sorry. Looking at the giant thing on the ground, Jinhao sighed helplessly. This situation was something he had never thought of before. Who would have thought that after taking it out, it would be impossible to put it back? At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Bang! The blue whale that was rolling on the ground suddenly exploded, its flesh and blood flying all over the sky, mixed with flames all over the sky. The red one-horned monster has transformed into a form of flames, waving its 4 flaming arms and constantly throwing balls of flames around. It is obvious that it has fallen into rage. Although the sudden sneak attack just now did not kill it directly, it also suffered a lot of damage. A group of younger brothers were also wiped out, which made it simply unbearable. How after letting out a thundering roar, it finally spotted Qin Hao floating above its head, waving its four Hot Wheel-like arms and throwing a ball of flames into the sky.
Knock your sister, I'm well prepared today.
After dodging several flying flames, Qin Hao rushed directly towards the head of the red unicorn. The distance of 20 to 30 meters was reached in an instant. Whoosh! Qin Hao directly held a black spear evolved from biological armor and plunged into the flames. The passive effect of the power of fire, coupled with the biological armor, could barely resist the damage caused by the flames in a short period of time. Moreover, before taking action, he also gave himself a buff state brought by the Hymn of Fate. Piercing aura, the damage caused can have a piercing effect, deepening the damage. In fact, Qin Hao usually doesn't like to use the Hymn of Fate, mainly because it is too random, unreliable, and wastes physical and mental strength. With the blessing of the piercing aura, the black spear in Qin Hao's hand pierced directly into the head of the red unicorn.
However, this was not enough to cause fatal damage to it. After feeling the pain from the top of its head, it raised its four arms and smashed it on its head. At the critical moment,
Qin Hao directly retracted the black spear, then rolled over and fell, hiding under the chin of the red unicorn, and shouted loudly, "Call Daddy!
Dad!"
The mad red unicorn was stunned for a moment, then respectfully called Daddy, and the raging flames on its body also dissipated.
Take this opportunity.
Qin Hao stood on its shoulder, took out a sniper rifle from the capsule space, pointed it at its temple and pulled the trigger. Bang! A high explosive armor-piercing bullet directly penetrated the red unicorn's skull and shot in.
Call Daddy.
Just in case, Qin Hao activated his superpowers again, pulled the bolt and fired another shot.
Bang! Dad. Call Daddy. Bang! Dad. After dozens of shots,
the red unicorn's brain was beaten into a ball of paste.
After shouting Dad, it fell backwards. Congratulations!
You successfully killed the sea-level monster, four-armed flame demon. You got 100 honor points, oh my!
After killing it with so much effort, it didn't drop any loot? It's outrageous!
After complaining in his heart, Qin Hao looked at the humans and undead who were attracted by the fighting just now, as well as those monsters. At this moment, Qin Hao didn't know how much shock he had brought to the crowd who were secretly watching. Especially the behemoth that suddenly fell from the air just now, which was extremely unreasonable.
Can you see a lively blue whale in the inland? This is nonsense. And, who taught you that blue whales can be used like this? Thank you for your support. Thank you for your recommendation votes, investment, monthly tickets, and follow-up reading.
Thank you _:angle_ thank you **** for your February monthly ticket support. Finally, here is the attribute panel of the protagonist, name, Qin Hao, age, 18 years old, faction, Blue Star Human Race. After some consideration, it was finally changed to Blue Star Human Race, but it has no impact on the plot, don't worry. Honor level, bronze level, honor value, 1727/1847 points, awesome? Please read on. Some people hiding in the dark were talking a lot.
A passerby looked confused. I just heard the flame monster calling Daddy. Did I hear it wrong?
A certain passerby, person B, had a pained face. You heard it right, I also heard it when I was on horseback. It's so outrageous that you opened the door for me.
It's so outrageous. Passerby C looked curious. Do you think that black figure flying in the sky is a human being? Or a monster? Passerby B, what? If I were a human, would you still want to go there and recognize your father?
Everyone, Passerby C looked thoughtful. It doesn't seem impossible. At this moment, a series of violent explosions sounded not far away, shaking the earth for a moment. Fuck, this noise sounds like the yard where the undead are staying.
Could it be? I'm going. It's going to the sky.
Many undead soldiers were blown up to the sky.
It's too miserable. You guys, come up and take a look. The mysterious boss is shooting anti-aircraft guns over there. It's like a heifer flying in a plane. He's so awesome.
After several people climbed up the wall, they looked at the anti-aircraft guns that kept firing with shock on their faces.
Sure enough, people are so irritating.
A few of us are still struggling to survive, while others are just pulling cool dicks to the sky. Once again, he threw a whale from high altitude to hit the monster. Again he made the monster call him daddy, and now he fired directly from the anti-aircraft gun.
This was completely a dimensionality reduction strike. Not only these people were shocked, but the other survivors who were hiding in the dark and secretly watching were also shocked and confused. At the same time, I was filled with doubts. Why is this person so awesome?
Shinhao, who was bombarding the undead army, naturally didn't know what these people were thinking, let alone what these people were thinking.
Even if he knew, he would just say something nonchalantly.
The reason why I am so good is because I work hard enough.
I also know how to use my brain. It definitely does not depend on my natural ability.
The hundreds of undead soldiers in the yard were just a group of small soldiers after all. They couldn't withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of anti-aircraft guns and turned into stumps and broken arms all over the place. The bloody scene was horrifying to watch. However, in the pitted yard, there is still an intact area, which is where the dead military commanders stay. 12 undead in black robes summoned a huge grey protective shield together to withstand the attack of artillery fire. 4 undead warriors firmly protected the undead generals within it.
Why is it this kind of undead in black robes who can summon energy shields again?
Looking at the grey shields in the courtyard, Shinhao put away the anti-aircraft cannon with a painful look on his face. Fortunately, the wave of flat shots just now brought him 86 honor points, which also gave him a little comfort for his injured heart. After thinking for a while, Shinhao felt that he should not be able to control 17 undead in an instant, which was very painful. If the energy shield cannot be broken, the thermal weapon will not be effective, and he has no other effective means of attack for the time being. Looking at the group of undead hiding in the energy shield and slowly hiding in the factory, Shinhao felt that he should do something now.
Yes. A sudden flash of inspiration made Shinhao's eyes light up.
He flew directly to the gabled roof on the side, then took out the anti-aircraft gun and pointed the muzzle downward at the factory where the undead were.
Sons, are you ready to be baptized by cannonballs?
After a loud shout, Shinhao pressed his hand on the firing button.
Bang bang bang, a shell was fired in less than 2 seconds, one after another.
After more than a dozen shells were fired, the factory building opposite collapsed into ruins. The grey protective shield covering the undead is still very strong, with no signs of breaking. It seems to have absorbed the energy generated by the explosion and converted it into the energy of the protective shield. Shinhao didn't care about this and still pressed the launch button with his hand.
After firing more than 100 shells,
the melon-eating people around were completely shocked, and the monsters fled directly. After firing more than 1,000 shells, the melon-eaters who were watching were completely numb.
This is a complete lunatic. Who in the right mind can aim at one place and fire more than 1,000 cannons continuously?
A deep pit of tens of meters was dug into the ground. The circular energy shield wrapped around 17 undead souls who looked confused, and continued to fall with the explosion. Looking at the falling soil and gravel above their heads, the undead hiding in the energy shield had questions on their faces. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going through?
Hundreds of shots later, the big hole in the ground was flattened again.
The energy shield was buried deep underground.
Damn!
I forgot that these are all undead.
They can live without breathing.
After throwing away the apple core in his hand, Shinhao suddenly reacted and patted his thigh with an annoyed look on his face. His original plan was to blow up the energy shield and bury it deep underground to suffocate the undead alive, but he ignored the problem that the undead did not need to breathe.
However, it's too late now.
He no longer had the patience to use anti-aircraft guns to wash the ground again.
Bah, I'm taking advantage of you grandsons.
After spitting with an unlucky look on his face, Shinhao cursed and put away the anti-aircraft gun that had sunk into the roof.
At this time,
he suddenly received a private message from Qin Annie.
Brother, Ren Tianji brought back some people. He said they all lived in the same community before, so they can take care of each other. Do you really want to be the boss?
After sighing, Shinhao showed a disdainful smile on his face. Then I will help you. Ren Tianji wanted to form a force and become the boss himself.
There was nothing wrong with that. After all, everyone has the right to choose.
As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times.
It's the end of the world. It's reasonable for people to want to be a hero.
However, Shin Hao's idea was different.
First of all, he didn't want to play a battle of wits and courage with Ren Tianji, to fight for power and profit, and end up with a bloody fight.
And what they were fighting for was actually the right to distribute some survival supplies, nothing more. In his current situation, taking in a group of younger brothers would basically be a burden to himself and no longer be of any use. Therefore, Shin Hao's plan was not to form a huge force. What he needed was a few reliable partners, which was very important. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, he will take a nap sometimes. Now that he has a doomsday heavy tank, he only needs to travel around and look for monsters and undead to hunt. In this environment, all supplies are empty, only honor points and evolution points are the most useful.
I'll go back now, you wait like this, remember to cooperate well. After taking a look at the watch on his wrist, Shin Hao replied to Qin Annie with a message, and after carefully instructing her, he flew back directly.
On the way, he sent a message to Zhao Zifeng to instruct her.
As for the dozen undead buried underground, let them continue to be buried.
Anyway, Shin Hao is temporarily unable to break the layer of turtle shell on them.
After a while,
Shin Hao put away his biological armor and walked directly into the villa.
As soon as he entered the door, he heard Qin Annie's heartbreaking cry. Woo woo, I miss my mother, I want to go find my mother, I want to go find my father, woo woo, woo woo.
I am a poor little thing that no one wants, no one loves me.
Woo woo.
A little cabbage that no one loves me, little cabbage.
Woo woo,
thank you for your support, thank you for your recommendation votes, investment, monthly votes, and follow-up reading, thank you _:angle. Thank you for the January vote support from Cola Wings. Thank you for the January vote support from 321631. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from 08th. Thank you for the 500 starting coins from Cola. Thank you for the 300 starting coins from Magic Dance Steps. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from. Thank you for the 139 starting coins from Moron Siksha. Thank you for your support. Asterisk Heavens is about to appear. Who said our Annie is a little pathetic little one that no one wants anymore? She still has a brother, after all. After Qin Hao walked into the living room with a smile, he walked directly to Qin Annie and sat down. He took out a few tissues and wiped the tears on her face.
Do you miss your parents?
I miss you so much, I miss you so much.
Qin Annie nodded with tears in her eyes. Then I will accompany you to find them.
While speaking, Qin Hao stretched out his hands to hold the corners of her mouth and lifted it up, making her smile.
Brother, you're annoying humph. Qin Annie curled her lips with an irritated look on her face, raised her hand and patted Qin Hao's hands away.
Okay, hurry up and pack your things. We'll set off later. After raising his hand and touching Qin Annie's little head, Qin Hao took out an apple from his pocket and took a bite, then looked to the side with a smile.
Ren Tianji is watching a movie on the sofa.
Why do you have such an expression?
Are my acting skills poor?
Great.
Ren Tianji spread his hands in praise, and then asked seriously, have you really considered leaving?
Yes. Qin Hao nodded and said seriously, Aji, setting up a camp and developing power are not in my plan.
Ah Hao, you must know that social order will gradually collapse after the end of the world. If you want to survive, you must stay together. This is inevitable.
After lighting a cigarette for himself, Ren Tianji looked at Qin Hao seriously while puffing away his smoke. If we don't form our own force as soon as possible, others will rob us of our supplies, and, woman.
It is essential to be on guard against others. I must consider the future.
After all, we are no longer in peace and prosperity. After saying that, Ren Tianji stopped talking and just smoked in silence. He has said everything that needs to be said, and it depends on what Qin Hao thinks next. As if he thought of something, he suddenly said to Qin Hao beside him. By the way, the few people I brought back have been arranged in the villa next door.
Do you want to go over and meet them?
I just disappeared. Qin Hao shook his head, then threw away the apple core in his hand, looked at Ren Tianji and said slowly. Aji, I had planned to leave.
Taihang Town is my first stop, but it is definitely not the final stop. There are monsters everywhere now. No matter how powerful you are, where can you go alone? And you have to take 2 women with you. Ren Tianji sighed. You have to know that everyone has awakened their natural abilities now, and monsters and undead are becoming more and more powerful. This is one of the important reasons why I am eager to recruit people. Everyone wants different things. I understand you and agree with you.
After a pause, Jinhao continued, it's just that our pursuits and goals are different. After lighting a cigarette again, Ren Tianji looked at Jinhao with a sincere face, and persuaded him earnestly, Ahao, why don't we 2 brothers become bigger and stronger together? After we have someone in our hands, we need resources and resources.
Women are not always available. Aji, you don't understand.
Jinhao shook his head calmly, these are not the things I want.
For me, a huge force will only be a burden. We have different goals, so we will definitely have conflicts when we are together. So, are you really leaving?
Real.
Well, I wish you a safe journey.
Ren Tianji nodded to Jinhao with a smile on his face, and threw the AK-47 aside, I'll give this gun back to you.
Since I gave it to you, you can keep it. We can get together easily.
After raising his hand to catch the AK-47, Jinhao threw it back. At this moment, Zhao Zifeng came back from the door and showed a sweet smile to Jinhao on the sofa.
Ahao, I'm back. Well, go pack your things and leave later.
Okay, Zhao Zifeng nodded happily, and then walked towards the stairs. Lin Wanner passed by her and walked down the stairs. After walking into the living room, she looked at Jinhao with a calm face. I'll go with you too.
You? Jinhao raised his head and asked with a puzzled look, has the wound recovered?
Lin Wanner nodded, I'm almost recovered, the wounds have healed. After a pause, she continued, you guys don't know how to drive, so I can be your driver.
Don't say you didn't drive away.
After thinking for a moment, Jinhao nodded to her, okay. Then I'll pack my things. After saying that, Lin Wanner turned around and walked up the stairs. At this moment, Tian Shuyi came over from the kitchen nearby, sat down on the sofa, looked at Jinhao, and said, Brother Qin, I won't go with you.
I wish you a safe journey. By the way, let's go in my van.
It has more stuff.
As he said that, he threw the van key to Jinhao.
Ahao, pack more supplies later to save yourself from finding supplies on the road. Ren Tianji opened a can of beer and took a sip, then looked at Jinhao and warned.
Okay, I also wish you success.
Jinhao smiled at the 2 of them, then I'll pack my things first. After saying that, he got up and walked upstairs.
10 minutes later. Jinhao took 3 women and packed several people's backpacks into the van.
In fact, there were only 2 backpacks per person.
Ren Tianji was not idle either.
He enthusiastically helped stuff some mineral water and convenience food into the van, and finally gave Jinhao a very warm hug.
Hao, have a nice trip.
Aji, I wish you good luck. After saying a warm goodbye, Jinhao got directly into the passenger seat of the van, and then Lin Wanner drove towards the west.
Humph. Hypocrisy.
Xin Annie curled her lips in disgust.
She felt that Ren Tianji was simply too hypocritical and extremely hypocritical.
Hearing this, Jinhao turned around and said with a smile, it's better than breaking up.
We were quite hypocritical just now. By the way, do you really not know where your uncle and aunt are?
Oh, my parents have been traveling back and forth across the country. They can still be contacted if there is an internet connection. Who knows where they are now without an internet connection? As she spoke, Xin Annie's little face showed a hint of loneliness. Oh, I hope they are safe. As soon as these words came out, several people in the car fell into silence for a while.
Half an hour later. Lin Wanner drove onto the mountain road. Stop. Jinhao suddenly said. What's wrong? Everyone looked confused.
However, Lin Wanner still stopped the car. After everyone got out of the car, Jinhao took out the Doomsday heavy armored chariot directly from the capsule space, looked at the crowd and said, let's drive this car next.
Wow! What a cool car!
Xin Annie reached out her hand with excitement and gently touched the Doomsday heavy armored tank in front of her.
Okay, let's move things and change cars.
At Qinhao's urging, everyone moved the items from the van into the Doomsday heavy tank, and then drove on.
It was calm along the way.
Except for occasionally seeing a few E-class monsters wandering around, not even a single person could be seen. This situation lasted until dusk. In a gas station next to the highway, a father and daughter who were fighting 7 or 8 zombies came into the sight of several people. This father and daughter were exactly the same father and daughter riding motorcycles that Qinhao had seen in Taihang town before. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the dark sky.
Click rumble just at this moment.
A line of translucent writing appeared in front of the eyes of all humans, undead and monsters on the blue star.
Please note.
The second race of the heavens has obtained the authority of the time and space portal and has begun to enter the battle arena of the heavens. Thank you for your continued support. It will be on the shelves at 12 noon tomorrow, but it will still be updated at night. Because I am very busy recently, I can only update it at the beginning of next month.
I hope everyone will support me.
I know my writing is not good enough, but I will try my best. Thanks to Flawless China for the 100 starting coin reward. Thanks to BookFriends532475 for your February vote launch. First of all, thank you for your continued reading, collection, recommendation, investment, monthly ticket, reward, and every click to read.
It is because of you that I have the opportunity to complete 4 rounds of recommendation. Thank you again.
In fact, I know that my writing is not very good, but I will work hard to improve everything about myself and write a good story. Because I am a little busy at the end of the month, I will still update at night today, and will start to update at the beginning of next month.
I am very sorry. Finally, I shamelessly ask for subscriptions. Thank you very much, subscribe, it was almost an instant. Everyone was wondering what kind of race the new race would be. Would it be like the previous undead race and sweep over the world?
If 2 races appeared to target the human race together, it would really be a cruel war of genocide. Just when everyone was confused, the new races had entered the blue star through millions of spacetime portals, but the number was not too large, only a few 100,000, and not every spacetime portal would have new races. In the portal east of Taihang town, a black figure flashed by, and rushed directly into a group of undead soldiers with a vigorous figure, and started a ruthless killing. 2 arc-shaped moonblades flew up and down among the undead, so fast that only after images were left in the air, and broken limbs were scattered all over the sky. This group of undead soldiers had just walked out of the spacetime portal, and before the team was neatly arranged, they were directly slaughtered by the new race.
Looking for death.
The undead warrior standing by was furious when he saw this scene. He raised the Qinglong Yenyue sword in his hand and rushed over. He swung his hand and cut out an arc of blade light, slashing at the blurry black figure in the crowd.
Hee, the ugly undead clan should all die. Oh, no!
You are a bunch of damned living dead. With a mocking sound, the black figure who was killing jumped high and dodged the arc of blade light. At this time, the black figure in the air also revealed its full appearance. This is a sturdy and strange-looking alien man, with long green hair flowing in the wind, and green lines all over his handsome face. There is a strange light in his dark red pupils. He wears a set of dark black armor on his sturdy body, and holds 2 half-meter-long arc-shaped moon blades in his hands. This is a creature like a dark elf, but they do not belong to the dark elf clan, but to the very rare shadow hunter clan, a natural hunter. The warrior undead seemed to recognize the identity of the shadow hunter, waving the Qinglong Yenyue sword in his hand and rushed over. It turns out to be the notorious shadow hunter clan. Go to hell.
Hee, the reputation of your undead clan doesn't seem to be very good.
The shadow hunter who just fell to the ground from midair directly rushed towards the warrior undead waving the 2 blood blades in his hands.
In an instant,
the 2 fought together, and the cold light was all over the sky. The battle was particularly tragic.
This scene is actually just a small microcosm on the blue planet.
The moment hundreds of thousands of shadow hunters walked out of the portal, they directly launched a ruthless killing. Their target is all the alien races in front of them. Of course, the worst ones are the undead legions surrounding the time and space portal. They are almost the primary target of the shadow hunters. At this time, Qinhao and others who were in the mountainous area naturally did not know the changes that had taken place in the outside world, and they did not know that the newly emerged race of the heavens was the Shadowhunter clan born for killing. It's going to rain heavily soon, so we'll spend the night in the gas station tonight. After looking at the lightning in the sky through the car window, Jinhao said to the people around him. Okay. Lin Wanner nodded and drove the car directly into the gas station. At this time, the father and daughter also killed all the zombies in the gas station. The two stood in place and watched the Doomsday heavy tank slowly driving in, with a trace of fear on their faces, and slowly retreated to an off-road vehicle on the side. After the Doomsday heavy tank entered the gas station, Jean Annie in the car stretched out her hand to open the window and leaned out, showing a cute and innocent smile to the father and daughter. Hello, uncle, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. We are just passing by. It's going to rain soon, so we plan to stay here tonight. As Jean Annie spoke, a flash of lightning flashed across the dark sky again, instantly illuminating half of the sky. Crack boom with a deafening thunder, heavy rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Almost in an instant, the rain curtain blocked the view outside the gas station. Jinhao opened the car door with Jean Annie and the other two and walked down, smiling at the father and daughter next to the SUV. Hello, everyone. Meeting is fate. Don't worry, we are not bad people, and we will not rob you of the supplies in the gas station. You say you are not bad people? I said, meow meow, shut up. The short-haired girl of 18 or 19 years old was stopped by the middle-aged man in black leather jacket beside her before she finished speaking. He looked Jinhao and his companions up and down, then looked at the giant chariot behind them, and then slowly asked. Did you also escape from Jizhou City? Or from other cities? Yes, we came from Taihang Town. Jinhao nodded. I saw you in Taihang Town before, you were riding a motorcycle. By the way, my name is Jinhao. My name is Li Dang. Seeing the kindness on Jinhao's face, Li Dang also put down his vigilance, and pointed to the short-haired girl in black sportswear next to him. This is my daughter, Li Miao Miao. In fact, even if Li Dang continued to be vigilant, it would be useless. Since the people in front of him had a giant tank, their combat power would definitely crush him. Besides, there was no reason for Jinhao in front of him to deceive himself, because there was no need at all. After thinking for a while, Li Dang looked at Jinhao and continued, we just came here a little earlier than you. We can just divide the supplies here equally. Dad, we came first. Li Miao Miao on the side puffed her cheeks and curled her lips with dissatisfaction. We also killed the zombies, why should we share them equally with them? While speaking, she also waved the pink baseball bat in her hand a few times, obviously a little dissatisfied. Don't worry, if it's all yours, then it's all yours. We don't want any of it. Jinhao said with a smile, looking at the aggrieved girl in front of him. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the car. After returning to the car, he looked at Jean Annie, who looked well behaved, and asked with a smile. What do you want to eat tonight, Annie? Canned beef? Canned fruit? Or roast duck? I have rice with toppings, too. I have enough for today. Ah. Jean Annie was slightly stunned, and then a trace of happiness appeared on her cute little face. Brother, I want to eat roast duck. Eat. Eat whatever you want. Jinhao smiled and opened the folding dining table, and began to take out various foods from the capsule space. Fragrant roast duck, canned beef, canned fruit, steaming pork leg rice, several kinds of rice with toppings, etc. Then, he looked at the three people drooling at the dining table, smiled and waved his hand. Eat as much as you want, I have enough for today. Just as the four people were feasting, on the other side. After Li Dang and his daughter walked into the small supermarket at the gas station, they looked at some food on the shelf with a look of joy on their faces. Dad, there are so many things to eat. Li Miao Miao reached out and picked up a pack of biscuits, tore open the package, and ate them in big mouthfuls. Eat more. Li Dang responded with a smile, then walked behind the cashier, reached out to take a pack of cigarettes from the counter, opened it and lit one for himself. After taking a deep puff of the cigarette, he walked to the door, looked at the cold rain outside the gas station, and a trace of confusion appeared on his tired face. Where will be safer in the Doomsday? On the Doomsday heavy tank. Jinhao sat leisurely by the window, eating steaming pork trotter rice while observing the rain outside the gas station. Looking and looking, he suddenly noticed something wrong. There seemed to be some shaking figures in the rain. In order to see more clearly, Jinhao put down the pork trotter rice in his hand, got up and walked out of the car. After getting off the car, he walked to the edge of the gas station, took out a military telescope from the capsule space and looked into the rain. In the sight, a group of indistinct short figures were wandering on the road in the pouring rain, as if they were walking down the hillside. Crack boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the entire night sky in an instant. Jinhao finally saw the appearance of these short figures clearly. They were a group of ugly red-skinned demons holding some rusty weapons in their hands. Crack boom! When the night sky was illuminated by a flash of lightning again, a huge figure suddenly appeared in Jinhao's sight. Thank you for your subscription support. Thanks to Wuxia Huaxia for the 100 starting coins reward. Mountain Monster. Subscribe please. This huge figure suddenly appeared on the road in an instant. Jinhao saw it clearly. It did not exist when the last lightning illuminated the sky. Although the sky was only bright for a moment. But Jinhao still saw the monster's terrifying appearance clearly, and a trace of horror appeared on his handsome face. This is simply a huge meat mountain 10 meters high, and it is a terrifying meat mountain composed of countless broken limbs and arms. Not to mention the facial features, even the most basic limbs are missing. It is just a pile of rotten meat. Evil, twisted, deformed. The body exudes a rotten smell representing death. As the meat mountain continued to wriggle, those broken limbs and arms, and heads with distorted faces also rolled up and spread a wisp of gray mist. These broken limbs and arms, heads and bodies, and internal organs are not only human, but also some belong to unknown creatures. Strange shapes, all kinds of things. Although there were hundreds of meters between them, Jinhao could still smell a rotten and foul smell that made his stomach churn. Crack boom! The night sky was illuminated by a flash of lightning again. Taking this opportunity, Jinhao found through the military telescope in his hand that the huge meat mountain monster was devouring those red little demons. The rotten meat mountain that kept changing its shape directly swallowed the red little demons into its body. Those red little demons, who were frightened and stunned, standing there, had no power to resist. One by one, they were swept into the rolling meat mountain and became part of the terrifying meat mountain. Then, this deformed monster like a meat mountain began to slowly crawl towards the gas station. What the hell is this? It looks too abstract. It must be said that Jinhao was indeed shocked by this terrifying meat mountain monster, so much so that he fell into a brief state of unconsciousness just now. He had never seen a monster like this before, even on the internet. This monster looked more than just an abstraction. It was just a pile of rotten meat. However, although he didn't understand what kind of monster this horrible meat mountain made up of broken limbs and arms was, there was no doubt that it was at least a sea-level monster. It represented honor points, loot with a chance of dropping, and green evolution crystals. All of these were what Jinhao needed at the moment. When the twisted and terrifying meat mountain monster was about 100 meters away from the gas station, Jinhao took out the anti-aircraft gun from the capsule space and began to adjust the angle of the muzzle. Others were also attracted by the movement, looking at the huge figure in the rain, with a look of shock on their faces. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this black thing? Is it a giant? Ha! It stinks, a rotten stench. Ugh, this must not be an ordinary monster. At least it is above level C, it is really too big. In the dark rain curtain, everyone did not see the true appearance of the meat mountain monster clearly, but just the vague figure made everyone shocked. It was simply too big. Kacha boom! Lightning illuminated the night sky in an instant. Everyone finally saw the true appearance of the meat mountain monster clearly. Just one look made people feel cold all over, their hair stood up, and they fell into fear. Bang bang bang! At this moment, Jinhao also pressed the launch button of the anti-aircraft gun, and high-explosive incendiary bombs burst out and shot at the terrifying meat mountain monster. Boom 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 boom! One after another, the shells instantly hit the body of the meat mountain monster, causing a violent explosion, and a raging flame burned on its body, illuminating the night. With a series of violent explosions, the broken limbs on the body of the meat mountain monster were also blown into the sky, flying all over the sky. But that was all. Because the gray mist that permeated the meat mountain monster suddenly changed into the shape of tentacles, pulling the flying broken limbs back. Even the raging flames on its body were extinguished silently by the gray mist surrounding it. While the anti-aircraft gun was bombing, the Meat Mountain monster used the tentacles formed by the gray mist to pull back the broken limbs that were blown away.
Oh my god, it can be like this? This is simply cheating.
Seeing this scene, Shinhao was directly confused. It turned out that his shells were useless?
Since it doesn't work, why bother hitting it?
At this time, the distance between the two sides was only a few dozen meters. After Li Deng looked at the Meat Mountain monster with horror, he couldn't help but look at Shinhao beside him, and said anxiously, "Even the shells can't kill it, why don't we run away quickly?" As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Li Miao Miao beside him and slowly retreated.
He didn't want to die here.
The terrifying Meat Mountain monster in front of him was not something that humans could kill at all.
If you want to run, run quickly. I didn't stop you.
Shinhao turned back and glared at Li Deng with an impatient look, then looked at Qin Annie and Zhao Zifeng beside him. "You try to see if magic can cause effective damage to it." Okay, Qin Annie nodded obediently, then raised her hands and waved them at the Meat Mountain monster. 2-meter-high lava columns suddenly emerged from the ground and pierced into the body of the Meat Mountain monster, exploding into balls of magma inside its body. Zhao Zifeng, who was standing by, also nodded to Shinhao, then raised his hands and waved them at the Meat Mountain monster, as fast as a seal.
Almost in an instant.
Everyone felt that the temperature around them began to drop rapidly, and the rain in the sky also condensed into frost in an instant, flying towards the body of the Meat Mountain monster.
In an instant, the Meat Mountain monster was frozen into an ice sculpture by the frost in the sky.
It must be said that this kind of weather is simply Zhao Zifeng's home court, which greatly increases her talent ability. Seeing this scene, Qin Annie happily jumped up from the ground, and then hugged Zhao Zifeng tightly. "So cool, sister phone, you were so awesome." How is this possible? Looking at the Meat Mountain monster frozen into an ice sculpture, Li Deng and Li Miao Miao also stopped in shock. This scene was so shocking.
Ha! No!
Lin Wanner suddenly frowned and raised her hand to point at the ice sculpture in the dark. "Look." Crack crack crack. When everyone looked, the Meat Mountain monster frozen into an ice sculpture had already appeared dense cracks on its body, countless ice chips fell down, and streams of gray mist spread out along the gaps.
In just a few seconds, the Meat Mountain monster escaped from the ice sculpture.
At this time, it was only less than 20 meters away from the gas station.
"Brother, what should we do now?"
Looking at the Meat Mountain monster approaching slowly, Qin Annie's cute little face showed a trace of fear. Not only her, but also the faces of several other people also showed a trace of fear.
This Meat Mountain monster is simply too terrifying. It is not afraid of physical attacks, nor is it afraid of magic attacks, or is it that the attack power of several people is not strong enough? I don't believe it. You all go back to the car, I will go to meet it.
Shinhao directly put on the biological armor, conjured a black spear in his hand, and flew directly towards the Meat Mountain monster that was close at hand.
Thank you for your subscription support _angle_. Thank you.
Shadow Dragon S January ticket support. Thank you Mountain, please read later. Ahow, be careful, stay safe. Brother, stay safe.
Shinhao, stay safe.
After the three women shouted at Shinhao who was flying out, they turned around and ran into the Doomsday heavy tank. Li Deng and Li Miao Miao beside them also hid in the small supermarket at the gas station.
In a flash,
Shinhao had already flown above the head of the Meat Mountain monster. Before he took action just now, he used Fade Him to give himself a layer of buff status.
Congratulations!
You have obtained the buff status, Holy Light Praise, duration of 1 hour, effect, the sacred light will restrain all evil creatures. You will be immune to all damage from evil creatures. This is also Shinhao's confidence, otherwise he would have escaped long ago. After all, this Meat Mountain monster is too evil. Go to hell! With a loud shout, Shinhao clenched the black spear with both hands and crashed directly into the top of the Meat Mountain monster's head. Zizizizi. The moment his body touched the gray mist, a layer of dazzling colorful holy light appeared on Shinhao's body, covering him. The gray mist around him was like snow in the hot sun, and it dissipated in an instant. Puff Shinhao, who was covered in holy light, was like a dazzling sun, holding a black spear and plunging into the body of the Meat Mountain monster. Zizizizi, the body of the meat mountain monster was constantly eroded by the colorful holy light on Qinhao's body, and those tumbling limbs and arms melted like candles and dissipated in the air. It turns out that every monster has its own weakness. As long as you find the weakness, you can kill it quickly. Looking at the meat mountain monster that was constantly emitting painful howls, Qinhao showed a happy smile on his handsome face. As he continued to rush around in the body of the meat mountain monster, the body of the meat mountain monster was getting smaller little by little. At this moment, Qinhao was like a hot iron ball that fell into the snow, constantly melting the body of the meat mountain monster. Oh my god, how come my brother has become full of holy light? He looks like a holy angel now. This is so cool. Looking at the colorful figures rushing in the meat mountain monster, Qinani's big eyes kept flashing little stars, and her cute little face was full of admiration. Great! Great! Looking at Qinhao, who was showing his power, Zhao Zifeng was also excited, and couldn't help but give Qinani a warm hug. He is really amazing. Even the cold and arrogant sister Lin Wanner on the side was excited and couldn't help clenching her fists. Oh my god! Are these people all monsters? Why are they more powerful than each other? Are they all awakened S-level talents? Looking at Qinhao, who was like a dazzling star in the sky, Li Deng's mood can no longer be described as shocking. You have to know that he has only awakened a C-level, burning blood, which has made him kill zombies as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Dad, this Qinhao, he is really awesome. Li Miaomiao, who was standing aside, looked at Qinhao not far away, and a trace of admiration appeared in her big eyes. The strong are always the object of everyone's admiration. He is really awesome. Looking at the gradually shrinking meat mountain monster, Li Deng nodded in agreement. As time went by, the 10-meter-high behemoth was finally worn down by Qinhao bit by bit to the size of a car. Pa, it's really hard to deal with. It must be said that this meat mountain monster is really too weird. Not only is it highly defensive and blood-thick, it is also very resistant to beating. Ordinary physical damage and magic damage can't cause any effective damage to it. This is because Qinhao happened to get the buff state of Holy Light Praise, which just restrained the buff state of all evil creatures and was immune to all evil damage. If it were someone else, there would be no other way except to turn around and run away. Zizizizi, as the broken limbs of the meat mountain monster continued to disappear, its original appearance was finally revealed. This turned out to be a mysterious creature like a blood monkey without skin, only 1 meter tall and thin. Not only was it covered in blood, but it also looked hideous and ugly. Without the protection of the meat mountain shell, the blood monkey seemed to be afraid, and a trace of fear appeared on its hideous and ugly face. Die! Bastard! Just when the blood monkey wanted to turn around and run away, Qinhao directly stretched out his right hand emitting colorful holy light, pinched its neck tightly, and lifted it in the air. Zizizizi ajihoinging, help, I was wrong, garula jijijiji. The blood monkey, whose neck was tightly pinched by Qinhao, had a painful look on his face, wailing constantly, making all kinds of begging sounds from his mouth. No one knew where he learned these sounds. Its thin body was constantly eroded by the colorful holy light, and its flesh and blood disappeared bit by bit as if it was splashed with sulfuric acid. Don't say whimpering, it's useless for you to call Dad today. You must die. Looking at the blood monkey begging for mercy in various languages, Qinhao showed a sneer on his face, and the strength in his hands became stronger. He watched the blood monkey in his hand howl in pain and turn into nothingness bit by bit. Papa, a green treasure chest and a green evolution crystal fell to the ground. Congratulations! You successfully killed the sea-level special monster, Flesh Devourer Meat Mountain. You have obtained 100 honor points. It's so powerful that it's just a sea-level special monster, it's outrageous. After pouting with some disappointment, Qinhao put the green treasure chest and green evolution crystal on the ground into the capsule space. But if you think about it carefully, the sea-level special monster is not that powerful. It is not really immune to magic and physical damage. It should be a monster belonging to the evil camp. Its weakness is also outrageous, that is, it is afraid of all sacred damage. This should be the so-called one thing subdues another. Since the evil camp has appeared, there must be a sacred camp, as well as some other camps. It seems that all this has just begun. Looking at the rain curtain around him, Jinhao's face showed a trace of thought. He felt that there might be various races of the heavens in the future. And, what kind of race was the second race of the heavens that appeared before? It seems that this battlefield of the heavens is not just talk. In the end, it is probably a battle of hundreds of races, or even thousands of races, on the blue planet. While thinking, Jinhao flew back to the gas station directly and put away the biological armor on his body. Even the colorful holy light outside his body dimmed after the blood monkey dissipated. "Brother, you were so cool just now." Qin Annie rushed over excitedly after seeing Jinhao. However, Zhao Zifeng ran faster than her, rushed into Jinhao's arms before her, and stretched out his hands to hug Jinhao tightly. "Ah Hao, you are great. Hey, you are not ashamed." Looking at the two people who were sticking together, Qin Annie pouted with disgust, turned around and walked towards Lin Wanner on the side. "Sister Wanner, I will help you change the medicine." "Okay." Lin Wanner smiled and nodded, stretched out her hand and pulled Qin Annie back to the car. Jinhao spent some time with Zhao Zifeng, and the two of them returned to the car hand in hand, talking and laughing. At this time, Qin Annie also helped Lin Wanner change the medicine and bandages, and the two were chatting. In the following time, everyone ate some more, chatted for a while, and then went into the rest cabin to rest. The rest cabin is actually just 2 bunk beds, just 1 bunk for each person. With outsiders around, Jinhao and Zhao Zifeng naturally couldn't get into the same bed. At midnight, Jinhao woke up on time. This time he was not woken up by the alarm of his watch. After several days in a row, he had formed a biological clock. After taking a look at the 3 people who were sleeping soundly, he put on his clothes directly and came to the cockpit in front. There were a total of 6 seats in the cockpit. After finding a seat by the window and sitting down, he summoned the silver metal box directly, ready to start a new day of 10 consecutive draws. After a little thought, he released Ode to Destiny, and put on a layer of gain state for himself. But it was a pity. It's not a lucky aura, it's just a speed aura. However, he still prayed in his heart. "I hope the goddess of luck will bless me and let me get a powerful magic power, and don't give me weird abstract rewards again." After praying, Jinhao started to draw 10 times in a row. Today there are 3 chapters with 7,500 words. I hope everyone will support me. Thank you. Thank you 08 for the January ticket and 2,000 starting coins. Thank you for your support, Fair Duel, please read later, congratulations. You have obtained a box of cream puffs, 1 kilogram, smooth taste, rich milky aroma, evaluation, this cream puff, is it serious? Congratulations. You have obtained 1 million boxes of small umbrellas, evaluation, with it, you can completely let yourself go, bio, congratulations. You have obtained the Imperial Seal, appointed by heaven, long life and prosperity, effect unknown, evaluation, the most important weapon of the country. Dragon Soul. Orthodox. Unique. Congratulations. You have obtained the SS level concept system ability, Fair Duel. Fair Duel. Effect, you can choose a target for a fair duel. During the duel, you will be immune to all damage except the other party, and you cannot hurt others. If one party fails or admits defeat, you can leave the duel state. Duel rules, there are no rules and restrictions. Both parties can voluntarily negotiate and customize the duel rules. Evaluation, young man, you must be looking forward to a fair duel. Congratulations. You have obtained a unique special concept ability, the Quilt Field. I don't know since when, there is a saying in the world that it is absolutely safe to hide in the quilt, /blocking the road, subscription request, I'm going to do morning exercises with your sister phone, is that not okay? After rolling his eyes at Qin Annie, Jinhao pulled the shy Zhao Zifeng to sit down at the dining table and began to take out various foods from the capsule space for breakfast. Go and call your sister Wanner to come for dinner. Oh. Qin Annie nodded thoughtfully, and at the same time glanced at Zhao Zifeng's legs. She always felt that Zhao Zifeng's walking posture seemed a little unnatural. Zhao Zifeng also felt Qin Annie's curious gaze, and his cute face became like a red apple. He buried his head directly on the dining table, and reached out under the table to pinch Chin Hao's thigh hard. It's all your fault. I don't know where you got all that energy from. This is my savings that I've worked so hard to accumulate for 18 years. I've already given it to you. Chin Hao, who was pinched hard, didn't feel the pain. He smiled and opened a box of canned fruit and placed it in front of Zhao Zifeng. Eat it quickly to replenish your body. Yeah. Zhao Zifeng nodded, lowered his head, and ate it in small bites. Just then, Lin Wanner and Qin Annie walked out of the rest cabin together and greeted Qin Hao and Zhao Zifeng. Good morning. Good morning. Qin Hao smiled and nodded, then pointed to the food on the table. Eat quickly, and we'll continue to set off after dinner. Okay. Lin Wanner nodded, sat down, and asked casually, I seemed to hear some movement outside the car last night. Brother, I seemed to hear it last night too. Qin Annie, who had just sat down, also nodded in agreement. No sound, you heard it wrong. Hurry up and eat, don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping. Qin Hao tapped the table with his fingers with a stern face, then lowered his head and started eating. Zhao Zifeng, who was eating canned fruit, was about to throw her red cheeks into the can. She really couldn't help it last night. The sound seemed a little too loud and penetrating. However, that feeling was really too fascinating. It was just like Schwanger's mother opened the door for Schwanger. At this moment, Qin Annie and Lin Wanner also reacted belatedly and understood what the sound was last night. While eating breakfast, they looked at Zhao Zifeng with a smile, especially Qin Annie, whose eyes stayed on her legs. In the awkward atmosphere, the four finally finished breakfast. After cleaning up, it was already past 8 in the morning. Lin Wanner drove slowly out of the gas station and continued to drive west along the road. As for Li Deng and his daughter, they had already left in advance in an off-road vehicle full of supplies while Qin Hao and the others were having breakfast. In the morning, there were basically no accidents. On the way, Qin Hao also began to learn to drive under the guidance of Lin Wanner. In fact, this Doomsday heavy tank is very easy to drive, because it has an assisted driving function and is easy to use. In just one morning, Qin Hao can drive skillfully. Of course, he didn't drive too fast, just 70 or 80 miles per hour. Zhao Zifeng and the other two were not idle either. Qin Hao gave her and Qin Annie an AK-47 automatic rifle and 200 rounds of ammunition each. Let the three of them practice live ammunition against the wandering monsters, and earn honor points at the same time. As for the next destination, Qin Hao also had some ideas in his mind, that is, to cross the Taihang Mountains, go to Jinzhou in the west to see the situation, and then continue to go west. He planned to take a global trip. Anyway, monsters and aliens are everywhere, just kill them all the way. At noon, Qin Hao drove the car into a gas station on the side of the road, where he met Li Deng and his daughter again. The two were searching for supplies in the small supermarket at the gas station. After seeing the Doomsday heavy tank slowly driving in, they walked out. Qin Hao opened the car window and greeted the two with a smile. Hello, what a coincidence, we meet again. What a coincidence. Li Deng nodded with a smile, raised his hand and threw a pack of sandwich biscuits to Qin Hao. Have a pack. Thank you. Qin Hao caught the sandwich biscuits and then threw back a box of canned beef. I'll give you a box of canned beef to try. We'll leave first, I wish you good luck. After catching the canned beef, Li Deng smiled and waved, and then drove away with Li Miaomiao. Qin Hao and his friends had lunch. Just when they finished their meal and were ready to continue their journey, Li Deng drove back to the gas station. After stopping the car, he rolled down the window, looked at Qin Hao with horror, and said, there is a time-space portal about 10 kilometers away, blocking the middle of the road, and there is a legion of undead around it, at least hundreds of undead. Hearing Li Deng's words, Qin Hao showed a hint of excitement on his face. Is there such a good thing? Then I have to go and take a look. But, Li Deng was about to say something, but he didn't say it after all. Based on the combat effectiveness shown by these people last night, hundreds of undead don't seem to be a big deal. Looking at the Doomsday heavy tank driving out of the gas station, Li Miaomiao said with envy, Dad, when can we become so powerful? Li Deng lit a cigarette, took a puff, looked at her, and said with a smile, Miao Miao, there are only a handful of people like them after all.
The B-level power you awakened is already very powerful. Okay.
Li Meow Meow pouted, and then suddenly pointed to the wilderness with an excited look. Look, a group of skeleton monsters have spawned there.
Then what are you waiting for? This is honor.
Li Deng threw away the cigarette butts in his hand and rushed over with 2 watermelon knives. Li Meow Meow followed closely, carrying a pink baseball bat, with a look of excitement on her face.
The other side.
Xin Hao and others also saw the time and space portal erected in the middle of the road, as well as the undead army of hundreds of people. After a sudden break, the car stopped. Xin Hao turned around and looked at Zhao Zifeng and the others with a smile. Let's do whatever we want.
Whoever gets it belongs to whom, but don't be impatient. After saying that, he looked at Lin Wanner sitting on the seat next to him. How is your recovery going? Are you okay? It's no problem. He's fully recovered and it won't affect the battle. Lin Wanner smiled and shook her head, indicating that she was fine.
At this moment, the undead army had been alarmed, and under the leadership of the General Undead and the 4 warrior undead, they launched a charge here. As 400 to 500 undead were running, the ground began to tremble.
Start the war.
Xin Hao waved his hand suddenly, opened the car door and rushed out. The moment he rushed out, the biological armor covered his whole body. In the first moment, he flew towards the leading general, undead. Following closely behind was Lin Wanner, holding a black tang knife in one hand and rushing towards the undead army as fast as the wind.
You guys are so shameless that you actually ran away.
Xin Annie, who was a step slower, stamped her feet angrily, and then followed up with her short legs. On the way, she kept waving her hands to summon lava pillars among the undead army. Zhao Zifeng, who was walking at the end, calmly stepped out of the car, raised his hand and waved at the undead army a few hundred meters away. In an instant, dozens of ice spikes condensed in the air and shot towards the undead army at high speed.
A killing began.
Subscribe. Xin Hao, who was leading the way, held a black spear in his hand and rushed out hundreds of meters in an instant, stabbing at the black armored warrior spirit with double hammers in his hands.
Ding, nothing special.
The warrior spirit riding on the undead warhorse raised the double hammers in his hands with a look of contempt, and used his clever strength to dissolve the black spear that was stabbing in the face. In its view, the black-armored human race in front of it, apart from looking a little bluffing, had no martial arts skills at all, and had no rules at all.
Call me daddy.
Although Xin Hao did not understand martial arts, he had the strong control ability of the concept system, which was much more powerful than martial arts. At the moment when the black spear in his hand was picked up by the double hammers, he directly used the ability on the warrior spirit in front of him. Since he obtained the ability of, Call Me Daddy, he has tried it many times without success, and no one can resist it, so they all have to call me Daddy honestly. The warrior undead holding the double hammers was no exception. He was stunned for a moment, and then shouted to Xin Hao respectfully.
Dad! Good son, you are so obedient.
At the moment of activating the supernatural power, Xin Hao took out a sniper rifle from the capsule space. When the warrior undead shouted Dad, he had already put the muzzle on its pale forehead and pulled the trigger. Bang! A high explosive armor-piercing bullet directly penetrated the forehead of the warrior undead, and instantly exploded in its brain, blowing its brain into a ball of paste.
All this actually happened in just a moment.
At this moment, Lin Wanner, holding the double swords, had just rushed to Xin Hao's side, and the 4 strong undeads had just caught up with the warrior undead. At the moment when the warrior undead fell off the warhorse, Lin Wanner directly waved the double swords and slashed at one of the strong undeads. In an instant, the sword lights flew around the dead warriors, making people dazzled. Lin Wanner's speed was so fast that only a series of afterimages were left.
At this moment,
a 2-meter-high lava column suddenly emerged from the ground and pierced into the body of another dead warrior, instantly exploding into a ball of high-temperature magma. The terrifying magma directly ignited the dead warriors from the inside out, turning it into a large ball of blazing flames. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 3 ice spikes came first and pierced into the head of the dead warrior next to it like sharp arrows, freezing its head into a lump of ice almost instantly.
The remaining one is mine.
Xin Hao had just put a white treasure chest that fell on the ground into the capsule space, and found that 3 of the 4 dead warriors had been robbed, and he rushed to the last dead warrior. While running, he directly used the SS-level concept system ability he had just acquired, Fair Duel. Almost at the moment of selecting the target, a strange wave enveloped him and the wrestler undead in front of him. Lines of translucent handwriting flashed before their eyes. Fair Duel has begun, Shinhao vs Wrestler Undead. Based on the status of both sides, the rules of this competition are a fight to the death. Roar. The wrestler undead let out a deafening roar, and directly swung two big hammers at Shinhao in front of him. Call Daddy. Shinhao slid to avoid the two hammers that came at him, and launched the "You Call Daddy" ability at the wrestler undead with a mean look on his face, and stabbed the black spear in his hand at its lower three rods, accurately hitting the abdomen. Dad. After being shot in the abdomen, the poor wrestler undead maintained the posture of swinging the two hammers, bowed his head respectfully and called Daddy. Whoosh! At the same time, the biological cannon on Shinhao's shoulder fired a green light at the head of the Hercules undead. Zizizizi! A large area of the Hercules undead's head was corroded in an instant. Shinhao took this opportunity to slide past the Hercules undead's legs, stood up directly with the help of the black wings, and activated the supernatural power. I bet you will fall down soon. Again bang! The Hercules undead, who was confused, tripped over his left foot and right foot, and fell flat on his face. At this moment, he had begun to fall into deep self-doubt. It didn't understand why he suddenly called this human dad and then tripped over his left foot and right foot to fall flat on his face. This is simply too unreasonable. However, before it could figure out what was going on, it heard a light sound in its ears, and then it saw its grandmother waving at it. Then, it followed its grandmother, and at the same time, it was a little confused. How could this guy with a big hole on his forehead look exactly like him? How strange. Bah! Not even a hair fell off, poor bastard. After spitting at the headshot dead warrior on the ground, Shinhao flew into the sky and aimed the muzzle of his sniper rifle at a black-robed dead warrior hiding behind the dead warriors. At this time, the other three dead warriors were also killed by Zhao Zifeng and the other three, and each of them exploded a white treasure chest and a white evolution crystal. It must be said that these three people were very lucky. Just as the three rushed into the dead warriors to kill, Shinhao also pulled the trigger at a black-robed dead warrior. Bang! A high-explosive armor-piercing bullet was fired instantly. However, just when the bullet was about to hit the black-robed undead, something strange happened. A black figure suddenly appeared behind the black-robed undead, and with it appeared several murderous cold rays. Swish swish swish! The black robe covering the black-robed undead instantly broke into pieces, and its ugly head that looked like a skull also broke into pieces. And at this moment, the high-explosive armor-piercing bullet fired by Shinhao finally arrived, piercing through the headless body of the black-robed undead and shooting into the ground. As for the black figure, it had disappeared long ago, as if it had entered a stealth state. Seeing this, Shinhao directly warned the other three people. Everyone be careful, there are other creatures here besides the undead, and they can be invisible. In fact, Shinhao didn't need to speak, the other three people also noticed the scene just now. And in this short moment, another black-robed undead was instantly killed by the black figure in stealth state. The remaining 8 black-robed undead gathered together in horror, and summoned a grey energy shield together. Is it a monster? Or the second race of the heavens? With a puzzled look on his face, Shinhao took out an explosive grenade and threw it at the black-robed undead hundreds of meters away. With his current physical fitness, he can easily throw the grenade hundreds of meters away. Not to mention hitting wherever you point, that's almost enough. Boom! At the moment the grenade exploded, Shinhao threw out 4 or 5 explosive grenades in succession. Boom boom boom! The flying shrapnel covered the large area. The black-robed undead covered by the grey protective shield was still safe and sound, and the ugly face hidden under the black robe even showed a hint of mockery. However, the black figure in stealth was forced out by the power of the grenade explosion. This figure is exactly the Shadow Hunter clan. The moment he appeared, he waved the 2 moon blades in his hands and rushed into the undead legion in front of him, aiming at Shinhao on the other side of the undead legion. Is this the second race of the heavens? Looking at the strange man wearing dark armor, long green hair, agile figure, and holding double blades among the undead soldiers, Shinhao understood. He didn't think that this green-haired man would be a monster. With his very cool clothes, he was definitely one of the races in the heavens. Qin Hao was not panicked by the oncoming shadow hunter, because he was not stupid enough to fight him in close combat. Instead, he took the lead in throwing a series of big jokes at him. Thanks to Zero Ada for the 100 rewards, thanks to Prince Mobai for the 1-month ticket. Moral principles. Subscribe, a series of funny expressions with a 1-meter radius, lined up in a long line, like a funny dragon, flying towards the shadow hunter among the undead soldiers. What kind of talent is this? It looks so. Looking at the series of big funny expressions coming towards him, the running shadow hunter was shocked and couldn't think of an exact adjective to describe these funny expressions. He had never seen such a strange talent, and the face of the sly expression made people want to tear it into pieces. But he didn't dare to act rashly. Who knows what the effect of this sly talent is? It would be bad if he got hit by it. At the critical moment, he directly made a double jump, jumped into the air to avoid these funny expressions, and then entered the stealth state. A series of funny expressions hit the ground directly, shattered into countless yellow fragments, and then dissipated. The shadow hunter in mid-air accelerated and moved sideways, waving 2 moon blades and rushing towards Qin Hao, who was dozens of meters away. In order to prevent the shadow hunter from suddenly attacking Zhao Zifeng and the others, Qin Hao directly used Fair Duel. Fair Duel has been started. Qin Hao, Blue Star Human, vs Gelbert, Shadow Hunter. The two camps are judged to be in opposition and full of murderous intent. The rules of this duel are a fight to the death. Looking at the series of translucent words that flashed in front of him, Gelbert's face was slightly stunned, and then instantly recovered. He is a member of the Shadow Hunter clan, an elite figure among the younger generation, born to kill, and naturally he is not afraid of a fight to the death. After a short period of hovering in the air, he appeared and landed on the ground, then used the double jump again, waving the 2 moon blades in his hands and slashing at Qin Hao in mid-air. Ode to Destiny, you have gained a buff, Agility Aura. Your agility has doubled. After applying a buff to himself in an instant, Qin Hao raised his altitude again and fired a shot at Gelbert, whose figure was constantly flashing, with his biological shoulder cannon. Whoosh! A green light instantly shot at Gelbert in the air. But it was a pity. Gelbert waved 2 moon blades and moved sideways to avoid the green light. If you have the guts, come down and have a fair fight with me. Looking at Qin Hao, who rose dozens of meters in an instant, Gelbert, who was powerless afterwards, gnashed his teeth in anger and fell to the ground with an angry face. He could not fly and could only use a double jump to fly in the air for a short time. After landing on the ground, Gelbert was furious and waved the 2 moon blades in his hands directly, slashing at an undead soldier on the side. However, the sharp moonblade seemed to have entered another dimension when it passed through the undead soldier, and did not touch the undead soldier's body. Gilbert was confused by this result and fell into a brief state of unconsciousness. Why is this? What is going on? Humph. It must be the work of this human named Qin Hao. Almost in an instant, Gilbert figured out the key point. And at this moment, his hair suddenly stood up and he felt a threat of death. Without any hesitation, he rolled sideways to avoid it. Bang! A high explosive armor-piercing bullet directly brushed his body and shot into the ground, splashing cement debris all over the ground. Ding ding ding! 3 explosive grenades fell from the sky and exploded one after another next to Gilbert. Boom boom boom! The dark armor on Gilbert's body flashed a black light, resisting the damage caused by the explosion, but was still blown away by the shockwave. But he was just blown away, and did not suffer any substantial damage. Boom boom boom! Before the embarrassed Gelbert could react, 3 more explosive grenades fell from the sky and exploded instantly. Qin Hao, if you have the guts, come down and fight me squarely. Don't use these conspiracies and tricks. They are useless to me. Gelbert, who was blown away by the explosion again, was completely furious. He jumped directly into the air with a double jump, roared with a furious face, and threw the 2 moon blades in his hands at Qin Hao in the sky. Swish swish! 2 arc-shaped moon blades more than 1 meter long, spinning at high speed, slashed at Qin Hao in the sky at high speed. Damn! Do you think I'm stupid? Why should I fight you in close combat? You idiot! After dodging the 2 flying moon blades with a sideways move, Qin Hao raised his middle finger to Gelbert below with a look of contempt, and threw a series of big jokes again. You, sinister villain. Humph.
Gelbert didn't dare to touch those mean and funny expressions. He always felt that these things were a bit weird, and they might be some very strange talents. After a horizontal double jump, he reached out to take the two falling moon blades, and directly entered the stealth state and disappeared. At this moment, Zhao Zifeng and the other two were still killing ruthlessly among the undead soldiers. These E-level undead soldiers were no match for them at all, and were simply vulnerable. Qin Hao was not very interested in these E-level undead soldiers, so he left all 300 to 400 undead soldiers to Zhao Zifeng and the others. After all, when he eats meat, he always leaves a mouthful of soup for others to drink. You can't be too selfish as a person. Moreover, this shadow hunter who suddenly appeared and snatched his head was even more attractive to him. However, after being bombarded by grenades, Gelbert directly entered the stealth state without intending to come out. Even after Qin Hao threw a few more explosive grenades, he still couldn't force him out of the stealth state, and he didn't know where he was hiding. What? Are you scared now? Are you scared? Come out if you can, don't hide. Come on, Gelbert, come out and let us fight openly. I don't need grenades or sniper rifles, and you don't need to hide in stealth mode. Do you dare? You're not a coward, are you? Or are all the shadow hunters as cowardly as you are? Then why are you participating in the great chaos? Just go home and plant sweet potatoes. Amidst Qin Hao's taunts, Gelbert, who had entered the stealth state and was hiding in the dark, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He broke out of the stealth state and looked at Qin Hao in midair with an angry look on his face. That's enough. We, the shadow hunters, are all the greatest killers. How can you, a human race, blaspheme us? I accept your challenge. Let's have an upright battle with our own glory. As you wish. Qin Hao smiled and fell from the air, arriving 4 or 5 meters opposite Gelbert. Kill! With a loud shout, Gelbert brandished 2 moon blades and rushed towards Qin Hao. Call Daddy. A sunny smile appeared on Qin Hao's handsome face, and he slowly raised his middle finger to Gelbert. The angry Gelbert immediately came to a sudden stop, stopped suddenly, looked at Qin Hao involuntarily, and shouted respectfully. Dad! After shouting, Gelbert's face turned into the color of pig liver, and he yelled furiously. Qin Hao! You don't have martial ethics. I'll beat your grandmother's legs, a rebellious son. Subscribe please, oh my. Oh my, you know the quintessence of Chinese? Qin Hao was slightly stunned, and then he reacted instantly. This should be the translation system of the heavens and the worlds that translated the language of the shadow hunters into Chinese. At the moment when the furious Gilbert swung the moonblade, Qin Hao smiled and said a word that was enough to drive Gilbert crazy. Call Dad. Dad. Just after shouting, Gilbert, who was confused, had a lot of question marks in his mind. I bet you will fall down soon. Gilbert, who was confused, tripped with his left foot and his right foot, and fell flat on his face. After falling down, he shouted wildly in his heart. How can I fight this? How can I fight? What the hell can I do? This Qin Hao is a devil. Too weird. However, he still jumped up from the ground with a carp jump, and then heard a crazy word. I bet you'll fall down soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Gilbert watched his left foot trip over his right foot and fell on his back again. Wow! Call Daddy. Dad! After shouting Dad uncontrollably, Gilbert jumped up from the ground again and shouted loudly with a look of rage. Don't use this trick if you have the ability. But I don't know anything else. Qin Hao spread his hands helplessly, and then smiled happily, so you should continue to call Daddy. Dad! Gilbert felt that he was going crazy now. He didn't want to shout it out in his heart, but he shouted it out uncontrollably. This is so shameful. In a rage, he threw the 2 moon blades in his hand directly at Qin Hao. Cunning human race, go to hell. TSK, you are such a rebellious son. Qin Hao dodged sideways and dodged 2 rotating moon blades, then rushed towards Gelbert with a black spear in his hand. Rebellious son, take a shot from your father first. So you don't know any martial arts at all? Looking at Qin Hao's random shot,
Gelbert's weird face showed a hint of mockery. He suddenly felt that he was good again. He dodged sideways directly, then reached out and took out 2 short daggers from his waist and stabbed Xin Hao's neck.
Then I am also someone who can make you call me daddy. Just call me daddy honestly.
Xin Hao, who had obtained the agility aura, easily dodged the 2 daggers stabbing at his neck, and at the same time, the black spear in his hand instantly evolved into a black whip and rolled towards Gelbert's neck.
Dad!
Gelbert, who was controlled by the superpower, called out Dad respectfully, and his neck was tightly entangled by the black whip. Before he could break free, Xin Hao used the superpower, Call Dad, again to control him firmly in place, and at the same time, he used his other hand to transform a black pistol, stabbed it into his right eye socket, and stirred it fiercely. Gelbert, whose brain was stirred into a paste, died in an instant, lost his life signs, and died like hell. I thought you were so awesome, but I didn't expect that you would still die after your brain was smashed. Looking at Gelbert, who fell down with his eyes wide open, Xin Hao's handsome face showed a trace of disdain. At this moment, 2 moon blades circled back from the sky and fell on Gelbert's body.
This weapon looks so cool.
Xin Hao was about to reach out and pick up the 2 moon blades, but suddenly found that the 2 moon blades, along with Gelbert's body, gradually turned into nothingness and finally dissipated in the air. Only a white evolution crystal and a white treasure chest were left on the spot.
Congratulations!
You successfully killed the D+ level Shadow Hunter, Gelbert. You got 20 honor points, D+ level? Is it a little stronger than D level? A little weaker than C level? After putting away the white treasure chest and white evolution crystal on the ground, Xin Hao muttered with a puzzled look. To be honest, he felt that Gelbert himself was not that powerful just now, mainly because it was annoying to enter the stealth state. This should be a race that likes to make sneak attacks. Of course, this is for other people. For Xin Hao, it is not too easy to force Gelbert out of the stealth state. Just now, he just wanted to play with this Gelbert and wait for Zhao Zifeng and others to hunt the undead soldiers. Otherwise, just use Call Daddy to perform unlimited strong control, and you can take it away in one wave. As for the double S level, fair duel, Xin Hao also had some understanding in his mind. After selecting the target, this ability will give the best duel rules based on the enemy and friend status of both parties, and can also change the duel rules by itself. As for the sentence, both parties can voluntarily negotiate and customize the rules. This sentence is a nonsense to deceive people, because the initiator of the duel has the right to directly change the duel rules. At this time, the undead soldiers had been killed by Zhao Zifeng and others, and there were not many left. After Xin Hao gave a thumbs up to the 3 women who were killing crazily, he looked at the grey protective shield not far away, or to be more precise, the 8 black-robed undead inside.
Next, it's your turn.
Xin Hao actually had a headache about this tortoiseshell-like grey protective shield, mainly because he didn't know how to break it. These ugly black-robed undead seemed to only summon energy protective shields, and had no other means of attack, and their own strength was also vulnerable.
After thinking for a while,
Xin Hao finally planned to give these 8 black-robed undead hiding in the grey protective shield a rap version of Call Daddy, to see how it works first. After taking a deep breath, he put one hand on his waist and used the other hand to point to the 8 black-robed undead in the grey protective shield with a mocking look on their faces. Call Daddy, Call Daddy, Call Daddy, almost in an instant. The 8 black-robed undeads were like performing a face-changing performance. The mocking expressions on their faces instantly turned into a respectful look, and they shouted to Xin Hao one by one. Dad, Dad, Dad. At the same time, the grey protective shield on their bodies also shattered in an instant and dissipated in the air. Go to hell! Without any hesitation, Xin Hao evolved 2 black moon blades and rushed directly into the 8 black-robed undeads. Although he did not know any martial arts, he did not need any martial arts to kill these controlled black-robed undeads. With the blessing of the agility aura, Xin Hao waved the 2 black moon blades in his hands and chopped them wildly, just like chopping melons and vegetables, and killed all the 8 black-robed undeads. Why can such a weak chicken be rated as D-level combat power? Is it because it can summon an energy protective shield? After collecting the 2 white treasure chests and 3 white evolution crystals that fell on the ground, Xin Hao looked at the gradually dissipating black-robed undeads, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. I can't figure it out. It's really hard to understand. After shaking his head with a puzzled look, Jinhao looked at the spacetime portal hundreds of meters away. The blue portal, like the surface of water, was quiet, without a single ripple. After standing there and observing for a while, Zhao Zifeng and the other two finally slaughtered more than 400 undead soldiers, each of whom earned more than 100 honor points, and walked to Jinhao's side with satisfaction. After Jinhao placed 10 broadsword mines at the spacetime portal, he waved to the three of them. "Let's go, let's continue. Thank you for your subscription support, recommendation support, monthly ticket support, and reward support. Thank you 08 for the 100 rewards. Thank you Deng Wuyin for the 2 monthly ticket support. Thank you Northeast Specialty Dawei Squid Grilled Cold Noodles for the 1 monthly ticket support. Thank you Bookfriend 848915 for the 1 monthly ticket support. Thank you Bookfriend 448269 for the 1 monthly ticket support. Thanks to I Have Few Friends 5555 for the January ticket support. Thanks to Buddha Say Wush Young for the February ticket support. Thanks to for the February ticket support. Thanks to 106935 for the January ticket support. Thanks to StarTom for the January ticket support. Thanks to Sansheng is lucky enough to meet Gue for the February ticket support. Launcher, please subscribe, brother, is this thing useful? After taking a look at the broadsword mines arranged in a long line on the ground, Qin Annie expressed her worries. Will these mines be stolen after we leave? That makes sense. Jinhao, who had just walked a few steps, suddenly stopped and looked back at the broadsword mines on the ground. Then, he looked at Qin Annie and the other two around him with a puzzled look. Would someone be so stupid as to steal mines? Or are they arranged? Wouldn't it? Qin Annie asked with a silly look, and a trace of thought appeared on her cute little face. If you want to steal, steal it. Jinhao suddenly laughed, and laughed happily. This thing will explode if you touch it now. Whoever steals it will be unlucky. After that, he continued to walk towards the car with a leisurely look. Okay then. Qin Annie twisted her mouth corners and chased after Jinhao with a happy face. She suddenly felt that her worries were a bit redundant. When she passed by Zhao Zifeng, she suddenly raised her head and asked angrily. Sister Foam, did I look like a mentally retarded child just now? No. No. Zhao Zifeng shook his head quickly, and raised his hand with a gentle face, rubbing Qin Annie's little head. Our Annie is a lovely baby, how can she be mentally retarded? Really? Qin Annie frowned slightly. She always felt that the way Zhao Zifeng looked at her just now was exactly the same as when she looked at the mentally retarded idiot at the village head before. Yes. Our Annie is smart and cute. Zhao Zifeng took Qin Annie's hand with a gentle face and walked towards the car. A few minutes later, the Doomsday heavy tank made a roar of the engine, drove through the side of the time and space portal, and continued to drive to the west. Half an hour later, an off-road vehicle arrived here. Li Deng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at the empty road and the spacetime portal standing in the middle, and a look of as expected appeared on his weather-beaten face. I knew it would be like this. Dad, they are really amazing. They killed 400 or 500 undead in such a short time. Li Miao Miao, who was sitting in the back seat, put down the snacks in her hand, looked at the empty road, and sighed, I wish I could be as awesome as them. Just then, she suddenly found the row of broadsword mines placed in the spacetime portal, and pointed with curiosity. Ha! What are those on the ground? A kind of mine. Li Deng opened the door and got out of the car. After lighting a cigarette and taking a puff, he pointed at the row of broadsword mines with his cigarette-holding hand. Broadsword mines, also known as infantry nightmares. Wow, Dad, you even know this? Li Miao Miao looked at Li Deng with admiration. Li Deng took a puff of cigarette with an unfathomable look on his face, and after blowing a smoke ring into the air, he slowly said, I saw it when I was bored watching videos before. Li Miao Miao curled her lips, she felt that her father was too pretentious. Ahem. Li Deng waved his hand at Li Miao Miao, a little embarrassed. Okay, wait until I finish the cigarette, we will continue to set off. There is someone in front of us to lead the way, we will be much safer. In the evening, Jinhao drove around and came to the entrance of a resort. As for why he came here? Nothing. Because he got lost. Brother, you should have listened to me and walked to the left road just now. Qin Annie, who was holding a large piece of iced watermelon and chewing it, looked up and whispered to Qin Hao.
Now it's all right, a dead end.
Zhao Zifeng, who was sitting next to him, threw away the watermelon peel in his hand and took a look at the monsters wandering in the resort.
It seems to be a good place here.
Okay, since we are here, let's rest here tonight and go in to see the situation first. After smiling and flicking Qin Annie's forehead, Qin Hao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and crashed directly into the big iron gate of the resort. Bang! The big iron gate was directly knocked out by the triangular collision angle at the front of the car body. After rushing to the small square in the center of the resort in one breath and knocking away several zombies, Qin Hao released the accelerator and stopped the car. Then, he pointed at the monsters wandering around.
Next, you can move freely and do whatever you want. If you encounter danger, just chat with me privately.
Okay. Qin Annie threw away the watermelon peel in her hand, ran out of the car with an excited look, and rushed towards a zombie. After Lin Wanner finished eating the watermelon in her hand slowly, she nodded to Qin Hao, then got up and got out of the car, and walked towards a green-skinned little devil in the distance. On the way, she also reached out and pulled out a black tang sword from the void. After seeing Qin Annie and Lin Wanner get off the car, Zhao Zifeng took a few tissues to wipe his lips, walked to Qin Hao's side, leaned over, and kissed him directly.
No extra words.
After a passionate kiss, Zhao Zifeng smiled and walked off the chariot. After getting off the car, she reached out from her pocket and took out the Colt revolver.
After a search,
she pointed the muzzle at a goblin more than 10 meters away, ready to use this goblin to practice shooting. After the three women got off the car, Qin Hao got up and went to the rest cabin, and took out the previous spoils from the capsule space. There were 4 white treasure chests, 4 white evolution crystals, 1 green treasure chest, and 1 green evolution crystal.
The 4 white treasure chests still open some daily supplies.
5 boxes of braised pork rice, a mountain bike, 10 cans of yellow peach cans, 10 packs of sandwich bread, and 20 bottles of drinking water. Nothing new. The supplies given are not enough to make people full, but not starving to death.
Ha! Why is there a mountain bike?
After complaining in his heart, Qin Hao opened the only green treasure chest again.
Congratulations!
You got an RPG rocket launcher, with 50 standard rockets. Oh my gosh! It turned out to be the famous RPG rocket launcher.
This thing is awesome.
Looking at the rocket launcher in his hand, Qin Hao's face showed a hint of excitement. After playing with it for a while, he resisted the urge to test its power and put it into the capsule space. Then, he opened the evolution interface directly. 4 white evolution crystals and 1 green evolution crystal provided a total of 9 evolution points. This time, Qin Hao still added all of them to the soul evolution degree to enhance his soul strength. The soul evolution degree also changed from 61.02% to 65.52% after doing all this. Qin Hao stood up and stretched, took out a bottle of compound nutrient solution and drank it in one breath, and then walked to the front cab with a leisurely face. At this time, the sky outside had completely darkened. A dazzling blood moon hung high in the sky, reflecting a hint of blood red on the ground. Just when Qin Hao took out a bag of pistachios and was about to peel and eat them, he suddenly received a private message from Zhao Zifeng.
Ah Hao, there is a situation. We met several survivors in a villa. Where? You get off the car and walk east.
In the second villa you see, Annie and Lin Wanner are also there. Okay, I'll be there soon. After closing the chat interface, Qin Hao started the engine and drove towards the second villa in the east. Thank you for your support. Please subscribe. Monthly ticket, reward, thank you _angle _ thanks to 937293 for the January ticket support, but I respect.
A few minutes later,
Qin Hao drove to the villa that Zhao Zifeng mentioned. After getting off the car, he walked directly into the 3-story villa in front of him, holding a Remington M870 in his hand. The door to the villa was ajar.
There was a dim light inside.
Brother, you're here. As if she heard the movement outside the door, Qin Annie ran out of the living room with excitement on her face.
Qin Hao nodded to her. What's going on inside?
Who are they?
Anyway, he's not a serious person anyway. You'll know after you go in and take a look.
Qin Annie curled her lips in disgust, with a very strange expression on her cute little face.
Brother, I won't go in. I'll go back to the car and wait for you. After saying that, she ran out of the villa as if running away, ran to the car, opened the car door with a brush of her face, and walked over. Just as Chin-hao walked towards the living room with a confused look on his face, Lin Wanner also walked out with a cold face. I'm going back to the car first. After saying that, she quickly walked out of the villa and returned to the car. At this time, Chin-hao, who looked puzzled, also saw clearly the situation in the living room. There were 2 burning white candles and some messy things on the long coffee table. Some open snack bags, half-eaten bread and fruits, disposable water cups, red wine, beer, and some random things. There were 2 men and 3 women sitting on the sofas around them. Judging from their clothing, apart from looking a little immodest, these people don't seem to have any major problems. These 5 people all looked honest, sitting on the sofa. Of course, all this was thanks to Zhao Zifeng standing aside and the revolver in her hand. Ah, Hao, you're here. After seeing Chin-hao walking in, a smile appeared on her lovely face. Chin-hao nodded to her, and then pointed to the 5 people on the sofa with a puzzled look. What's going on? I just saw the lights on here, so I walked in to take a look at the situation, and then I found a few of them. Zhao Zifeng pointed at the 5 people on the sofa with the revolver in his hand. The black muzzle of the gun immediately made the 5 people tremble in unison. So? Chin-hao asked with a puzzled look. What's their problem? Before Zhao Zifeng could speak, one of the 5 people on the sofa, a woman with long red hair and wearing a black hip-hugging skirt, hurriedly explained. Brother, we are not bad people. Hearing this voice, Chin-hao was obviously stunned for a moment. This sexy and enchanting woman. How come it's a man's voice when he speaks? This is unreasonable. Could it be that I heard it wrong just now? With a look of confusion on his face, Chin-hao looked at the woman in the hip-hugging skirt on the sofa. No, if you say something more I'll listen. Brother! We are not bad people. This time the woman in the hip-covering skirt spoke in a seductive voice. Ha! I'm just saying, it must be. Before Chin-hao finished speaking, Zhao Zifeng on the side pointed his gun at the woman in the hip-hugging skirt on the sofa with a cold face. Speak to me properly. If you dare to speak with your voice raised again, I will shoot you. No, sister, I say, we are really not bad people. The woman in the hip-covering skirt suddenly turned into a man's voice. Worry. For a moment, Chin-hao felt disgusted. No wonder Chin Annie and Lin Weiner had to go back to the car and wait. He now also wanted to turn around and go back to the car. No, you called me here just to disgust me? Chin-hao looked at Zhao Zifeng with a puzzled look on his face. No. Zhao Zifeng shook his head and said cautiously, I just think there is something wrong with them and they don't look like normal people. Isn't it just a man turning into a woman? It's not normal. Chin-hao curled his lips speechlessly. Although he doesn't understand this kind of thing, he respects it. After all, everyone has their own special hobbies. That was not what I meant. Zhao Zifeng glanced at Chin-hao and sent him a private message. I suspect that these people are controlled by monsters, please pay attention to the bodies of these people. Chin-hao understood Zhao Zifeng's meaning almost instantly, and looked at the 5 people on the sofa carefully. After some observation, he really found some abnormalities. First of all, these 5 people look too dull, like puppets, they look particularly dull. In other words, the woman wearing a hip-hugging skirt looks more flexible. Secondly, the bodies of these 5 people were connected by several almost transparent silver-white threads, which extended upward and submerged into the dark ceiling of the empty living room. In the dim light environment, it is almost difficult to find. That is to say, Chin-hao's body has been strengthened and his eyesight has been greatly improved, so that he can find these silver-white threads. What's above the ceiling? With this doubt in his heart, Chin-hao raised his head and looked at the ceiling above his head. Because of the limitations of the candlelight emitted by the candles and the height issue, it was pitch black above the ceiling. But he still saw some horrifying scenes. I saw a huge spider web above the ceiling, almost occupying the entire ceiling. A 3-meter square black spider was entrenched in the center of the spider web. This was a monster with a human upper body and a spider lower body.
And those silver-white threads were all spreading from its body. The spider monster on the ceiling seemed to have realized that it had been exposed, and directly used the silver-white threads to control the 5 puppets to extinguish the candles on the coffee table, and attack Qin Hao and Zhao Zifeng.
Looking for death.
Almost the moment Qin Hao discovered the spider monster on the ceiling, he instantly put on the biological armor, and the moment the 5 puppets moved, he directly transformed into 2 black moonblades and killed them. Zhao Zifeng on the side waved his hands above the heads of the 2 people, summoning an ice shield to block the dozen silver-white threads that fell.
Qin Hao's speed was very fast, several times faster than at the beginning. Almost in an instant.
He swung the moon blade in his hand and killed the 5 puppets in front of him, but he did not get any honor points, because killing the same formation would not get honor points.
In a flash,
Qin Hao took out his sniper rifle again and pulled the trigger at the spider monster above his head.
At the same time,
Zhao Zifeng also used Frost Fury to freeze the spider monster on the ceiling into a block of ice in an instant. A high-explosive armor-piercing bullet followed and shot into the upper body of the spider monster. Bang! The upper body of the spider monster exploded directly into countless ice fragments.
Done.
After putting away the sniper rifle in his hand, Qin Hao smiled and hugged Zhao Zifeng beside him. He did not see the kill notification, so the spider monster just now should have been judged to be given to Zhao Zifeng.
But it doesn't matter. He doesn't lack this little honor point.
Zhao Zifeng collected a white evolution crystal that fell on the ground, looked at Qin Hao and said, "It's a D-level monster."
Okay, let's go back.
After raising his hand and rubbing Zhao Zifeng's head, Qin Hao took her hand and walked out of the villa. As soon as he walked out of the villa, he frowned slightly.
It was foggy outside.
Thank you for your subscription, recommendation ticket, reward, monthly ticket, asterisk thanks to 08 for 100 rewards, thank you for your strong support thanks to Space and Fundamental for January ticket support thanks to Xiaobingi for January ticket support thanks to Bookfriend 84182 for February ticket support thanks to Sunny Day After the Rainstorm for January ticket support.
Thank you to Bookfriend 25322 for February ticket support.
Thank you to Ban Meng Qingfeng for January ticket support.
Sweep the land. Why is it foggy?
Looking at the gray fog around him, Zhao Zifeng showed a puzzled look on his face.
It wasn't there when I went in just now.
Qin Hao was also a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. After all, the weather changes since the Doomsday are really weird. It can freeze people to death the day before, and it can be hot enough to melt the snow the next day.
Go back to the car first.
Qin Hao pulled Zhao Zifeng back to the car with a cautious look on his face. Just as he sat down, 6 identical kill reports flashed in front of him.
Congratulations! You successfully killed the F-level wild cat monster, honor value plus 0.2, wild cat monster? Is this curiosity killing the cat?
Without thinking, Qin Hao also knew that it must be these wild cat monsters who touched the broadsword mines he had set up before out of curiosity. After shaking his head helplessly, he turned his head to look at Qin Annie, who was sitting next to him. At this moment, she was eating potato chips happily and flipping through comic books with relish.
Annie, when did it fog outside?
What fog? Qin Annie was slightly stunned, raised her head and looked at Qin Hao, and the potato chips that were half bitten in her mouth fell on the comic book. Looking at Qin Annie, who was confused, Qin Hao sighed helplessly and waved his hand. "It's okay, you continue to read your comic book." Oh, Qin Annie nodded with a silly smile, picked up the potato chip bag on the table and handed it to Qin Hao.
"Brother, do you want to eat potato chips?"
"No, you eat it." Qin Hao smiled at Qin Annie with a loving face. This is his own sister. If it were someone else, he would have kicked her to the sky. When we got back to the car just now, it wasn't foggy outside. Lin Wanner, who had just walked out of the rest cabin, said. She should have gone to change clothes. After all, the 4 of them lived in the same rest cabin before, and they all slept in their clothes, so it was not convenient to change clothes. Every time she changed clothes, she would choose to change when Qin Hao was not in the car. The fog came too fast. Qin Hao turned his head and looked out the window, and found that the fog outside became thicker in just a short while. There was still more than 10 meters of visibility just now. Now it's good to have 3 or 5 meters. After thinking for a while, Jinhao said to the other 3 people, I always feel that there is something wrong with this fog. Let's take turns to keep watch tonight. Okay. The other 3 nodded. Then I'll go rest for a while, and wake me up at 10 o'clock. After instructing Zhao Zifeng, Jinhao got up and walked towards the rest cabin. After returning to the rest cabin, he first took out some food and drinking water from the capsule space and stuffed them into the refrigerator and locker of the rest cabin. A few packs of tissues were also stuffed. He even put 4 or 5 packs of pink angel wings in there. After all, there are 3 women here. After returning to his upper bunk and sitting down, he took out the pot of mimosa from the capsule space and placed it on the storage compartment beside the bed. After touching the leaves of mimosa with his fingers curiously, Jinhao showed a happy smile on his face as he watched the leaves slowly curl up. It seems that my pot of mimosa is still quite decent. After satisfying his curiosity, he lay down, took out the hardcover magazine he had obtained before from the capsule space, and flipped through it with curiosity. He planned to learn some new postures from it. Looking at it. He felt his whole body was hot, his face flushed, and he stood up where he should stand. Forget it, I won't read it. Because there was fog outside the car, he naturally couldn't pull Zhao Zifeng out to set up a tent, so he could only put away the hardcover magazine in his hand and close his eyes to rest. In a period of random thoughts, Jinhao slowly entered his dream. Taihang Town. Ren Tianji stood by the window with a solemn face, looking towards the direction of Jizhou City, where flames were already rising to the sky, and the sky was reflected in red. He was awakened by a series of explosions just now, and the sound of artillery fire has not stopped until now. This afternoon, he actually heard that the entire Jizhou City has been completely occupied by the Undead Legion and countless monsters, including several suspected A-level undead and monsters. Several shelters that had just been established in Jizhou City were directly slaughtered, with more than 20,000 people, not a single one left. Even several human elites with combat power reaching sea level were killed. It is worth noting that the sea level here is not a talent level, but a real sea level combat power, which is an elite existence that can kill D-level undead and monsters in seconds. These people are elites cultivated by the official concentrated resources, and they are cultivated for the purpose of forming a superpower unit. Now it seems that the garrison near Jizhou City should have used rockets and various large-scale thermal weapons that can still be used to carry out saturation bombing. As for the result, we can only wait until tomorrow to know. However, those below D level will definitely not be able to withstand it, and even those at D level may not be able to withstand it. Standing by the window, looking at the flames in the sky that are like meteors, Ren Tianji seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and started to put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, he hurried out of the bedroom and started knocking on the door to wake up others. Wake up, don't sleep, get up. Pack your things, we'll leave immediately. Don't talk nonsense, just pack up if I tell you to, and continue sleeping if you don't want to leave. 10 minutes later, Ren Tianji led a dozen people and drove 4 cars directly to the mountains west of Taihang Town. The reason why he suddenly ran away overnight was because he suddenly thought of some terrible guesses. Monsters and undead are endless. If this batch dies, there will be more and more powerful monsters. Now Jizhou City has been bombed into ruins, and a large number of people have poured into Taihang Town. The result is, next, there will be more undead and monsters in Taihang Town. Then, there is a high probability that they will be washed by rockets. Before the human race has advanced single combat power, carpet bombing with various hot weapons will definitely become a regular state. This is also a way out of helplessness. After all, it is impossible to allow the undead and monsters to occupy the city for development. Even if the current batch dies, the next batch will appear, so the current batch must be killed first. Moreover, the various resources obtained from the killing can be concentrated together to cultivate more advanced combatants. As for more horrible things, no one wants to think about it, nor dare to think about it. Ren Tianji, who fled to the Taihang Mountains overnight, sent a private message to Qinghao after some thinking. How, Jizhou City has fallen and was subsequently saturated with rockets. It will become a battlefield meat grinder next. Don't come back. I'm also heading towards Jinzhou, subscribe, While sleeping, Qinghao suddenly dreamed that there was a very soft and flexible object in his mouth, like a little snake looking for food, constantly exploring something. Also a little sweet. In order to prevent the little snake from getting into his stomach, he began to use his tongue to resist, repeatedly entangled with the invading little snake. Hee as a sweet smile like silver bells came to his ears, Qinghao opened his eyes in a daze. What caught his eye was Zhao Zifeng's innocent and cute face with a hint of mischief. Now. The two even kissed each other deeply. A few minutes later. The two people who were about to suffocate reluctantly separated. Qinghao pressed his forehead to Zhao Zifeng's, and then glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. 9:52. I have been asleep for almost 3 hours. After sitting up from the bed, Qinghao raised his hand and rubbed his cheek, and looked at Zhao Zifeng, who was lying beside the bed with a smile on his face. What's going on outside now? There is nothing going on at the moment. Zhao Zifeng shook his head, the fog outside is still very thick. Annie and Lin Wanner are waiting in front. Thank you for your hard work. Qinghao reached out and rubbed Zhao Zifeng's cheek with a gentle look on his face. It's not hard. Zhao Zifeng rubbed his cheek against Qinhao's palm, with a hint of fascination on his rosy face. Okay, let's go to the front and check the situation. After rubbing Zhao Zifeng's high ponytail, Qinhao climbed off the bed. While putting on his coat, he walked towards the cockpit in front. After entering the cockpit, he found Lin Wanner sitting in a daze in the middle left seat, holding a pink thermos cup in both hands, looking at the fog outside the car window with blurred eyes, not knowing what was going on in her mind. As for Qin Annie, she was still sitting in her previous seat, flipping through a thick comic book with relish, seemingly fascinated. Qinhao had flipped through this comic book several times before. It was the kind of campus comic book that little girls especially loved to read. Okay, don't read it. Go to bed now. After casually snatching the comic book from Qin Annie's hand, Qinhao pointed to the rest cabin on the side. Brother, can I read 2 more pages? Okay? Qin Annie looked at Qinhao with a pitiful face, raised 2 fingers and acted coquettishly. No. Qinhao refused with a straight face, and handed the comic book to Zhao Zifeng who was standing aside. Okay then. Qin Annie curled her lips with an aggrieved look, stood up from her seat, cleaned up the garbage on the table, and walked towards the rest cabin. Ahao, I'm going to rest too. After Zhao Zifeng said hello to Qinhao, he took the thick comic book and walked towards the rest cabin. Don't let her look at it for too long. After seeing through her little thoughts, Qinhao warned her. Okay. Zhao Zifeng raised his hand and made a gesture, then walked into the rest cabin with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Qinhao heard Qin Annie's very happy laughter coming from the rest cabin. After shaking his head helplessly, he looked at Lin Wanner who was in a daze and asked softly. What are you doing? It's nothing. I was just wondering if I would have died and turned into ashes little by little if I hadn't met you that day. Fortunately you met me. Thank you. Lin Wanner looked at Qinhao seriously. No matter what, I owe you my life. What a big deal, there's no need to keep thinking about it. Qinhao smiled and waved his hand. Okay, go and have a rest. I'll keep watch next. I'll take your place in the middle of the night. After saying that, Lin Wanner stood up and walked towards the rest cabin. After everyone left, Qinhao turned off the lights in the cockpit and looked carefully at the fog outside the car window. A few minutes later, he suddenly received a private message from Rin Tianji. Ahao, Jizhou City fell and was subsequently saturation bombed by rockets. This place will become a battlefield meat grinder. Don't come back again. I also went towards Jinzhou. I know, Aji, please pay attention to your safety and be careful on the road. After replying to a message, Qinhao closed the private chat interface. Regarding everything that happened in Jizhou City, he felt that this was an inevitable phenomenon.
This is not just the case in Jizhou City. I am afraid that this will happen in most cities on the entire Blue Star, because this is the simplest and most effective way to eliminate alien races and monsters. After all, most carbon-based organisms cannot withstand thermal weapons. In the midst of random thoughts, time passed by minute by minute. Bang! The sudden impact suddenly woke up Qin Hao, who was in a daze. Something is hitting the car body. Bang bang bang! As the impact continued, the car began to shake, as if it was about to be overturned. Zhao Zifeng and the other three who were sleeping in the rest cabin were also awakened. They jumped out of bed and ran into the cockpit. Brother, what's wrong? Ahau, what's going on? Did a monster appear? You all stay in the car while I go out to check on the situation. After giving a warning to the three panic people, Qin Hao opened the car door and rushed out, and the biological armor instantly covered his whole body. The moment he jumped out of the car door, he flew directly into the sky, and at the same time he saw clearly what monster was attacking the chariot. It was a 4-meter-tall, naked, and wretched goblin giant. With bulging muscles all over his body, he looked like a green muscle monster. It was constantly hitting the back of the chariot with its shoulders, and every collision would cause the body of the chariot to shake violently. Damn! You're looking for death! Qin Hao cursed angrily, and directly transformed into 2 black moonblades, rushing towards the goblin giant behind the car. In an instant, he flew above the goblin giant's head, waving the 2 black moonblades in his hands and slashing down, and shouted loudly, "Call Daddy! Dad!" The goblin giant was stunned when he raised his hands to fight back, and shouted respectfully, "Dad!" At this moment, the 2 black moonblades in Qin Hao's hands also slashed into the ugly head of the goblin giant. Just like cutting tofu. The goblin giant's head was directly divided into 4 pieces, and the red and white brain matter flowed out along the wound. Congratulations! You killed the D-level goblin giant and got 20 honor points, by useless vegetable. After Qin Hao stepped on the body of the goblin giant and fell to the ground, he reached out and picked up a white evolution crystal. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Swish swish swish! A white figure suddenly appeared around Qin Hao, and a series of cold rays flashed around his body, bringing a series of blood flowers. Thank you for your subscription support, recommendation tickets, investment, monthly tickets, and rewards. Asterisk thanks to 08if for the 100 starting coins reward support, thanks to Yumingshi for the February ticket support, thanks to Weipeng for the January ticket support, thanks to Yuenki Whammy Swifenjerk for the February ticket support, thanks to Shuyu130736 for the January ticket support. Thanks to FEIFEIWANGGM for the February ticket support. Thanks to Shuyu951262 for the February ticket support. Oops. Qin Hao was shocked almost at the moment of being attacked. The opponent's speed was too fast. It was so fast that only a series of afterimages were left, and he was constantly slashing around his body. Almost instantly, the cold light pierced through the defense of the biological armor and cut more than a dozen wounds on his body. Pain came in waves. Call Daddy! I bet you will fall down soon. Without any hesitation, Qin Hao directly used 2 conceptual abilities. Dad! Bang! A white figure fell to the ground in a daze, with a respectful look on his face, and a trace of doubt and confusion in his eyes. This was a young man wearing white armor, holding 2 knives, with a pale face and long black hair. He didn't look like a normal human. Call Daddy, call Daddy, call Daddy! Qin Hao, who was in a rage, shouted loudly while waving 2 black moon blades to slash at the head of the man in white armor. No matter whether this white-armored man is a human or a ghost, he is dead. The white-armored man who was controlled by force could only respectfully call Dad, but there was still a trace of fear in his eyes. Qin Hao killed the white-armored man very brutally. The kind of death without a complete body. 1 minute later, the remains of the white-armored man disappeared, and a green treasure chest and a green evolution crystal fell on the ground. At the same time, the kill notice also appeared in front of Qin Hao. Congratulations! You successfully killed the sea-level undead sword saint and obtained 100 honor points. Just when Qin Hao picked up the green treasure chest and green evolution crystal on the ground, he suddenly found that the dozen wounds on his body had begun to heal. As for the biological armor,
The moment the defense was broken, it was restored to its original state.
Ha! What's going on?
Although the S-level biological armor resisted most of the damage, he was still cut with a few centimeters deep wound on his body, and blood continued to overflow. It's not that the S-level biological armor is not strong enough, but that the swordsmanship of this undead sword saint is too powerful. If there was no S-level biological armor, Shinhao would have been torn into pieces by the undead sword saint just now. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen wounds have been completely healed, without even a scar left.
Is it because of the perfect gene potion? It may also be the benefit of body evolution.
By the way, Lin Wanner, who was seriously injured before, seems to have recovered almost in just 2 or 3 days. Shinhao touched his scarless skin with a puzzled look, and then looked at the heavy fog around him.
These fogs are full of dangers. He just returned to the chariot. Zhao Zifeng asked with concern, "Ahao, are you not injured? What kind of monster is outside?" "It's not a big problem,"
Shinhao said solemnly, "a D-level goblin giant and a C-level undead swordsman. However, I guess there should be more than these 2 monsters in the fog outside. There should be other monsters hidden."
"I will stay with you and fight with you,"
Zhao Zifeng said firmly.
"Brother, I will stay with you too." "Me too," Qin Annie and Lin Wanner on the side also said.
"Okay." Shinhao nodded to the 3 people with a look of relief. "You guys continue to rest, come to replace me in the second half of the night." But Zhao Zifeng was about to say something when he was interrupted by Shinhao.
"Don't worry, go to sleep. You'll have the energy to keep watch. Well, be careful. Call us if you have any problems." Zhao Zifeng gave Shinhao some instructions, then stood up and walked into the rest cabin.
"Brother, be careful."
"Come on."
Qin Annie waved her fist, made a cheering gesture to Shinhao, and turned to walk into the rest cabin.
"Shinhao, be careful.
Call me when you're tired.
I'll keep watch for you."
Lin Wanner smiled tenderly at Shinhao, then turned and walked into the rest cabin. After the door of the rest cabin was closed, Shinhao took out the spoils he had just obtained.
A white evolution crystal. A green evolution crystal. A green treasure chest.
After opening the green treasure chest, he got an MG42 general-purpose machine gun.
And 500 standard bullets.
The 6 evolution points obtained after absorbing the white evolution crystal and the green evolution crystal were added to the soul evolution degree. The degree of soul evolution also changed from 65.52% to 68.52%.
After doing all this,
Shinhao took out several canned beef and canned fruit from the capsule space, lowered his head and ate them in big mouthfuls, replenishing the physical and mental strength consumed before.
Next,
he fell into a brief calm again.
Time passed by minute. It was soon midnight.
After eating and drinking, Shinhao, who had eaten and drunk enough, looked at the fog outside the car window and directly summoned the silver metal box.
A new day of 10 consecutive draws began. Congratulations! You have obtained the C-level ability, 8 consecutive cuts, effect. You can attack the target 8 times in an instant, cooling time, 60 seconds, evaluation. Boy, do you know what is called 8 consecutive kills? Congratulations!
You have obtained the D-level ability, thrust, effect. You can thrust forward 10 meters in an instant, cooling time, 60 seconds, evaluation, thrust.
Attack! Congratulations!
You have obtained the D-level passive talent, strong, effect. Your body has been enhanced and strengthened, becoming stronger, evaluation. It can make you stronger than before, congratulations. You have obtained a plate of steaming hot dumplings, just out of the pot, with chive and egg filling, evaluation. This is the taste of mom, eat it while it's hot, congratulations. You have obtained 1 million alpacas, a cute and adorable animal, evaluation. Now when you encounter something that makes you speechless, you can really let 1 million alpacas run past.
Congratulations! You have obtained a pair of very beautiful red high heels, also known as high heels, evaluation. Boy, who do you want to wear it for you to appreciate? Congratulations! You have obtained 1 million bottles of special antidote, can remove all toxins. Comment, boy, you are so lucky. This is a rare reward, congratulations.
You have obtained a 1.5 meter tall white-haired silly loli, a natural silly loli from a certain two-dimensional world, white, thin, arrogant, and has no fighting power. You need to take good care of her. Comment, if you are short of a little ancestor, you can release her, otherwise you'd better not provoke her. Congratulations. You have obtained the E-level ability. Cooking must be delicious, everything is delicious, delicious, delicious. Comment, from now on, even if you are given a pile of mud, you can make it delicious and delicious. Congratulations. You have obtained an ancient lucky coin, it can bring you some good luck. Comment, when you can't make up your mind, you can try tossing a coin. What the hell is this? Looking at the reward he opened, Shinhao couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth a few times.
At this moment, there was some movement outside the car window again.
Thanks to Yuxuextinction for the January ticket support. Thanks to I Came to Z I Witnessed for the January ticket support. Thanks to Golden Coffee Beans for the January ticket support. Thanks to Sometimes I Miss You for the January ticket support. Thanks to M.O. Ran, Marlboro for the January ticket support.
Thanks to All Beings View Knowledge plus Time equals Civilization for the January ticket support. A New Year's letter to book friends. Let's also participate in the New Year activities.
First of all, I wish you all a happy New Year in advance, and all the best, smooth sailing and good fortune.
Money comes from all directions. Into everyone's pocket.
Finally, I hope everyone will support me. Asterisk proposal, subscription request. Without time to look at the rewards he had drawn 10 times in a row, Shinhao frowned and looked into the fog outside the car window.
A heavy sound of footsteps came from far away.
Just by hearing the footsteps, Shinhao knew it was a big guy, whose size was definitely not small. But now the fog outside was too thick. And it was still night, so even if he opened his eyes wide, he couldn't see anything clearly. It seems that there will be no peace tonight. After sighing, Shinhao turned and ran towards the rest cabin.
Opened the door. He shouted inside.
Don't sleep, there is movement outside, I'll go out and take a look. After shouting, he turned and ran towards the car door, opened the door and rushed out. The moment he rushed out, the biological armor on his wrist also liquefied in an instant, surging all over his body, forming a very cool set of black armor.
After a flip and jumping on the roof of the car,
Shinhao conjured up 2 black moon blades in his hands, and looked in the direction of the sound with a vigilant look. The footsteps were getting closer and closer.
Definitely no more than 10 meters away. Moreover,
a chaotic sound of footsteps was also heard in another direction. Ding ding clang clang. Shinhao threw explosive grenades one after another in the direction where the footsteps came from.
Boom boom boom. For a while,
explosions sounded one after another around the chariot. Air waves and shrapnel flew all over the sky. At the moment of throwing the explosive grenade, Shinhao flew into the sky, avoiding these shrapnel-like bullets. The fog around the chariot was dispersed by the explosion in an instant, and some broken bodies also flew into the sky.
Congratulations!
You successfully killed the E-level goblin and got 1 honor point. Congratulations!
You successfully killed the E-level goblin and got 1 honor point. 7 kill reports appeared in front of Shinhao.
However, his attention was not here, but he looked at the large minotaur below that was only 4 or 5 meters away from the chariot. This was a large minotaur that was more than 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body, a pair of bull eyes that were as scary as huge copper bells, and 2 giant battle axes in its hands. Moo, the large minotaur, roared to the sky, raised the giant battle axe in its hand, and smashed it hard at the chariot in front of it.
However, it did not get what it wanted.
Because Shinhao in the sky moved, he directly used thrust to rush towards it, and then used 8 consecutive cuts. Whoosh! In an instant, Shinhao's figure appeared above the head of the large minotaur.
Then,
swish 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 swish, a series of cold rays flashed around the body of the large minotaur at high speed. In just a moment, Shinhao used the pair of black moon blades in his hand to slash the large minotaur 8 times, bringing up a series of dark green blood flowers. However, the large minotaur has thick skin and high defense, and these 2 or 3 inches deep wounds are not enough to kill it.
Moo in a roar.
The injured large minotaur completely fell into a violent state, and the 2 giant battle axes that were originally smashed at the chariot were slammed at Shinhao in midair.
However, its reaction was still half a beat slow.
Because Qin Hao roared at it with full momentum at the moment when 8 consecutive slashes ended.
I bet you'll fall down soon.
Bang! The large minotaur, who was swinging a giant battle axe, tripped over his left foot and fell to the ground, and the 2 giant battle axes in his hands flew out of his hands.
Call daddy.
With a roar, Qin Hao fell from mid-air at a high speed and stepped hard on the bull face of the large minotaur. At the same time, he transformed the 2 black moon blades in his hands into 2 black short guns and stabbed them into the eye sockets of the large minotaur.
It stirred randomly.
Moo! After the large minotaur called daddy in the cow language, its body twitched violently for a few times, and then stopped struggling and lost its movement.
Congratulations!
You successfully killed the D+ level monster, the large minotaur. You have obtained 20 points of honor. After receiving the kill notification, Qin Hao pulled the 2 black short guns out of the eye sockets of the large minotaur.
He now has some general understanding of these monsters. Those monsters below level C can basically be easily killed by crushing their brains. But I don't know about those above level C. Of course, nothing is absolute.
There must be some monsters whose weaknesses are not in the brain.
For example, the flesh mountain of the flesh devourer before.
If you want to kill it, you must first clear the flesh mountain composed of corpses to expose its body, the blood monkey.
But any monster will have weaknesses. As long as you find the weakness, you can easily kill it.
After watching the corpse of the large minotaur disappear little by little, the empty ground, Qin Hao curled his lips in disappointment.
Poor guy, he didn't drop any loot.
At this time, the surrounding gray mist gathered again,
enveloping the chariot in it.
After taking a look at the surrounding mist, Qin Hao turned around and walked towards the chariot. At this time, it is not suitable to leave the chariot.
Otherwise, you will get lost in the gray fog around you.
Qin Hao just returned to the chariot. Zhao Zifeng and the other 2 waiting in the cockpit instantly gathered their eyes.
Ah Hao, have you solved it? Brother, are there many monsters in the fog outside? Qin Hao, what's the situation outside? It's done for the time being.
Qin Hao walked to his seat and sat down, took out a bottle of nutrient solution and drank it in one breath, and then continued to speak.
There must be many monsters hidden in the fog outside, but it's not a big problem. There shouldn't be too much threat. It's just a bit of trouble.
Okay, you. Qin Hao was interrupted by 3 women before he finished speaking.
Ah Hao, we won't sleep anymore. We'll keep watch with you.
Yes.
Brother, how can we let you keep watch alone?
That's right, Qin Hao, let's keep watch with you, so we can take care of each other. Qin Hao lowered his head and glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. It's only a little after 12 o'clock now. Why don't you go to bed? I can handle it alone. Without waiting for the 3 to speak, he continued, you can come to replace me at 3 o'clock.
Well, I have a suggestion. Lin Wanner suddenly said.
You say.
Qin Hao said.
We can divide into 2 groups, so that when the monster attacks, one of them goes out to deal with the monster, and one person stays in the car, so there is no need to wake up the others.
Okay.
After thinking for a while, Qin Hao nodded in agreement.
This is a good idea. Then how do we divide into groups? Zhao Zifeng on the side suddenly asked.
Thank you for your support, please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you. Thanks to Netherworld Messenger for the February ticket support. Thanks to 859872 for the January ticket support. Thanks to Strand Edzit for the January ticket support. Thanks to 155243 for the January ticket support.
Thanks to Air None for the January ticket support. Thanks to Just Pie for the January ticket support. Thanks to Bramble Grass for the January ticket support. Subscription request, I don't care. Lin Wanner smiled and shook her head.
For her, it didn't matter who she was in the same group with.
I don't care either.
Qin Annie, who was standing by, also waved her hand indifferently. After saying that, she raised her hand and yawned. A trace of fatigue appeared on her cute little face.
Then I will be in the first half of the night with a Hao, and you 2 will be in the second half of the night. How about that?
Zhao Zifeng looked at Qin Annie and Lin Wanner with a smile on her face. She had to be on guard against Lin Wanner now. She always felt that Lin Wanner's eyes were a little drawn when she looked at Qin Hao these 2 days, very charming, and somewhat seductive. Although she always felt that these two people would hook up sooner or later, after all, they would see each other all day long. Moreover, it was the end of the world now. If Qin Hao really wanted to do something, she really couldn't control it. However, it would be better to be a few days later. She was also tangled in her heart now, not knowing what to do. To be honest, sharing a man with other women was not something she could accept. But what could she do if it came to this? Make a scene? Then turn around and leave? This is unrealistic. Besides, no matter where they are, capable men can always attract the admiration of a group of women, and even pay for them. This was always the case in times of peace and prosperity, not to mention that it is the end of the world now? Alas, what should I do? No matter what, the position of the queen must be snatched. With a tangled face, Zhao Zifeng made up his mind in his heart. Zifeng, what are you daydreaming about? The expression on your face changes from moment to moment. Qin Hao's voice pulled Zhao Zifeng back to her thoughts. When she came to her senses, she found that Lin Wanner and Qin Annie were gone. Nothing. After smiling and shaking her head, she walked directly to Qin Hao, sat down with an ambiguous look in her eyes, and stretched out her hands to hug his neck. Before she pressed her delicate and lovely face tightly against Qin Hao's face, she looked into his eyes tenderly and asked softly, "Ah Hao, do you love me?" Love. Qin Hao and Zhao Zifeng snuggled together, their hands crawling like two little spiders. Really? Zhao Zifeng snorted. Really? Qin Hao looked at Zhao Zifeng's eyes affectionately, and the two little spiders suddenly crawled to the two little rabbits she raised and checked how they were growing. Don't lie to me. She bit her lower lip and said with a dazed look. Her white hands clenched into fists tightly, and she gently hammered Qin Hao's back a few times. Of course. After checking the growth of the little rabbits, the two little spiders continued to walk and crawled into the abyss of water. Then, dry wood. Fierce fire. Hoeing the field, at noon 3,000 words omitted here, please imagine the content yourself. I have to say that Qin Hao is very lucky. For a full hour, no monsters appeared in the fog. It may be that they are all considerate and know that Qin Hao was very busy just now. Pulling Zhao Zifeng to the bathroom to wash up. After cleaning up, Qin Hao, who was refreshed, and Zhao Zifeng, who was full and rosy after eating and drinking, returned to the seat in the cockpit hand in hand. After sitting down, Qin Hao took out some food, and the two of them ate it in big mouthfuls to replenish the physical strength they had just consumed. At this moment, Zhao Zifeng was no longer entangled in her heart. She suddenly figured it out just now. No matter how many women will appear around Qin Hao in the future, she just needs to eat him up and let him have no extra energy to feed other women. I am very powerful. Thinking so in his heart, Zhao Zifeng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. What good things are you thinking about? You are laughing so happily. Qin Hao, who was eating roast duck, raised his head and asked casually after noticing the expression on Zhao Zifeng's face. Nothing. Zhao Zifeng smiled and shook his head, picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks and stuffed it into Qin Hao's mouth. After chewing a few bites of beef, Qin Hao suddenly looked at Zhao Zifeng, who was eating with his head down, and said thoughtfully, I always feel that your smile just now is a bit malicious. You think too much. Zhao Zifeng raised her head, rolled her eyes at him with a charming face, and then lowered her head to continue eating canned beef. Well, that's what I think too much. Qin Hao smiled. By the way, Zifeng, do you eat dumplings? Yes. Do you have any? Zhao Zifeng put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Qin Hao sitting opposite him with expectation. Yes. Chives and eggs. Qin Hao nodded, took out the steaming dumplings he had obtained earlier from the capsule space, and placed them in front of Zhao Zifeng. Eat them while they're still hot. Wow, there are really dumplings. Zhao Zifeng showed a hint of surprise on his face as he looked at the steaming plate of dumplings in front of him. I love you so much, Mua. After standing up, hugging Qin Hao's cheek and kissing him, Zhao Zifeng sat down, picked up a dumpling with chopsticks, and handed it to his mouth.
Open your mouth.
After Qin Hao swallowed the dumplings he handed over, Zhao Zifeng ate them happily. Qin Hao took out a bag of pistachios with a smile on his face, peeled and ate them one by one, and fed a pistachio kernel into Zhao Zifeng's mouth from time to time. When Zhao Zifeng finished eating the dumplings, the two snuggled together again, but this time they just snuggled together.
Unfortunately, this simple state lasted less than 5 minutes, and the atmosphere between the two became ambiguous.
Young men and women who have experienced the rain for the first time always can't help but continue to experience, try, and explore. In order not to wake up the two sleeping people in the rest cabin, you also need to grit your teeth and keep the sound within a certain decibel.
Of course, this will only be more stimulating. When it was close to 3 o'clock, the fierce battle ended.
When everything was cleaned up, there was some movement in the rest cabin.
A few minutes later, Lin Wanner took Qin Annie's hand and walked out together.
The moment they entered the cockpit, Lin Wanner frowned and shrugged her nose. She smelled a strange smell in the air. But after taking a look at Zhao Zifeng, who had a ruddy face, she suddenly realized it in her heart.
Qin Annie, who was standing next to her, also looked at Zhao Zifeng's ruddy and beautiful face with curiosity.
"I'll go in first."
After feeling the strange gazes of the two, Zhao Zifeng blushed and walked quickly into the rest cabin. "There are food and drinking water here. Remember to call me if you have anything. Remember to pay attention to safety."
Qin Hao pointed to some food and drinking water on the table, then yawned and turned to walk into the rest cabin. After fighting hard for more than 2 hours, he was a little tired now and needed to have a good sleep to replenish his physical strength and spirit.
After the two left,
Qin Annie approached Lin Wanner with a mysterious look on her face and said with a smile, "Sister Wanner, my brother and sister phone must have done something bad just now."
"I know."
Lin Wanner rolled her eyes at her with a displeased look, then sat down by the window with a cold face, staring at the mist outside the window. Please subscribe, recommend, monthly ticket, reward, thank you, asterisk thanks to book friend tale number 242064 for the January ticket support nightmare. Subscribe please, don't try to guess what a woman is thinking.
You can never guess it.
Lin Wanner herself couldn't figure out what she was thinking at the moment. She kept changing her mind over and over again. In short, she was very confused. Very confused.
But one thing was certain.
That was that since Qin Hao saved her life last time, he had left an indelible impression in her heart. After all, this was the first man to see her body. In her mind, her handsome face with a sunny smile would appear from time to time, and she would constantly imagine the scene when he sutured her wound. The atmosphere at that time must have been very ambiguous. Even when she slept at night, Lin Wanner would dream of the scene at that time, as well as some indescribable ambiguous scenes.
As a result, after waking up,
being soaked water wet every time she thought of this,
she would feel very ashamed. Forget it, let it go. In the end, Lin Wanner didn't figure it out. After eating something randomly,
she looked at the fog outside the car window, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong, she directly laid a yoga mat on the floor and practiced yoga on it. Qin Annie sat in the seat, holding a bottle of nutrient solution in both hands, dozing off little by little, obviously still a little confused. But this is also normal, after all, she is only 15 years old now. She is still a little girl. In the silent night, time passed by minute, and even the monsters hidden in the fog were silent. Perhaps, they also need to rest like people. After returning to the rest cabin, Qin Hao and Zhao Zifeng returned to their respective beds and fell into a deep sleep soon. The tired Qin Hao didn't even have time to take a closer look at the rewards he got from the previous 10 consecutive draws.
He slept very unsteadily that night.
He kept falling into some messy dreams, some about his predecessor, and some about things before he crossed over. He also dreamed of those relatives and friends that he subconsciously didn't want to think of.
Qin Hao was suddenly awakened from a nightmare.
He sat up from the bed and opened his eyes. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat.
In the dream,
he became an ordinary person, and was captured by more than 100 succubi, and then suffered inhuman treatment. Finally, he was sat on to death by a beautiful succubus more than 10 meters tall. This dream is really strange. After recalling some details in the dream, Shinhao couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, it's just a dream. He raised his hand and rubbed his cheek. He lowered his head and looked at the mechanical watch on his wrist, and found that it was already past 7 in the morning. After turning his head and looking at the lower bunk opposite, he found that Zhao Zifeng was gone. He casually pulled the mimosa in the flower pot next to him and watched the slender leaves slowly roll up. Shinhao's face showed a smile. He didn't rush to get up, but looked at the reward he got last night. The 2 combat abilities have been tested on the large minotaur, and he is quite satisfied with the results. As for the passive talent enhancement, how to say it? At present, it is just stronger than some useless abilities. Except that the muscle density on his body has increased, the muscles have become stronger, and the body has become more sturdy. It seems that there is no big change from before. The leek and egg dumplings have all entered Zhao Zifeng's stomach, and he only ate one, so Shinhao didn't want to make any comments. After all, a dumpling has not tasted the taste before it has entered the stomach. When he ate it, it was no different from Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, and he swallowed it directly in one bite. Isn't this the divine beast grass? Looking at the cute alpaca pattern in the storage grid, Shinhao showed a speechless expression on his face, and couldn't help twitching his mouth. This thing, what can it be used for? And there are a full million of them. Could it be that it will rain alpacas on the enemy? This outrageous and weird picture is simply unimaginable. But it should be spectacular. This pair of red high heels should be more suitable for Lin Wanner, and it matches her royal sister temperament. Shinhao looked at a pair of red high heels inlaid with butterfly-shaped broken diamonds in his hand, which looked very beautiful. In his mind, Lin Wanner's 2 very long legs and a pair of perfect jade feet appeared involuntarily. She didn't have legs. It was a deadly knife. Every knife was deadly. TSK, I have to say that the touch of Guamu is still good. Almost in an instant, some pictures appeared in Shinhao's mind, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a smile. After putting the red high heels in his hand into the capsule space, he took out a bottle of special antidote. This is a transparent bottle with the thickness of a finger and 10 centimeters long, filled with red liquid, which is about the same size as the bottle of oral liquid. Can remove all toxins? You are not bragging, right? Looking at the special antidote in his hand, Shinhao was a little skeptical and decided to find an opportunity to test the effect. After putting away the special antidote, he turned his eyes directly to the white-haired Lolita in the storage grid. This is a petite, white-haired beautiful girl wearing a pink dress and a double ponytail, who looks super cute. She looks cute and adorable, making people want to pinch her little face. What a pity, after looking at it for a while. Shinhao finally did not take it out of the capsule space. After all, living things can't be put back after being taken out. In this doomsday, it's not suitable to get a very arrogant little ancestor to torture people. I can only save it for the next opportunity. The ability to make cooking must be delicious. It reminded Shinhao of Wang Danian whom he met before. I don't know how he and his daughter are doing now, and whether they have escaped from Jizhou City. For him, Shinhao just wants to say, fools have good luck, but stupid coins don't. Putting it behind his mind, Shinhao took out the old lucky coin. It was the same size as an ordinary $1 coin. But it was made of pure gold. One side was engraved with a 4-leaf clover and some mysterious patterns. One side was engraved with a koi fish and some mysterious patterns. When you are undecided, shouldn't you ask Baidu? Shinhao threw the lucky coin in his hand up, caught it with the back of one hand, and covered it with the other hand. It's a flower. After muttering softly, Shinhao moved his hand away. The lucky coin on the back of his hand was indeed facing the 4-leaf clover side up. Nice. I should be lucky today. After putting the lucky coin in his hand into the capsule space, Shinhao jumped off the bed with a happy face and ran quickly towards the bathroom.
A few minutes later.
After washing up, Shinhao came to the cockpit refreshed and looked out the window. I wish you all a happy little new year, Omega, thanks to 08 for the 100 coin reward. Thanks to book friend 250555 for the February ticket support. The fog outside still showed no sign of dissipating, but the light was no longer as dark as at night.
Inside the carriage,
Shin Annie was lying on the table, feasting on a roast duck. Her mouth was full of oil. When she saw Shinhao walking in, she raised her head and smiled.
Brother, good morning, I woke up.
After saying hello, she lowered her head and continued to kill the roast duck in front of her.
15 years old is the age when you are growing up, so it is inevitable that you will be a bit greedy. Ahau, good morning.
Zhao Zifeng, who was combing his hair, gave Shinhao a charming look and continued to comb his hair. Today she was wearing a slightly loose black parka, a white knitted bottoming shirt, blue jeans, and a pair of white sneakers.
Good morning.
After unconsciously twirling his fingers, Shinhao showed an inexplicable smile.
Good.
Lin Wanner, who was closing her eyes, opened her eyes, nodded to him, and then closed her eyes again.
I didn't encounter any problems after I went to bed last night, right?
Shinhao sat down on the seat next to Shin Annie, and reached out to tear off a duck leg from the roast duck in front of her. No. Shin Annie shook her head vaguely, then picked up the nutrient solution on the side and drank several sips.
That's good. Shinhao nodded and stuffed the duck leg in his hand into his mouth.
After finishing the duck leg in his hand, he took out another box of green pepper shredded pork rice bowl and ate it.
As for canned beef, he was about to vomit.
If you eat this stuff every day, every meal, no one can stand it.
Ahau, do you think I look good today?
Zhao Zifeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, combed his black hair into a high ponytail, then turned around and lay on the backrest of the seat. He stretched out his delicately made-up face in front of Shinhao's eyes, and raised a white finger to tap his cheek. A pair of very beautiful big eyes were slightly closed, and her sexy red lips were almost touching Shinhao's nose. The warm breath hit Shinhao's face directly, making him feel a tickling numbness. A faint fragrance penetrated directly into his nostrils, causing ripples in his originally calm mood.
Pretty.
After sniffing the alluring fragrance emanating from Zhao Zifeng, Shinhao showed a trace of fascination on his face. I couldn't help but peck the delicate face right in front of me. After Zhao Zifeng felt the warmth on his cheeks, he smiled happily and subconsciously glanced at Lin Wanner, who was sitting diagonally across from him and was concentrating with her eyes closed. Then he sat down contentedly. After quietly eating the green pepper shredded pork rice bowl, Shinhao raised his hand and glanced at the time on the mechanical watch.
8:10. It seems we can't leave today. Let's wait until the fog dissipates.
After throwing all the garbage on the table into the trash can under the table, Shinhao looked at several people and continued to speak.
Today you can get out of the car and wander around in the nearby fog, killing monsters and undead to earn honor points, but don't go too far. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Run away when you encounter someone you can't fight. Don't be afraid of embarrassment. After all, your life is yours. Be careful and don't get lost. I'm going to go nearby first to see if there are any sea level or above monsters. You can do whatever you want. If you have anything, remember to call me in private.
After saying that, Shinhao stood up, opened the car door and walked out. Regardless of whether there is any danger in the fog outside, Zhao Zifeng and the other two must go in.
If they want to grow up, this is the only way. Flowers cannot grow without experiencing wind and rain.
In fact, based on the natural abilities of the three of them, as long as they don't encounter monsters or aliens above sea level, they still have a chance to escape or ask for help even if they can't defeat them.
Fight more times. Combat experience will be enriched.
Shinhao himself also needs to keep fighting.
Fighting. Fight again. After entering the fog,
he no longer thought about the affairs of Zhao Zifeng and the others, but became fully alert.
Biological armor has already covered the whole body.
Walking in the fog with only 2 to 3 meters of visibility is actually very tiring and difficult to discern the direction, but fortunately the mechanical watch comes with a compass.
But
Shinhao was not familiar with this resort.
Even if he knew the direction, it would be of no use. He could only hit it like a headless fly. However, he didn't plan to go too far. Otherwise you will get lost in the fog. Whoa! A faint cry came into Chin Hao's ears from the fog. Ha! This is it? With doubts in his heart, Chin Hao clenched the black moon blade in his hand, turned around and walked slowly towards the direction where the crying came from. A few minutes later, he came to the door of a villa. The brown-red security door is half open. After opening the door and walking in, a very dim living room came into view. There was no one inside. Woo 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 woo, the crying sound came from the second floor. It was intermittent and unreal, but it sounded like a woman's voice. It must be a monster. After muttering something in my mind, Chin Hao decided to meet this crying monster and see what tricks it was playing. After lightening his footsteps, he walked towards the second floor step by step. The grief-stricken crying made the atmosphere around him extremely depressing, and people felt very uncomfortable. Even a little nauseous and irritable. After entering the second floor, Chin Hao walked directly in the direction of the crying and came to the door of a bedroom in the corner. The bedroom door was open. The light inside was very dim. In the corner, a woman in a white nightgown with disheveled hair. She was squatting on the ground, hugging her legs with her hands, facing the door with her back, and sobbing constantly. It seemed that she felt the movement at the door. She slowly turned her head and looked at Chin Hao standing at the door. Just a glance at each other. Chin Hao felt a buzzing explosion in his head, his scalp was numb for a moment, his back was cold, and cold sweat flowed directly down his forehead. This is a severely rotten face. The eyeballs have turned completely white, and there is a maggot wriggling in the corner of the eye. The peeling cheeks are full of rotten pustules with black blood. The entire nose has turned into a pool of bloody rotten meat, emitting a very unpleasant stench. The lips have rotted away and turned into a bloody hole, and there seems to be some unidentified objects wriggling inside. The moment she saw Chin Hao, the woman with a hideous and terrifying face suddenly stopped crying and waved her two arms that were peeling and full of pustules. Jumped onto the bed. She rushed towards Chin Hao. Please support, please vote for the monthly ticket, please vote for recommendation. _:angle, thanks to *2 for the support of the monthly ticket. Monster. Subscribe please, I'll fuck you. With almost an instinctive reaction, Chin Hao dodged sideways and slashed the black moon blade in his hand towards the woman's rotting head. Bang! Under the violent slashing, the woman's head exploded like a smashed watermelon, and the foul-smelling flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Under the influence of inertia, the headless corpse flew directly out of the bedroom, fell on the floor of the corridor, slid through the gap between the railings, and fell into the living room on the first floor. There was a muffled sound of dong. Congratulations! You successfully killed the E-level rotten-faced girl and received 1 honor point, so, this thing just looks scary on the outside? Actually, it's just a little karami? Walk out of the bedroom and stand next to the railing. After looking down, Chin Hao felt speechless. He thought how powerful this hideous and terrifying woman was. Unexpectedly, he was instantly killed by himself. It seems this thing is designed to disgust people. He watched helplessly as the headless body lying on the floor on the first floor disappeared little by little. Chin Hao took out a few bottles of pure water from the capsule space and began to clean the flesh and blood stained on the biological armor. If he didn't clean up these dirty and rotten minced meats, he would probably suffer from nausea for a whole day and wouldn't be able to eat. After tidying up, he checked the other rooms on the second floor again. After some inspection, nothing unexpected happened. Then he checked all the rooms on the third floor. After confirming that there are no problems, he followed the stairs to the first floor and walked towards the door. The moment I walked out of the villa, Chin Hao heard a burst of messy footsteps coming from the fog in front of him. Well done! With a look of excitement on his face, he took out 2 AK-47s directly from the capsule space and started shooting at the fog in front of him. Ta-da-da-ta-da-da bullets were shot instantly from the flaming muzzle. It shot into the fog ahead,
forming two arc-shaped shooting trajectories. Puff puff puff, the sound of bullets hitting flesh kept coming from the mist, mixed with some wild beast-like roars.
Congratulations!
You successfully killed the E-level rotting zombie and received 1 honor point, congratulations. You successfully killed the E-level rotting zombie and received 1 honor point, congratulations.
You successfully killed the E-level rotting zombie and received 1 honor point, after 2 rounds of bullets were fired. 3 kill notifications also flashed before Qin Hao's eyes.
Certainly. There must still be rotting corpses in the mist that were maimed but not completely dead. So, after Qin Hao put away the AK-47 in his hand, he casually threw a few explosive grenades into the fog for last-minute hits. Boom boom, the thick fog was dispersed by the explosion, revealing a vacuum area, and some broken limbs flew into the sky. Looking at the 3 kill reports that flashed across his eyes again, Qin Hao's handsome face showed a trace of satisfaction.
That's pretty much it.
After raising his hand and glancing at the compass on the mechanical watch, Qin Hao entered the fog directly and walked towards the direction where the chariot was parked. Pata pata pata, a strange sound suddenly sounded in the fog to the right of Qin Hao, and there was also a slight sound of footsteps. Ding ding ding, 3 explosive grenades were thrown in the direction of the sound by Qin Hao in an instant. Boom boom, in just 2 or 3 seconds, 3 explosive grenades exploded one after another, creating a vacuum in the fog. A tall, thin and strange figure was also blasted into the sky.
Go to hell, you!
Qin Hao, who was already holding a sniper rifle ready to go, quickly aimed at the figure in mid-air and pulled the trigger. Bang, a high-explosive armor-piercing projectile directly hit the strange figure that was about to fall, and its upper body exploded into a ball of blood mist.
The 2 legs also spun and flew into the mist aside, disappearing. Congratulations!
You successfully killed the E-level deformed monster and obtained 1 honor point, but why is it an E-class monster again?
This is a waste of time and emotions.
After muttering something disgusting, Qin Hao continued walking in the direction of the tank with his sniper rifle in hand.
Haven't taken a few steps out yet.
He once again heard a very clear cry coming from the fog, and a very kawaii-sounding call for help.
Help, is there anyone? Can you help me?
I'm so scared. Qin Hao thought this voice sounded cute and kawaii.
It creates a desire to protect at all costs.
But there should not be a super beautiful girl in the mist wearing pink Lolita, with twin ponytails, sitting like a duck, and looks cute and cute, with a cute face. Waiting to be rescued by yourself. So, Qin Hao took out the anti-aircraft cannon directly from the capsule space. After placing it, he pointed the muzzle at the direction where the cry for help came from. Amidst a burst of super cute, the launch button was pressed.
Bang bang bang, 3 high-explosive shells flew out in succession.
Boom boom boom, the shells exploded in succession more than 10 meters away. A large area of fog was instantly dispelled, revealing a large vacuum zone and the full view of a 3-story villa.
Some broken limbs and arms flew everywhere.
Qin Hao, who had already flown into the air, watched a long leg wearing white cat claw stockings fly past his eyes, flew into the fog behind him and disappeared.
Ha! Could it really be a cute big loli with twin ponytails wearing Lolita?
Looking at the long white stockings that just flew out, Qin Hao had a little doubt in his heart. Just now, 4 kill reports floated in front of his eyes, but they were all E-level zombies, no special monsters. So, he didn't know in his heart whether the previous crying monster was included in it.
Ha! So you are here.
Qin Hao glanced at the ground subconsciously, and suddenly found a figure in the flower bed beside him, with only the upper body left, but still crawling with his hands.
This is a figure with red ponytails, wearing a red Lolita, and a bloody face.
She is crawling slowly with 2 bloody slender arms. Her body below the waist has disappeared. Blood mixed with internal organs keeps flowing out from the broken part, leaving a bloody trail behind her, which makes people shudder.
Even so,
she is still not dead. From the bloody mouth, there are still bursts of cries for help.
It still sounds very cute.
Oh, help me, it hurts. Woohoo, thank you very much for your subscription support. Thank you for your recommendation votes, monthly votes, and rewards. Omega, thank you for the January vote support from Auto Pencil /. Thank you for the January vote support from Jugantang Mewu. Rare. Oh my god, this is really a twin-tailed girl wearing Lolita. Although, it's not a person. But this is also a twin-tailed girl wearing Lolita. Looking at the twin-tailed girl crawling with both hands and whimpering, Shinhao's face showed a trace of curiosity. What exactly is this thing? Anyway, it is definitely not a human. At least not now. No human can crawl while whimpering and shouting for help after the waist and legs are blown off. The intestines are all over the floor. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs and stomach are scattered everywhere. This thing is really rare. Shinhao did not rush to kill it. He squatted beside it, observing it with interest, and even pulled the red twin-tailed girl on its head with his hand. The crawling twin-tailed monster also noticed Shinhao squatting on the side, stopped crawling, slowly turned his head, looked at Shinhao, and uttered a series of whimpers. Wow brother, are you here to save me? Shinhao looked at the bloody face of the whimpering monster and the mouth that was wriggling and whimpering, and couldn't help but shudder. This scene is simply too beautiful. It's so contrasting. No one would have thought that such a seductive whimper could come out of this bloody mouth. It's so deceptive. No matter what you say today, I have to see what you look like. Shinhao, who was full of curiosity, took out a bottle of pure water directly from the capsule space. He poured it on the bloody face of the whimpering monster. With the other hand, he tore off a large piece of cloth from the red Lolita on its body and wiped it randomly on its face. Soon, the blood on the face of the Ying monster was wiped off bit by bit, revealing a pale face that was still cute, and a pair of pure black pupils without whites of the eyes. Ying monster seemed to find it difficult to understand Shinhao's behavior. He just froze in place. He tilted his head and looked at Shinhao with a puzzled look. What does this man want to do? Could he? It looks pretty good, at least not an ugly monster, otherwise I would find it hard to accept it. Shinhao pulled a red ponytail with one hand, pinched the pale face of the Ying monster with the other hand, and then showed a happy smile on his face. He absolutely could not accept that an ugly monster would make such a cute ing sound. The crying monster was completely stunned, her brain was completely shut down, and she let Shinhao fiddle with her red ponytails with both hands. Even when Shinhao turned her over and faced the sky, she did not react at all. After being stunned for 5 or 6 seconds, she suddenly came to her senses, struggled to raise her body, waved her 2 slender arms with a ferocious face, and pounced on Shinhao beside her. Since you don't save me, I will strangle you to death. Strangle you to death. Looking at the 2 naphthalene balls that kept bouncing in front of her, Shinhao directly grabbed her 2 arms that were waving with one hand, and the other hand was a big bag on her face. Snap! This crying monster has little strength. Apart from being able to cry, it seems that there is nothing special about it. After being grabbed by Shinhao's arms, she struggled a few times, but did not break free from Shinhao's control. Then, the ferocious expression on her face disappeared instantly, revealing an innocent and distressing expression. Forget it, since you can cry, I won't bully you. Shinhao let go of his hand, took out his sniper rifle and gave her a quick kill. Congratulations! You successfully killed the E-level cry monster and gained 1 honor point. Just then, something strange happened. A nimble black figure suddenly appeared behind Shinhao, and 2 cold rays of light directly slashed at his back. Call Daddy! The moment the shadow hunter appeared, Shinhao, who had been highly alert, shouted directly and controlled the shadow hunter with, Call Daddy. Almost at the moment when the shadow hunter slashed the 2 moon blades at his back, Shinhao also transformed into 2 black moon blades in an instant and used 8 consecutive cuts on the shadow hunter behind him. Swish swish swish! At the critical moment, Shinhao's figure disappeared from the spot, dodging the 2 moon blades of the shadow hunter. And in an instant, he used the black moon blade in his hand to slash around the shadow hunter's body 8 times, bringing up blood rays. And at this time, the shadow hunter shouted Dad respectfully. Although the black moon blade in Shinhao's hand broke the armor on the shadow hunter's body, it did not cause any fatal damage to him. I bet you will fall down soon. With Shinhao's roar, the confused shadow hunter tripped his left foot and fell to the ground. Without waiting for him to react, Xin Hao had already knocked his knee on his cheek, and stabbed the 2 black moon blades in his hand into his eye sockets and stirred them vigorously.
Congratulations!
You successfully killed D-rank Shadowhunter, Torres. You receive 20 honor points. This Torres doesn't seem as powerful as the previous Gelbert. After collecting a white evolution crystal dropped by Torres, Xin Hao looked at the corpse that disappeared bit by bit, and a trace of doubt appeared on his handsome face. Buzz buzz buzz, a very harsh buzzing sound suddenly sounded around. Even though he was on guard, Xin Hao still felt a sharp pain in his mind and couldn't help but scream. But it was only for a moment.
A warm current suddenly flowed into his mind. Let him recover completely.
After raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, Xin Hao turned his head and looked around, and found that the surrounding fog had begun to dissipate gradually.
Is the fog going to dissipate?
As the fog continued to dissipate, he suddenly found a vague gray figure standing in the fountain pool more than 10 meters away, looking at him motionlessly, and exuding an inexplicable dangerous aura.
Is it another special sea-level monster? The sonic attack just now should have been launched by it, right? Without any hesitation,
Xin Hao took out his sniper rifle, aimed at the blurry gray figure, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A high explosive armor-piercing bullet was fired at high speed.
In the blink of an eye,
the bullet hit the gray figure.
However, the bullet did not stop at all.
It went straight through the gray figure and shot into the fountain sculpture behind it, blowing up a piece of cement debris.
Immune to physical damage again?
Looking at the unscathed gray figure, Xin Hao showed a trace of fear on his face. The gray figure in front of him reminded him of the mental polluter he met in Taihang Town before, who was also immune to physical damage. At the same time, he also discovered a very serious problem. For a while, strong control is fun all the time. The monsters and undead that have been refreshed recently have become more and more powerful.
Many extremely special monsters and undead have appeared, and some are even immune to physical damage.
At this moment, Xin Hao didn't have time to think about it.
Because the blurry gray figure in the fountain pool was flickering in a faint way.
Suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already 3 or 4 meters away in front of Xin Hao. Buzz! A harsh buzzing sound centered on the gray figure, quickly spreading to the surroundings visible to the naked eye.
Call Daddy!
Xin Hao, who was highly concentrated, let out a roar the moment the gray figure appeared.
Now!
Sound waves visible to the naked eye also passed through Xin Hao's body, but they were blocked by a warm current in his mind. After the gray figure was controlled by Xin Hao with his supernatural power, the buzzing sound emitted from his body disappeared instantly, and instead he emitted a wave of respectful emotions. It seems to be calling Daddy in its own language.
Take this opportunity.
Xin Hao waved his hand and threw a small fireball at its head.
This is also the only magic power he currently possesses.
Regardless of whether it is useful or not, he must try it first. At the same time, he also used Hymn of Destiny on himself, giving himself a layer of buff status.
Congratulations!
You get the rare buff status, true damage, duration 1 hour, your next attack will ignore all defenses of the target and cause 100% true damage, nice. Seeing the buff status he had obtained, Xin Hao's face lit up with joy. He waved 2 black moon blades and rushed towards the gray figure in front of him, while using the 8 consecutive slash ability. The small fireball just now hit the gray figure before the buff state appeared. Therefore, it did not cause any effective damage to the gray figure, but only caused its vague body to tremble slightly.
Swish 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 almost instantly.
Xin Hao waved the 2 black moon blades in his hands and slashed 8 times in succession around the gray figure in front of him.
Call Daddy!
Just when the gray figure wanted to fight back, Xin Hao let out a roar and firmly controlled it in place. He held 2 black moon blades in both hands and struck the gray figure one after another. He could very clearly feel the touch of the blade cutting on the gray figure's translucent body, as well as the bursts of tearing sounds. Call Daddy, call Daddy, call Daddy. What Xin Hao has to do now is to beat up the drowned dog, use the Call Dad ability to tightly control the gray figure, and then use the real damage brought by the buff state to kill it as soon as possible. As more and more wounds appeared on the gray figure, its vague body began to become scattered, as if it was already showing signs of dissipating.
Go to hell!
With a roar, Jinhao, who had slashed hundreds of times, finally scattered the gray figure who was accused of calling daddy in the air.
Congratulations!
You successfully killed the sea-level special monster, the invisible one with the psychedelic sound. You received 100 honor points. As the kill report appeared, a green treasure box and a green evolution crystal also fell on the ground. Jinhao had just put the trophies on the ground into the capsule space when he heard Zhao Zifeng's sweet voice calling from behind him.
Ahau, how are you doing there? No problem. No problem.
Jinhao turned around and waved to Zhao Zifeng, who was more than 10 meters away, with a smile.
The fog has cleared. Let's get back to the car first. We can continue going out later.
After greeting Zhao Zifeng, Jinhao turned and walked towards the chariot not far away.
A few minutes later, everyone returned to the car.
After Jinhao came back from going to the bathroom, he found 3 women gathered together, muttering something in a low voice. After walking to his seat and sitting down, he looked at the 3 of them and joked.
What are you plotting? Tell me, too?
Nothing, just, why don't you, sister phone, tell me? Halfway through her words, Qin Annie suddenly looked at Zhao Zifeng beside her.
People are as big as little devils.
Zhao Zifeng stood up, smiled and tapped the back of Qin Annie's little head with a white and tender finger, and walked to Jinhao's side.
Actually, it's nothing.
It's just that Annie discovered an indoor hot spring pool, and then we wanted to take a bath in the hot spring and relax. Qin Annie was sitting on the seat with her head lowered, her hands crossed on her chest, twirling her 10 fingers, pouting and muttering in a low voice.
I haven't showered in several days. I'm so sticky that I'm almost turning into a dirty kid.
After saying that, she secretly looked at Jinhao with an expectant look. Jinhao, why don't you let the 3 of us go take a shower? Lin Wanner on the side also looked at Jinhao expectantly.
No, before the end comes. She wants to take a hot bath comfortably every day. Unexpectedly, taking a hot bath has become a luxury now.
She had been suffering from it for several days, and her body was so itchy that she could only go to the bathroom every day and wipe her body with a towel dipped in water. The restroom on the chariot can actually heat water, but no one wants to waste the reserve water on the chariot for bathing. After all, women consume a lot of water when bathing. Okay, Zhao Zifeng also hugged Jinhao's neck with expectation and acted coquettishly, and put his lips to his ear and whispered. Oh, I don't think it's a big deal. Jinhao looked at the 3 people with expectation, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face.
I just want to take a hot spring bath. Let's go to the hot spring now.
Great.
Brother, you are so nice.
Qin Annie exclaimed excitedly, pulled Lin Wanner beside her and walked to the driver's seat.
Sister Wanner, let's go quickly, I feel itchy now.
Okay, let's go now. Lin Wanner raised her hand with a gentle face, pinched Qin Annie's cute little face, sat directly in the driver's seat, and started the car.
Sister Wanner, it's not far to the east, in the small building on the hillside.
After Qin Annie sat down in the co-pilot seat, she raised her finger excitedly and pointed to the hillside to the east.
Okay, I saw it, you sit down first.
After looking at the direction Qin Annie pointed, Lin Wanner drove the chariot directly to the east.
A few minutes later,
the chariot stopped in front of the door of a small white building. The car just stopped. Qin Annie, who couldn't wait, directly carried a pink backpack, opened the door excitedly and jumped down, rushing towards the small white building. Before, she had already checked the small white building inside and out.
There was no monster.
Zhao Zifeng and Lin Wanner, who had prepared toiletries and change of clothes, also got out of the car excitedly and chased Qin Annie.
After Jinhao locked the car door,
he followed the 3 people. After entering, there was a reception hall. In the back area are several independent indoor hot spring pools.
Muahao, help guard the door, let's go in and have a good soak, I will reward you in the evening. After kissing Jinhao on the cheek,
Zhao Zifeng followed Lin Wanner and Qin Annie with excitement and walked into the hot spring room next to him.
After washing, it should be very interesting to smell the fragrance.
After raising his hand and touching his chin, Jinhao casually pulled a chair from the side and sat at the door, listening to the sweet laughter coming from the room. He took out the spoils he had obtained before, a green treasure chest, a green evolution crystal, and a white evolution crystal. The 6 evolution points obtained after absorbing the 2 evolution crystals were still added to the soul evolution degree, and the soul evolution degree also changed from 68.52% to 71.52%. Immediately afterwards, he opened the green treasure chest with anticipation.
Thanks to Just Like That for the 200 reward support. Thanks to You Can't Swim for the January ticket support territory, congratulations.
You have obtained an M4A1 assault rifle, with 200 bullets. This is a good thing, the standard weapon of the Eagle Sauce soldiers. Looking at the M4A1 assault rifle in his hand, Shinhao's face showed a trace of joy. In his opinion, no normal man can refuse an assault rifle that looks very cool, and it is a real thing.
Just as he was familiar with the gun. Time passed by every second. An hour later.
Zhao Zifeng and the other 2, who were fragrant and exuding an attractive fragrance, walked out of the hot spring room in clean clothes.
Ahao, we are done washing, do you want to go in and take a bath? Zhao Zifeng kissed Qin Hao on the cheek with a happy face. Wash. Okay.
After taking a look at the charming Zhao Zifeng with affectionate eyes, Qin Hao nodded thoughtfully and walked directly into the hot spring room.
After taking off his clothes, directly entered the hot spring pool with a little bit of hot steam.
His so comfortable. After adapting to the water temperature, Qin Hao leaned on the steps next to the fountain pool with a look of enjoyment and slowly closed his eyes. The comfortable water temperature made people drowsy. Unknowingly, Qin Hao fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was almost noon.
It seems that I have been a little overworked these days. I can fall asleep in a hot spring.
Fortunately, there is no accident. After raising his hand and rubbing his cheek, Qin Hao stood up directly from the gentle pool and walked out of the hot spring pool with a relaxed look.
I have to say, the sleep just now was very comfortable and useful.
It directly restored his vitality and made him full of energy. Looking at the toiletries and change of clothes on the bench, Qin Hao knew that Zhao Zifeng had come in just now. It was probably because he saw that he was sleeping and didn't wake him up.
After washing and changing into clean clothes,
he walked out of the hot spring room directly. Lin Wanner and Qin Annie were not there. Only Zhao Zifeng was sitting on a chair with a blushing face, flipping through a hardcover magazine in her hand.
Her rosy face became extremely attractive.
Looking at the hardcover magazine in her hand, Qin Hao couldn't help but mutter in his heart.
Ha! Isn't this magazine pressed under the bed? How did she find it out? Ah how, you woke up.
Zhao Zifeng's face was flushed, and she glanced at Qin Hao with a dazed look, and raised the hardcover magazine in her hand with a spring face.
We just learned a lot, let's go practice it.
After saying that, she stood up, stretched out her hand to pull Qin Hao, walked into the hot spring room, and locked the door with her backhand. That's got to be practiced, after all, practice can bring out the truth. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. Looking at the tender white body and the round and full bunny paper that came into his eyes, he felt that he should do something at this moment.
Ah how, is the little stork pretty?
Zhao Zifeng asked Qin Hao shyly, holding a little stork in one hand.
Then I have to take a good look. Hee. Itchy. This is okay? Fly to the clouds. I'm a very powerful neodymium knight, I was wrong. An hour later.
Qin Hao, who was refreshed, pulled Zhao Zifeng, who was full of joy, and walked towards the chariot together. After returning to the car and having a full meal, Qin Hao drove the chariot slowly out of the resort and embarked on a new journey again.
After entering the provincial road, the chariot continued to drive towards the territory of Jinzhou.
Along the way, the 3 women still stayed by the car window and used the AK-47 in their hands to shoot the wandering monsters outside.
There are few people in the mountainous area, so there are not many monsters.
Even the space-time portal was not seen. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Hao finally drove the chariot out of the Taihang Mountains and entered a hilly area.
I'm finally out.
After entering the relatively straight provincial road, Qin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before, in the winding and twisting mountains, he had to be highly alert at all times, and his nerves were tightly stretched to prevent himself from accidentally driving the chariot into the cliff. But fortunately, he walked out of the mountainous area safely. After driving more than 10 kilometers, Shinhao stepped on the accelerator and drove the chariot directly into a gas station on the side of the road, knocking away more than a dozen green little demons who were dancing in circles. Regardless of whether the dozen green-skinned little demons who were knocked out were dead or not, he picked up the nutrient solution beside him and drank it directly. "Brother, I'll go down and take a look first." After greeting Shinhao, Shinani opened the car door excitedly and ran down. "You guys go down and take a breath, I'll rest for a while, call me if you have anything." After waving to Zhao Zifeng and Lin Wanner beside him, Shinhao leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and rested. Just when he was half asleep, a series of engine roars suddenly woke him up. "What's going on?" With a puzzled look on his face, he opened the car window directly and turned his head to look in the opposite direction of the engine. "I saw a convoy coming from the direction of the Taihang Mountains. The first one was a Mercedes-Benz SUV. Behind them were 7 or 8 off-road vehicles and SUVs of various brands, as well as 2 4-meter cargo trucks. When approaching a gas station, the convoy drove directly in under the leadership of the Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicle and stopped firmly on the side of the Doomsday heavy tank. The windows are down. A young man wearing sunglasses was revealed. This man was none other than Rin Tianji, who had escaped from Taihang town overnight. He looked at the half of Shinhao's head exposed on the chariot and was slightly stunned. Then he opened the car door with excitement and walked out. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "I'll go, Ahao, why are you here?" "What? I can't be here anymore?" After seeing Rin Tianji, Shinhao also looked happy, picked up a bottle of nutrient solution from his side and threw it towards Rin Tianji. "Yes. Why not? I'm just a little surprised that our brothers can meet here. It's really fate." Ren Tianji caught the nutrient solution dropped by Shinhao, opened it and took a few sips, then raised his head and showed a hearty smile to Shinhao. "It is indeed fate." Shinhao smiled, and then pointed at the men and women walking out of the car behind him. "These people are all your younger brothers? Not bad." Upon hearing this, Ren Tianji turned his head and looked at those people. Then he whispered to Shinhao, "Some people were recruited by me in Taihang town, and some were met halfway. You don't know, Jizhou City has fallen, everyone is fleeing, and the area is almost in chaos." The explosion lasted for half the night. It is estimated that not only monsters and aliens died. Halfway through his words, Ren Tianji stopped talking, with a hint of discomfort clearly showing on his face. Even though he is no longer a good person, there are some things that he cannot accept from the bottom of his heart. Be a human being. Whether you are a good person or a bad person, you will always have your own bottom line. Although Ren Tianji is not a good person, he is definitely not a bad person. He just wants to survive in this doomsday. In fact, without Ren Tianji opening his mouth, Shinhao could imagine how tragic the situation in Jizhou City was. Some things were unavoidable. Aji, some things are not ours to decide. We just need to take care of ourselves and live well. Drama, subscribe. This is the end of the dog day. Ren Tianji raised his hand with a look of displeasure on his face and slammed the half-drunk nutrient solution onto the ground beside him, making a harsh sound. Bang! This movement also attracted the men and women who had just stepped out of the car. They all turned their heads and looked over, and started talking in low voices. Who is this blind person? He actually made Brother Tian angry. He will probably be in trouble. Not necessarily. The person opposite is probably a tough guy. This black RV is not something ordinary people can get. There's something good to watch. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let Brother Tian hear you. Just when everyone was talking about it, Brother Dao, who was standing aside smoking, threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground and crushed it with his foot, and then walked over here with a little fat man who looked very honest. Before the person arrived, he asked Rin Tianji with a concerned look on his face. Aji, what's going on? Are you so angry? It's okay, Brother Dao, you are busy with your business. I met an acquaintance and wanted to chat for a few words.
Ren Tianji laughed at Brother Dao.
Okay, if you need something, just call me. Brother Dao nodded to Ren Tianji, smiled at Qin Hao on the chariot, and then turned around and left with the little fat man. He had never met Qin Hao, so naturally he didn't know that the person in front of him was Qin Hao, who had suffered losses for him before. Qin Hao on the chariot naturally didn't recognize Brother Dao either. He nodded to Brother Dao with a smile and watched him leave.
Wait until Brother Dao goes away.
Ren Tianji's originally smiling face turned serious. He reached into his pocket and took out the cigarette case and lit a cigarette for himself. After blowing out a smoke ring, he looked at Brother Dao's back and said slowly,
"This man's nickname is Brother Dao.
He is a promiscuous person. He lives in the same community as us.
We met him in Taihang town.
Very awesome?
I don't think he takes you seriously." Qin Hao asked with a smile.
Ren Tianji said while smoking, "My character is pretty good, I'm relatively loyal, and I have a martial arts vibe about me.
I'm a typical veteran.
As long as you think it's reliable." Qin Hao spread his hands with an indifferent expression. He just asked casually. Ren Tianji is free to mix with whomever he wants, and it has nothing to do with him at all. It is estimated that more than half of the 20 or 30 people have ulterior motives, but since Ren Tianji wants to be the boss, he must have some ability and confidence.
Among the crowd, Qin Hao also saw Zhou Haiyang and his family, Tian Shiyi's family, Wang Chuanli's mother and daughter, and others. But I didn't bother to go over and say hello.
After all, we were not very familiar with each other, so there was no need to rush over. After taking a look at the two beautiful women sitting in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz SUV, Qin Hao knew that Wang Chuanli had fallen out of favor. However, Ren Tianji still had a conscience, at least he did not abandon the mother and daughter. After Zhao Zifeng and the others returned to the car, Qin Hao no longer wanted to have false conversations with Ren Tianji, and waved to Ren Tianji enthusiastically.
"Aji, let's go first.
See you later. Bye." After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for Ren Tianji to speak. Qin Hao drove the chariot slowly out of the gas station and continued to drive west along the provincial road.
How many secrets does he have hidden in him? Has he really awakened an entire arsenal?
Looking at the leaving black chariot, Ren Tianji showed a look of contemplation on his face. However, he doesn't want to fall out with Qin Hao now, and there is no need to fall out with him. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd. Before Ren Tianji could walk over and ask what was going on, he found an entire army of undead running out of the woods behind the gas station, totaling 200 to 300 people. Fuck, copy this guy, all the combat type people are copying this guy, everyone else should go back to the car and hide. After shouting, Ren Tianji held the triangular military thorn in his hand and rushed directly towards the undead soldiers.
Fuck. These are all honor points, whoever gets them belongs to whom?
Looking at the undead soldiers, Brother Dao also looked excited and turned into a flame man and rushed into the undead army. Others followed closely behind, using their own talents and abilities, and rushed into the undead army with excitement on their faces. Those who had not awakened their innate abilities hid in the car and watched the battle not far away with panic on their faces. The other side. Qin Hao, who had already driven away, did not know that a very fierce battle was taking place at the gas station.
10 minutes later,
he drove the chariot into a fork in the road and drove towards a village not far away. There is a blue time and space portal erected at the entrance of the village, and there are some monsters and undead soldiers wandering around. However, except for some E-class undead soldiers, there are no high-level undead. As soon as the chariot traveled more than 100 meters away from the time and space portal, the surrounding monsters and undead were attracted. Qin Hao was not very interested in these dozens of undead and monsters, and waved directly to Zhao Zifeng and the others behind him.
"I'll leave these to you. Let's make a quick decision."
Okay. Qin Annie, who was eating snacks, raised her head and gave Qin Hao a sweet smile. Then he stretched out his hand to open the car window, stretched out an arm and waved at the undead soldiers and monsters outside. 2-meter-high lava pillars rose from the ground, stringing the undead soldiers and monsters together like candied haws. Zhao Zifeng, who was standing by, was not willing to lag behind, so he opened the car window on the other side and also stretched out his hand to wave. The temperature outside the window dropped rapidly, and ice spikes condensed out of thin air and shot at the undead soldiers and monsters at high speed. As for Lin Wanner, she stretched out her hand to open the car window, picked up the AK-47, aimed at the heads of the undead soldiers outside, and pulled the trigger directly. Her shooting skills were very good, basically one shot a headshot, and she even snatched a zombie and a goblin from Zhao Zifeng. This also made Zhao Zifeng feel a little unhappy, but she didn't say much. Qinhao, who was in the driver's seat, looked at the two women who were full of gunpowder and shook his head helplessly. Along the way, Zhao Zifeng and Lin Wanner had been competing openly and secretly. Qin Annie helped this and that, and played the role of mediator, obviously not wanting to offend anyone. It was even harder for Qinhao to speak up about this kind of thing, so he could only pretend that he didn't see it, because these two women couldn't turn the tables anyway. Ha! Qinhao, who had just taken out a bag of pistachios and hadn't eaten two yet, suddenly looked at the blue spacetime portal not far away. The blue portal, like the surface of the water, suddenly produced a ripple, and a very thick and ferocious arm slowly stretched out. Not only that, a large lowly zombie more than 3 meters tall also walked out from behind a 2-story building not far away. Behind her, there was a group of zombies of normal height. There were even some black unicorns with muscles in other directions, attracted by the movement of the chariot. Just in time. Qinhao threw away the pistachio in his hand with excitement, stretched out his hand to open the car window, and jumped out directly. The biological armor covered his whole body in an instant. After spreading the wings behind him, holding 2 black moon blades in both hands, he rushed directly to the blue spacetime portal. Armed golden armored corpse, please subscribe. A 6-armed golden armored corpse came out of the blue spacetime portal. It was an evil spirit in non-human form. It was 3 meters tall, and wore a set of dark golden armor on its sturdy body. There was also a gray mist armor formed by a layer of corpse poison outside the golden armor. On the big head with 2 horns, there was a green-faced and fanged evil ghost face, which made people shudder and feel cold on their backs. 6 thick and ferocious arms were waving in the air randomly, and the terrifying ghost claws held very evil weapons such as soul-catching ropes, bone maces, and spine swords. The moment it walked out of the blue spacetime portal, it took heavy steps, waved the evil weapons in its hands, and rushed towards Qinhao in the air very violently. The layer of corpse poison mist armor on its body spread all around, and it was guided by the weapons in its hands to fly towards Qinhao in the air. Finally, a different one has come. The moment the 6-armed golden armored corpse walked out of the spacetime portal, Qinhao knew that the terrifying undead in front of him was at least a sea-level undead. Facing the gray corpse poison rushing towards him, he did not show any panic, because the full covering biological armor on his body can filter out most of the toxins. It doesn't matter if he can't filter out the corpse poison in front of him, because he still has a special antidote that can remove all toxins. However, for the safety of Zhao Zifeng and others, he immediately used Fair Duel on the 6-armed Vajra corpse in front of him. Fair Duel has been started. Qinhao, Blue Star Human, via 6-armed golden armored corpse, undead. The two sides are judged to be hostile camps, and there is no possibility of reconciliation between them. The rules of this duel are to fight to the death. The initiator of the duel can change the duel rules at his own discretion. Not only that, Qinhao also used Ode to Destiny to give himself a layer of gain state and gained a layer of defensive aura facing the oncoming corpse poison. He did not choose to resist it, but used Thrust to rush to the right front. Whoosh! The ball of gray corpse poison directly pounced on a Polonia tree, corroding it instantly, making a sizzling sound, and withered in the blink of an eye. The 6-armed golden armored corpse reacted very quickly. When Qinhao appeared in the air 3 or 4 meters in front of it on the left, it opened its bloody mouth full of fangs and sprayed a large ball of gray corpse poison at Qinhao. It even threw the 2 soul-catching ropes filled with corpse poison in its hands, and also threw the 2 spine swords hard. The 2 bone maces also smashed Qinhao's body fiercely. However, Qinhao's reaction speed was faster than it. He opened his mouth and yelled "Call Daddy," and at the same time, he used 8 consecutive cuts on it. Swish swish swish! In an instant, a series of murderous cold rays flashed across the burly body of the 6-armed golden armor corpse. But it was a pity. The sharp blade did not break through its defense. It was blocked by its golden armor and the layer of corpse poison mist armor, leaving only the sound of metal colliding.
Dang dang dang, of course.
The six-armed golden armor corpse's attacks all missed, and it was stunned in place, shouting "Dad" respectfully.
Damn! It didn't break the defense? This is a bit difficult.
Shinhao was slightly stunned when he saw the six-armed golden armor corpse that was safe and sound. However, he continued to use "Call Daddy" to control it firmly in place. Call Daddy, call Daddy, call Daddy. The six-armed golden armored corpse, which had just recovered from the strong control and was about to attack Shinhao, was firmly controlled in place again and could only call Daddy with a respectful face. Dad, Daddy, Daddy. Taking this opportunity, Shinhao relied on the biological armor on his body to resist the corpse poison emitted by the six-armed golden armored corpse. The black moon blades in his hands turned into two black shotguns and stabbed into its eyes. Puff puff, the gray-white eyes of the six-armed golden armored corpse were a weakness after all, and were easily stabbed into by the black shotgun in Shinhao's hand. Call Daddy! With a roar, Shinhao violently stirred the black shotgun in his hand. And in an instant, the two black shotguns in his hands were transformed into two wolf-tooth short hammers again. After stirring fiercely, he pulled out two wolf-tooth short hammers, took out two explosive grenades, pulled out the safety pins, and stuffed them directly into the two bloody eye sockets of the six-armed golden armor corpse. Then, Shinhao flew into the sky. Boom boom, two explosive grenades exploded in the head of the six-armed golden armor corpse. The huge power directly blew its big head into pieces in an instant, and blood and flesh flew all over the sky. However, the six-armed golden armor corpse is not dead. The head is not its fatal weakness. Without the strong control of "Call Daddy," its headless body fell into madness, waving six hideous and terrifying arms to smash around randomly. For a while, the gray corpse poison kept exploding around, corroding the surrounding ground and flowers and trees.
Damn! You didn't die even after your head exploded?
Shinhao, who was in midair, looked at the violent scene in front of him with a hint of surprise on his face. This scene was somewhat beyond his expectations.
Damn! I must kill you today.
For a moment, Shinhao also lost his temper. He leaned over and rushed to the six-armed golden armored corpse that was going crazy, landed behind it, grabbed its two arms with both hands, and lifted it directly over his head. You know, his physical fitness is now far beyond that of normal humans. After lifting the six-armed golden armored corpse, Shinhao lifted it and flew directly into the sky. Since Shinhao lifted the six-armed golden armored corpse from behind, even if it struggled randomly, it could not touch Shinhao behind it. After gritting his teeth and flying to a height of hundreds of meters, Shinhao directly let go of his hands and let the six-armed golden armored corpse fall freely. Bang! The six-armed golden armored corpse hit the ground hard, directly smashing a big pit in the mud ground, and the mud splashed everywhere for a while. However, it was still not dead. It was still struggling randomly in the pit. Shinhao, who was in midair, followed closely and fell down, holding a sniper rifle in his hand and aiming at the six-armed golden armored corpse in the earth pit and pulling the trigger. Bang bang bang, one after another, high explosive incendiary bombs hit the body of the six-armed golden armored corpse, but it was blocked by the golden armor and corpse poison mist armor on its body. However, the flames generated by the explosion directly ignited its body, and a raging flame more than half a meter high was ignited. Even so, Shinhao in midair still felt that it was not safe enough, and directly switched to the white phosphorus bomb that had never been used, and fired several shots at the burning six-armed golden armored corpse. The six-armed golden armored corpse in the earth pit completely turned into a blazing white fireball. The six-armed golden armored corpse was still struggling constantly, and the violently burning white phosphorus flames were thrown everywhere by it. Lin Wanner, who was fighting with a large lowly zombie on the side, hid aside directly to avoid being affected by the terrifying white phosphorus flames in the fish pond. Zhao Zifeng, who was hunting the black unicorn, also hid to the side. She had just wanted to snatch the large lowly zombie from Lin Wanner, but she didn't have the nerve to do it. Shi Nanny was hunting a group of green-skinned demons not far away, so she was not affected by the battle here.